KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Handoff, Pollard running left, stuffed across the line of scrimmage with 17 seconds to go. And the Titans will not snap it down. This baby's over. The Texans have done it. They've won their first of 2025, knocking off Tennessee 26-0 with 3 fourth-quarter touchdowns. Baltimore up next on the road.
Mark Vandermeer on the call, and yes, it is a victorious Reaction Monday here on Sports Radio 610, our first one of the year as we welcome you in. Seth and I are with you till 6 a.m. till 8 a.m. this morning, leading into Texans Monday, and then In the Loop, and then the Drive, and then Monday Night Football. It's going to be a fun day of football here on the station. Football. Lots of football on the station today, and as we sit here, 26-0, a shutout win, first shutout since 2010 against the Titans as well. That was the Andre Johnson, Cortland Finnegan game. We'll talk about that.
Never heard of it.
We'll talk about that. I like that we were in here, Seth. We're in the studio, and they were showing a montage on ESPN leading into SportsCenter of all the victorious head coaches in the NFL yesterday giving their post-game victory speeches. Mm-hmm. And I like that DeMeco Ryans was able to take part in that montage.
He qualified.
He can still do a victory speech.
I mean, there's one less victory speech than there should be in that montage after we saw a tie yesterday.
Yeah, is there a tie speech
Thanks
that you
a
get
lot, Bill
afterwards?
Polian. Yeah, sure there is. They're like, yeah, you guys, hey, it's like kissing your sister. And so forth. Mm-hmm. Yes.
They would celebrate that in some places.
I know. That was Tennessee,
yeah.
ironically enough.
Ironically enough, yeah. Good day yesterday. It was not dicey, a little boring for a while.
It was dicey. It was dicey in this way. Because when I went back and watched the game, I like to try to watch the TV version immediately after the game just to kind of fill in any blanks in my knowledge. I'm watching the first half, and my first thought was, okay, this wasn't nearly as bad as it felt while we were watching it in the first half. I've got the benefit of hindsight, obviously, but they scored 2 field goals. The problem is that, they could have had a touchdown, except CJ just misfired completely to a wide-open Dalton Schultz. But the process and the way the offense was operating, even though it was against a bad defense, was better. If the Texans were 2-1 going into that game and I'm watching the first half, I think it would have I would have felt like, all right, well, the defense is taking care of business. The offense it's just not clicking just yet, but the dam will be about to break. So it took longer than it should versus a bad defense, but by and by, it was a much more efficient day out of the offense. They ended up just dominating time of possession.
38 minutes to 22 minutes.
Ran a boatload more plays than the Titans. They were the better football team out there, which is hopefully what you do if you're an above-average team going against a horrendous team. You should have scores like 26-0.
Yeah, 26-0. Yeah, the dam broke in the fourth quarter. I'm kind of with you on that. And I went back and watched it myself last night when I got home. And yeah, look, again, you're right. If they were 2-1 and this were a team that had a good offense throughout the season, were 11 plays each and ending in a field goal, I don't think you'd be super disappointed. You took a lead in a game against a bad team, but you'd be like, okay, where's the 11 plays, 40? It's almost, you almost have to try to go 40 yards on 11 plays.
That's the problem. Is that it's precisely the issue is that they haven't been able to get into the red zone.
Yeah,
and we're sitting there, like I told you yesterday, they almost got to the red zone. They didn't. That was right up when CJ misfired to Dalton Schultz.
Right.
And that left them at 4 on the year. And I told you about my Uncle Charlie who had lost his finger in a farming accident. Yeah. And I said, old Uncle Charlie can still count the number of red zone possessions on one hand.
Well, not anymore.
Right, not anymore.
Not anymore.
Now he feels the brunt.
Did you tell Uncle Charlie about the fourth quarter?
No.
When they got in there twice?
It'll sting worse than the phantom pain in his...
Get out that second hand, Uncle Charlie.
Phantom finger pain, yeah.
Get out that second hand. You're going to need it to count the red zone trips for the Texans. And so I think that, to me, Seth, the big thing, and we'll talk about Baltimore in the next segment. We'll talk about the Astros, too. Don't worry.
They won!
But they won yesterday.
There's two big victories
They won yesterday. It was a big day for Houston.
Aggies are extra happy, of course.
Yep. I think the biggest things coming out, to me, the biggest positive coming out of this game is Woody Marks. Woody Marks was outstanding yesterday, and Woody Marks, and I think you and I kind of alluded to this late in the week last week, that is this the week where we start to see, they figured out, might have been in the pregame show, I don't remember, they figured out after week 1 that Damian Pierce is not game. They figured out after week 3 that you can't have Dario Gumbawale out there, especially if his job is to pass protect.
Yeah.
So it doesn't give you a deep running back room at all if you've got two guys that aren't very usable on offense. But Nick Chubb is a vet who's kind of serving his purpose in helping you sustain 11 plays, 40 and 60-yard drives for field goals. But Woody Marks is showing that next level type stuff where he's doing what Joe Mixon did a little bit last year, where he's making something out of nothing at times. He's running to the edge, and you see the play developing. You're going like, okay, this guy beats the defender to the edge. This is going to be another 15 yards turning it upfield. Woody Marks yesterday had 21 touches for 119 yards and 2 touchdowns. And I'm not saying it's going to be the Woody Marks show or anything, but the distribution of touches yesterday, at the very least, needs to be this moving forward, where he's getting the 20-plus touches, Nick Chubb's getting the 12 to 15 touches, and this is your backfield.
Well, and I thought another positive development in the second half was Nick Chubb got it going a little bit more, too. And
you need them both.
Look, there were more examples of the offensive line getting really good push on the line of scrimmage. They got shut down a few times. It wasn't like it was an awesome day running the ball. But it's the combination of Woody Marks as a runner, but then also as a receiver in his 3 receptions. That screen for a touchdown, obviously, which is very well executed by the Texans as an offense at the whole. Because they had a fake, they had faked it to the left. Jeffrey Simmons red screen, but went to his right, and they just set it up perfectly. It was timed well by the offense.
On the postgame show, and we asked him, we asked him to take us through each of the touchdowns, and he said they'd been running that play in practice all week long, and the last practice, they messed it up, actually. The last time they tried running it in practice, they didn't run it well, but they ran it well yesterday.
No, they did. They did. And, what have we been clamoring for? I think this is my little pet theory for why, after the game, a lot of people were dead set on not being happy about that victory.
It's almost like they went into it saying, I'm not going to be happy regardless of what this looks like.
And I think part of it, too, is I don't know how many actually watched the fourth quarter, and I wouldn't blame them for it, because the Texans still didn't get down into the red zone until the end of the third quarter.
That's right.
So there's this there's this pent-up frustration through the first 3 quarters. I totally 100% get it. I was right there with you. But I do think also you get kind of peeved when you've been clamoring for Woody Marks to be used more for 3 straight games, and then when they finally do it, it works out.
Yeah.
There's a tendency to say, what are we paying you guys for? Why are the decision makers not making the decisions that the fans, the media, everybody else has been clamoring for?
I said this in the postgame show. It's not just the Woody Marks thing. It's a weird blind spot that the Texans have had with that room for over a year now.
With the running backs.
With the running backs.
The commitment to Dameon Pierce.
The commitment to Dameon Pierce. And then in week 1 this week, we're all going, this has to stop. And then finally he's inactive. The Dario Gumbawale thing, where why is he on the field in critical downs?
Yeah.
In week 1, he fumbles the football, and then he's struggling in pass pro. He can't be out there on offense, and then lo and behold, 3 weeks not out there anymore. Because the rest of the roster, maybe other than offensive line, they've done a fantastic job of finding and putting the right people in places to succeed. That running back room is just such a strange thing. But Woody Marks having the performance yesterday, hopefully, I think calibrates that room for DeMeco Ryans, Nick Caley, and whoever else.
Well, and the other thing I was nervous about in the first half was we had at least 2 misfires by CJ, who at the time was still playing pretty efficiently. His completion percentage was high the entire game. But he had the misread with Christian Kirk. Yep. Wasn't on the same page with Christian Kirk.
Yep.
And then he had the wild overthrow to Dalton Schultz.
And he chest tapped on both of those.
Right. There wasn't any doubt about it. And credit to him for, not doing the old Deshaun Watson thing where he would do the like little
he'd do
diagram
the X's and O's in the air. Yeah.
So but all right, what's going on? Why is CJ just a little off today?
Yeah.
And by and large, though, other than that, very efficient. Had completed about 80% of his passes, and got that in order in the second half.
Yeah.
And the precision came back, so I felt better about that.
I thought it was interesting. This was not a scramble play like the play in the Chargers playoff game was last year, where CJ fumbled the ball, chased it down, rolled out to his right, and then Xavier Hutchinson. It turns into playground ball, and Xavier Hutchinson's open. And then you look at the numbers before that play, horrific. After that play, he was piecing. This wasn't as drastic on the play or in terms of the difference in the numbers. Where the Charger game, CJ was really bad. Okay, the Nico Collins 2nd and 33 play. Mm-hmm. 2nd and 33, they're backed up. They had just had a couple of bad penalties. They had a bad play on first down where they lost 3 yards. And then Nico Collins beats L'Jarius Sneed just on a straight go route down the sidelines. Here's what it sounded like on the
CJ in the gun, 2nd down and 33 from the Houston 18-yard line. Woody Marks in the backfield. CJ looking. CJ lofts the ball downfield, left side, and caught. Nico, left side, and he's got it in Tennessee territory. You need a first down, just go to number 12. He gets it for you.
He gets it for you on 2nd and 33. Before that play, as you point out, CJ was, efficient by completion percentage standard, only 5.8 yards per attempt.
Yeah.
So it was a lot of dinking and dunking and whatnot. 13 of 17 for 100 yards, only 5.8 yards per attempt and a 90 passer rating. Including that play and after that play, 9 of 11 for 133 yards, 2 touchdown passes, over 12 yards per attempt. And he had a passer rating that was nearly perfect of 156. It was almost like, and CJ talked about that after the game. We don't have time to get to the cut in this segment, but CJ talked about that after the game, and I think DeMeco talked about it too. Like that was, I mean, granted, it wasn't until late in the third quarter, but that was the play that seemed to kind of at least somewhat break the logjam for him.
And there's a lot of it that it's part of that maturation of a young quarterback where you can't press too hard, but you got to take the opportunities and hit them when they come to you. So that Nico was one moment where, all right, L'Jarius Sneed has a bad first read and coverage, and
nobody
they took
helped him
advantage
over the
of it.
top either.
Right.
Clint was in the press box. Clint was apoplectic up in the press box.
I know, and he just wasn't even didn't try to even put a hand on him.
Right.
Which I don't know if maybe a safety screwed up on that, but then on a Nico Collins screen early on, too, it looked like L'Jarius Sneed smack-talked his way into his own head.
Yeah.
Because he did not. He had a couple of rough downs out there.
Yep.
But biding your time, taking what the defense gives you, all of that, you just got to be really judicious in figuring out when do we take our shots versus when do we just dink and dunk and matriculate our way down the field.
Yep.
And I think CJ's starting to get that a little bit. And it's the hardest thing in the world because it's not about intelligence. It's really about psychology and experience and everything else. And I don't know if there's a way for young quarterbacks to learn it other than getting banged around a little bit their first 3 years.
Yeah.
And it takes a lot of faith in the process.
Yep. No, he took the easy money a lot yesterday, and then finally was able to get a couple big plays. So that was good to see, including a touchdown to Jaden Higgins.
And the touchdown to Jaden Higgins, especially, that's what you've been waiting to see. He recognized the look, figured he knew what the safety was going to do there, and they were going to leave. There wouldn't be any safety help over Jaden Higgins. So CJ tweaked the play, dialed up his shot, and that's what we've been hoping for out of this offense.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. It's a Reaction Monday. Texans 26, Titans nothing. We'll get into the Astros. No October baseball for the first time since 2016. Massive developments, though, yesterday in the afternoon for next week's Texans game that we will get you up to speed on. Things just got perhaps a little brighter for next Sunday. We will talk about that coming up next.
The best place to make picks all football.
U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we're going to talk plenty about the Texans' win over the Titans yesterday. Lots of acknowledgments going out in the 720 segment. Acknowledge me later on today. There were some big developments in the late window yesterday. It's a good day of football, man. And last night's Sunday night game was wild. The Cowboys and the Packers, and in a tie, if you missed that, if you stayed up for the tie like I did, Bill Polian, 10-minute overtime. Oh, the worst. The worst. But in the late window yesterday, the Ravens and the Chiefs played each other. Each team was 1-2. My feeling going into that game, Seth, was I'd rather the Ravens win that game just because that's what's in front of the Texans, and I don't want a desperate Ravens team, and I definitely don't want the Ravens to get blown. The bigger blowout, the gamblers would tell you, the bigger a blowout a bad team or a good team sustains, the better chance that they come back even more hyper-focused the following week. If you missed that game, the Chiefs did blow out the Ravens. 37-20 was the final score, but they were up 37-13. I mean, the Chiefs really carried the day in that game.
The game when Lamar Jackson got injured, that game looked like it was already over.
Yeah, it was 30-13 when he got hurt. And for those who missed it, that's what I'm alluding to here. Lamar Jackson left the game with a hamstring injury. John Harbaugh did not have much to update us on after the game, predictably so. Lamar Jackson, predictably, was not made available to the media. Look, Lamar Jackson having a hamstring injury is a good thing for the Houston Texans, obviously, if they're trying to win that game next Sunday. So we'll see. That's bigger than any Texans injury to keep an eye on right now if you're the Texans, is Lamar Jackson. And he was part of an army of Ravens players that got hurt in this game, and they're all prominent. Roquan Smith left with a hamstring injury. Their top two corners, Marlon Humphrey and Nate Wiggins, left with injuries. Ronnie Stanley, the Texans are about to catch another team. If Stanley's out, this will be the third time in 5 weeks that their opponent will be missing their left tackle if he misses this upcoming game. They are banged up right now.
Well, that was. Do you realize though? Even by the end of the game, they had 7 defensive starters out, including the ones that were injured already.
Yeah,
that was their best defensive performance of the year.
30 point. Well, Cleveland, they only gave up 17.
Oh, they gave up 17 to Cleveland. Yeah. Excuse me. In a loss. And there are 3 losses. That was their best defense.
No, they beat Cleveland.
I'm saying in the 3 losses. This is the best. That was their best defensive performance in any of their losses. Yeah. Because they only allowed 37 points. In their other losses, they allowed 38 points and 41 points.
Yeah.
It's been a bad defense, and then they lost even more defensive starters. I know that I'm not here psychologically. I cannot look at the Ravens as a bad defense. And I know last year they started off in the first half of the season not playing well defensively, but then they hemmed it up and they got it together in the second half of the season. They weren't dealing with all the injuries that they have right now. But offensively, those injuries, so they were already a bad defense. Their injuries on offense are obviously huge. Lamar Jackson, we'll see. Derrick Henry,
Is Derrick Henry here?
Well, I don't know if they pulled him because it was a real injury or if it was just because
that would be a logical game to pull him.
Right.
But the Lamar Jackson injury at the time, Seth, when it was 30-13, it was late in the third quarter, and that's where we're trying to gauge the severity of the injury just by watching the game. We were watching it on Red Zone down in the studio during the postgame. My feeling on that was 30-13 in the third quarter is not a game you take Lamar Jackson out of. You know, Lamar Jackson is a 2-time MVP. That's a game that's a game you probably need to win just for tiebreaker purposes to get home field. If you play the Chiefs in the postseason or whatever, if you have the same record as them, it's a game you want to win. A 17-point comeback with Lamar Jackson as your quarterback, not as easy as somebody who's, Lamar Jackson's not a great come-from-behind guy, but that's still not a game I think you just for lead because the lead is too big. So I'm that hamstring and the fact that he wasn't made available to the media too, I think is a tell.
Yeah,
that this might be something that at least keeps him out for the Texans game this week.
So Derrick Henry, the big question is, okay, is this year where all of a sudden Derrick Henry falls off the running back cliff? Because he opened up the year looking just like he did last year. He had 169 yards rushing.
Yeah.
In the next 3 games, 11 carries for 23 yards versus the Browns. Versus Detroit, he had 12 carries for 50 yards, and then yesterday he has 8 attempts for 42 yards. Like that's He hasn't rushed for more than 50 yards in any of these last 3 games. And there is still not a single little part of my body that is cocky at all about any of that. It's the Baltimore Ravens. It's potentially Lamar Jackson, who's never lost to the Texans. Yeah. It's a defense by the Ravens that has just been a sieve. They've been an awful, awful defense. They've been arguably as bad as the Titans, except they've had better opponents.
Yeah.
But there's not a part of me that feels cocky about any of that.
Well, a couple things. One, not only has Lamar Jackson not lost to the Texans, they've never been close with Lamar Jackson.
Right.
The games have been blowouts. Secondly, and just to prepare Texan fans for this, because I already saw one on the text page saying, man, Lamar Jackson might be out, and we're still going to get the disrespect of being an underdog to Cooper Rush. Yes, you will. You will still be an underdog going into Baltimore, even though you have the same record as the Ravens, and if Lamar Jackson is out, the Ravens will still be favored at home. Now, it won't be a 9 or a 10-point favorite like they might have been healthy, but the Baltimore Ravens are still going to be favored against the Texans at home, regardless of who's under center. It just might be a 3-point spread or a 4 or 5-point spread instead of a 9 or 10-point spread.
I mean, right now, or at least last night, it was Ravens minus 9.5.
See, where I go, it wasn't on the board yet.
Yeah, because
so that's
of the Lamar Jackson
that's
injury,
obviously somebody assuming that Lamar Jackson is going to play right there.
So if Lamar, I'm guessing that's if Lamar Jackson plays. And
100%.
It might not be on the board right now. This is from 10 hours ago.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll be favorites.
They'll be favored if Cooper Rush. Lamar Jackson's not worth 9.5 points on a spread.
I honestly, despite all of the Texans' many issues offensively, I feel like that's good value for the Texans.
9.5?
Yeah, if that's what it was.
How confident are you in the defense to be able to bottle up Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry?
I don't. This year's version of it, all right, intellectually, I have to recognize
that's what's going to cover the spread for you.
Intellectually, I have to look at Derrick Henry not being the same version of himself and think that they're going to do better than they did last year. It's the Ravens' defense with all their injuries, where they're a bad defense right now.
Well, and the big one too for the Texans is the biggest Ravens injury for the Texans is that Nnamdi Madubuike is on injured reserve.
Yeah.
And that's what you worry about with the other teams still right now is how much havoc can the front 3 or front 4, front 5 when they bring in 5 defensive linemen, how much havoc can they wreak with the Texans offense? Better yesterday. Did some decent things. Only gave up 2 sacks yesterday. Now, one of them was the quickest sack in the history of mankind.
In the history of mankind, and nobody really knows
on that,
what the hell the Texans were trying to do on that play. Well, as Ross Tucker said on the broadcast, it looked like they were trying to wham block. And I don't. That's not. They wouldn't do that with the quarterback under center. That doesn't make. I don't know, because Ross was confused in the moment as to exactly what the Texans were trying to do. The right guard. Ed Reed went right when everybody else was going left. So there was like
Ed Ingram.
Ed Ingram, and Ed Reed probably did too. Ed Ingram went right when everybody else was going left. Ran into Titus Howard.
Yeah,
did a good job of blocking Titus Howard.
Yeah, he sealed him off.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
According to Next Gen Stats, that's the fastest sack in the last 2 years in the NFL.
Which I'm going. Okay, you could have told me the last 2 decades, and I would have believed you.
Well, it might be since they started keeping that specific stat or something, because I don't know how you could possibly get across, unless Warren Sapp, obviously, or somebody a little bit faster than Jeffrey Simmons got it.
Yeah.
Or by the time they blew it dead, it looked like, honestly, CJ looked like Forrest Gump when he got shot in the butt. Kind of like, what bit me? I don't think he could even process what was going on. It's like when somebody hits you in a car accident, there's that confusion at first.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, what the hell?
What just happened?
Oh, I got hit.
What just happened? Yeah. I was worried that CJ might have gotten concussed the way Simmons dragged him down.
Oh, did he hit the head?
It looked, from up where we are, and you glance up at the screen, it looked like, but CJ. Quinnen Williams hit from 2 years ago always has me nervous when CJ gets sacked back first, because usually what gets you concussed a lot of times is your head slamming onto the turf.
But he got wrapped up from behind, like he spooned him.
It was just the blunt force trauma of how hard he hit. He kind of suplexed him to the field, to the turf.
The biggest hit CJ took was on that other sack, which the offensive line did a good job of. The offensive line and the tight end and the running back did a good job blocking there. They picked up the initial pass rush, but the linebacker added on late in the down, and CJ did a good job of stepping up into the pocket. And it was a perfect example of, when we sit here in our cozy climate-controlled studio and we say, why isn't CJ stepping up into the pocket like he used to? He stepped up perfectly
my God, I've been
right
telling
into a tight and compressed pocket and blah!
Yeah. Well, he took
like
one.
He got the heart chakras to the chest.
He took one, the paddles. He took one to the midsection on an incomplete pass, that's the one he got up the most ginger from. You know, like he took one right. But by and large, the offensive line was fine yesterday. You know, they ran the football, 30 carries for a little, around 4 yards a carry. It was fine.
He got up gingerly. When you said he got up ginger, I had an impression like he hit so hard that his hair turned red.
His hair turned red? He got up and he was a ginger. He got hit so hard. The Ravens stuff is definitely something to keep an eye on this week, particularly Lamar Jackson's hamstring. Hey, shifting gears real quick, and we'll get to the Astros a little more in headlines, but I cannot ignore this. Going into had a mathematical chance of getting into the postseason.
Hell yeah!
Despite blowing Friday's game, somehow they gave up. It happens.
It's baseball.
Somehow they gave up 2 home runs to
you don't understand baseball.
To the step up in the pocket. Somehow they gave up 2 home runs to the shell of Mike Trout that still gets paid by the Los Angeles Angels on Friday, including a game-winning home run. That was disappointing. But
you know what? It's extra disappointing because the Astros have given Mike Trout fits at times, even when he's playing well.
He hit a home run yesterday, and then they took him out of the game. Like, hey, drop the mic. There we go. Yeah. So they lose that game on Friday, but they go into Saturday still with a chance to get a playoff spot. You need a lot of stuff to happen. They needed to win their last 2 games, and they needed either Cleveland or Detroit to lose their last 2 games. So it was it was definitely a sort of a long shot parlay. Still a shot, though, with 2 games left. So the Astros game starts at like 8:30 against the Angels. The Tigers win during the day, so the Astros can't catch the Tigers. So now the only team they can catch is the Guardians. They're playing the Rangers. Game started at like 6:15, and it was 2-2 forever in that game. 2-2 going into the 9th. Bottom of the 9th, Guardians are up. The game's in Cleveland. There's 2 outs and nobody on. So you're like, all right, at least we're going to extras here. There's still hope. The Rangers... The Guardians load the bases, including an intentional walk by Bruce Bochy.
Yeah.
They load the bases after having nobody on with 2 out. And here's how the Astros playoff hopes. The Astros are probably like an inning or 2 into their game in Los Angeles when this ended the postseason.
He got hit. It's over. The Guardians of Miracles pull off another. And Cleveland is headed to the postseason.
Pull the Todd Bowles. Pull the DeMeco Ryans. Bruce Bochy, just let him score.
Let him score.
Yeah, I think Bruce Bochy was like, screw the Astros.
No, you're right. No, the conspiracy theories are crazy. Like, he intentionally walks the bases loaded, and then a guy who, to my knowledge, had never hit a batter or maybe had hit one. I wasn't paying attention to the names.
Going back to Little League, I did the research.
Right.
That's a lie.
A guy who whoever the pitcher was did not have a propensity for hitting guys. He wasn't Lance McCullers. Hits a guy, like it hits him bad, like right between the shoulder blades, bad. And that's how it ended. And I'm watching him going, this is entirely appropriate. This is the appropriate way for the Astros' hopes at the postseason after a decade of being in the postseason to end with the Rangers blowing it on your behalf by pegging a guy with the bases loaded.
I think as many, or at least some Astros fans were saying last week, there were Astros fans last week saying, you know what, I don't want them to make the playoffs because they need to recognize and realize that they got to make some changes in the organization. Right. Well, but for whatever it's worth, those people are at least placated, and now the hard work of like figuring out some of these issues. Hey, pitchers do get injured a lot these days. My concern with the Astros is, all right, in any given year, the number of pitchers you have that have UCLs is going to fluctuate and vary. The Astros have gotten it real bad. It's the recovery process from those UC be plagued by setback after setback after setback after Luis Garcia is going to be gone for a year again. Like all of these things where they need to take a look at exactly how they're handling all the injuries. Yeah. They need to take a look at why their pitch selection, despite being the object of focus during spring training, the thing that Espada was focused on, getting it back to having good judgment at the plate. They were one of the 3 worst teams in the league in just about all of the pitch selection stats. Chasing, all of that. That's got to change. And you're dealing with Snitker and Citron, the 2 coaches that were here through guys
They're
hitting
gone.
incredibly.
If I had to bet my life savings on one thing, the hitting coaches are getting fired.
I know, and it's just that's where I'm always hesitant to blame them, because when the things were going golden, those were the hitting coaches.
This is one of those optics things, man. Like, they were such a bad hitting team, and you can't fire the players. And I think Joe Espada's in trouble.
Yeah.
I'd put that as a favorite. Well, you know what? Let's do this. We'll hit the Astros again in headlines. Dana Brown had quotes about Joe Espada's future, and we'll let you guys be the judge. I'll read the quotes, and you tell me if you think Joe Espada is going to be back next year as the Astros manager.
Are they gonna fire the whiffing coaches?
Yes. They're the whiffing coaches.
They're not the hitting coaches.
The bad selection coaches. Yes. So we'll get to that in headlines. The football talk in this segment is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started. It's in headlines. Wild game in the NFL last night. Rockets Media Day today, so we got a lot of stuff to get to in headlines, and we'll do that coming up next. Did you play Prize?
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
Handoff, Woody, left side, 15, 10, 5, dives into the end zone. His second touchdown of the day.
That was Mark Vandermeer on the call. That was Woody Marks' second touchdown of his career and of the day yesterday. That was his rushing touchdown. First touchdown was a nice little pass out of the backfield. Yesterday was the Woody Marks day. 119 total yards, 2 touchdowns. Most importantly, the Texans get a win, 26-0 over the Tennessee Titans. 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. DeMeco Ryans asked after the game, do you get a sense of relief from getting the first win of the season?
It's not about getting a sense of relief. It's about when we go out and execute and play the right way, that's what it can look like. And so we've been there. We just haven't played clean football. The offense did a really nice job of protecting the ball today. We didn't turn the ball over. We took it away. Tommy punted the ball. Outstanding, give us backed up opportunities. Emi did a great job of kicking it off. Our kickoff team covered really well versus a good returner. It's just about us playing complementary football and playing clean football. We did that today, and that's the result. And that's what we expect when we do things the right way.
One thing that it's really interesting about this game, and Jonathan Alexander alluded to it, but didn't really even necessarily break the story or write about it. There's a headline in the Chronicle.
You know what you're going to say? No,
saying that DeMeco Ryans let Matt Burke take over play calling duties on defense so he could focus on being, the entire team.
So you had new play caller on defense going against a new play caller on offense for the Titans.
Right, yeah, and Matt Burke, so far so good.
He's on pace to never give up any points.
He has yet to allow a point as a play caller or defensive coordinator for the Texans, at least.
That's right.
But how much did DeMeco's involvement in the offense, and I'm guessing throughout the week, change and help and everything? And you're going against a really bad defense. I don't want to read too much into it, but it's been something that we've wondered about, going back to last year. All right, DeMeco's got this brilliant football mind. He's a great defensive coordinator, but at some point, how do you really become the genuine full-time head coach, especially when your offense is struggling? And he felt comfortable doing it yesterday. And, we'll see if Lamar Jackson is healthy or not going into this next week. But this is Matt Burke's first real big test as a play caller if they keep this scenario.
He didn't even let them in the red zone one time.
Yeah.
They didn't. Not only did they not give up any points, now they missed a couple field goals. Joey Sly, Texans legend, with the team for 3 games back during the David Culley year.
Yeah.
Missed a couple field goals. That was nice of him to help us keep the shutout.
It's hard for me. It's not like I want to, be a well-actually guy because the defense has been good all year.
Yeah.
I think they were really good versus a bad offense and a rookie quarterback. For whatever it's worth, that was Cam Ward's worst performance of a horrible 4 games that he's played so far.
Better than having a good performance.
So, right. No, I mean, it's by far his worst performance. It was really bad. But they did what you're supposed to do if you're a good defense versus an offense like that. The other side of it is, okay, the offense did, at least in the second half, what you should do versus a bad defense. How much can we read into it? Not a whole hell of a lot, but I'm taking whatever I can get right now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You know what? I shouldn't say you can't take a whole lot of it. They did just getting the ball to the rookies 3 times in the end zone.
All 3 touchdowns were scored by rookies.
All 3 touchdowns were to guys who had been largely ignored and marginalized in the first 3 games. They're getting a feel for, hey, you know what? The really fast athletic guys that we spent draft picks on or that we traded up for in the case of Woody Marks, maybe we should try to get him on the field more.
Yeah, maybe. That'd be good. I think that's a good methodology. We'll circle back to the Texans at the top of the hour. We'll talk more about the storylines coming into and out of this game. Did the Texans, did they really get right yesterday? We'll talk about that at the top of the hour. How much of this can carry over into the Ravens game and throughout the season? Or was it just 3 touchdowns against a bad football team? We'll talk about that at the top of the hour. To the Astros we go. We talked about them in the previous segment. Season's over, and it's funny, for all the change that I think could be about to be made, I'm going to read Dana Brown's quotes here in just a second on Joe Espada and Joe Espada's future with the team and what Dana Brown thinks of the job that Joe Espada did this season. They went over their Vegas season win total.
Yeah, baby.
So say what you will about, oh, my God, the injuries and this and that, and if you're disappointed in how this healthy Astros team or at least an Astros team with a reasonable number of injuries, not the most injured team in Major League history, was 86.5 wins. They got over yesterday, 87-75. Now, it was not enough to make the postseason, and this is the part that hurts because you look at the standings and you see they had the same record as the Tigers. This is now the world the Astros live in now is a world where they just can't throw games or series away during the regular season. If you're it's a long season, it was only one of 162. There were 3 teams at the end of the year that the Astros could have wound up in a tie with that they would have lost the tiebreaker to because they're Jimmy jacking around out there during the regular season.
Jimmy jacking around.
Losing 4 out of 6 to the Detroit Tigers, right? So just know that these games are important in the regular season. The reason the Astros are not playing baseball this week is because they allowed the Tigers to beat them 4 out of 6. So the question now is, what happens now? This is uncharted territory from the last 8 or 9 years. Like, we've not seen Jim Crane as an owner operate in a world since 2017 where the Astros have full-on missed the postseason.
And
this is going to be a fascinating next several days.
It feels like a good time to where maybe you could seriously address some of these things that have been lingering for the last couple years. For one, the injury and the return to play process, whatever the hell's going on with all of that. The Astros, sometimes it's dumb luck, but man, year after year now, we've had guys that just take forever to come back from injuries. Yeah. But there's just the process at the plate. The fact that they've got some of the worst judgment at the plate, chase rate, all of this, in Major League Baseball, and they were the 21st scoring up. The injuries to the pitchers, yes, that sucks. They didn't score runs this year.
No. Even when they had all their guys back for a few weeks, they weren't scoring runs. Can I read Dana Brown's quotes to you when he was asked if Joe Espada's coming back next year?
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, Joe is under contract. We're going to take a complete look at all of our operations. As far as I'm concerned, Joe worked hard through this season. Keep in mind, he hasn't said yes yet. We had to battle through a ton of injuries, and I really think the injuries are what caused us to not get to the postseason. That was the first quote. He was asked again. The way I see it, I haven't sat down and gone through it yet. This is Dana Brown. But from my initial thought process, Joe did a good job. Pressed a lot of the right buttons. But I will definitely sit down and we're going to talk about all staff, whether it's the coaching staff, my staff, player development, scouting, and everything. I would tell Dana Brown, you're under scrutiny as well. The trade deadline, the Carlos Correa trade notwithstanding, which I think ultimately is a good thing having Carlos back, and you got him back at a more reasonable price. We'll see if it's a good price. But you got him back at a more reasonable price. I mean, he is 31 now. Jesus Sanchez was a disaster, and you gave up a pitcher to get him. You needed pitchers down the stretch. Your decision not to go after any pitching because the price was too high, and it felt like after that there was a pitcher getting an elbow issue every 5 days. You were either starting a pitcher or putting him on the IL every 5 days.
Well, and now you give it. So Chandler Rome has an article about the Astros. One of them is I don't know if he called it the outfield in general, but okay, you've got Jesus Sanchez, who's a natural right fielder, but Cam Smith is your young and up-and-comer. Hopefully he's
got to be your starting right fielder.
Yeah, and then you've got a log jam, and I hesitate to call it a log jam, but of Yordan Alvarez and Jose Altuve in left field, which it feels more like a toe jam.
A log jam of where you need to keep your capable power bats.
Yeah, exactly, like a parking spot.
A parking spot is exactly what it is.
For at least one of two guys who's still a capable major league hitter.
And the other one's your DH,
It's not even toe jam. It's more like the lint in your belly button.
Okay, we're categorizing the various jams.
Yeah.
In our,
log jam is okay. Third base. That's a log. You got a log jam right there at third base. And I know that everybody says, well, Paredes doesn't play second base well and everything. All right, great. I'd rather the thought of having to put Paredes at second base doesn't make me want to vomit nearly as much as the thought of what to do with Altuve in the field because he can't play either left field or second base well anymore.
Yeah, and there's not great solutions with that whole chain of events, but yeah. So we'll see. What's your, real quick, as we go to break, if you were a betting man, gun to your head, Joe Espada, is he the manager of the Astros next year?
Look, this is an organization that fired a GM a week after they won a World Series.
I say no. I said it 2 weeks ago that it could happen, and that was before a complete and utter collapse at the end of the season.
Yeah.
Collapses are tough to come back from, even for good managers.
In-house promotions always also have a feel of, let's let's give it a ride and see what happens.
Guys like him, yeah.
No. I'm saying like from the owner's standpoint. I'm
saying the players like him. That's usually a.
I know. Yeah, I'm always thinking of but it's kind of a convenient choice at the time, but not necessarily your 100% go-to.
Yeah. All right.
So he might be more. I guess I didn't lay it out properly. Crane might be more willing to part with it and go with somebody that he's like really singled
100%. Yeah, 100%. Especially if he feels like it gives you a better percentage chance of doing anything for sure. All right, into the 7:00 hour we go. The storylines going into this Titans game, the big one for me was it was time to get right on offense. How are we feeling about the Texans offense? Was it just one good quarter, or did we see enough to think there's some sustainable things? We'll talk about that coming up next. But first, shop is John Deere. And if you are a landowner right now, I was telling you last week, one good way to wash the bad taste of subpar sports out of your mouth, new tractor, new mower, new gator for you landowners out there. You worked hard for your land.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, this was C.J. Stroud yesterday. Texans win 26-0 over the Tennessee Titans. Ravens coming up. This will be a fun week to talk about Texans and Ravens. Lamar Jackson left their game yesterday with a hamstring injury. Absolutely something to keep an eye on over the next 24 hours. C.J. Stroud yesterday. Offense got it in gear in the fourth quarter, late third, and then throughout the fourth quarter. All 3 touchdowns scored in the fourth quarter. A couple of short fields helped on the last 2 touchdowns, one after a turnover on downs, one after a Derek Stingley interception. Here was C.J. Stroud on Nick Caley's play calling yesterday.
Yeah, I thought Kels, did a good job of mixing it up, run, pass, play action, misdirection. And I think at the end of the day, it's all about execution. Like, he can call anything. We got to go out there and make the plays work. So I thought we handled it better today with, route detail, me being good on my reads. And, of course, this never perfect. Like, there's plays that we always want back. But I think the overall big picture, we kind of hit that point in the game. So I think we're going forward, and that's what you want to see.
Okay, so the first storyline we hit on Friday was time to get right on offense.
Yeah.
On the one hand, it took 3 quarters to even get into the red zone for the Texans. On the other hand, the breakthrough was their first game with 3 offensive touchdowns at home since week 4 of last season. They haven't scored 3 offensive touchdowns in a game at home since they've had games where they scored 3 touchdowns, but it's been via a pick 6 or whatever. So it's been a full NFL calendar year since the offense has had 3 touchdowns at NRG Stadium. That was against the Jags last year in week 4. So where are you and where do you feel like Texan fans are on how sustainable what we saw in the fourth quarter was?
I think it's versus the lesser teams, it's sustainable. I think that I'm going to give a little bit more credit to the Texans, specifically in weeks 1 and 3, where it looked like things opened up in the fourth quarter, and that maybe some of the things you've done early in the game, you've started to figure a team out a little bit. It's just hard to judge where, okay, you've been playing from behind and those defenses are playing a little bit softer, et cetera, et cetera. I think there's something to that. Now, they need to start capitalizing on it earlier. But when it comes to the offense, and this is where, listen, everybody gets super sensitive when you start to level any criticism at C.J. Stroud. Take it from C.J. Stroud himself. The Texans were in position to score in the first half. The Texans had the correct play dialed up. Dalton Schultz was wide open. C.J. that, in terms of the offense not scoring a touchdown in the first half, that can be boiled down to one specific play where CJ just really overthrew, not just overthrown and off the mark from left to right, a wide open Dalton Schultz. So that part of it was better. The process was better than maybe what it looked because CJ had that miss. And I'm not crushing CJ for it. He's going to have misses. Yeah. But the process was there. The offense was working. They had 2 11-play drives. They just got to get better as they get down approaching the red zone.
They, to my recollection, I know Titus had a couple holding penalties. Did they have any procedural pre-snap type penalties in the game yesterday that you can recall?
The 3 holding penalties, and one of them, I mean, the one on Andrews was, I watched the TV broadcast afterwards, and Ross said that, he's biased because he was an offensive lineman. Look, I'm a defensive tackle. I would have been surprised if I drew that holding call.
Yeah.
That was an incredibly ticky-tack holding call.
Feels like that happens all the time. What he got.
The officiating was bad in that game yesterday. Yeah. I mean, look, that one,
dude.
I mean, immediately after it looked like it should have been a fumble against Cam Ward.
Yeah,
Azeez Al-Shire doesn't hit the quarterback with one hand.
Dude.
Hits him with both hands on the helmet.
How does that not get called?
I don't know. He's going to get fined for it.
He's definitely getting fined for it. The other one that didn't get called that was really bad, and CJ was maniacal. Like, he was going crazy over this. Woody Marks had a run down into the deep part of the red zone there where he clearly got yanked down. You know how I feel about
you know what?
those.
It wasn't his face mask.
It wasn't?
It was the collar.
It was?
Yeah. From the original angle we were watching, it looked like a face mask.
Yeah.
But it was a collar.
It was?
There's no horse collar inside the tackle
Oh,
box.
okay. So that's why the guy said horse collar, because it was okay. Because I'm going and I'm
No. The original angle, it looked like it had to have been his face mask.
Okay,
but then
gotcha.
There was another angle.
I stand corrected. But look, 2 for 2 in the red zone, 6 for 15 on third down, which isn't going to lead the league or anything, but 40% is not bad, and you've been 23% all year long. 3 for 3 on fourth down yesterday.
Well, and this is the big thing. The thing that I find most encouraging was they got themselves into third and manageable situations. So that, all right,
fourth and manageable.
It'd be nicer if they actually converted it on third down.
It would, yeah.
But they got it down to fourth, and then the QB sneak is that's the most effective play you can run on fourth and 8 inches.
Yep.
And it worked out really well. So that part of it, when you talk about, staying on schedule, look at Mahomes last year. One of the reasons they were still winning games despite not being nearly as potent in offense was that they would get into 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4, and you got 2 opportunities to convert there, and they did a good job of it. So that was a step in the right direction. Yesterday.
Absolutely. And we got our the first one that I can recall this year of our virtual measurable review.
I had seen one in the preseason,
but the first
chip
one
review. With the Texans, for sure.
Yeah, first Texans.
And you know what? You made a good point, because at first we're up in the press box, which is above the top row. Okay?
Yeah.
And we can clearly see that it's not a first down. Mm-hmm. But when they show the graphic of 8,
tempting.
I think this, if anything, the league is doing this to tempt coaches into going for it more often.
8 inches.
I know. You see exactly. You can see it's 8 inches. How can you not make it 8 inches?
Less than a ruler.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I like that part.
I think the visual gets very, very tempting. So that was cool to see. So the Texans. Texter points out that, oh, wow, the text page is going crazy right now. There's a texter that pointed out, Reaction Monday, that's why. A texter pointed out, hey, the Texans have been making, it feels like they have been they're not great offensively by any means, but it feels like they've been making incremental progress offensively each. Like the first week, they didn't even score any touchdowns against the Rams. And then the next week against the Buccaneers, they at least got in the end zone a couple of times. This time they get in the end zone 3 times, and the operation just looked a lot cleaner. Level of competition is a conversation for sure with the Titans, but they ain't actually walking into the Purple People Eaters this Sunday against the Ravens.
Look, I don't know. Maybe Woody Marks just wasn't ready yet. Maybe didn't know the offense well enough. Whatever the reason or excuse is for not playing Woody Marks earlier, it's Woody Marks makes a difference. Getting him on the field, and this is where it is. I still get agitated when I start talking about it. I understand people who don't fully enjoy that victory yesterday, not just because it was against a bad team, but because they've been clamoring for Woody Marks to be on the field more. And then when he finally gets out there and you see what he can do, it's impossible not to think we might not be 0-3 right now if you had run this little experiment earlier.
Yep.
If you had done things instead of this is what I worry about with the Texans, because this goes back to a Bill is that, yes, you want a team full of guys who do things the right way, who work their butts off, who can play multiple positions. Yes. But that is not how you judge who gets on the field.
No.
That's how you judge who stays on your team, perhaps. No. But when it comes to putting players on the field, I don't care. You know who would work really, really hard at it because I know what a hard worker he is? My stepfather, Pete.
Oh, yeah?
He's 74 years old. He'll work 12 hours a day until the day he dies.
Right.
If you put him on the Texans, he would work his butt off.
Sure.
That doesn't mean I want him as a part of a key
can he get 8
drive
inches
in the
on
fourth quarter. No.
Oh,
and he would do it too.
Well,
he'd be like, "Okay, coach, I'll do it."
Yeah, I'll do it. Right,
yeah.
right. No, Dari will do it when you go in there. He just didn't do it well for a couple of games. So yeah, Bill O'Brien used to call it DTS or dependable, tough, smart. I forget.
It started off as smart, tough, dependable.
Yeah,
but then I pointed out that the acronym was STD, so they changed it.
They shuffled it around a little. He'd be DTS, and he would always say that, and I'd say, can we get some people who are GAF?
Yeah.
Good at football?
Yeah, DTS means down to screw it up.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, you want both.
Yep.
It's okay to want both.
Right.
Hard workers who are also effective football players.
That's what we need. All right, so that's storyline number 1 from last week. The other thing we talked about quite a bit was the Titans changing play callers. Brian Callahan handed things over to Bo, what's his last name? Hardergray.
Yep.
3.8 yards per play. You would be
That's
the worst
bad.
under 4. It's awful.
Yeah.
They generated 3.8 yards per play. Here was Cam Ward after the game with a heavy dose of honesty about where this Tennessee Titans offense and team is right now.
I mean, if we keeping a buck right now, we so we 0-4. We have this point we got nothing to lose. We dropped a quarter of our games and we've yet to do anything. So we have to lock in, especially myself on the offensive line, from the defensive line, from the special teams to all three faces. We have to play together. We have not played together this year yet, and that's just something that we want to preach about it every day. Every day we got to do better.
That was a fun quote, given that they spent a good amount of time on the broadcast yesterday talking about how basically Cam Ward's entire church was in.
Hopefully they weren't listening to the press conference.
He was upset, and understandably so. The kid, everybody loves him there. I mean, he just works his butt off. He seems to be the right kind of guy.
I think they love hearing that.
100%
Yes.
there. No, I'm just talking about the juxtaposition of the church being there and that.
Hilarious.
He was 10 for 26 for 108 yards. I mean, it's rough there in Tennessee. They're down bad, man. They're down real bad.
We are ass. That's what the starting quarterback just said about his team.
4.2 yards per attempt. He's at 4.9 yards per attempt on the season.
Yeah, that's awful.
Yeah.
That is awful.
And nobody's really blaming Cam Ward. Now, and I understand why they're not blaming him, but man, some of those incompletions were really bad incompletions.
Really bad. And yet you watch that play he made manure. It was like the touchdown he threw to him in the opening week of the season. Now, I wouldn't recommend throwing it all the way back across the field as much as he tries to do.
But I think he's
really
in
good
that mode where he's trying to make something happen.
Right.
And it's weird because he's at 50% completion on the season. There's no part of me that feels like he's an Anthony Richardson.
No.
And part of it is that the Titans have had a boatload of drops.
Ton of drops.
Too.
Yep, ton of drops.
I watch him and I think, I can see where his upside in terms of his upside compared to Anthony Richardson, it's night and day. Because like Anthony Richardson is all based on circus plays and running ability. Where with Cam Ward, you can see his ability to extend plays and the plays that he can make. It's just they got to get a better team. They don't have to. But for his sake,
they choose not to get a better team around him.
I would choose they ride with Levis and trade Cam Ward to the
get
NFC.
him out of the division. Yeah. All right, so changing play callers. I'm guessing in Nashville today they're talking about, that one game in, not really working.
They changed play callers with the Texans, too, for those of you who missed it.
On defense.
Matt Vert called the plays on defense as DeMeco took more of a overall genuine head coach role
CEO.
of operations. Focus on the offense a bit.
Yep. Nico versus Snead was a storyline coming into this game. How did that play out? Nico had 4 catches for 79 yards. He had another near tippy toe catch.
That was another one that from the press box we didn't think we were blown away that was called a reception.
It's a lot like his touchdown that he scored against Tampa Bay on that first drive.
It's like so many, even more so. It was like so many plays he's made in the past. Go to the Colts game last year. Go to the Chiefs game last year in the playoffs, where it looks like in real time there's no way in hell he actually made the catch.
He gets his feet down.
And I would have never guessed that he was as close to getting his feet down because we're on the opposite sideline. And it looks like he would have gotten his feet down and completed the catch about 3 yards out of bounds in real time. And it turns out it was he was, a centimeter?
Barely. I feel like there were still rubber pellets hitting his shoe.
Lopez was making an argument that there was an unbroken chain of field turf pellets that connected his foot
Pellets are part of the field. That was my argument. Yeah. Yes. The play that really got the Texans going offensively was 2nd and 33 in the third quarter. And Nico just runs right past L'Jarius Snead.
CJ in the gun, 2nd down and 33 from the Houston 18-yard line. Woody Marks in the backfield. CJ looking. CJ lofts the ball downfield, left side, and caught. Nico left side, and he's got it in Tennessee territory. You need a first down, just go to number 12. He gets it for you.
I mean, just picture perfect. Yeah. A perfect throw, perfect catch. And we know that Nico and L'Jarius Snead had words throughout the week. L'Jarius Snead asked about Nico.
L'Jarius Snead had words.
And Nico, Nico, he by Nico's standards fired back.
Yeah.
He said, let's line that bleep up. Yeah. L'Jarius Snead, for those who missed it last week, when asked about Nico Collins, said who multiple times. He found out who. Here Here was game yesterday. Here was Nico asked about L'Jarius Sneed.
Who? Oh, 12. Nah. It was fun. I respect 38 over there, Sneed. It was fun. Good matchup. But most importantly, we got that dub. That's all that mattered to me.
All right, 4 catches, 79 yards. Here was L'Jarius Sneed, real quick, asked after the game about Nico Collins.
Oh, yeah, it's all good. We all get beat. Best he get paid like I get paid. Shout out to him. He's a great player.
Okay.
Yeah.
So everybody's all lovey-dovey
whatever.
again.
I need drama the way we had with Robert Saleh and Liam Cohen after the game.
Yeah, we'll get to them and acknowledge me. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we need that.
And the petty cast. We'll have to. That might make the petty cast as well.
And the petty cast.
This is the thing about yesterday. When we talk about how much can you take from this and extend it on into upcoming weeks, the Titans are not nearly as good as the previous 3 defenses at disguising their looks at the line of scrimmage. So yesterday, I think CJ had a much better bead on what look he was going to see, and he was able to dial things up, get the protections right, all of that. And it was cool to see it in action. The level of difficulty, it's not just, don't just look at points allowed and everything. It's the types of defenses that you face. If they're really good at the simulated blitzes, if they're good at disguising coverages, that's where it gets a lot more difficult for the quarterback to operate. So hopefully, as CJ gets more and more comfortable, he gets better and better at that part of it.
That was his best game in a long time. Just statistically and just otherwise. I mean, I know it was a slog for 3 quarters, but he didn't make any big mistakes in that game. The numbers were good, and when he needed to make throws, and we'll talk about this in a minute. He described checking into that play to Jaden Higgins was really encouraging.
So somebody yesterday, one of the people who was furious with me for being happy about a victory, said, hey, you take Woody Marks out of that game and CJ didn't do anything. Like, he's the rookie running back you're talking about. This has been precisely my point. CJ, and the focus of the offseason, I think, was getting CJ to that point where you recognize all 5 potential receivers as a threat on the field, so that when they're taking away Nico Collins, you've got other options like a Woody Marks.
Right.
So yeah, the 3rd round rookie, you take him off. No, that's precisely the point. You're gonna say that go to Tom Brady back with any of the various running backs that he turned into receiving threats through the years. That's evidence of a quarterback that's in complete command of how to attack a defense. So the Woody Marks dynamic, it makes 0 apologies. Plus, as a receiver, he had 3 receptions for 30 yards.
4 for 50.
4 for 50, excuse me. But it's still a good performance even without that 50 yards.
For sure.
It's Nick Chubb turned into a receiver yesterday.
He did. No, he did. It was a good day for the running backs, no doubt about that. All right, let's get to Acknowledge Me. Let's acknowledge some noteworthy performances from the weekend. I will say a name, and Ben Gary, our producer, will
acknowledge me.
It's the Roman Reigns. We acknowledge big performances. And as long as we're talking about the rookies, before we start acknowledging, here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday after the game on Woody Marks and Jaden Higgins both stepping up big yesterday.
Yeah, both our rookies help us in the game, and that's what you expect when you're drafting rookies. I always tell rookies is not wait till we got time for you to wait and grow and develop. Like, we want to see these guys be playmakers right now. So we have a lot of young guys. Tay is stepping in at left tackle, doing a good job. Noel has become our returner. He's doing a really nice job. He had a nice punt return today. And Woody, Higgs, all these guys are stepping up, making plays. So proud of the rookie class, just for them just sticking with it, growing, developing, while also making plays.
So are we, DeMeco. So we acknowledge Woody Marks.
Acknowledge me.
Here was Woody Marks' first touchdown of his NFL career.
First down at the Titans 12. Stroud in the gun. Fakes to give. Dumps it off. Marks across the 5. Marks to the end zone. Touchdown, Houston. 12-yard TD pass to Woody Marks.
There you go.
That pass was really well executed, and it was something they didn't do well last week was execute their screens properly. But the offensive line especially, they had the timing and the rhythm of it down, and it was a good call versus that defense. But they faked a screen look to the left. So Jeffrey Simmons read screen, but he read it to the right, to his right, to the defense's right. And it was enough time because the O-line stayed in and they didn't hurry out before they had to or bail out before they had to. And then they got out and they got a body-on-body in space. And Woody did a really good job of the touch. I'm thinking of the – sorry, I'm mixing up the screen with the touchdown.
Oh, okay, with the run.
Yeah, apologies, everybody. But they did a good job on that screen.
They did.
On that touchdown run, the thing that I liked about it, or the touchdown pass, the thing that I liked about it was they had set up a lot of that with the backfield action in the misdirection. So if you look at, on the Woody Marks touchdown reception, if you look at the defense for the Colts, the linebackers are all colliding, the Titans are all colliding with each other, completely biting on the play action.
That's great.
You got that right eventually. What the hell?
Okay, well, let's talk about this. An easy
Give
one.
me a buzzer for that, Ben.
A non-acknowledgement for Seth. You can talk about the touchdown pass. You can talk about the touchdown run. You can talk about the however many, 23 touches, 24 touches he had in the game, something like that, 21 touches. One of the best plays Woody Marks had was putting Quandre Diggs on his back on the safety blitz. They highlighted it on the broadcast. I mean, he basically just stoned him and put him to the ground and laid on top of him.
Yeah.
It was really good.
The one thing in the pass protection, because we haven't talked about this yet, that pick play that teams are using on a weekly basis against the Texans, where the linebacker comes up and picks the offensive tackle, they got it. They've got to learn to recognize that, and the running backs need to be more aggressive and recognize it and coming up and attacking it sooner.
Yeah.
Offensive tackle has to be aware of it too, but they're picking on Ariante Ursary, the guy who's not going to be as aware of it as a rookie. But if they have to spend an extra 10 minutes in film on that, they're going to see it every week until they fix it.
Well, here was Woody Marks picking up a Quan, put him on his back. We asked him about this in the postgame show yesterday, and this was pretty funny.
Hey, Woody, I didn't know you had that in you, boy. I knew you could pass protect. We all have seen that, and we've been ranting and raving about that since the preseason. But that right there was a little different level. That's one that I would imagine DeMeco is going to say, hey, everybody in the room, this is what we're looking for. Just take us through kind of what you saw, and then really I want to get to the point when you knew he was on his back and you was trying to put him in a hole or something. Talk me through that.
So he was talking all game. We kind of knew he was pressed. I'll say the O-line coach and the offensive coordinator and the offensive coaches, when they press, they coming. So I knew he was coming. The linebacker wasn't coming. I kind of sat inside, and then when he came, I really just struck my helmet right in his chest, and he just went down. He was talking on the ground. I was like, I'm not letting you get up. So I heard the referee. I was like, I'm going to let you get up.
Now you can get up.
What was he saying on the ground? What could you possibly say with you having just put him on his butt?
Yeah, he was like, you ain't nothing. You a rookie. I'm like, bro, I just put you on your back.
Andre's feeling it, man.
Yeah.
He's got that Longhorn shine on him going on. You know, he's trying to glom on to,
Like, what could he possibly be saying to you? You just put him on his back.
Probably say, Arch Manning is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was Woody Marks. Let's acknowledge Jaden Higgins.
Acknowledge me.
This is Jaden Higgins' first career touchdown.
At the 24-yard line of Tennessee, Stroud in the gun, Nolan motion to the left. Somebody jumped offside. Here's the snap. CJ looking, firing deep downfield, right side end zone. Higgins with the catch. Jaden Higgins, touchdown, Houston. A bullet from Stroud to the rookie.
That was really encouraging. I mean, we've not seen a lot of touchdowns like that out of CJ Stroud for the last, going back to last season, the last dozen or so games, where it's a guy gets open, CJ just drops it into him, right? I mean, that felt like a 2023 CJ touchdown right there. Real quick, here was CJ Stroud talking about what he saw on that. This is good stuff right here, what he saw on that touchdown.
Yeah, they were in man, and on film they show like this man where they go help, the best player, the best receiver. So I felt 50 was about to go help Neek, and so I just signaled in a route concept that I thought would work. And so, we executed it very well. They did a good job of, executing the route plan, but I just seen something and I called it and it worked. So, it's going to go that way sometimes it's going to go the other way, but it's all about us. If we're all wrong, we're right. And I think that was that big thing there, and we were right that time and made them pay. So,
that part of it, the first part of it is exactly what you're hoping to see, is that, all right, the defense is going to show Nico Collins more attention. We're going to take advantage of our opportunities. We're going to trust the rookies. We're going to dial it up. They had, as much as we've complained about the route spacing and everything, I think it was Dalton Schultz on the outside that held everybody underneath, allowed Jaden Higgins to just be scot-free. downfield. Last week, Aiden Higgins at times just wide open coming free.
Yeah.
And I think it's a combination of maybe Nick Caley, but also C.J. Stroud that has to get comfortable with the rookies.
Yeah.
So that was good to see. That was the whole process, the way they've been trying to get it to work with C.J. having that command to change things at the line of scrimmage, getting up to the line of scrimmage with time to do it. And that was beautiful. Like the rookie involvement yesterday was by far the biggest thing that I can take from that game, where you can say, well, it was against a bad defense. Great. Fine. They were using their rookies to attack that bad defense.
Yeah.
They weren't using their rookies to attack the better defenses. They need more speed and more threatening athleticism out on the field, and those guys offer it.
Well, and the reason we were pining for the rookies is because they had shown some things against better defenses than the Titans in little flashes in the first 3 games. Adonai Mitchell. Why am I acknowledging an Indianapolis Colts wide receiver? Well, when you're 0-3 and the Colts are 3-0, you go out and win your game. Now you're 1-3. It would be really nice if the Colts could lose a game and come back to the pack a little bit. It's exactly what they did yesterday. They went out to L.A., they played the Rams, and they lost 27-20. They probably win the game, though, without 2 screw-ups from Adonai Mitchell. The first one sounded like this. Adonai Mitchell catches a deep ball, shakes free of the cornerback, and then runs down the sideline. And right as he gets inside the 5, for no reason, decides to move the ball from his right to his left hand. Presumably, he was getting the ball right there. And he learned his lesson, showboating, frowned upon by the football gods.
Jones down the sideline, one-on-one. Oh, what a catch! Adonai Mitchell down the sideline, turning on the speed, and a little stiff arm, ushering into the end zone for a Colts touchdown. But did he lose the ball going out of the end zone before he crossed the goal line?
The ruling on the field is the ball was loose prior to crossing the goal line. It went in and out of the end zone. The result of the play is a touchback. First down, Rams.
Yep. They didn't even – this one was so bad, they didn't even need to, really spend a lot of time on replay. The call on the field was he fumbled it out of bounds.
Yeah, it's funny.
Fumbled it out the back of the end zone.
The first couple clips I saw of it from the one angle on the sideline, it didn't look like he had fumbled it at all until, well into the end zone. I was confused. And then you look at it from the other side, like, oh, that was really, really, really bad and obvious. Yeah.
Yep.
After a really nice run after catch on that.
It was a great play up until the very end.
Beautiful play.
So the 7-point, and they don't score on that drive.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's a turnover, so they get the Rams get the ball back, as the official just said in that clip. And then later on in the game, Seth, we don't have the audio of this one, but Jonathan Taylor shook free for a long touchdown, like a 60-yard touchdown, with the game tied at 20. And about 2 minutes to go in the game. I think the Rams were even letting him score. It was that late in the game. It would have made it 27-20. Adonai Mitchell holding, and the Rams go on to win the game 27-20. Adonai Mitchell basically wiped 2 touchdowns off the board for the Indianapolis Colts yesterday. It was great for the Texans.
If you're waiting for the bad version of Daniel Jones to appear, I wouldn't quite say that this was the performance, but certainly a less through 2 interceptions.
It was a regression.
It was a little bit more like, okay, the interceptions I think were the most promising.
No
things.
doubt. Yep.
All right, if you can start to get a beat on what are they doing offensively, what do we need to take away? I'm glad that the Texans don't face the Colts until late in the season this year. I think Shane Steichen's going to get the absolute best out of Daniel Jones, but I don't know that ceiling is all that high. And that hopefully there's a kind of a book on Daniel Jones in this offense by the time.
Yeah, 11 weeks worth of film will help for sure. Robert Saleh.
Acknowledge me.
Just real quick, he completed 73% of his passes for 262 yards.
The 2 picks are the big thing, like you said. Yeah. Robert Saleh, we're acknowledging him. Yes, he got under Liam Cohen's skin. Robert Saleh, DC for the 49ers. 49ers didn't do us any favors yesterday.
Yeah.
They could have very easily beaten the Jacksonville Jaguars, but Brock Purdy was terrible. He turned the ball over a bunch. They gave up a punt return for a touchdown, the Niners did, that was the difference in the game, a long punt return. But I like that Robert Saleh got under Liam Cohen's skin with this cut from last week. This is leading into Sunday's game. Robert Saleh talked about how the Jags are really good at legally stealing signs.
Liam and his staff, coming from a couple of guys coming from Minnesota, they've got a really advanced signal stealing type system where they always find a way to put themselves in and Edvin, they do a great job with it. They formation you to try to find any nugget they can. So we've got to be great with our signals, and we got to be great with our communication, and to combat some of the tells that we might give on the field. So they're almost elite in that regard. That whole entire tree, from Sean to Kevin O'Connell to all those guys, they all do it. So so there's challenges. They're going to catch us in some situations where they have the advantage, and we just got to play good, sound, fundamental football and do our best to execute.
Sounds like a compliment to me.
It sounds like a compliment, and like one instance might be when defensive backs swap responsibilities. It's called banjo.
Mm-hmm.
They might have pound in there, they might have a signal for that, and offenses are watching and they can tell. So that's where the cat and mouse game comes in. And it sounds like the Vikings have a pretty advanced system for knowing what the dummy signals are and all of that. But I think Liam Cohen. It sounds like from what you're about to hear. It sounds like...
we don't have audio.
Oh, well, we have... Sorry, I thought you had the Kyle Shanahan take. Kyle Shanahan said that Liam Cohen... So Liam Cohen said, don't keep your name out of my mouth after the game was over to Robert Saleh. I think Liam Cohen read the headlines or something.
Yes.
And doesn't know... He's too stupid to understand the difference.
Stealing,
He's too sensitive and stupid to understand that Robert Saleh was actually giving him a compliment.
Yes.
And that it was something that they have to, be aware of. But Liam Cohen... just because he's trying so hard to be a tough guy because he looks like Opie from the Andy Griffith Show, and because he has that stupid Duval. Robert Saleh would beat him so deep into the turf in the ground that you would have an unrecognizable corpse.
I wanted a fight so bad.
Liam Cohen. Tough guy when there's a bunch of people around that can, separate him. And
out of your mouth,
keep my name out of
Robert
your
Saleh.
He was complimenting you, sensitive. Oh, I almost said a bad word. Yeah.
Twerp is what you were going to say. Yeah.
It'd be nice if the Texans would beat the Jaguars the next time they face
It would
them,
be
so,
good, man. That would be good. Yeah, and we'll, I actually bookmarked Shanahan right before the show. We'll have it for the Pettycast tomorrow. Shanahan said that Cohen needs to stop being so sensitive, basically.
Yeah.
So Robert Saleh, good job getting under Liam Cohen's skin. We hate Liam Cohen on this show.
I forgot that I meant to send that clip to you.
Okay.
In my mind, I was thinking you had sent the Shanahan clip to me.
All good. Okay, I want to acknowledge the New York Giants. They knocked off the undefeated Los Angeles Chargers. Maybe Justin Herbert's coming back to being the old overrated Justin Herbert instead of MVP candidate. Chargers are one of the undefeateds. The Giants are one of the winless. And in Jackson Dart's first start, they beat the Chargers. This gives me an opportunity to play some kind of morbidly funny audio, I guess. There's nothing funny about Malik Neighbors tearing his ACL, possibly, and being out for the season, especially when he's on one of your fantasy teams like he is for me. This is what it sounds like when a player learns from a media member in their locker room scrum that the best player on their team, best receiver at least, just tore his ACL in that game.
It's not a perfect
wait. This is Kayvon Thibodeau. Sorry about that.
Not a perfect week.
Yeah.
How did you guys...
They get an update on that?
Feared it's a torn ACL.
Man, he's a ball player, man. That hurts, but we definitely, I hate to say it, but we didn't blink an eye. He's a guy who we need, part of our team we need out there on the field, but he's the next man up. That's the name of the game, and, we just got to keep going.
Dude, you football players, man, I got so much respect for your ability to just compartmentalize injuries. Like, Kayvon Thibodeau had not gotten the update until he asked that reporter, what's the latest on that? They're fearing it's a...
What's the latest?
Awesome job, Ben. What's the latest on...
What's the latest?
On Malik Neighbors, and the guy's like, fear it's a torn ACL. Bleep. Well, we just got to go next man up. Like,
what are you going to do?
Dude.
This happens all the
your
time.
Your offense is debilitated now. Especially the rookie quarterback out there.
You can't. If you let yourself get emotional about injuries in the NFL, hint, hint, like you gotta thicken the old skin up, man. It's gonna happen. There's gonna be awful injuries.
Okay, I'm glad you brought that up. It's a good segue into the last segment that we're doing here. Ross Tucker revealed something on the broadcast yesterday.
Yeah, he said the Tank.
No. That was it's going to be the tease. Yeah, it's going to be the tease. Yeah.
I didn't say anything.
Yeah. That and also yesterday's shutout gives us an opportunity to replay one of the greatest pieces of audio in Texans history. Because yesterday was the first shutout since ... We'll get to that in the final segment coming up next.
Hey, how are you feeling about your retirement plans? Don't screw that
West Point Lincoln and Katy Freeway. 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
I would not have had us having a little more clarity on Tank Dell's situation than Joe Mixon's summer in week 4.
No.
If you told me in the summertime, who we have a clear view of their medical situation after the week 4 game against Tennessee, Tank Dell or Joe Mixon, I would have said Joe Mixon. I think Tank Dell's going to miss the whole season next year. That seems to be what happens when guys have every CL in their leg, all the CLs ripped to shreds. And yet we get a report from our good friend Ross Tucker, who will join us tomorrow at 7 o'clock. So we can talk about this a little bit more with him. Ross was on the call yesterday for the game, for those who missed it on television. As we know, the Texans lost Tank Dell to a gruesome left leg injury in late December last year in Week 16. According to CBS NFL analyst Ross Tucker, I'm reading this straight from the Chronicle, Tank Dell was seen doing sprints at the Texans facility this week. A Texan source confirmed that 9 months after his severe injury, Tank Dell is also participating in some on-field drills. And we've seen Tank on the sidelines. We've seen videos of practice where he's in attendance at practice. He was out at training camp. This was Ross's quote from the broadcast, Seth, real quick, and then I'll get your reaction. We did see Tank Dell was out running sprints, which is encouraging. So Ross said this first person. We did see Tank Dell was out running sprints. Man, they're a different offense when that young man is out there. True. The connection that young man has with C.J. Stroud and has going back to their rookie year is special. End quote.
I guess and the part about it being a different offense when Tank is out there, I mean, it's not like they were a good offense when Tank was there, and Tank wasn't doing much last year. But the combination of Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs going down was pretty much the death blow because they somehow managed a way to be worse after all of that. No, that would be obviously a huge. It was something that I had put in the back of my mind and figured because of the severity of the injury and when it happened in the year that we probably wouldn't see Tank Dell in 2025. The PUP list, after the week 4, there's a 5-week window when a player can start practicing, and then there's 21 days after that where they can make a decision whether to activate him or not. So that gives you, after week 4, after this next week, they've got a 5-week window, and then 3 weeks, so it's like 8 weeks after that, 9 weeks from this moment, where they could just follow through the PUP procedures, as I understand it. I always get something wrong.
Once they activate him in that 5-week window, that's when the 3-week window
The 3-week window starts,
Once he's activated, he's got a 3-week window to practice, and by the end of that 3 weeks, you either got to put him on the roster or he's on IR for the year.
Or they could also, I mean, there's different things they could do to finagle it. But, there's a 9-week period where maybe they do actually start to try to roll him out, and we'll see what happens.
He's not. I think the big thing for the audience to know, well, one, what we just told them, which is it sounds like he's doing things. But number 2 is that he is not on season-ending injured reserve. He has a designation that would allow him to come back this season at some point. And you're right. Like, there have been versions of this offense where Tank is on the field, and it's not been great. Like, it felt like of the 3 guys last year, the few times that the 3 of them were on the field together, Nico, Diggs, and Tank, that Tank was the one who got kind of pushed to the back burner of the world. Diggs was doing his thing underneath, and then Tank was sort of not an afterthought, but kind of an afterthought compared to those 2 guys. I will say this, the best the Texans offense has looked with C.J. Stroud at quarterback since he got here had Tank Dell as a big part of that offense.
Yeah.
So you can call it great or good or average or whatever you want to. The best version of what they've looked like since C.J. Stroud got here included Tank Dell.
Yeah, and there's so many things that were wrong with the offense last year that and I give Tank Dell a pass on a lot of that, and just as I do pretty much anybody that was on the offense last year. If you had to bet money on it, who's more likely to return this year, Tank Dell or Joe Mixon?
I would say Tank after reading this. I just don't. There's nothing about Joe Mixon right now that makes me think he's coming back this year.
Nothing whatsoever.
No,
that's where Diana Rossini, people were, myself included, were expecting perhaps some kind of a Rossini
bombshell.
And then in her Saturday morning column, all she said was, we might learn something more about Joe Mixon in mid-October. Oh, you mean after he's eligible to come off the PUP list.
Right.
Thanks a lot, Diana.
Right.
That's what we don't know squat about Joe Mixon.
Yep.
I don't even know if he's in the contiguous United States right now.
Yeah, that's the thing. And, DeMeco referring to him in the past tense. There's enough tea leaves with Joe Mixon where I'm like, okay, I'm just not optimistic about it.
Tank Dell's at the facility.
He's at the facility.
Tank Dell's sprinting.
He's on the sidelines yesterday with the little headset thing in. Like he's not just observing and hanging out with his teammates and chewing sunflower seeds. He's listening to the play calls. That to me is a pretty legitimate sign.
We don't even know how Joe Mixon got injured. It was a non-football injury.
Correct.
We know how. I remember Tank Dell and how he got injured.
That's exactly right. Do you remember how Cortland Finnegan got his face injured back in 2010?
Yes.
It was via Andre Johnson's fists. Yesterday's shutout was the first shutout for the Texans defense since the Cortland Finnegan, Andre Johnson. Anything that gives us another chance to relive Andre Johnson beating the piss out of Cortland Finnegan, yes, I am here for it.
Derek Ward in the game, the lone back, Schaub under center, 3rd and 8 at the 41 of Tennessee. Handoff Ward, flag down, running right, and brought down across the 35-yard line. And now Andre Johnson and Finnegan are going at it. Helmet comes off of Finnegan, and Andre Johnson's ejected. Andre Johnson lost his cool with Cortland Finnegan, and Cortland's just trying to get Andre Johnson upset. More fighting on the field. Big pushing, shoving action. And Andre Johnson wants more. Somebody's got to hold him back. A big pile up at the 40-yard line. A lot of pushing and shoving, and somebody's got to pull Andre Johnson out. Jeff Fisher at midfield with Cortland Finnegan trying to keep him out of it. And this thing is not even broken up officially yet, as Antonio Smith is in the mix. Jason McCourty in the mix, and now peace prevails for the moment. Flags everywhere. And Andre Johnson close to the sideline now, but he is far from cool as he almost went back into the melee for more action. And there's going to be some kind of action from the league on what went down with Andre Johnson and Cortland Finnegan.
Okay, two things there. One, that is some of Mark Vandermeer's best work. He's like, you hear these hockey announcers sometimes on the radio. Back in the day where there would be bench clearing brawls in hockey, some of the best hockey footage are guys like trying to do play-by-play on all the various melees going on. That's number one. Number two, I wish we had a crystal ball yesterday when we had Antonio Smith, knowing that it would be a shutout, so we would have known to have brought up the Andre Johnson-Cortland Finnegan fight for some reason other than just bringing it up.
If we had known that the Titans field goal kicker was going to miss two chip shots as well.
If we had known it would be a relevant thing, because I bet Antonio Smith's got it, because he was involved enough for Mark to bring up his name there.
It's funny, and again, this is where I'm trying to be as unbiased as possible and forget about all the other issues on the Texans offense, because by and large, the reception I see from a lot of people is, the offense didn't do crap because it was against a bad defense, and whatever, it doesn't mean anything. But man, look at the defense. Yeah, they did that against a bad offense, and and the Titans missed 2 easy field goals too. All right. Can you just set aside your preconceptions for a little bit?
There's no grace for the offense right now.
No, not at all. And I get it. I understand it.
Yep.
But look, you beat a bad team 26-0.
Yes.
All right. There's the people were. I think a lot of people, myself included, after the first almost 3 quarters of that game, there was no part of me that thought I was going to be saying nice things about the offense after the game.
Right.
But I have to give them credit for that final 20 minutes of football.
Yeah, they took care of business in the end in the fourth quarter. Yeah, day after a shutout win, I choose happiness. Okay. Up, we'll keep an eye on Lamar Jackson's hammy. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Yeah, antibodies, and you guys, Daisy Dip to you. If you get some Daisy go ahead.
What, that's okay. Just Mark. No. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They're up next. Right. Talk about some Daisy.
Hey,
dip.
It's like homemade dip. It's Daisy sour.
Dial TFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Handoff, Pollard running left, stuffed across the line of scrimmage with 17 seconds to go. And the Titans will not snap it again on 4th down. This baby is over. They've won their first of 2025, knocking off Tennessee 26-0 with 3 fourth-quarter touchdowns. Baltimore up next on the road. All right, we'll get to them. We will get to them, but let's do a little aftermath of what happened against the Tennessee Titans on Sunday. Outstanding victory for the Houston Texans. Had to get it, did get it, looked really good in the fourth quarter especially, and 26-0, you'll take it every single time, and you love having the Titans come in and taking care of business. Like they coulda, woulda, shoulda against Jacksonville last week. You can't do anything about that. All you could do was beat the Titans, and you beat them soundly as it turned out, and that was just so much more like it. Offensively, defensively, certainly when you see a donut on the scoreboard for the Titans. I know they missed 2 field goals. Thank you, Joey Sly. We like Joey. We really do. He was nice here when we had him for that brief stint of time when Fairbairn was recovering.
But he made field goals.
I love it when former Texans kickers come through with key misses for you, like Randy Bullock in 2016 on Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
That was very nice.
Yeah,
we like Randy,
really nice.
too, but, I mean, that was a very nice miss for the Houston Texans.
Yeah, wide right.
And that was much bigger than what these were, but these were nice. In fact, for the one at the half, you went to go get DeMeco or get in position and weren't there looking at the uprights to call it for me in cue. And I'm watching, and the fans are celebrating. I thought, this is good.
This is excellent.
This is good. And then I see the no good by the officials. That was nice. Also, really nice getting the youth movement going. And we talked about this, Johnny, last week. Youthful first. Let's go. Let's lean into the young guys and their speed, their youthful exuberance, and you saw that yesterday. You've been playing Ursery from the get-go, and you've been playing these other guys, but you played them more. You played Woody Marks more. You got Jaden Higgins' first touchdown. Jalen Knowles been out there doing his thing, but it just feels like they're playing much heavier roles on this team as this season evolves, and it will continue to evolve because we will talk about the Ravens and their struggles and what that might look like on Sunday. But we're here to talk about the game yesterday and the league and get you ready for a big Week 5 for the Houston Texans because next week is the bye. It's just a weird season in so many ways, and we can discuss it all. ND Kalu's going to join us, Andre Ware. Later on, McClain, we'll have him on as well. But, Johnny, I just thought it was a big sigh of relief getting the win and also just getting the offense cranked up. C.J. Stroud, best quarterback rating since? Because I looked this up. I saw that number and I thought, when was the last time he had a rate? Was it 125?
125.7, I believe, is what it was.
Colts, Week 18, 2023.
Oh, I was going to say Colts Week 1. Last year, that's what
I'll double check, but that's what I got.
That was where I was leaning, was Colts Week 1 last year.
I mean, it's been and that quarterback rating is not the be-all, end-all stat because it doesn't take sacks into consideration, but it's a number of pass efficiency, proficiency, it's high completion percentage, low turnovers. Do you throw a touchdown or not? He threw a couple yesterday. Very nice to see that QBR. It's not that, all right, I shouldn't have used that acronym because that's the ESPN quarterback.
Hands out. Nobody
understands any of them. No, the ESPN one is weird, but the ESPN, I like where they were coming from trying to create one that takes fourth quarter performance into consideration, a whole bunch of other stuff. Yeah. But whatever. It is what it is, and it's a victory, and you needed it. You got it. You're 1-3.
I think a couple things. There are a lot of things that came out of this. We have been asking for we asked for the youth movement. Like, okay, let's go.
Yeah.
Get these young dudes involved. Jalen Knowles showed against Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the return game. Okay, you can get him the ball. And I still think that's coming for this team. But let's get Higgins involved a little bit more. Let's get Woody involved a little bit more. You know, what is it that holds a rookie running back? Oh, it's pass protection. Well, I can tell you from day one in pads, Woody Marks has not missed a pass block, and he introduced himself to Quandre Diggs yesterday, and it was freaking fantastic. I, in fact, saw it happen, and I literally just started laughing in your ears, and I could tell you weren't asking me what happened, but I'm like, wait till you see the block Woody Marks put on Diggs. So he gets more touches. And look, sometimes it's easy for us when we're away from the situation, outsiders looking in. We don't see everything that happens in meetings. We don't see everything that happens in practice. We don't see all of that. So at times we can be like, well, why is this guy not practicing? Well, behind the scenes, maybe he's acting like a turd or whatever. But that wasn't the case, and that hasn't been the case. It was just kind of a matter of time, and all of a sudden, here we go. Woody Marks, 21 touches yesterday. Pass protection gave them juice. The touchdown run was well blocked. And the thing about it is, every now and again, when you've got a running back with some juice, oh, man, the offensive line seems to make better blocks. Well, you don't have to hold it for so long. When you've got a guy with some juice, you don't have to hold the blocks as long. And you don't have to be there for 5-6 seconds. You just get on a guy and just turn him just a little bit. The running back will make it right, and Woody did.
It's interesting, Johnny, because this team has had a lot of rookie success. I mean, maybe not a ton, but I can go back to Dominic Davis. I can go to Steve Slayton. I can go to Dameon Pierce. Rookie running backs who look good for the Houston Texans, right? And Arian didn't come along until late in his rookie year, and the second year is when he blew up. But with this guy, and I don't know where it's all going. I hesitate to use the word special. It's potentially special. It's good. It looks really good for starters. And let's see where it takes us. Maybe you do have something really special here with him. And the only way you're going to find out is by using him, is by throwing the ball to him and letting him run the ball, because the acceleration is what I noticed. Right? You hand him the ball, zzz, he'll go wherever he wants to go. He's going to get there fast. Whether he gets through or not, we'll find out. The touchdown run he had, there's twitch along the way. There's zzz, zzz. He's running full speed and lateral little twitches and movements along the way. Now, look, I'm not going to send that run into Canton or anything like that, but that was really nice to see that along with everything else he did yesterday.
We have been looking for that since Lamar Miller. We've been looking for that. Like Lamar had this many times about Lamar Miller. OB decided to use him because they really didn't have anybody else. They used him like an F-150, when really Lamar Miller should have been used with 10, 12 carries, 3-4 receptions, and really kind of get him out in space, because that's when Lamar was really, really good. Now, Lamar was a tough back, but that was really the last time that we've had a back that had that kind of acceleration and change of pace and just the ability to get in and out of a hole quickly as what he does. I mean, we ran a kind of a pin and pull scheme with Ariante blocking the corner, and it looked like, okay, this play's dead to rights, and Woody just outran Barton. He just outran Barton and got to the corner, and
it's number 50, the linebacker.
Yeah, the linebacker, and it was like, wow. Here's the other thing, and we talked about this. We have talked about this offensive. How often have we talked about the offensive line?
A little bit.
When have the words offensive line not been mentioned at any point? And we're like, get your best guy, get your best 5 guys on the field. Get them on the field. Figure it out. Here we go. And Lakin was really struggling. And so Juice just kept at it. They were rotating for the first 3 series, and then after that, Juice played the rest of the ball game.
Oh, it was. So it was Juice the rest of the way.
They went with Juice the rest of the way.
So Juice and Ingram were the guards.
Juice and Ingram were the guards, and Jake. And so what hit me as I was driving up this morning, and I obviously have a lot of time to think when I'm in a car in the morning now, I started thinking about, well, you better get us now, because this is a young team that grows together, and obviously injuries and all that play a role. I get all that, but if you think about it, Woody rookie. Ariante rookie.
Noel
rookie. Juice Scruggs just in his 3rd year. Jake Andrews just in his 3rd year. C.J. Stroud just in his 3rd year.
So you think it was a watershed kind of day for Juice at guard?
Well, I think it was a watershed day for everybody. I think we'll talk about this a little bit later, but DeMeco said after the game, the throw to Higgins, that's an audible by C.J. at the line of scrimmage.
That's beautiful.
And I saw CJ's reaction to the touchdown. And I'd like to ask him, I feel like there's more joy for him when he does something like that. Like, he's got all the physical talent in the world. We know that, just his accuracy and all that. But I feel like players, when they see something in the chess match and they change a play and that play works.
Well, that's human nature.
I think I saw his reaction to it. I think he was really excited for Jaden Higgins, but I think he was also excited, like, oh, man, look what I did. I changed it.
He called something that worked really well.
Exactly. And the joy of calling a play that works is really, really cool. I can tell you that.
Because there's
I didn't call many, but I called a few. And
there's
it's
a coaching element to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So is it a watershed moment? I don't know. Look, there's got to be consistency across the board. But Juice is really, since they put him at guard back, last year some point, I always felt like I thought center initially when he came out of college, and then, center just demanded probably a little bit more. But Juice is so damn strong, and he's athletic. And when he would go one-on-one with Simmons yesterday, when I watched a couple of times, like, Juice is holding his own. I mean, I went to Simmons after the game. I said, look, I've called every game since you've been here. I was like, you're the best I've seen, man. You're incredible. And so Juice held his own against Simmons. And so I think it's got to get better week in and week out. But at this point, 1-3, the potential of having or getting on a run, the potential of doing something great, I'm not going to say all relies on rookies and young guys, but with the group that you had in the second half on the field, that's where the potential goes. Yeah. That's where you could have a breakthrough. If this all clicks with the young guys that you have, younger guys that you have, I mean, a guy in his third year, I guess he's a veteran, but it's his third year. And Juice has kind of been up and down out of the lineup due to injuries and things like that. But if he's got his confidence, he stays healthy, and now you look at the offensive line and you're like, hey, Ed's playing pretty good at right guard. Of course, nobody knew what to do on that Jeffrey Simmons sack. If you want to see a bad play, watch that one because there are 5 offensive linemen doing 5 different things. But you watch, it wasn't always 10-yard pops in the run game. It wasn't always a Woody Marks touchdown in the run game, but it was 3 yards, 4 yards on first down. They were physical at the point of attack. You could kind of tell they were gelling a little bit more. The pass protection against blitz has got to improve. They can't put themselves in 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 12. We know that. But it just felt like everything kind of was clicking a little bit more. And then with CJ and hearing about, Higgins, like, hey, if he's adding that element, that he's seeing those things and has the autonomy to change it at the line of scrimmage, and you got all these young guys kind of growing together, because you know an even bigger Jaden Higgins game is coming.
Oh, there's no question.
You know it's coming.
Check this out. He doesn't qualify, I guess, because he doesn't have enough catches yet. Right. He has 5 catches. But he's 4th in the league in yards per catch. Jaden Higgins.
What is it, like 20-something?
Number 1? Oh, no. He's 17 and change.
Okay.
He's 17 and change because he had the 1 for 24 yesterday, but he's been catching some longish passes here.
Or catch and run situations.
And he's he's got 5 on the season. I mean, got to figure out a way to get him the ball. I'd love to see Noel get it. Look, everybody would love to see all these guys get the ball who have speed. Right. And you have Nico Collins out there. You have to feed Nico Collins. But I get your point. But it looks like they're setting themselves up here.
Right.
I don't want to get too far ahead. They beat the Titans, okay?
Yeah.
And this is a team that is struggling. But
I hope people understand, I'm not sending anybody to the Super Bowl. But what I'm saying is when you have some young guys that are athletic, that are gifted, that you drafted very early, and it starts to click, and it all starts to click together, you can do something at a much higher level than you've been doing.
Sure.
And that is hopefully where we're going with this, that you have an offense that has, you mentioned the word acceleration, that you put teams in peril because you have speed, because you have acceleration. On defense is like, we can't just focus all on 12, man, because 81 can run. 27, he's got some juice. And then you hit him with Nick Chubb for 6, 7. It's not as if Nick has not run well. Nick has given the Texans exactly what we thought he would give to the Texans.
I think so, too. I hoped for, 2020, Nick Chubb. Yeah. 2020 Nick Chubb. But, look, you're getting a version of Nick Chubb that's fine.
Yeah.
But Woody gives you that extra element. And, Dameon Pierce is inactive, and I still think there's something there with him, but they can't afford to not run Woody.
That's right.
They can't afford not to.
That's a great way of putting it.
He's too compelling to not play. He's got way too much upside. He's showing it to you. It's right there in full display. DeMeco Ryans, after the game, had this to say about the victory over the Tennessee Titans.
Thankful to God for this opportunity. Thankful for just being able to weather through the storm and get a win. Any win in this league is a big win. So really proud of our guys and the way they showed up and prepared throughout the week. Kind of felt it throughout the week. The preparation was right. The attention to detail was right. And the guys showed up and played well today. All three phases we played complimentary football. Huge credit to the defense today. I mean, having a shutout is hard to do, extremely hard to do in this league. So I'm very happy for those guys and the way they played and to get a shutout, which doesn't happen much and hasn't happened much here. Very proud of those guys for the effort that they showed today. Offensively, I think, you see Woody, young player, rookie, steps in, and he ran the ball really well for us, caught it well, made plays, productive, got in the end zone a couple times. So really proud of the way that he played as well. So just overall, collectively, it's a really great job, coaches, players.
All right, so I don't know where the offense is going. I hope it's going in the right direction because that was a great first step. I wish it was week 1, and I wish you were playing the Jags again next week. That would be awesome, but it's not. It is what it is. You got your situation, you got your hole, and here's a first step to try to dig out of it. I have to say this, though. Watching the late games and reviewing the early games, because I look at everything that happened throughout the day at night, right? And you do too.
Yep.
I will say this. It's funny when you're a good team. Like 2 years ago when you had your best offensive games, and then you look at other games, you're seeing what's happening around the league. You're thinking, oh, this is a pretty good offense. Oh, this team can throw the ball. Oh, this team is this team is that. I feel that way about special teams. When I look at special teams of other squads, I feel like, oh, we got a big advantage in special teams. Defensively, this defense is as good as anything in the league that I can see. All right, now, I don't know if they're the very best, but they're certainly, they deserve their top 5, top 3 status. No question about it, Johnny. This defense is good to go. It's not flawless. Okay, I know, you could have, would have, should have made the stop against Tampa, didn't do it. I get all that. They're not perfect. The point totals are extremely low. Look around the league. Everyone's raving about that game last night. It was such a good game. It was really entertaining. It was 40-40. If DeMeco Ryans' defense gives up, not going to be happy. Even if he scores 41, he'll be happy about the victory, but he's not going to be happy about 40 points surrendered. Everyone raved about that Baltimore-Buffalo game week 1. It was a great, entertaining game. Where's the defense, right? This defense can keep – look, I'm not saying this defense is holding Buffalo, and we'll find out, to 9 or 10, or Baltimore for that matter. We'll see soon enough on Sunday. But this defense is as good as anything out there. And again, maybe not the very, very best, but we'll find out. We have the teams on the Texans schedule that would be a good indicator. Baltimore this Sunday. I don't know who's going to be healthy. We'll get into that. You got Buffalo. You got Kansas City, and they're coming around. Oh, they beat the Giants last week. The Giants stink, do they? Because they just knocked off the Chargers, and everybody had the Chargers winning the AFC West last week and going to the freaking Super Bowl.
That's right. They had them going to the Super Bowl. Okay, I'm going to build on that point for a second, right? So yesterday, EJ Speed got a significant amount of snaps at linebacker.
Oh, he did, Johnny. He did.
So here's my point. And this is why I do think that this team has possibilities. Is that, when you're 0-3, you look at everything. But it would have been really easy to look at the defense and go, no. Look, defense, fine. You're going to have 51 points in 3 games. We're good. We just keep trudging uphill. But they didn't.
They fired a safety.
They got rid of a safety. They put E.J. Speed out there, who made a ton of plays. They apparently have a new play caller, a guy that they obviously know, that Matt Story in the Chronicle, that DeMeco didn't call plays yesterday, and Matt Burke called plays yesterday. And Tommy Togiai is not active for the first 2 games. And what has he done the last couple of games?
He's playing like Dexter Lawrence.
They didn't sit back and rest on their laurels and say, we're really, really good. We'll just play better. They said, no, we can be even better.
Yeah.
And these are the spots we can be better.
Great
point.
So
let's make the changes we need to. And you're right. They fired a safety. You could say they fired the defensive coordinator too, but they didn't.
He fired himself?
He fired himself.
Look, I'm confident with him calling plays, but if he feels like having the overseeing view of everything and having his head in the offense as well, I'm all for it.
I think that's huge. I think that's absolutely huge because I think I want, how do I say this right? I want DeMeco Ryans, and I know he's a defensive guy at heart. We get all that. He's called all the plays. I get all that. And when you get locked in that way, it feels like, okay, maybe he's spending time with one side of the ball. I want DeMeco Ryans' impact on everybody. I want it on offense. I want it on defense. I want it on special teams. I want him to have a hand in everything because I trust him more than I trust anybody that's ever been in that position. Well, anybody. I want him to be not in charge. I want him to be in charge of all of it. I want him to have a hand in it. I want his eyes on everything like, hey, why are we doing this? What are we doing? And remember, we were in here with him. And I remember him saying, Marks, might be time to get him more involved, to get these young guys more involved. He kind of leaned into that, and I think that gave us kind of the confidence that, hey, we can talk about this the rest of the week. We would have, but I think it gave us the confidence that, oh, okay, maybe the youth movement is maybe forthcoming.
Right.
And look.
And you got to listen to the show. The show's at 5 o'clock today.
I mean,
the press conference is great. He gives you a lot of great stuff.
Yeah. There's always a nugget. There's always a nugget where you're like, oh.
Or several.
Huh. Yeah, right.
And it's not like panning for gold. Well, he'll just lay it right out there for you. And, you know, it's not stuff that's going to reveal things to the opponent as much as let you know what's going on with this football team and where it needs to go. But I'm with you. He's, to me, it's a whole other subject, really, with DeMeco Ryans and his evolution as a head coach. But he's got the aptitude to be one of these Bill Parcells type guys who can call the offense and the defense. Yeah. He could do it all, you know. And I'm not suggesting that DeMeco calls offense, but to have DeMeco involved and overseeing and highly influential, and the input is there. Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. He's so football bright. He understands these things. He played the game at a high level and has translated that into coaching at a high level.
Mm-hmm. Now, look, Baltimore's this week, and everything can go to hell at Baltimore. There's no doubt. But what I saw on that field yesterday, and look, I know people are like, well, you got 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. Look, I get it. But again, remember what I just said to you. You had rookie Woody Marks, rookie Jaden Higgins, third-year quarterback, third-year center who has started maybe 5 games in his career, third-year tackle. You still have a lot of youth out on that field. But like I said earlier, when the youth starts to click and they start like, hey, all right, look here. Then when you have success with certain things, what do you do as an offensive coordinator? All right, well, we showed them this. Okay, now this is the wrinkle off of this.
Yeah.
And so now you start digging a little bit deeper into the playbook and show teams things you haven't shown them. And all of a sudden the offense is evolving the way that you want the Nick Caley Texans offense to evolve, not the Patriots offense, not the Rams offense, what Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator, thinks the Texans offense should be. Well, I'm saying what he wanted to say the other day and really didn't want to get effusive about it.
It's going to be his offense and the way
what he sees and what's here.
Everybody wants to know what tree you're from, and I get it.
Burn the tree. I said it during a break. Burn the damn tree.
Which one? Which tree do you want to burn?
I don't know. Burn both of them. Leave ours up, and it's just sprouting.
It starts here? A new tree?
A new tree.
Because everyone talks about the Bill Walsh tree. But they really don't, do they? They talk about the Shanahan tree.
Yeah, it's always a Shanahan tree. I think people forget Bill Walsh. By the way.
And people forget Paul Brown, who Bill Walsh worked for.
That's right.
But Walsh kind of started it with Brown. You get the feeling that Walsh in Cincinnati came up with the origins of this stuff.
He did because his quarterback had hurt his arm. And so his quarterback couldn't throw. Greg Cook. And Greg Cook couldn't throw the ball on the field. So he came up with the West Coast offense to give him like short, quick answers. And that's what Walsh came up with.
And then took it to San Francisco.
The San Francisco
tree. We talk about the Paul Brown tree, right?
Yeah, I mean, people going back that
far. But we
really
don't really talk about the Walsh tree. We talk about, I don't know, I'm all over the place.
You're right. You're talking about the Shanahan tree.
We talk about the Shanahan tree.
You know what? I don't care. Burn all the trees. We got one tree, and one tree that matters is right here, and hopefully it's a big old Nick Caley pecan tree.
And kids today talk about the Shanahan tree like it's Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
And they forget about Dad.
The kids today.
And Kubiak.
Yeah.
They forget about him.
Yeah.
Who ran that offense very well in Denver.
That's right.
Working for Mike.
That's
okay.
Right.
And ran it very well here, by the way. Wait, one more here. I want to hear from C.J. Stroud.
Yeah,
let's do it.
CJ.
Because this is C.J. Stroud talking about Woody getting going, that touchdown pass that he threw to Woody Marks, and also getting Jaden his first TD. Here it is.
Yeah, I was a really big fan of Woody in college when he was at USC. Thought he was really elusive, really crafty. And I thought he did a good job, since those days in that Lincoln Riley offense. And I thought today we kind of used him in that light, spread him out, gave him some familiarity, running the ball and some plays that he's ran before. And he's a very dynamic pass catcher. But, yeah, he did great. He, is a dog. He's somebody who was, very elusive, great route running. And him one-on-one, a lot of times he's big and he's fast, tall. That's a mismatch. So he did a great job on that touchdown play, and he just continued to get better every week. And I think Jay Noah, same thing. A lot of our rookies are doing great. Tay had a great game. So a lot of the guys that are doing big things in their first year, it's going to be huge for us.
CJ is 3. He turns 24 years old on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that.
Yeah.
You talk about these guys being young. They're calendar human young.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Mertz is older than C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I know.
That's crazy.
C.J.'s the age of my kids, which I have to remind myself a lot of times.
That's wild. That's wild.
Yeah.
If your kid throws an interception, that's an issue.
I'm still ripping for it.
Let's go to ND Kalu next. And also, what kind of bargains are you getting today? Because the Texans got their first win of the regular season. And a reminder here, we are brought to you by Houston Methodist. And October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, an important reminder to educate yourself and your loved ones about the risks and signs of breast cancer. For more information, log on to houstonmethodist.org/pink. Houston Methodist, the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Your health.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
3rd down and 14 at the Tennessee 43. Here's the snap. Here's the rush. Ward in trouble. He's going to go down. A sack inside the 35-yard line by Danielle Hunter.
Danielle had 2 yesterday. So the Texans won. That means Pizza Hut gives you 50% off menued priced pizzas at participating locations today. And you can order by using the code Texans. But wait, there's more. Infomercial time. When the Texans defense forces a turnover, which they did, Sting, 6 free wings from Buffalo Wild Wings. Limit 1 redemption per person. So you can't just say, yeah, he had a pick, give me 6 more. No, it's 6 per person. Passing touchdown. Yes, that happened a couple of times. So you get 6 free McNuggets at Houston area McDonald's today. So download the McDonald's app. Check it out. 6 free McNuggets because there was a passing touchdown. You don't get 12 because there were 2, okay? So don't go in there complaining, Karen.
Hey,
just
CJ
enjoy
threw
yourself.
2, give me 12.
Yeah, just enjoy yourself with those day after the victory bargains.
Did you just call people Karens for trying to get 12?
The Karens who say, well, he threw 2 touchdowns and I get 12. I mean, it's 6 per.
A McNugget Karen.
No, you don't get that. But we get Andy Kalu, who we love. Andy. All right. Andy, I want to start out here. And we're going to start on the offensive side of the ball. Are you seeing the seedlings, the development of an offense for this football team? Is it there? Do you feel like they can go somewhere with this? Good morning.
No, first of all, good morning, and absolutely. How can you not feel better about the offense, feel better about them kind of setting the tone, whether it's Woody Marks as your primary back and Nick Chubb as a complement back, which sounds crazy, and it's just one game. I tend to have a positive knee-jerk reaction after a good game, but with what he did running the ball, and I'm talking about Woody Marks, as a pass catcher out of the backfield and pass protection. You know, I don't know if y'all had a chance to see it, but he even showed that he was valuable in pass protection. Yeah, this is the start of what could be that game. In 8 or 9 weeks, we point back and say, you know what? It's that Tennessee game where things started to gel, things started to click. And more specifically in the fourth quarter when you talk about the offense of that Tennessee game.
You know, Andy, we talked about that during preseason broadcasts about the fact that rookie running backs are kept off the field because, well, they run the ball well. That's what running backs are supposed to do. But they mess up pass protection. They don't know who to block. And then sometimes they know who to block, and then they get bowled over. That is not Woody Marks. He sets a tone when he is pass protecting, and Quandre Diggs found out all about that. That aspect of his game is obviously something that you and I pointed out during the preseason, but I think it's maybe even a bigger part of what they want the identity of this team to be because it's so damn physical when he hits a blitzer, whether it's a safety or a linebacker.
You know, I'm glad you said the name because that play he's talking about, and that's why I brought up pass protection. I didn't know it was Diggs, but I didn't realize it was Diggs. So, no, that was the play. And, of course, this is probably why my sons don't like watching football with me because I'm always trying to point things out. But that was the play, John, where I said that's going to go down to me as his best play. Not so much the runs, not so much the catch, but that right there. And for the time, I didn't realize it was Diggs. But that's huge. That's a big deal. If he can do that consistently, then Kaylee and DeMeco, they're more comfortable letting him get more snaps. And I have no problem with Nick Chubb, being the guy to get 10, 15 carries if Woody Marks is going to be your bell cow.
Yeah, and we saw C.J. Stroud. He was sacked twice, but he's 8-2 in his last 10 when he's sacked less than 3 times. Think about that. If you're sacked 3 times or 2 times or less, 8-2 in his last 10. So obviously a huge factor right there, Andy, in keeping him upright and protecting him and his caliber of play in those situations.
No, he's a good quarterback, and when you keep a good quarterback on his feet, good things are going to happen, and we saw that especially in the fourth quarter. And I didn't realize that stat line, Mark, that if he only gets sacked twice or less, that he goes 8-2. So more the reason to really make sure that you're protecting him and keeping that clean pocket.
Andy, I just actually drew a blank. What I was going to say? Oh, yeah, I know, a blank. That's exactly why I drew a blank.
A big donut, a
For
bagel.
the first time since 2010, the Texans shut a team out. Performance B, and maybe answer this one first. How much more does it matter to a defense when you shut a team out, especially in the NFL?
People don't realize that it's huge. That's a big, big deal, especially in the NFL, because, without me even looking at the other scores from yesterday, I'm pretty sure if I was a betting man, I'd bet that there was not another goose egg, on the scoreboard yesterday.
That's
and
correct.
In the NFL, it's especially tough because at some point, the other team, they know the game's over, but they're playing for pride as well, and they get paid too. So they just want to put something on the board. We had the 2 missed field goals. We know about that. But even late in the game, I'm watching the game with more intensity than I was watching early in the game because I wanted to see the Texans defense, uphold those 0 points on the board. And it's tough because at some point, the Titans are saying in the huddle, hey, man, we got to score. It's not even we got to get back and win this game. It's, hey, man, we got to score. And for the Texans to stay as stout as they did and to hold on to that 0, that's a big, big deal. Like, it gets to the point also, John, as you know, if you're winning a game like the Texans are beating the Tennessee Titans 26-0 and you're getting into the fourth quarter, if you somehow give up 3 points or you give up a touchdown and you still win the game, the defense feels like, God, doggy. Like, there's a part of the defense that feels like they lost a little bit because you lose that 0 because it's so hard to get that goose egg. So, yes, there is some extra celebration in that locker room by the defensive guys because when you're looking at that score and you see a big bell, that's a big, big deal.
There have been 2 shutouts in the NFL this year. Wow. One yesterday. And the other one is probably the most improbable one of all. Carolina shutting out Atlanta.
Which was weird.
Yeah.
A weird league.
Yeah, very much so.
Well, let me ask Andy about this.
Yep.
Andy, it's a weird league. I can't explain it. How does Carolina do what they did to Atlanta last week, just throttle them and put up a donut? Well, Atlanta did offensively. Atlanta goes out and takes care of Washington. I know Washington's depleted a little bit with injuries and Jaden Daniels didn't play. But then Carolina looks like crap against New England after doing what they did to Atlanta. None of it makes any sense to me. Makes sense.
You know how you answer that? It's not going to make sense, but you know how you answer that? By saying the title of a movie. And what I mean by that, the title of the movie, Any Given Sunday. That's one of the truest things in the world. Any given Sunday, anything can happen. But here's what's cool about the Texans holding their opponent to 0. That's just what that defense feels like they do. Like, of course, it's the first time they held opponent to a goose egg this season. But when you look at the Houston Texans defense, even with what they've done just this year, you're not surprised that that's the team that held somebody else to 0. But with Carolina, yeah, you're like, that's an outlier. Something was off on that day or any given Sunday. But the cool thing about the Texans doing it, when you watch the way they play, when you look at their personnel, when you look at their pass rush, if you said, hey, there's a team out there that held somebody to 0, it happened to be the Houston Texans, that sounds about right. Where when Carolina did it against Atlanta, it was kind of like, oh, man, did everybody on Atlanta's offense have a stomach bug or something? Like, What happened there? Where with Houston, you were playing – look, let's also keep it real. You're playing a young offense with a rookie quarterback, but there's a reason why he was the number 1 pick. There's still the NFL. Tony Pollard is still a pro the last time I checked. So it's still something to celebrate holding a team to 0 points.
We were in our first production meeting for preseason games this year, and we were trying to decide how we were going to do the open. And so Dave says to me, okay, you handle the offense. We'll talk about CJ.
Dave is the producer.
Dave Keeney's the producer. And we got the defense, and we're like, okay, Andy, who do you want to highlight? And he goes, EJ Speed. And I was like, ooh, that's a good one because I think EJ will play in this game. This would be, good. Yeah. And D, it's probably no surprise to you of anybody that EJ Speed ends up getting more snaps yesterday at linebacker than any other linebacker. I know you saw it back in the preseason. I know that yesterday you could see that Speed showing up in a number of different roles. But I know it's not surprising to you that EJ Speed has really kind of stepped up and taken on the responsibility and then played really well with it yesterday. What are your thoughts about EJ Speed stepping up and giving the defense maybe a little different look because basically of his speed?
I appreciate you bringing that up because I was actually more surprised when EJ Speed signed with the Texans and overall people were just kind of ho-hum about it. And I'm like, this is EJ Speed, the guy that had over 100 tackles with the Colts the last couple, very consistent, He's been on the field. He's a playmaker. I was one more surprised that he was actually available, John, to sign a one-year deal. And then just the thought that, oh, yeah, this is a guy here for depth. This is a guy that, is going to be good show up on special teams. And I really started second-guessing myself. I was like, what did I miss over the last few years watching E.J. Speed? My thought was like, no, as far as competition, there's some starting linebackers that need to be looking over their shoulder, which is a good thing. The best teams have the best guys competing for playing time. And this is a guy that could go in there and be your starting linebacker. So to see it yesterday and to see the reps that he's getting, I love it because the best teams have the best players competing. As much as I still do and always will like Henry To'oTo'o on and off the field, I don't want him getting comfortable. And he'll be the first one to tell you that he doesn't get comfortable. You don't want any of those guys getting Christian Harris. You don't want any of those guys just getting comfortable just thinking, as long as I show up, I'm the starter. And I feel like E.J. Speed, he kind of brought that into the mix. Like, yes, you guys have played well. Y'all are some nice young linebackers, but I'm coming in here to try to take some spots.
And Pollard had some good runs yesterday. At times I was thinking, oh, no, is this going to be a problem today? You're having some struggles offensively, field goal here, field goal there, and they're able to drive it downfield on their opening possession, but they missed the field goal. But Pollard at times looked like he was pretty good. When you're playing D-line, when you're playing in that front, it gets a good couple of pops on you. How important is it to stick together and say, all right, look, we gave up this, we gave up that, we can bow up, we can make stops when we need to make them, we can be good on third down. When you're in the trenches like that, does that name sound familiar, my friend? When you're in the trenches like that, what is the mindset when you do give up some things, but then you pull it together and make the stops when they matter?
No, you just tell each other, man, we have to bow up. That's too much. That's something that's always said. If it's first down and they pick up 5 yards with a run play, it's like, come on, guys, that's too much. We're making it easy. But you never start to panic. I mean, you're right. Pollard has some nice runs. I've liked Pollard since he was in Dallas. He's a good running back. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. And you see what happens when you don't give up, when you don't panic. You still hold the team to 0 points. Even if they make those field goals, you still win that game and you hold them to under double-digit scoring. So that's good. That's a good question, but you just start kind of talking to one another like, hey, we can't keep this going. That's too much. You have that bend but don't break mentality where guys are picking up chunk yards in between the 20s, but sooner or later you get it right in the red zone. All of that happens. Your best defense is out there. They're going to give up. They're going to give up big plays. I think Pollard had one over 20 yards, but I don't remember him having another big gain like that. But he was consistent, so I'll give him credit for that. But if you have a defense, if you have a front seven that starts to panic after some chunk plays, then you don't have a good defense. You have to be confident in knowing, all right, we gave up 5 accurate on plays. Did we not have good gap integrity with the front four? Let's figure it out. Like, those are things that you figure out on the sideline. Your coach is supposed to be figuring out during that series, and you just fix it.
Okay, let's talk about winning. Okay, let's talk about losing. What's the weirdest way, ND, you ever lost a football game? And here's why I'm asking this. Yesterday, the Rams and Colts were tied at 20. The Rams were backed up. Matt Stafford throws a bomb to Tutu Atwell. Touchdown, Rams. The Colts had 10 guys on the field for that play. Presumably the 11th would have been over the top of Tutu Atwell. What's the weirdest way you could remember ever a key play in a game or the last play of a game? What's the weirdest way you ever remember losing a game?
Ooh, you know what? I'm sure there's one. As soon as we're done, I'm going to be like, I should have brought that up. But as soon as you ask the question, when I was in Washington, we were playing the Dallas Cowboys, and this was early in my career. So Troy Aikman was still playing, Emmitt Smith, Michael Irvin. We're beating the Cowboys. I don't remember the exact score, and now I'm going to go look it up. But we're beating the Cowboys by like 30 points in the second half. We're beating them by like 17 going into the fourth quarter, and we lose the game. And that was the first time, you know, at Rice, either we just beat people or we got the dog mess beat out of us. So you kind of knew the game was over either way going into the fourth quarter. But that was the first time where I was part of a comeback like that on a wrong side and was kind of scratching my head walking into the locker room. Like, how did this happen? And for me personally, it was one of my better games as a young player. I had a chance to hit Troy Aikman. I got cussed out by Emmitt Smith. Like, I was excited. Like, man, this was my game. And when the game was over, I was like, we lost? Like, because it felt like it was more of a party going into the third quarter. Like, everything was going our way. We're high-fiving. Man, we're about to beat the Cowboys. And they were running high at the time. So that was the one that just really sticks in my mind, like just giving up a lead that big, even though we were playing what we felt like playing good ball.
Well, you were here.
Why was Emmett mad at you?
Well, I'll give you the short version, but what was cool about it, because, again, I was 22, 23 at the time, having a pretty good game, and I hit him pretty hard. And I was like, yeah, Emmett, yeah. Then he said, you suck, Kalu. Then and he's all, you suck, Kalu. And I went to the huddle with a big smile on my face. And Big Daddy, Dan Wilkinson, was all, man, why are you smiling? I said, Emmitt Smith knows my name. He was all, man.
That's great.
And I wasn't even talking trash. Like, I was just so excited. Like, man, my boys from San Antonio, they just saw me tackle Emmitt Smith. And then he said, you suck, Kalu. And I was like, whoa, he knows who I am.
It's a compliment. All right. Andy, that's great stuff. We appreciate you joining us as always.
Man, y'all keep up the good work. Go Texans.
All right, Andy Kalu joining us on Texans Monday. All right, coming up, we got to what is up with the Ravens? The Ravens, they could look very different than they normally look on Sunday, and I'm hoping they do. We'll talk about that, and then we'll get Andre in here. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
We believe in possibilities at
After a Texans kickoff.
and then he gets another one. So that was really great. And Jaden Higgins had the 24-yard touchdown reception. 3 TDs for the first time at home since Jacksonville last year. First time since Dallas Monday Night Football.
Mm-hmm.
How
3
about
offensive
that?
touchdowns in a game.
That was cool.
Now we need 4. Get greedy.
4.
Now we need 4.
Well,
and we're going to need 4
on
Sunday against these jokers.
When you play the Ravens. Now, here's the deal. The Ravens are very banged up. They went to Kansas City yesterday. They got blown out, and it was not pretty. When is a blowout ever pretty? When you're on the wrong end of it. So they're 1-3 also. The Texans and the Ravens are 1-3. Who had that coming into the season? And we all knew this was going to be a really tough one, and you had the bye following. So the team can't look ahead, but we can. After the bye, you get Seattle on Monday night up there, right? Which is just, don't get me started on the schedule makers. This is just, they're getting
Blake, I know
over.
you're listening, Blake.
Getting screwed over by playing a 10 p.m. Eastern game on the West Coast as a Central Time Zone team. It should not happen.
And then
these
have
should
to
be
play
West Coast teams playing the late game when you have a doubleheader like that, like you have one tonight. Wait, what's the schedule tonight? Tonight, I'll
Jets,
give you an
Dolphins, Broncos, and Bengals.
Oh, so the Bengals kind of get screwed.
Yep, Bengals get screwed.
They get screwed. But they're mountain time, all right? And I don't care about Cincinnati. I care about us. So I just don't want us to get screwed. But, yeah, they screwed the Bengals too. That's not cool.
Not cool. Not cool at all.
But hang on a second. Wait a minute. This is an overlap, Johnny.
Yeah.
They're kicking at 8:15.
Yep.
Sorry. We're getting screwed. They're not. We are kicking at 10 Eastern, 9 Central at Seattle.
It's ridiculous.
Anyway.
And playing at noon on Sunday.
It's about nothing.
No.
Absolutely nothing. Does not help one little bit.
But you never know when somebody's listening where it's like, Mark's
sure.
making
Mike
a lot
North
of sense
is going
right
to be
now.
like, Vandermeer's got a good thought.
Hey,
here.
listen, we know somebody in that scheduling room. I used to have to put my my thumb down on him a long time ago. So you know what? Maybe I have to do it again.
Okay, so Lamar Jackson left the game yesterday
he's
with
one
a
of many.
hamstring injury.
Yeah.
Ronnie Stanley has what, an ankle?
An ankle. Roquan Smith, a hamstring.
Yeah.
Nate Wiggins, a chest. Now, chest has always, every time I see chest, the injury that follows is pec.
Okay.
So we'll see. Because Nate Wiggins is not the biggest guy in the world at all. Matabike was already on injury. They're top 5 guys. They're top 5 guys contractually. Lamar Jackson left the game with a hamstring. Ronnie Stanley, the ankle. Roquan, the hamstring. Marlon Humphrey left the game. I think he was dealing with a hamstring too.
Yep.
I can't remember the 5th guy. But it's those 4.
But you've already had Van Noy injured.
Yep, Van Noy.
Matabike's on IR.
He's on IR. He went on IR last week. Yeah.
It's decimating for them, really, if those guys all can't go.
Yeah.
But I would figure somebody's going to go.
Well, you know what I said. They'll be back.
Lamar Jackson was taking a lot of heat on Twitter, which is always the best source of information. Not really. But sometimes it's a good source. But a lot of the Ravens fans were frustrated that he left this game, and they felt like, oh, he's just checking out of the game because it's out of hand or whatever. But, and you play the following Sunday, that's interesting to me. Now, quarterbacks are going to toughen up, get out there. If he's playing with a dinged-up hand, would you rather have Lamar unable to run much or Cooper Rush fully healthy? I still want Cooper Rush every single day. Are you kidding?
Cooper Rush, 1,000 out of 100.
Just stop me. Just stop me. I want Cooper Rush.
I do not want to see Lamar. Look, I want to beat Lamar Jackson at some point, but if I got to face, here's your choice: Cooper Rush or a mildly banged up, or who knows? I mean, maybe the hamstring is worth for Lamar Jackson. I don't know.
Listen, in the best interest of health, and this has nothing to do with me wanting the Texans to win, I think all these Ravens should rest. They just need to rest, Johnny. They've got 2 games, then they've got to bye. So go ahead and rest. Get yourselves better. I'm really concerned about you guys. Take the day off. It's okay.
I mean, you're such a giving individual to feel that way. You're
just
so
like when I wanted Andrew Luck to retire, and he did.
He did. He listened to you.
I want Lamar to be healthy for the rest of the season. Who cares about this game? You don't have to worry about us.
Speaking of Colts quarterbacks.
Oh, Daniel Jones turned back into Daniel Jones.
Didn't go so well yesterday.
All right, they
played a defense with a pulse, and
yeah, but they were hanging in there.
They were, and I will say, and I will admit, Adonai Mitchell, 10 men on the field, They shot themselves.
Oh, yeah.
They had no feet
They
left.
had 10 men on the field when Atwell scored the touchdown.
10 men.
10
men on the field.
They Jones threw 2 picks.
Yep.
Jonathan
Mitchell
Taylor had a TD called back because
Yep.
But they were right in there. Coulda, woulda, shoulda game for sure.
Oh, they had to punt like 3 times yesterday. Oh, my God, the sky's falling in Indianapolis.
Yeah, so they played a really a talented defense. But here's the thing about the Texans' defense. You look at the Texans have lost to 3 3-1 teams.
Yeah.
All these teams are 3-1. And the Jags somehow beat the 49ers because the Jags are number 1 in turnover margin. Now, they force a lot of these. These are not gimmies. They force a lot of these turnovers. They're number 1 in the league in turnover margin by 2.
The Jaguars.
The Jaguars.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
In their 3-1 start.
Yep.
I mean, that's a hell of a start. All right, so after week 4, here we are. 3-1 Jags, 3-1 Colts, 1-3 Texans, 0-4 Titans. Never would have thought this would have happened, but here we are having to deal with it. All right, that was a quick segment. We're going to get to Andre Ware. Next up, Dre, long segment. We'll talk about everything to do with the Texans, everything around the league, some college football mixed in as well. Then we'll get to the general. It's Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, more Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
CJ looks it over. Somebody jumped offside. Here's the snap. CJ looking, firing deep downfield, right side end zone. Higgins with the catch. Jaden Higgins, touchdown, Houston. A bullet from Stroud to the rookie.
First career TD for Higgins, who is averaging over 17 yards per catch through 5. If he had enough to qualify, I don't know how many catches he would need to qualify, but he would be 4th in the league in yards per catch, which is pretty nice. So that means get the ball to Higgins a little bit more, but I think everybody has a case. Get the ball to Noel more, get the ball to Woody more, get the ball to Nico more. CJ would probably love to do all that, but you also want to run the ball more. So here we are. Have the ball more and enjoy some offensive success like they did in the fourth quarter, scoring 3 touchdowns and running away with a 26-0 victory over the Titans with the Ravens up next. Let's get to our buddy Andre Ware now. Dre, CJ, the passing attack, it's all in concert with the running game, right? You're seeing that synergy a little bit starting to develop. Your thoughts? Good morning.
Morning, guys. I think so. I think, C.J. Mick obviously played his best game of the season, in my opinion, and the ball got to some hands that needed it. Higgins with his first touchdown catch. I thought Dalton Schultz really stepped up, and Nico was just Nico. You throw in Xavier Hutchinson, and then the job that Woody Marks did, I mean, it kept Tennessee off balance for most of the game. So it was fun to see.
Best part about Woody Marks' game is receiving, his pass blocking, or his running thus far. Dre, what do you think?
I think all three, but I'll take the pass protection. I mean, I enjoy watching the young man pass block because it's something that I've never seen out of running backs. He must bench well over 400 pounds and squatting well over probably 600, because nobody can get – I mean, he just puts guys on their backs. It's fun to watch, but he's also fun to watch in the open field when he breaks through the second level and making guys miss. He's got the total package. He's a 3-down back that you don't see. It's a rarity. It's why a lot of teams utilize multiple backs, because they don't have a guy that can do or execute in all 3 phases. Woody Marks can execute in all 3 phases.
So, Dre, do you think they could go with Woody as the starter, for lack of a better word? Actually, that's the word. I mean, do we see Woody out there first possession on offense on Sunday, and then have Chubb be more of a complimentary guy? Still want to run Chubb, but Woody's the feature guy. Do you think that can happen?
Not only do I think it can happen, I think it should happen. He just brings some juice to the offense. I mean, he brings some gifts that we haven't seen from any other back this year that's a Texans running back. I know Nick Chubb's still a power back. He's still got some tread on the tires, but if you want some electricity in the offense, you want a playmaker, Woody Marks is a playmaker along with Nico Collins. So you want as many of those types on the field at the same time with one another as you can get. And so I just think he's earned the right. I think he's earned the trust. And that's what it is for rookies coming in. Coaches know that they're talented. Can they trust you in critical moments? Can they trust you to execute what you need to do so the offense can be successful? And I think he's proven that. And now that he's proven it, they're going to start to give him more and more.
You want to blow Baltimore's mind? Put them both on the field together.
Do it.
Because Woody's such a good pass receiver. I mean, put them on the field together. See what Baltimore does to react to it, especially if Baltimore's got a bunch of guys hurt. Then, put who's ever up next, put them in some, wait a second, 21 and 27 are on the field together. I don't mind seeing that.
Dre, I saw CJ go for the short pass, and I'm sure this was an offensive game plan thing. In the first half, a lot of short game. Just get the ball out quick. Get rid of the pressure by getting the ball out fast. We've been wanting some of that. It looked like he was taking that as Johnny from time to time. And then the deep stuff opened up as the game wore on. Not a bad game plan. Your thoughts?
Yeah, that's usually how it works, and it's how it's supposed to work, is that teams aren't going to let you go over the top and take shots early in a game. They're all guarding against not having explosive plays happen. So they'll give you the underneath stuff. And as a quarterback, you just have to be patient, especially long drives. They're betting that you won't be patient the entire way down the field. And until you prove that, they're going to play you that way, play deep to short. But when you start to complete things underneath and in the mid-range game, they'll start to come up. It's just a natural reaction to start to bite. When the running game's working, all of a sudden you start to get the eyes of the safeties trying to come up and help and run support. So play action and going over the top that's available to a quarterback now. So I think it was just a combination of the running game matching with underneath passes to give Nico some shots down the field.
One of the things that Dre pointed out in the broadcast yesterday, I want to get both y'all's thoughts on this. But Dre pointed this out. We got in the second half. We were kind of on the same wavelength because E.J. Speed was getting a lot of reps at linebacker next to Azeez Al-Shire. And as we're watching, you're thinking, this doesn't look bad. I kind of like what this looks like, at least as we're watching it in that particular game. May not be that way 2 games down the road, 10 games down the road, whatever. But Dre, you noticed it yesterday. What do you think Speed gives this defense that maybe Henry doesn't or Christian doesn't or whatever the case might be? Why do you think it worked in the second half in particular when we saw E.J. Speed a lot of time on the field? You noticed it. What do you think about that combination?
Yeah, I think he has right now he's just tackling everything. And it started on special teams for him. He's been consistent on those units all season long. And when you start to do that, you get the attention of the coaches. You start to earn a little more respect and trust, and then all of a sudden you start getting reps with the defense, and you become a starter and an every down player, and that's how your career really kind of takes off. He's a great tackler. Henry has been, and I think he led this team in tackling a year ago, but this year he's struggling in that department and missed a tackle on Baker Mayfield. He missed a couple yesterday, and then all of a sudden E.J. Speed gets an opportunity and he's tackling everything. So I don't know if there's a takeover in place or whatever it is that you want to call it, but I think E.J. Speed's are kind of earned the right to be on the field a little bit more.
Yeah, here's the snap count. Speed played 56% of the defensive snaps. Henry played 48%, so they were pretty close. Christian Harris, 4 snaps, 8% of the snaps on defense. And I'm not ready to shovel dirt on Harris or anything. I mean, he can come back in a second, fired by this. Dre, is that something that happens with players? Hey, he's taking a little bit of my playing time. Now I'm going to up my game, or whatever it takes. Things emerge from there. How does that all go down as a player, no matter what the position is?
You better think that way. If a guy starts to get more percentage is greater in his favor than yours, then you better up your game, or you wind up playing somewhere else or not playing at all. So it's a hefty competition. It's a good problem to have. When you have 4 linebackers at those spots that are kind of interchangeable, you can if one goes down, you can plug in another. Harris right now is providing great depth. So that's why you see the 8% of the snaps that he's played. I think E.J. Speed has provided depth at times, and now he is, the guy that has chased down the competition in front of him. So it's a great problem to have.
All right, you want a dubious honor?
Yeah.
This is just posted on Twitter X around the NFL.
Okay.
Texans are the first team since 1974. The 1974 Cowboys to have a losing record through the first 4 games of the season despite allowing fewer than 13 points per game.
Yeah, how about that?
Holy cow.
How about that?
I mean, obviously throw up a donut yesterday, but that's an amazing
This is
number.
the number 1 defense in the league in points per game. Mm-hmm. Number one, the Houston Texans. They've lost to are all 3-1. The Bucks, the Jags, the Rams, they're all 3-1. So, all right, we know the defense can play. The offense has to come around, and now you have Baltimore coming up. What about the big picture here, Dre?
Yeah, I think big picture-wise with Baltimore, you look at, and I'm watching that game yesterday, 6 defensive starters were out. And then now they lose Lamar Jackson for basically the fourth quarter of that game. What's his health going to be like? They are a entirely different team without Lamar Jackson. Now, there was a report that if it were earlier in the game or the score wasn't what it was or whatever, that he might have returned. But who knows? And who knows how that thing stiffens up or tightens or whatever, where he can't get reps. He's not totally prepared. And you can go in and get one. You certainly feel better about going to Baltimore under the current situation than you would if they were entirely healthy. Now, they'll probably get some guys back, I would imagine, on the defensive side of the ball that were out yesterday or missed part of that game yesterday, but they are not the same whatsoever without Lamar Jackson. So healthy, dinged up, whatever it is you want to call it, he is dangerous, man. And if he's on the field, he is a force to be reckoned with.
Dre, I know you know the Jacksons. Can you just pass along our well wishes and recommend that we suggested he take the day off for his own safety and concerned about health? That's all. That's the only reason.
I'll make that call. I'll call Mama Jackson and put that in.
Thank you.
Dre, yesterday, DeMeco talked with me about it, and then CJ talked about it in the press conference. CJ checked to that throw to Higgins on the slot fade, the seam ball that he beats man-to-man coverage, and CJ really reacted afterwards. I'm convinced, and you as a quarterback can confirm this or deny this, you've thrown a lot of touchdowns in your life. But when you've made a big play, when you've changed the play and then the play works, it always feels like quarterbacks are that much more excited because they saw it, they changed it, it worked. Is that true for quarterbacks that I'm not going to say they love when they do that more than throwing a touchdown, but when you do it and throw a touchdown, like that's the ultimate for a quarterback. True or false?
Yeah, there's no better feeling. It's absolutely true. When you sit there and you put in all that time studying and trying to, gain tendencies of what a defense will do or how a defensive back positions himself when he's playing man or zone, you're trying to get every advantage that you possibly can to succeed. And when you find something that you think works and you see it in a game and you check to that beater, man, there's no better feeling than pulling it off and then you make the accurate throw. It all happens in concert with each other, and it results in a touchdown on top of all of that. Yeah, that's the ultimate for a quarterback. That's exactly why you play the position. You want that free. Nobody plays the position, or nobody on the field sees the game like the quarterback from the quarterback position. And when you allow a guy the freedom to check at the line of scrimmage, I kind of often use the analogy of you're now playing with both hands. Otherwise, you're playing with one hand tied behind your back because you're restricted in what you want to get to, but you can't because the coach doesn't trust you yet to change plays at the line of scrimmage. That's the first time in CJ's career that I've ever heard of him changing a play at the line of scrimmage from something to a pass. The very first time. And so that's what I think this offense allows him to do, is to have that type of freedom. Now, with that, you've got to earn some trust to get to that point. But once you've earned the trust and you do that, now you get even more freedom.
Dre, sidearm delivery of Cam Ward. I want you to discuss this.
It's a problem. That's a problem.
Put your quarterback coach hat on, because I see Arch Manning doing it too with Texas, and I don't know how deep in the weeds you want to get with that, but when I'm watching them play, I'm thinking, why is he throwing the ball like that? And then Ward yesterday, why is he throwing the ball like that? Look, I have to admit this. When I'm playing touch football, and boy, I'm good at quarterback, just kidding, but I am tempted to throw sidearm too. There's something about it that makes it feel easier to throw. You get more velo on it or whatever it is. Talk about that if you could.
Yeah, sometimes most guys, or a lot of guys, can get more velocity on the ball by just throwing it sidearm. I mean, they played baseball, or you've turned a double play, or you're throwing a quick, a little out of the flat, and you've got to throw it around the defender. You work on those things in practice. You work on them so much that all of a sudden it becomes part of your game. It becomes who you are. And that's not a good thing because you're going to get a lot of passes batted down at the line of scrimmage, which happened to Cam yesterday. That's got to be fixed. Somebody in Tennessee has got to tell him that's not the way to throw the football all the time. I saw him warming up, and I was like, man, is that how he's throwing, or is he just messing around? I actually thought he was just messing around pregame by throwing the ball like that, but he threw it like that about 5 times in a row. Then he took it to the field between the lines. And it's a concern because I know the young man. I'm rooting for him to be successful. Any advice I would give him would be the first thing is get out of that habit because it's a bad habit and you're going to get it knocked down. And sometimes you need a changeup. You need the 78-mile-an-hour changeup rather than the 100-mile-an-hour fastball all the time. And that's you're going to throw that pass at 100 miles an hour a lot. I didn't see that from him in college all the time, but he's certainly doing it now in Tennessee.
Okay. I'm taking the Bills and the Eagles away from both of you. You cannot say the Bills or the Eagles to this question. Okay? Can't say it. No Bills, no Eagles.
Got it.
Both 4-0, I believe. Yeah, they did win the Saints. Saints stayed in there for a while. The Eagles held on against the Bucks. Got a 6-point win down in Tampa Bay. Both of them are undefeated. So I ask you, what's the best team in the league right now? Now, you can phrase that kind of in your mind however you want, like what's the one team you wouldn't want to face?
Right.
What do you think is just the best overall talented team? Who's the best team in the league right now? Not Bills, Eagles. You can't use Bills, Eagles, but you can use anybody else. Who's the best team in the league?
Can I go first?
Mark goes first.
Detroit.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're thinking just alike. That's me as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I was all over. I can take screenshot what I just wrote down as you were asking. You were going through it. I wrote Lions and Rams.
You were going to pick them, so I decided
Lions and Rams. Okay.
To jump it. Detroit lost to the Packers opening weekend. Look, great for the Packers. It's opening weekend. The Packers are a good football team. There's no question about that. But I'm picking Detroit. And here's the deal. After watching yesterday with the Chiefs and what they did with getting some of their guys back healthy, especially Worthy, you give him a few weapons, it's not a fun time to face them, And they held the Ravens to 20. I know Lamar Jackson, Hamster, whatever. And the Ravens have injuries. The Giants, the win over the Giants last week, doesn't that look even better now after watching what the Giants just did to the Chargers, who were 3-0, and everybody anointed them? Mm-hmm. I am not sleeping on the Chiefs. The Chiefs are a good football team. This is an organization, and they're tough. Dre, I want to ask, so Bobby Petrino is the head coach. He's interim at Arkansas.
And he starts firing everybody.
He fires everybody. So
get your bikes ready.
So twice he goes back to former employers to be the head coach. He did it at Louisville, and he's doing it at Arkansas. Now, I don't know if he gets the job full time, but if he wins, he's going to get the job full time, right? This is bizarro world, Dre.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's bizarre as all get out, man. I don't get it. He got 9 lives wherever he goes, and you just can't put your finger on why. But obviously, he's a good. I've talked to coaches about him, and they admit one of the best play callers they've ever seen, and that's the reputation that he has out there, is that he's just a tremendous play caller. Now, there's a lot that comes with Bobby Petrino before you get to the play calling, obviously, and. Here we go at Arkansas. Who knows who's going to make that hire? Who's going to be given the opportunity to make the hire? If it's a collective deal or if it's just one person, the AD making the hire, who knows what it is? But I think they need to get it right because Arkansas, they haven't been relevant in that conference in quite some time. It's going to take a special individual to kind of round it up and get it going again. But man, that was just to let you know what he was thinking about everybody on the staff. Gets anointed as the interim head coach. He just starts firing assistants, and we all know how it is for those guys, having families, and that's their livelihood. And here this guy is that's been coaching with them and smiling and recruiting and all of this. And he, as soon as he gets the keys, man, he just starts kicking everybody out the car.
So that tells me a couple of things. Number one, he's that confident in himself, which is true. Number two, it tells you he's got a good shot at getting that job again. There were people that didn't want him to go.
That's for sure.
Yeah. There were people that didn't want him to go the first time. And he's standing up doing a press conference with a bracer on his neck talking about a trip on a bike with, some side thing.
Yeah.
So, there were people that, no, don't go. And this is the greatness of Bobby Petrino. He coached Ryan Mallett and had a ton of success. He coached Lamar Jackson.
Right.
And had a ton of success. So, you just give him whatever, and he ends up turning it into something. But that's going to be an interesting one to watch.
He can develop receivers as well. And here's how you know that he's got, more than 9 lives. When he can leave Atlanta the way he did, and the next day he was yelling pig suey.
Yeah.
I mean, and still get jobs after that. That, who knows what kind of mojo he has working. But, man, it's amazing.
I can't find any other coach in history who's been back to 2 different employers as head coach.
Yeah.
Louisville and Arkansas.
I got one this week, which is Rich Rod, who left West Virginia. Yeah, they never come back to the state of West Virginia ever. And lo and behold, here he is. He's back as the head coach. They face BYU this week, but he is back. And the way and the manner in which he left was very, very ugly.
But this would be like
they were really ticked.
Yeah, it was ugly. I remember that. But this would be like him going back to Michigan also, right? You go back to 2 places
to a second
where you were the head coach.
Those divorces were not good on either side.
Yeah.
No, they were ugly.
You know what? Elizabeth Taylor, Richard Burton, J-Lo, and Ben Affleck. It happens, Johnny. It happens. Okay?
I'm not saying that it doesn't, but twice?
Yeah.
Twice?
It definitely happens. So, Dre, you had a great one on Friday night. I mean, the late-night game was fantastic with the Cougs coming back and beating Oregon State. It's just got to be weird to go out there for the Cougs. I know they're in the conference. No, they're not in the conference. But it's just a weird game to go out to Corvallis and play that late-night West Coast game. So were they kind of sleepwalking early? What'd you make of it?
Yeah, it's exactly what I thought. I thought, the time change, and here you are kicking off at 7:30 locally, but at home, it's 9:30. For some of those guys, they're getting ready to go to bed. Football's long over with in that regard. So that was tough to watch them try to navigate through that. But then they woke up and decided to, it's in the middle of the night. Let's go ahead and play. And they found a way to win. And that's what you try to do when you go on the road. You're playing in a tough environment, a tough place. And they made it happen. So kudos to Coach Fritz, and the Cougs remain undefeated. They are, I think they've tied last year's record or win total already of 4 wins. They were 4-8 last year. They're now 4-0.
Dre, you were always Natalie clad on your broadcast. Even in radio, you always look really nice. But have you ever given thought to taking your game up a little bit and using Cam Newton as your sartorial, counselor in some sense? Collar up with the tie, with the big hat. Have you ever thought about that, doing that for a TV broadcast?
Never. And won't. It's just, you guys know me. I'm all about comfort. That looks like it takes too long.
Yeah,
so if I can't get in and out, or have it happen quickly, get dressed and get going, I gotta sit there and tie a bow tie and flip my collar up and make sure my hair goes through the hat and all that stuff. It's just too much for me. So no, that's him, and he can be him. But I'm a little bit different and a little simpler.
All right, Dre. Hey, thanks so much for the visit as always. Looking forward to Sunday at Baltimore.
All right, guys. We'll talk then.
That's Andre Ware, broadcast partner of ours from the get-go since 2002, which feels like a long time ago sometimes.
Yeah, 2014 sounds like a long time ago.
When you started in the booth or on the sideline. Yeah. Sometimes it feels like 10 minutes ago sometimes. Anyway, And Antonio Smith was the guest on the pregame show.
I saw him. I was walking the hallways, and I saw a guy who was really kind of put together.
Ninja.
And I saw a little gray in the beard, and I thought, man, who is that? I was walking by, and I'm trying to figure it out. And then I turned the corner, and I went, oh, it's Ninja.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I love him.
Probably has 3 plays still in him. Probably has 3 plays
at least
still in
3.
him.
At least 3.
Well, over the nose.
I think just coming out of the tunnel as the Ninja. Ninja Assassin.
Now you're talking.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I used to fire up the crowd so much. Anyway, let's get to the general next and talk about what's going on around this league with your Houston Texans set to face Baltimore on Sunday in desperate need of making it back-to-back going into the bye. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Your health is personal.
A 26-0 win over the Titans, Coach.
I think it's really important for guys just to go out, win a football game, have a good game, offense, defense, special teams, just to really continue to build that confidence. You have to get it done to kind of have that belief.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
Ward It's the snap. Now, last moment, throws it incomplete. And now it's picked off. Sting has it. Takes it across the 50 to the 45. That ball got through Manor, and Sting, the recipient, deeper, got the pick, and the Texans get the takeaway. I just saw the arms go up of Manor, and the ball just sailed by him, and Sting ends up Johnny on the spot with the INT.
All right, that was weird. That was a horrible call by me. It just feel awful. I want to get those
with the
right.
Ball, and I'm like,
Mark doesn't see it. You know, it was weird. Manor he flung the, I don't know, it was one of those things. It was my fault. My bad. I heard Sean on the postgame show say he kind of saw it the same way, like, oh, wow, it's like it was, but when I watched it later, I was like, I don't know. It was just one of those deals. Okay. That was great, though. Second pick of the year for the team. Petrie had one last week. Sting yesterday. Sting's 12th of his career. And you got to get that takeaway train going. Texans -2 in turnover margin and a 1-3 start. Jacksonville #1 in the league in turnover margin with a 3-1 start. And the Colts are the Colts. They're 3-1. They lost yesterday to the Rams. Daniel Jones, thank goodness, with 2 picks. But let's talk about this Texans victory over the Titans first with the General, John McClain, Hall of Fame writer. General, you've got the microphone. The Texans finally get off the schneid. Your thoughts on the 26-0 victory?
Well, a lot of people locally and around the country are acting like it's not a big deal to beat the Titans because they're terrible. And, yes, they are terrible. They may be the worst team. They got a good running back. Tony Pollard averaged 4.6 per carry. They spent money on Calvin Ridley, who was limited to 2 catches. Van Jefferson, Tyler Lockett, Gunnar Helm is a rookie tight end from UT. And so their offense, and it's got 2 number 1s in the line, even though Latham didn't play. They get expensive free agents up front, top offensive line coach, but they're terrible. The Texans made them look worse than they've looked in any game this year in recording that first shutout since 2010. I was happy for Stroud, other than that one play where Jeffrey Simmons looked like he lined up in the backfield and he got that sack. Stroud was sacked twice, and it was for only 9 yards and losses. And, you know, some of those sacks he's taken had been in double digits. So he got his first multiple touchdown game since, what did I hear? Did I hear you say, Mark? Let's see. I think it 7 games counting the playoffs. They scored more than 2 touchdowns. John, I heard you talking about this as well for the first time since the Dallas primetime game last year, more than 2 on offense. And Woody Marks, you know, everybody's wanted to see more Woody. I'm thinking we're going to see more of Woody. That touchdown pass was a great call by Nick Caley. You know, when I was tweeting a bunch last night after I came home and watched it, first thing I did was praise Caley because he rated and like the touchdown play to Woody Marks on the pass. It confused the Titans. It was a good call. And that run that Woody Marks had was terrific. The way he was, the moves he was using, you know, he's elusive. He's quick, makes those quick cuts. I can't wait to see more about him. Touchdown pass to Jaden Higgins that Stroud changed, I think he said, at the line. And then Ariante Ursary bounced back from that bad performance at Jacksonville. He played well. So overall, a good performance, especially in the fourth quarter by the offense. But the defense, led by Danielle Hunter's 2 sacks, Stingley's interception, you know, it's hard to get a shutout in the NFL, as you guys know. It helped, of course, that Joey Sly was Mr. Wide Right. And that team, I feel bad for Cam Ward. He's obviously got talent, but they're going to have to get him some wide receivers. Calvin Ridley, after he signed that big contract, he's playing like he doesn't care anymore. And if they could have scored a touchdown, they would have been ahead 7-6 in the fourth quarter, and then the Texans blew them out. And then watching last night and thinking, okay, I looked this up. I don't want to scare y'all. The average margin of victory in the 5 games that Lamar Jackson has played against the Texans has been over 20 points, and now Lamar Jackson got hurt, and he's got a hamstring injury. And you guys know when guys who run a lot get hamstring injuries, they don't come back the next game. Let's say for Rush, they beat him last year. It's like he threw the ball 80 times. Everything was a pass. He had one touchdown, one interception. The Texans blew out the Cowboys at AT&T Stadium. So if they're ever going to beat the Ravens in Baltimore, this would seem to be setting up as the time to do it.
General, yesterday, Woody, I believe it was 17 carries and 4 catches. I think it was a total of 21 touches for Woody. Nick had 13 carries and caught the ball a couple times, so he had 15. Do you like that mix amongst the running backs with Woody? Whether Woody starts, gets the first snap or whatever, do you feel like that's the right mix? Woody with 20 to 22, Nick with like 13 to 15. Did you like that mix at the running back position yesterday?
Yep, he touched the ball 21 times, and he averaged 4.1 on rushes and 12.5 on catches. And he showed he's got quickness and speed. And remember, Chubb had wasn't it a 17-yard run that was called back because of a hold on Jake Andrews? So his stats would have been even better. And I don't hold holding against offensive linemen because of what their job is, and you could call it on almost any play. But then Chubb his average per carry would have been a lot better than 3.6. You like to see balance, 35 carries. Nick Caley loves seeing that kind of balance. And Stroud's rating of 125.1 was, and you'd like to see him get the ball to Nico Collins more. He had 4 catches for 79, including that big 37-yarder. It seemed to kind of unlock the offense. He beat Snead. Snead had done, who's that twice, made himself look like an idiot. And so I think this team is in a really good position to go to Baltimore and upset the Ravens. And if they do, that could turn around the season and give them a 2-3 instead of a 1-4. And I think everybody over there has got to be really happy with the way the team played, because I don't care who you're playing. If you shut out a team in the NFL, you play damn good defense, especially when that team's not committing a lot of turnovers in their end of the field. And the Titans didn't commit but one? The Stingley interception. So the Texans just beat them up on the offense in the fourth quarter and on defense the whole game.
General, sometimes on Thursday after our visit with you, we play a game called Who's Better. I'm going to do it with you right now. Who's better, the Jaguars or the Colts? They have the same record. Now, here are the Colts' victories so far. Miami, Denver, and the Tennessee Titans. Meanwhile, the Jags, it's a little bit different because the Jags beat the Texans last week. They lost to the Bengals. They beat Carolina on opening day, but they knocked off the 49ers on the West Coast yesterday and turned them over 4 times. Who's better, Jags or Colts?
I would still say that the Colts did everything they could to give that game to the Texans. Dropping passes, Lawrence did not look good. 49ers are not a good team. They've whipped up on the easiest schedule in the league. Brock Purdy came back. They may have a quarterback controversy soon because he didn't look nearly as good as Mac Jones did. Now, their big win was they went to Seattle in the first game of the season, and they won. I don't expect the 49ers to make the playoffs, but I still think the Colts are better from top to bottom. And Jonathan Taylor had a long touchdown run called back because of the hold. Otherwise, they would have won that game too. But it's good that they lost, and Jaguars, I don't see Jacksonville sustaining it. And that's the thing about the Texans. As bad as they've been on offense, they're so close. They came closer in L.A. to beating the Rams than the Colts did. And how close they are to being better, having a better one-loss record. The other thing, we got to point out, DeMeco Ryans turned over the defensive play calling to Matt Burke. Jonathan Alexander reported that for the Chronicle, and boy, that was doing him a favor against the Titans, and because DeMeco wanted to oversee the whole thing like a lot of head coaches do now and let their coordinators do the play call. Obviously, Matt did a great job, and I think that's the way to go. I remember when Kubiak turned it over to Kyle Shanahan, they beat the Bears and Lovie Smith here, and Gary afterwards says in the big auditorium, So all of us didn't know Kyle called the plays today, and I said, I bet if you'd lost, you wouldn't be telling us that.
That's true. General, Sunday night, 40-40, game ends in a tie. Exciting ball game or popcorn fart of a ball game?
Oh boy, great offense, just like that Baltimore game. I mean, Buffalo, great offense, no defense. Yep. I hate ties. I still don't understand why the league went back from 10-minute overtimes, because they didn't want CBS cutting into 60 minutes at a time. I hate ties. Everybody hates ties. And so you have ties. It was an exciting game. Green Bay, oh boy, Matt LaFleur almost blew it at the end. 1 second. I bet the clock keeper at AT&T Stadium's having to hide because all the fans were like, what in the world are you doing? It was an exciting game. But I don't know anybody that likes a tie.
I am with you on the 10 minutes. When the league announced, and it was a problem anyway, but when the league announced that they would give each team the ball no matter what in overtime, and this is crazy. I'm on the record. I've always said it should be sudden death overtime. Just leave it the way it was. But, all right.
Get a winner.
I get it. Get a winner. You got to make it 15 minutes. That's the way it used to be if you're going to give each team the ball. Last night it was Dallas with 1 possession, Green Bay with 1 possession. Good night, everybody. It's still a tie. That stinks for everybody. No one's.
They need to have that happen later in the year with 2 big teams like Dallas and Green Bay, because then the owners, when they have their big meetings in March, they're more likely to change it. But when they happen early in the season, even though it creates a lot of controversy and it's a big issue, but so many things happen over the course of the season, it's not a big deal at the end of the year. But I don't know anybody likes it. And I remember when they announced it, and Rich McKay from Atlanta, the chairman of the competition committee, tried to explain the reasons, and nobody liked it. Shortening the game. If it's an overtime game, who cares how long it is? It's the epitome of excitement.
All right, so Johnny asked this earlier. Best team in the league not named the Eagles or the Bills. What do you think? Can't have the Eagles or the Bills.
It's not going to be the Chargers anymore, is it? To lose to Jackson Dart and the Giants after everybody was ready to anoint them. Can't be the Eagles or the Bills. I have a hard time believing in the Steelers. I got to the press box early yesterday so I could watch the Steelers play in Dublin, and that seemed like a great experience over there. And boy, it wouldn't. You could have said Baker Mayfield. Not the Buccaneers. They came close, but they still lost. Boy, that's a hard one. Everybody wanted to anoint Green Bay after 2 weeks. And not certainly. I guess Green Bay. I'm sorry.
They
my
lost,
Super Bowl team, Detroit and Buffalo, and Detroit has bounced back in a big way with a great offense.
Are the Chiefs back?
I don't know. I think they need to beat somebody besides the injured Ravens that can't stop a clock. But boy, Patrick Mahomes looked great. So I'd have to say, yeah, why not? If you look at the AFC West, Denver's defense has not played nearly as well as last year. Bo Nix has some second-year struggles like C.J. Stroud did last year, and a lot of second-year quarterbacks are having right now. And the Chargers, boy, how can you take them really seriously if you can't beat the Giants and a rookie quarterback? And the Raiders, they blew a game right at the end, so they should win the division. And, they're going to get a game at home. So I'd say, yes, they're back. They'll make the playoffs, but I don't think they'll go to the Super Bowl.
Colts lose in a really bad way yesterday. Touchdown given up with 10 guys on the field. Adonai Mitchell fumbles one, holds on the other, negated touchdowns. Daniel Jones, is he more like yesterday or more like the first 3 games there in Indianapolis generally? He faced a real defense for the first time through 2 interceptions. Faced really not great defenses, looked like he was Troy Aikman the first 3 games. Who is Daniel Jones?
He kind of looks like as a rookie with the Giants when he had a good rookie season. People got really fired up. But Mitchell dropped that ball because he thought he crossed the goal line. I read his quotes about seeing emblems in the end zone, or did he get it knocked out of his hand, or what? Or was it a bonehead call? Because Taylor did that last year, and it cost him. And Taylor, what I read, said he's going to have a talk with him. So those are the kind of things that is a reflection on the head coach. I'm going to say, because of the talent around him, I'm going to say we're going to see the best of Daniel Jones, but it's not going to make him an elite quarterback or put him in the upper echelon.
These guys who run 4.4s and get their tippy toes on inbounds along the sideline, they know the field. They can operate a fighter jet.
Yeah.
Am I in the end zone or not? Ooh,
I don't know. Logos. I saw these logos.
I saw a logo somewhere. I don't know where I am.
I thought it was in.
Come on.
This is the biggest
These
bunch
are elite humans and with supreme skills.
Okay, I'm solving
I don't know
all
where
this.
I am.
I'm solving all of this.
Okay.
I don't know if you can do this by the CBA, but I walk in today to my meeting at the Colts or any other team, and I'm like, if the ball is not handed to the official when you score a touchdown, then I'm fining you $50,000 or $100,000.
What about celebrations?
No, screw your celebrations. You hand the ball to the referee, then you go celebrate.
Okay, Clint Eastwood, get off my lawn. Jeez.
I'm just telling you, I've seen. Yes, use it as a prop, but you go give it to the official, then take it back, then do your celebration.
Welcome to this century.
Hand it to him. It's a $100,000 fine.
That ain't flying. You got to celebrate.
You let him celebrate, but go give the ball to the ref first. That'll ensure you don't do this.
Go ahead and stage your Broadway production celebration.
I've seen too many of those.
Make sure you're. It's ridiculous.
Did you see what happened to Chad Powers playing for Oregon in the Rose Bowl? He drops the ball at the 1 yard line doing that thing. He then has to do a Mrs. Doubtfire and play football somewhere else. Do you see what happens to people?
That's the movie, huh, with Glenn Powell?
Yeah,
all right,
it's
good.
the TV show
General,
tomorrow.
Thanks so much for joining us. We'll catch up Thursday.
I look forward to it. Thank you, guys.
That's John McClain coming up. Smoking hot players of the game. Who are they? I think you know some of them. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
NFL fans, when it's time to get Texans tickets, you can.
dive, dives into the end zone. His second touchdown of the day.
Marks scored 2, 1 catching, 1 running, and maybe something special is happening here in the backfield with Woody Marks, rookie. I don't want to get crazy. I don't want to say a star is born and all that. Do it again against the Ravens. Beat them in Baltimore for the first time in franchise history. That'll be special.
Can I read you a stat?
Do it.
Can I interest you in a stat?
Do it.
Since 2023, it's from my buddy Ben Fennell, who works with NFL Films. Since 2023, 3rd and 4th and 3+ first down conversions via the run. So
Okay.
3rd and 4th, 3+ yards. Conversions via the run.
3rd and 4th down.
Yep, 3rd or 4th down.
Conversions.
3 yards plus the number of conversions in the run game.
Okay.
So 3rd and 4, you cover it with a run.
Yeah.
Number 1 in the league was the Eagles with 50. We were last with 6. So Ben then posts that and then post the run of Woody on 3rd and 4, that sweep around the left end.
Yeah.
And he said, Houston was so limited in how they attacked, you needed easier solutions than just putting everything on Stroud all the time. Defensive fronts never had to be ready for the changeup. And then he says, well, I'll be damned, 3rd and 3 to 5 yards can be a rundown. How about that? Messing up stats. We only had 6 in 2+ years.
Wow. All right. Well, this could really be a big boost.
Maybe so.
And you need it Sunday when you take on the Ravens. This was really nice to get this one. It would be phenomenal under the context of things to get back-to-back. Maybe phenomenal. Get back-to-back going into the bye kind of resets things for you with a road game at Seattle, then 3 consecutive at home. That's going to do it for this show. John Lopez and Reggie coming up in the loop. And we'll be back at 5 with the DeMeco Ryans Show. Thank you, Ben, for producing. Have a great day, everyone. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Balancing your work,
HD2 Houston, Insider Access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leaders.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a victory reaction Monday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610 for the first time in the 2025 NFL season. Your Houston Texans get a victory with a 26-0 win against the lowly, the despised, the no good, very bad, terrible Tennessee Titans at NRG Stadium. Boy, it feels good to be alive, don't it? Like, Mondays feel different when you have a W on the register, don't it?
It just changes your mood, man.
It sure does.
If you're not in a mood, good mood today, I don't know if I can help you. We're going to get to some of the
What you mean you don't know? Let's try. Let's try and be in here.
Yeah.
I am starting with this energy. In fact, I was like, do I turn it up higher? And I probably could have. We know what the Debbie Downers are going to say, and we will get to some of those things. But right now, we will revel in a victory for your Houston Texans. And 713-572-4610 is the number to text, whether you are Debbie Downer or whether you are reveling victory. Get involved with the program there. 713-572-4610 is, again, the number. Or you can join us on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live streams, both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. So
we keep it 100.
Man. My bad, Colin. I didn't let you get in there. I kind of boxed you out there.
Colin's on top of his game, too.
Yes, as you can tell. Figgy got the day off. Colin Neal is in. And so let's have a good time. But first and foremost, look, we knew what the stakes were of this game. We, myself and Figgy accurately called it a must-win. Lopez was, half-stepping over there somewhat. But you came in 0-3.
Yeah.
This was for multiple reasons and not just for a victory. It feels like you maybe answered or like at least said something to a lot of the questions that you had. And so the larger question I want to have as we get into this general conversation here, John Lopez, did this feel like a turning point for the Houston Texans?
Short answer, yes. And I know, some people are going to go about talk about the Titans and the buts and all that. But to me, Reggie, it's the how as much as anything. We can talk about numbers and stats and all that, but how they did this to me mattered a lot, because let's go back to, I don't know, early in the third quarter, midway through the third quarter. How were we feeling about this team? What was it? 6-0, missed a field goal. Really could have, been a tied ball game if the Titans had an adequate kicker and all that. This thing could have gone. I mean, it was going. We went into the game like, if they don't win this game, it's going to be all hell's going to break loose.
That's right.
All hell's going to break loose. And for about 2.5 quarters, it was going that way. It was an awful performance. Very much just the crowd. The Ryder Cup, I think I told you guys during in the press box at one point, the Ryder Cup was louder than NRG Stadium.
Oh, yeah. I felt real bad for the DJ on staff at NRG Stadium because he plays some bangers. Myself and D. Scott noticed it at one point, and I wrote this in my football game notes. I was like, he played TV Off by Kendrick Lamar, and usually that gets the people going.
Yeah.
Crickets.
Nothing.
It was like there was
Nothing.
not juice for a good was in that building. Was like, look, man, ain't no environment is going to do this for you. You got to do this on the field.
Right. So at that point, it's going off the rails. It is going off the rails as an organization. Forget the team and the whole organization. As an organization, it's going, because they would imagine had it gone the other way, like the things we'd be talking about. And then, the reason that I am, absolutely in line with your question of, was it a turning point? Because it was such an impressive flip of the switch that you could almost see, you could see things starting to click. And in particular for C.J. Stroud, but really for this entire team. Keep this in mind as well. 38 drives this season going into the fourth quarter.
Okay, 38 drives. Noted.
They had scored 3 touchdowns. Then they scored 3 touchdowns in a row on 3 straight drives.
In the fourth quarter.
Yeah. That is what's significant today.
That's as night and day as it gets.
Yes.
3 for 38 all of a sudden we go 3 for 3 on the backside of that. Yeah. That's definitely something solid. And you know what? If we're talking about potential turning points, if not just specific turning points, you talked about CJ.
Mm-hmm.
It felt like he was okay to a certain point, just kind of getting through it to some degree. And you even have what was a very clear missed shot on a wide open booty button naked Dalton Schultz down the seam, and he misses that by a mile. In fact, it wasn't even just like he was a little off. Missed it entirely on the timing of it and the touch of it. And then with all that being the case, we get to a time where we got to stay scheduled. This is the only way for this offense to be effective.
Yeah.
2nd and 20. 3rd and 20. Or sorry, 2nd and 30.
2nd and
33.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, God, here we go.
Yeah.
And then this play comes out of nowhere to really turn the tide.
CJ in the gun, 2nd down and 33 from the Houston 18-yard line. Woody Marks in the backfield. CJ looking. CJ lofts the ball downfield, left side, and caught. Nico left side, and he's got it in Tennessee territory. You need a first down, just go to number 12. He gets it for you. 38-yard play to the 45-yard line of the Titans.
I'd have to pull a Muhammad Ali on Snead right about now if I'm Nico. I'd turn around and ask him, what's my name? Every time he hit a guy in the fight, he was asking him, what's my name? He kept calling him Cassius Clay.
He knows him now.
He does.
Sure does.
He does. That play changed everything. Yes, we're on Reaction Monday. Some people used to call it Overreaction Monday.
Let's do it.
I don't think it's an overreaction. I think that play changed everything because you saw what happened from that moment forward. And you know, CJ Stroud got his swag back, man.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. Like, that's one of the things when you talk about, a turning point. That was a pass with touch and perfectly placed right in the bucket. There was a number of those. Obviously, you get the touchdown to Jaden Higgins. Touch, great accuracy. You started seeing the CJ Stroud that we had been talking about. A lot of people had criticized him for not seeing when you had opportunities. I'm not on Schultz, but other than that, CJ Stroud was phenomenal in this game. I mean, what did he ultimately finish? 22 of 28, 233 yards, 2 touchdowns, a passer rating of 125.1, which I believe is 3rd best in his career.
Yeah.
So not only did this all right, we're just going to wash away some of the stink from CJ of the last year and a half, or the last few games. The last year and a half, I mean, going all the way back through his career, this is one of the best games that he's put up just statistically, managing what was happening on the field and getting the ball where it needed to be.
And from that moment, Sean Pendergast tweeted this out, and I made note of it. Before that pass to Nico Collins, C.J. Stroud was 13 out of 17 for 100 yards, 5.8 yards per attempt, and a 90 rating. After that, 9 of 11, 133 yards, 2 touchdowns, 12.1 yards per attempt, and 156 rating. I'm telling you, that moment is one that we're going to go back and look at and realize that was a moment that I'm not going to say things finally started to click, because I think he knows what he's known what he should be doing, but the confidence level and the trust in himself and learning, making the call to make the changes at the line of scrimmage. You could easily argue, I know for a fact because they talked about it after the game, the Jaden Higgins touchdown, that was CJ at the line of scrimmage saying, "Oh, you're gonna play tight. I know exactly what to do. Boom, boom, boom. There's the ball. The ball placement specialist that he called himself was back." I personally think that Nico Collins was a change at the line of scrimmage. I think they were probably looking for something else. 2nd and 3, probably trying to just get a little bit of yardage back. He saw Snead come up and play Nico tight, little eyebrow raise or whatever it was, and there you go, fade, right for the big play.
Which, I mean, that's what we've been looking for, and I'm interested because I do want to circle around to something that you brought to mind, but we've been looking for some explosive out of this offense. One of the big gripes for me, and I imagine for some other people with this offense, is that everything seemed to be looking just within the 5 to 7 to 10 yard at max route, like depth. Everything is like safety blanket depth, as I'm almost calling it at this point, where here's Dalton Schultz in the flat area. Here's getting some quick outs in some places. Like, it felt like that was everything that was happening, and so you end up in a place where you finally see some things go downfield and attack downfield. That felt very valuable.
Yeah, but that was a product. That was a product of. We heard it during the week. DeMeco Ryans meeting with C.J. Stroud, talking about things. You know, Nick Caley and the offensive staff were trying to get C.J. Stroud back to the confidence in himself to make those plays and make those calls. I think in that moment, that's where it all. That was one play that changed a lot, perhaps changed everything. Maybe it was a turning point for the season. But that one play was a product of everything that was going on behind the scenes, and that was huge.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
Yeah, Houston Texans breaking action Monday. The Texans doing a little reacting of their own. They're linking up again with the Cleveland Browns, a team that they're familiar doing deals. In this instance, they're trading left tackle Cam Robinson, the big free agent acquisition that they got. They trade him to the Cleveland Browns for, according to, I believe this is
Jeremy Fowler.
And Jeremy Fowler. I think Tom Pelissero had it first. 6th and 7th round pick swap in 2027. So late round pick swap is ultimately what is gotten from the 1-year free agent that you had signed. Cam Robinson will be traded away from the Texans to the Cleveland Browns. Your initial reaction, especially once we saw Cam Robinson was inactive going into this game?
Healthy scratch, big miss for Nick Caserio, $14.5 million contract, I think 12 guaranteed. So no other way to put it, just a swing and a miss on Cam Robinson. And that's one of the things that we will probably have to revisit because Caserio's had his weird moments, his bad moments. But, they're cutting bait with him. They're cutting bait with him now.
Yeah. That, again, I think that's a swing and a miss. In some ways, covered by the fact that you did draft Ariante Ursarin. He demonstrated himself capable of playing left tackle at a certain level. He had a better game himself, even though one of the small things that defenses continue to do still showed up in this game and needs to be tightened up. He did look good, including, there was like an outside sweep, like a wide run that was like, oh, I did not realize this was a thing that the Texans were allowed to do, where Ariante Ursarin is out in the head. Yeah. Probably could have made a little bit better block in space, but big boy rumbling in the space, just getting guys was valuable enough. Shout out to Ariante Ursarin making this line better just off the strength of him, showing up at an earlier timeline than I think some maybe anticipated. But yeah, Cam Robinson now gone. I think that this does help, and it does suck that all you get back is like a late round draft pick. But I do wonder how much of that money, if all of it is just going away from you, so that maybe helps erase some of the harm of that deal.
It does, but I think you mentioned something a second ago that I think is big when you were talking about this offense and this offensive line performance. DeMeco has said it. The whole offense is not predicated on taking your shots and taking risks and all that until there's an opportunity to do so, as we talked about with Jaden Higgins and Nico Collins. It's very deliberate, no negative plays. DeMeco has said that repeatedly. The offensive line was by and large clean, no penalties, etc. yesterday, or very few. So I thought the style with which they played reflected that they're good with the offensive line and their philosophy and approach.
So are you buying it in at all to what the offense is doing, both on the mantra that this offense requires itself to stay on schedule and to, stay clean, right? Operate cleanly. And then you can see some of these good things happen. And on top of that, are you buying into the idea that with the steep learning curve that this offense seems to have, that maybe they're settling into it? Because again, you mentioned it felt like CJ, well, we know for certain CJ made a check on one of the touchdown passes, one of the other big plays that we saw early on, the Nico Collins 38 on the left side that we mentioned, felt like that as well. Does it feel like the explosives are going to come from CJ himself, knowing when is the time to take a shot?
100%. 100%. The offense, we talk about margins in this game and in sports in general, how small they are. I think the margins are even smaller with the Texans. I really do, because they are playing so conservative, run the ball, no negative plays, safe passes. But what could change that, what could affect the margins being so small, is a quarterback who can master the offense and can make plays like that when they come up. It's really about, you got to be so incredibly patient on offense. Trust your quarterback to trust himself. And so what they're doing is like safe. Oh, Snead's playing man. oh, who was the cornerback on Higgins? He's playing man. They're tightening up.
It was in the slot too. That was a very interesting kind of slot fade concept that they had there, and it was just like, all right, now is the time. And I was so happy to see that slot fade because remember I had asked Texans Cap to do a little digging for me on Higgins and his effectiveness, and in breakers and some of these other things had been below average for him. Where he had succeeded, go routes, routes that kind of break outside like corners. That's one of those routes that he succeeds on, and you get him out there doing that against man coverage. He wins easily and off the line. Great ball that gives him an opportunity to catch it nice and easy. And now you're seeing the benefits of that against an admittedly bad team. But again, the proof of concept is one of the things that we actually needed at this point.
I actually thought of that term. I actually thought of that term, and you were in my head. It drove me nuts. It's so hard for any of us in any walk of life to just stay patient, stay patient, stay patient, stay patient. Oh, they're making a mistake. Now we can go for it. I don't know if I could do it. I think that's what really changed with C.J. Stroud, whether it was talking with DeMeco or Nick Caley or anyone else on the offensive staff, watching the film, understanding, look, stay with it, stay with it. They're going to make a mistake. They're going to make a mistake. They're going to give you a shot to take a shot. And then right when they needed it the most, he did it. And so this, to me, let me put it very succinctly. This was a C.J. Stroud game. We can talk about rookies. We can talk about the defense. We can talk about a shutout. We can talk about changing plays, defensive play callers. Talk about any of it. It's all relevant, and we will. This was a C.J. Stroud game, period.
That might be the biggest turning point is that the guy who you were hoping to elevate your team seemingly did that in a game, admittedly against the lowly Tennessee Titans, but hell, you definitely needed that one. You need the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step is one of those cliches I like saying, and this is one of that's very much felt like that step. Now 1-3 Houston Texans team getting a 26-0 victory. A lot of conversation to be had, including the breaking news on the day. Cam Robinson no longer Houston Texans, the man that was signed for a 1-year $14.5 million contract, or up to $14.5 million, will now play for the Cleveland Browns. An interesting move that we can talk more about as we continue in the program. But one of the things I also want to talk about here coming up next, let's go around the AFC South, because, again, you add your first win in division, a division game on top of that. And so where Texans now stack up against the remainder of the AFC South, what does it look like? Let's talk about that and the Cam Robinson trade. We'll talk about all of that next on Sports Radio 610.
For the first time since 2016, there'll be no... Bush Houston Literacy Foundation. That's what Houston to hold their own. You always step up, and we appreciate you. Thanks for helping us help Houston kids.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, there is some breaking news on the day. The Texans have traded Cam Robinson, the free agent acquisition over the offseason that you brought in to play left tackle. He played exactly one game of left tackle, and then
why am I laughing? It's sad.
He was a healthy scratch this weekend. He gets traded to the Cleveland Browns in what is going to be a late round draft pick swap for 2027. So not even the upcoming draft, the draft after that. So yeah, just a fixing of what was an error, I guess, to some degree. We'll talk about that more as we go along here on a Reaction Monday after your Texans get a 26-0 victory over the Tennessee Titans here at NRG Stadium. And so that victory, obviously a win, your first of the season for the Texans, but then also a division win, which, look, that's going to become more and more necessary considering the way that you've started this season. And so with that happening, let's look at the rest of the AFC South. And as you recall, John Lopez, whenever we go around the AFC South, it is a choose-your-own-adventure endeavor. Where would you like to start amongst the AFC South?
I would like to start with the Jacksonville Jaguars, which might be a surprise for some.
The Jacksonville Jaguars 3-1 after getting a victory versus the San Francisco 49ers. That was 26-21. And this was kind of shocking, but not so much if you see the way that it actually came about. Brock Purdy did play in this game, which I think Brock Purdy, Juwan Jennings played. A number of the guys that you looked at as injured or having some injury issues played for the Niners. I think that people would have imagined, okay, that probably gives the Niners an opportunity to play to their best selves. Not when you have 4 turnovers. No. The Jacksonville Jaguars managed 4 takeaways, 2 interceptions in those 4, and then also got a Parker Washington punt return touchdown, his first in 8 years. And so all those things lead you to a Jacksonville Jaguars victory, in addition to some really good toting of the football by Travis Etienne.
Well, that's where I want to go, because the defense is a surprise. Well, it is to me. I don't know if it is to you, but the Jacksonville defense is a bit of a surprise, creating turnovers like crazy, playing pretty solid defense just across the board. We saw a glimpse of that when the Texans were in Jacksonville. But I want to start on the offense. This is going to be one of my confessions, and it's not one that I feel very good about, or it was going to be, but it's valid here. Kind of starting to respect Liam Cohen. Kind of starting to respect that cat. And I kept saying, don't
worry. Is it
worry.
because of Etienne rushing for 124 on 19 carries?
The run game, the concepts, the way he's got this team playing on both sides of the ball, he stepped right in, man. And they're 3-1, and to be able to do that, and also keep my name out your mouth as he.
Well, that's where I was going to go here in a second. Trevor Lawrence, 21 of 31. So a solid completion percentage there for 174 yards and 1 touchdown. Nothing crazy, but when you're able to tote the rock the way that they were, get some takeaways, you just needed to do what you were capable of. And they got after Brock Purdy a little bit. They were able to sack him, and he completed less than 60% of his passes. Brock Purdy did. So that was really rough on their end. But the big, salacious part of Niners Jaguars, in addition to the Niners getting their first loss, was, remember last week, when we were talking about going into this game, Robert Saleh, the defensive coordinator of the Niners, got in front of that podium, and when he was answering a question, talked about how Liam Cohen and people of his ilk in that Shanahan tree have a what did he call it?
Legal sign
stealing of sorts, kind of scheme that they're very good at, and he was basically complimenting the ways that they are able to.
Yeah, but I said it last week.
You did say it
when
last
he
week.
said stealing. When he said stealing, the connotation there is nothing but negative. And that's what triggered the Jaguars and Cohen in particular.
The way he said it was very much, well, we have to be on our P's and Q's with the ways that we go about our signaling. They're good at, picking up on signals and then obviously utilizing it. And when before we get to this game, when Liam Cohen is asked about it, he's like, oh, no, we're, going to not talk about that at this point. Well, it seems like when he decided to talk about it after the game, Like after the game, when you have players and coaches all on the field, maybe going and dapping each other up, giving each other hugs. There was not hugs. The coach and offensive play caller of the Jaguars and the defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers, as apparently Liam Cohen was reported to have said on the field, "Keep my name out of your bleeping mouth," to which he also went and further said, "I'll bleep your world up. You don't want to bleep with me. I will bleeping end your bleeping life." Which, okay, that's a little much, big dog. Just a little bit.
But here's the thing: when you hear these two guys on the podium, and you see Robert Saleh, big dude.
I like that you changed your voice.
Yeah,
big muscle guy
because
voice.
He's that guy.
Do the rest of the segment
and real, in control and sounds like a leader and all this stuff. And then you see Liam Cohen, and he's like, Duval, and all this stuff. You think Liam Cohen is the little B, and Robert Saleh is the badass dude.
Choose your next words carefully.
Yeah. The real story is Robert Saleh is a little B.
You think so?
Dude, I cannot get off of this, and this is what the Jaguars and Liam Cohen would really set them up. When you say stealing, sign stealing.
He said
I understand the precursor.
Signal stealing.
I understand, or whatever it was, signal stealing. As soon as you do that you're sending a message with the connotation that these guys are doing something, some impropriety, something illegal, and they're not. Robert Saleh was acting like a little B, and not a lot of people are defending him on this, by the way.
The head coach of the team seems to have some level of defense. This is Kyle Shanahan of the Niners. Because Nader's not up on the podium after the game. Head coaches, though, here's what Kyle Shanahan had to say about the entirety of the interaction.
After the game, Liam and Saleh were exchanging words. Are you surprised that, I assume over sign stealing, are you surprised that Cohen maybe wasn't thrilled about that?
No, try to clear it up, but I didn't see what happened, so I'm not sure. Don't think you should be that sensitive about it, but it is what it is. Not too worried about it.
Sensitive.
I'm telling you,
sensitive.
You might take the other side on this, but Liam Cohen, he's no little B. Robert Saleh coming off like a little B.
I feel like you didn't have to go that hard in that instance. Like, I understand the feeling generally of being like, okay, we got beef. I'm going to end your bleeping life.
Okay, maybe he touched the line a little bit on that one.
You're doing a lot, brother.
He might have put a toe over the line.
And I'm with the 832 here. Liam don't want them problems, bro. Like,
are you sure?
I am certain he don't want them problems. Like, and I'm not saying I'm not saying he can't handle himself.
Yeah.
But Robert Saleh is some problems over there.
Yeah, but he's
I know that
B.
for certain. All right, if you say so, I will let you say those words and hope to high heavens that Robert Saleh don't catch you in these streets. As we continue around the AFC South, where would you like to go next?
Let's go to the Colts. All right. Adonai Mitchell, baby.
Yeah, A.D. Mitchell, University of Texas product, did not have the best day while also having a pretty good day, interestingly enough. 3-1 Colts team, they get their first loss of the season, hallelujah, at the Los Angeles Rams. It was a 27-20 loss of the Rams, but it was a winnable one, as there was a couple of plays where there was instances where you had an opportunity to score, including this play where A.D. Mitchell gets the ball on the outside, makes a great play on the field to make defenders miss, and he's out in the open, and then he does this.
Jones down the sideline, one-on-one. Oh, what a catch! Adonai Mitchell down the sideline, turning on the speed, and a little stiff arm, ushering into the end zone for a Colts touchdown. But did he lose the ball going out of the end zone before he crossed the goal line?
He did.
Earlier in the field, as the ball was loose, prior to crossing the goal line, it went in and out of the end zone. The result of the play is a touchback. First down, Rams.
For the life of me, I just don't understand this. Hell, Jonathan Taylor had one last year.
He sure did.
Where he dropped the ball going into the somebody please explain to me. You people, your generation.
Hold on.
Okay, maybe that came out wrong, too.
I'm with you, though. I don't get it either, right? Especially for him in this instance where you are there, and really there wasn't a reason for you to shift the ball out of the way you were carrying it. I think he just wanted to put it in his two hands so he could, reach it across. Yeah. And look at what happened. What did A.D. Mitchell have to say for himself? I just lost focus. It was a play that can't happen, just unacceptable. I've got to be better for the organization. Try to move forward, learn from the previous mistakes, and get better, which is all you can do. But he was good in this game.
He was very good.
96 yards of receptions, obviously 75 yards on a big play. They're good in the game on just 4 targets.
I feel sorry for him, and then I don't. You know, it's the most bizarre thing. Get the damn touchdown, man.
That's right. That's right. A little bit more obscure than this game. How do you feel about this? 24 of 33. 262 yards, 1 touchdown, but 2 interceptions by Daniel Jones.
Yeah, I think those the picks. The last one was just a backbreaker, of course, and I still think there's reason to have confidence if you're a Colts fan in Daniel Jones, and there's reason for the Texans to maybe worry a little bit about what he is becoming over there. It was 2 picks. You never want to see either, of those things happen if you're a Colts fan. But I thought he played pretty damn well. He really did overall.
He hasn't had a bad game. This one was less good, I think, by most standards. But interestingly enough, Shane Steichen doing the thing where he makes a castaway quarterback a little bit more usable. By the way, Jags next week, they face off against the 2-2 Kansas City Chiefs. On Monday Night Football, the Colts next week have the Las Vegas Raiders Sunday at noon. And I'll finish out with the Tennessee Titans. Obviously, they lose to your Texans in shutout fashion. Now, what the biggest interesting thing to me seems like there is discord and there's frustration, including with the number 1 overall pick, Cam Ward.
I mean, if we keep it a buck right now, so we 0-4. We have this one. We got nothing to lose. We dropped a quarter of our games and we've yet to do anything. So we have to lock in, especially myself on the offensive line, from the defensive line, from the special teams to all 3 phases. We have to play together. We have not yet. And that's just something that, we want to preach about it every day. Every day we got to do better.
I like that from the quarterback, but the reality is they are ass. I mean, they are bad.
They are. And I have the audio of it. How long is this, by the way? Is this something that I could play real quick? Brian Callahan, the head coach, being tormented in a very interesting way. I got 30 seconds. Actually, don't worry about it. We'll get to that at another time. Tennessee Titans, as stated by themselves, by their own starting quarterback, are ass. They get the Arizona Cardinals next week in Arizona, 3:05 in the afternoon slate on CBS. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. And yes, you're right. Jonathan Taylor also had a big-time touchdown run called back by a hold. That's what penalties will do to you. But coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. What is the worst rule in all sports? Because we had a couple of those demonstrated this weekend. 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
The Texans needed a win over the Titans. Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, Texans have shutout victory, 26-0 versus the Tennessee Titans. It is a Reaction Monday here in the Loop. A couple of notes that I have not mentioned. DeMeco Ryans talks at 11:15, and we'll have that live here. And then the other thing is some breaking news on the day. Cam Robinson, the free agent left tackle that the Texans signed early on in the year, will not finish the season with the Houston Texans as he has been traded to the Cleveland Browns for a pick swap of 6th and 7th rounders in 2027. Not this upcoming draft, but a future draft. And so the insurance policy basically that you got with Cam Robinson, damn, I was so close to saying Cam Ward. Cam Robinson no longer needed, and they go ahead and move him along, save themselves a little bit of cash. I think $2.5 million thereabouts is what they save cap-wise, and add a little dead money this year, a little bit more next year. But they go ahead and clear that up. We'll talk about that more later on in the show. But question of the day. What rules, or what is the worst rule in sports? 713-572-4610.
Well, we saw one last night, the 10-minute rule for overtime. That was so blah.
What are you talking about?
Meh.
You don't like super ties?
Not even close to the worst rule.
No, it is one. It is absolutely. And here's why. Here, let me explain. If you're going to let both teams have a chance to score, cool. I'm good with that. I'm absolutely good with that. And we know that in the postseason, the things that have happened kind of led to that, especially with Buffalo, et cetera. I'm good with letting each team have a chance to score. But then you shorten it from 15 minutes to 10 minutes? That doesn't make any sense. It like truly, just sensically, that does not make that does not compute. Yeah, if you're going to do that, great, but keep it at 15 minutes. What is the last 5 minutes going to do when these guys are already out there?
Add 20 minutes to game time.
It adds 5 minutes to the game time.
No, it's not. It's 5 on game minutes. What are the real time minutes?
But again,
that we're adding another half hour of I gave you 60 game minutes. Y'all couldn't figure this out. Let's get over with.
You were good with that?
The only reason I wasn't good with it is that we keep playing this game, man. Like y'all played to a tie in the regulation. We need to get this game over with.
Yes.
Period.
Yes.
Let's be done. I'm out of here.
But the 10-minute thing just doesn't make it's not logical. Like we're going to give each team a chance to score, but we're going to give you 5 minutes less to do it on the clock. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
I hear you on the incongruency between the two. We're just on the different sides of the part of that's stupid.
Yeah. No, but again, people want to see the game come to a conclusion. It's the NFL. Someone needs to win.
Well, if you're taking 5 minutes, they used to have the game coming to a conclusion. Y'all wasn't happy about that. I feel like people just be mad.
No.
Reggie is just rage baiting right now.
No, I'm not. I sincerely believe this. I sincerely believe this. No. Like I was cool with we get to overtime. Whoever win the coin flip win. In fact, I'd be okay. And this is like the harshest portion of my stance. I don't necessarily stay here, but I could find myself in a world where I'm good with after 60 minutes of football. Flip this coin, whoever wins it wins, and we're out.
Hell no.
I could be cool with that.
Hell no.
You had plenty of football to get this win.
But this is the NFL. You need a
I know. I understand.
It matters. By the way,
go ahead and make college football overtime, where we just go right to the 2-point conversions.
Hey, if it can come to a conclusion and you get a winner, I'm actually okay with that. There was another rule this weekend that I frankly didn't know about. I think I might have heard about it, but I never really thought of it. The envelope rule in the Ryder Cup.
You have to explain this to me because I was not watching Ryder Cup.
I was all about the Ryder Cup. You saw me in the press box. I was practically throwing stuff. I was so mad at so mad at the Americans and how they were playing. So if one player gets injured and cannot compete in the Ryder Cup, all right, the opposing team has a name in an envelope of a player that also cannot compete because you're down one golfer, right? How the hell does that make sense? If a guy can't compete, either have someone who you can replace him with or you lose the full point. You don't penalize the team that's healthy and ready to play. The envelope rule is big in golf right now. I know we don't have we do, but I know it's not top of mind for a lot of people all the time. But the envelope rule where they had to split a point because your guy was injured and you couldn't replace him? What the hell's going on here?
Somebody said save your players field goal kicks to end overtime. I like that. I guarantee you I am not rage baiting. I sincerely believe that. 832 says pitch clock in baseball really ruined it for you. I think that you are probably in the minority there. I think a lot of people, even people that were detractors, have seen the way that the game is sped up, the pace at which this game goes, and go, huh, okay. Kind of like the end result.
You know the rule that I hate? I shouldn't say hate, but I wish they could change. We also saw yesterday, and it was silly, and Ed and Mitchell made a dumb play, but you fumble the ball through the end zone after a spectacular, was a 60-something yard play or whatever it was, and you lose the ball? Just penalize them 15 yards or something.
I don't even think you need to penalize them. You have a rule for fumbling out of bounds. In every other circumstances, that the ball returns, if you fumble forward, the ball returns to the place where it was fumbled. If you fumble backward, the ball is placed where the ball went out of bounds. You fumble forward into the end zone, just take it back to the 1 yard line where they fumbled. Like, I don't understand why this weird,
or even
asinine
put them at the 15. You know,
I don't know. I mean, it's an easy touchdown. Like that should happen. It's an error that should not absolutely happen. And John, you were right to question, like, why is this still happening? The offense should get penalized for it, where you give the ball to the other team.
No way.
The administration of the game is not here to penalize bad play on the field. It's to penalize going outside of the rules. That's a dumb thing where you're, for some reason, you're like, we need to penalize you for fumbling on that's for the coach to do after the game when he makes him run sprints. Like, that shouldn't be a part of the rules. I think it's dumb. Some other ones that have come in, ghost runner in extra innings in baseball.
Oh, yes.
I can see why people get upset about that. Somebody said, I mentioned the pitch clock. Somebody said just put the ball on the 20 or the 25 like college. You'll have people complaining about that, I guarantee, because I remember when it happened in college. And yeah, the holding the ball going into the end zone. There's a lot of people that same place as well. And I think it's fair to mention that to go into 10 minutes was because of TV in order to be a compromise to, again, get the game over with, because we got to get to the next one. Speaking of getting to the next one, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. As I mentioned, DeMeco Ryans talks at 11:15. We will have that for you live. But before we get there, coming up next, let's go around the NFL, including the Texans' next opponent played in a big-time game. And it feels like there's some things that came out of that game, including injuries, that are very pertinent to the Texans. We'll talk about that and more next.
You play to win the game.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. The Bengals and Broncos battle it out in Denver. Hear it tonight starting at 7 on your home. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL, and I'll kind of work backwards, starting from Sunday Night Football. We had what was a very good Sunday Night Football game because there were stakes to it, I think.
Yeah, and how'd that work out?
It worked out quite fantastically. Sunday Night Football goes into overtime, really making John Lopez mad, which actually is added benefit for me.
That makes you feel better.
That's
about
right.
It.
40-40 was the final score.
Yeah, but who won?
No, 40-40. You know who won? I did. I won.
No one won.
I didn't win either.
No one won.
I had to start some of my prep that I saved till after Sunday Night Football. I had to start later, thanks to those jerks not getting it done in regulation. And so we end up with a 40-40 tie.
Scorigami?
Yes, indeed. 40-40 is
Why would
indeed
you do that,
a scorigami. Oh, I had to note it. Please understand. That is where I was going. All Colin did was make me say it 10 seconds earlier than I was going to previously. This is the first time this is an entirely original happened in the NFL. John Lopez, thoughts about the 40-40 tie on Sunday Night Football?
It sucked. It was awful. It was dumb with the stakes, with the build-up, with Sunday Night Football, with Micah, with Jerry Jones, with everything that's on the line, with the entertaining value of the game. It was a very entertaining game until it was. Oh, I almost said something really crude there.
Well, let me ask you, because with that, obviously, there was ways in which you maybe did not end up as a 40-40 tie. It felt like both coaches kind of played for field goals, especially Matt LaFleur. Did that frustrate you at all in overtime, watching that happen and seemingly like letting go of the rope of sorts?
A little bit, but I thought the biggest play of the game was in the first quarter, maybe as early second quarter, the blocked PAT return for 2 points.
Yeah.
That
honestly,
was the difference in the game.
Speaking of scorigami, I thought that was ultimately going to lead to a scorigami because obviously in the press box at NRG Stadium, we all get to sit together, and Seth Payne was looking through the various scores, and there's a lot of ones that are available if the losing team only scores 2. So I was like, oh, we're in the end game, and then they went and scored a touchdown. I was like, oh, never mind. But yeah, you're right. Like that ends up being the reason why the Cowboys are able to take this thing to overtime in a situation where if the Packers score 7. Then that game, ultimately, assuming that it goes and plays out the same, which is something you can't do.
But even the butterfly effect since then, because then at the end of the first half, you know, I guess they got the fumble. Yeah, they got the sack fumble, and that led to all of a sudden, you know, a different score. But it's for such an entertaining marquee game to end in a tie is just stupid.
All right, get over the tie. Get over the tie. Let's talk about football.
Get over the tie.
I did appreciate, though, that for a majority of the game, Jerry Jones was this close to being able to get off some BS about how, Micah Parsons doesn't impact that much. And then literally in the biggest moment where you need it, right? This was overtime, was it not? When the Cowboys are in the red zone, Micah Parsons single-handedly wrecks a red zone series to force a field goal. I mean, literally a sack and then a play where he goes and gets the stop, or actually not goes and gets stopped, but creates immediate pressure, forces Dak Prescott to throw the football away on a game, by the way, where Dak Prescott was incredible, fantastic game. Micah Parsons single-handedly shows you why a player of that caliber is on the field. Is for a play like that ultimately ends up where Jerry Jones, I imagine, is disappointed, especially because their defense looks terrible.
I thought they were going to get blown out. I thought they were absolutely going to get blown out. But kudos to them, and Dak Prescott just seemingly doing what he always does. Looks really good when they need him, but we'll see.
Another game that had a lot of hype on it was in the afternoon slate. As we go around the NFL, and mind you, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL and CBS on Paramount Plus. Watch a local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 5 matchup between these Houston Texans and the Baltimore Ravens. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And yes, those Baltimore Ravens played yesterday, and they ain't look very good. They fall to 1-3 versus the Kansas City Chiefs, who they had in the previous 3 games. 37-20 was the score in favor of the Chiefs at GEHA Field at Arrowhead. And notably, Xavier Worthy was back. He showed to be helpful. Patrick Mahomes just had a great game just generally. However, injuries. Injuries was the name of the game for the Ravens. I turned to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport for an update on the many injuries that the Baltimore Ravens are dealing with.
Lamar Jackson was knocked out of that game with a hamstring injury. He's going to have tests today just to determine the severity of this injury, but that is why Cooper Rush was in the game. That is why Lamar Jackson spent the balance of the game on the sideline. John Harbaugh saying this injury and all of the other injuries, which there are more, I'll get to that in a second, none of them are season-ending. Do not seem like any are significant, but certainly you have a player who has a hamstring injury, could potentially miss time. Roquan Smith, their star linebacker, another player knocked out with a hamstring injury. He also is going to have tests today. As important as Lamar is to the offense, Roquan is to the defense. Marlon Humphrey, their star corner, he was knocked out, eventually ruled out with a calf injury. That's another one to watch, another MRI coming. And then Ronnie Stanley, their star tackle, he left with an ankle injury. So, like, you talk about Hunger Games, there was a lot.
And he didn't even mention Madubuike, did he? Yeah.
He did not, and because that happened before the game. Before they got to the game, the Baltimore Ravens placed their defensive tackle, their nose tackle, in fact, Nnamdi Madubuike, on injured reserve. So that's 4 games that he will have to miss, as they have already suffered stopping the run. He's not even that big of a run stopper, but he'll be out. And now the Ravens look downright head to Baltimore, the Houston Texans do.
The Ravens have the exact same record as the Texans. That is unbelievable, to be honest.
If you had told me not only the Texans would be 1-3 headed in Week 5, but the Ravens would be as well, I would have called you anything but a child of God before the season.
But at the same time, even if you just had told me that after you watched the first game of the season, because the Ravens they've looked good. Now they're injured, and the Texans are in all of a sudden, you're saying there's a chance mode going into Baltimore. Because let's be very clear here. It would take an awful lot for Lamar Jackson to play on Sunday.
You think so? Because there was
a hammy, man.
I hear you on the reporting, and I believe you 92%.
92?
There's 8% of me that also locks in with, honestly, a lot of Ravens fans that were on Twitter, in addition to NFL fans that were saying, look at Lamar Jackson. He's on the sideline, seemingly dealing with the hamstring, did not go to the tent, has nobody over by him. Does it not feel like there's a possibility that he just decided, I'm done with this game?
No, it does not. Not Lamar Jackson. There's no way. The competitor that he is, et cetera. And I also think, when you have a hamstring, and he's had them before, everybody has, and at some point, he knows what it is. He knows what it's going to take. And from a Ravens perspective, let's be very honest, even if it's brutal honesty, they're probably sitting there saying, we can beat the Texans at home with Cooper Rush. Why are we going to rush? Why are we going to rush Lamar Jackson?
I would be interested to see if they could beat the Texans with Cooper Rush. Cooper Rush is not immobile. Is one gets the ball out when he needs to. It's just like, all right, well, I get the ball out. I do wonder if the pressure that the Texans have been getting, which, mind you, 4 sacks for Danielle Hunter, 3 for Will Anderson Jr. The leader in the league right now is 5. I think there's a couple of people 5, a couple of people with 4.5, and then there's Danielle Hunter right there in that pace. They've been applying good pressure. Especially with this offensive line that the Ravens have that is very porous, I don't think Cooper Rush can make this go. I think they need the particular mobility of Lamar
I'm saying
Jackson.
from the Ravens' perspective, from John Harbaugh's perspective.
And they need wins, right? 1-3.
They do, but
just as much as we're sitting over here saying 1-3 is a place where you need to get wins.
They still have Derrick Henry.
Who was held to 42 yards.
Yeah, he was. They both. Cooper Rush is obviously not in the same hemisphere as Lamar Jackson, but serviceable, gets the ball out quickly. I would bet an awful lot that we do not see Lamar Jackson on Sunday.
That would if that's reality, right? And of course, we'll follow this along throughout the week before we get to Ravens on Sunday. But if that's the case, oh man,
everything changes.
What a manna from heaven type circumstance that the Texans would find themselves in. And interestingly enough, because we had that hypothetical, it very much changes the way that I thought a win against Baltimore would make me feel if you get to that place. But that's a quick, truncated edition of Around the NFL here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, DeMeco Ryans, head coach of the Houston Texans, will talk to the assembled media on a Reaction Monday. Let's hear how he is taking things in after the first victory of the season. We'll do that next.
The Texans' 26-0 win over the Titans, coach. Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yes, Reaction Monday as your Texans get a 26-0 victory over the Tennessee Titans. The first time that they have gotten a shutout victory since
2010 and the beatdown.
That's right. That's right. Since a fantastic kid since lost his school, but for a good reason, because Cortland Finnegan was wilding out. And it was kind of poetic that you had that happen in this game, or like obviously the callback to it happened in this game where you're again facing the Titans and you again had somebody as a defensive back challenging the number one wide receiver for the Texans. It was very poetic. I enjoyed that quite a bit.
What'd you think of the ultimate, L'Jarius Sneed and Nico Collins, sort of back and forth? Because I thought they both handled it just fine afterward.
Okay, let's hear that. So this was L'Jarius Sneed after he was, after the game in the locker room. They went back and asked him, about them comments.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good. We all get beat. Best he get paid like I get paid. Shout out to him. He's a great player.
Yeah, he says all good. But I've never been a big fan of they get paid to guy. The whole they get paid to guy. You brought this up. You're the one that said who?
Right. This didn't even have to be done.
Yeah. It didn't even have to be done.
Right. This was not even a requirement at all that you had to make this a thing.
And he actually was okay for spurts until he wasn't, until C.J. Stroud got connected with Nico, yeah.
And this was Nico Collins in the locker room as his response to now, obviously, getting a big play on L'Jarius Sneed and putting that to bed.
Who? Oh, 12. Nah. It was fun. I respect 38 over there, Sneed. It was fun. Good matchup. But most importantly, we got that dub. That's all.
I do think that there was a lot of respect on both sides, and Sneed was just, he got his mouth got ahead of himself a little bit, but I do think there was a lot of respect there.
All right. So worst bulletin board material instance, is it L'Jarius Sneed or is it Robert Saleh?
Not even close, Robert Saleh. That was just, first of all, it was wrong, and clearly, he went down the wrong path with the wrong dude. Apparently, he said he would bleep him up.
Yes, yeah. But saying that you'll bleep somebody up in my history, the people that are loudest about that usually not the biggest on that. But yeah, I thought that was funny. Shout out to Nico Collins getting the job done, and shout out to the Texans offense finding a way to get him the football. We're about to hear from DeMeco Ryans as he's talking to the assembled media. One of the bigger things, and we'll talk more about it, but one of the things that was very interesting in his post-game comments, he let a little nugget slip about the way that they've operated. This was a big change for him. Apparently, Matt Burke called the defensive plays for DeMeco Ryans in this game.
That is not a small deal. For DeMeco Ryans to do that, and we're going to dig in a little more. We're going to hear from DeMeco here in a little bit, but that is huge, and I feel as if that is kind of a symptom, not a symptom, a sign that DeMeco Ryans really, he was talking about, they need to look at everything. I think he looked in the mirror. I think he looked in the mirror and kind of changed the way that he was operating.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw that in training camp with some of the ideas of, it feels like he's taking on more coaching responsibility, trying to have more oversight of the offense. It seems like he took a little bit of responsibility for maybe allowing too much leeway on the offensive side for them to get it right, and now needing to have some oversight there. This feels like another step in that, where it's like, all right, this first-time play caller clearly needs a little bit of my help. And I don't think it was just that, but I think there's some of that offensively. I think there's also something to be said, because, again, I don't think it's just the offense. Maybe the cleanliness that we see from this game is in part because DeMeco Ryans was like, look, I will give up play-calling duties. I will not be nearly as focused on that. I will actually get to where I help and make sure that I'm doing the full oversight CEO type things.
And I think that is what he actually did. I don't think it was necessarily like, I'm going to get involved in offense. I don't think he would do that, like, hey, run this.
No,
it's just more like oversight, being sharp, making sure that everybody is doing their job, that the communication between all the coaches and C.J. Stroud is smart and all that stuff.
We'll circle back around to that, but I mentioned DeMeco Ryans. This is him talking right now to the assembled media.
DeMeco, when you look at sort of a winning formula
is there a way to bottle it up, if is the right phrase, but to try to take that forward and try to do it again?
I'm proud of our guys for executing, doing the things that we asked to do. Again, just playing complementary football. That's what it takes to win in this league. All three phases playing together. Mainly, the main thing for us, what we did well, just offensively, is protecting the football. Right, you protect the football, your chances of winning the game, that percentage goes up a ton when you just possess that. We had opportunity defensively. We had opportunity to take it away, and we did. So those things work.
DeMeco, I'm sure you've seen the film by now, and just today, you talked about a little bit after the game with the production that Woody had yesterday. Now you've seen the film, what else have you taken from his day and kind of what he can bring you guys?
It was exciting to see Woody show up the way he showed up, like some of the runs he made, like making guys miss in the hole, playing physical, some of our short yardage runs, him being able to get downhill in the passing game, not just the catching the ball and running, but the protection. He had some really good protection clips as well. I thought just overall, like he had a really outstanding game for a rookie to step in and play the way that he played. Really, really proud of what he did. Right? He sparked a lot of excitement for us offensively, for our team, just seeing him being able to get in the end zone, make a huge play on the third and I think 15 plus, like him to take the screen pass and to convert it, get a first down there, then the next play line up and take a rush into the end zone. So it was a lot of exciting plays, a lot of big plays for us that we're excited to see, how much more he can handle.
Does Nick Chubb and Woody Marks kind of complement each other?
Two different styles, right? I think Woody's just more shifty back, more speed, getting on the edge, just presents different problems. And Chubb, just consistent power, pressing forward, making plays in the run game, making some really tough physical runs. So it's different styles, and I think they complement each other well.
Burke was calling the plays there. Was that what was happening Sunday?
Yeah, Burke called plays on Sunday, and for me, Burke has called plays before as well. We all collectively put the game plan together and work it well. We did a good job of calling it on Sunday.
How does that kind of make it easier for you to just kind of oversee everything, not having to call plays, just kind of be like?
I wouldn't say it's just easier. I mean, we were still talking through what plays we're running, calling, so we worked well in tandem doing that, and just Burke did a really nice job. Just overall, everybody, just our sideline, our entire operation worked really well.
CJ said that the big play to Nico kind of felt like at that moment they turned a corner offensively and things started to really roll for them and energize the sideline. Did you get that same sense with the offense watching that Nico play kind of?
For me, I think the play to Nico is really the play of the game for me, because we've been in the situations before the first couple of weeks where we went backwards, right? We've had 1st and 20, unfortunately. We don't want to be in those situations. But I love how that game unfolded, and with that play happening with CJ and Nico down their sideline just shows you can overcome anything if you just keep pressing forward. You continue to put the ball in your playmakers' hands. You can make plays to overcome whatever situation you're in, and that's just a thing that I think our entire team, it doesn't matter where you are on the field, what the down and distance is, like, are you going to step up and make a play, right? And we had our best players in that moment, CJ and Nico. They stood up and they made a play to put us in a really great spot offensively.
What's the process like when like a guy like Stingley guts it out and goes out there and plays? Does that kind of set the tone for the team when they see one of their better players doing that?
Yeah, really proud of Sting for pushing through and being able to play, and knowing he was battling all week in pain, and to see him, gut it out, that's huge. Huge for Sting, huge for everybody to see that, there is a difference, and you're hurting. Everybody's hurting. Everybody's feeling something, right? You play the game long enough, you're gonna be in a little pain. But to see the guy push through and show up and make some plays for us, it was big for us.
Kind of like one of the prime examples when you and Nick talk about you want guys who love football. Because he says it's gonna take a lot to keep him off the field. Is he kind of like one of the prime examples you point to as loving football?
What I can see from Sting last week, as I was seeing him walking down the halls, he had a look in his eye that no matter what happens, I'm going to find a way to play in this game, right? And once I seen that look in his eye, I was not questioning that he was going to be out there.
What do you look at Juice get another increase in reps? How much have you seen the improvements of the offensive line and kind of filling in that goal?
Juice he's done a nice job with the reps that he's taken. Just continue. We can all get better up front collectively. Mr. Meek is when we're on blocks, just staying attached, finishing blocks better. We can all improve that in that area and get better. I thought Juice did a good job.
So there are several.
Oh, there you go. Little break in the action here.
I jinxed it.
You did. Listening to DeMeco Ryans. There's some really interesting things happening there, but we return to DeMeco now. Oh, well, maybe not. Dealing with a few technical difficulties here as we were listening to DeMeco Ryans, head coach of the Houston Texans. Here he is continuing.
Obviously, he came into the league where it was like a narrative about quote-unquote injury prone. Obviously, the first year you had him, he missed a few games. What did you say to him about the work he's kind of put in to find ways to keep himself on the field?
Stingley, he's a guy who definitely does a really nice job of taking care of his body throughout the week. Right? He does extra. Not just what's required. He's doing extra all throughout the week to make sure he's healthy and his body is in a great position for him to go out and play as much time as he can play. And the thing about Sting, he's a true competitor. Like, he wants to be out there. Even 2 weeks ago when he did get the injury, like, he did not want to come out of the game. He was still trying to go at halftime, trying to push through it, trying everything in his power to be out there. Those are the type of guys that I want on our team. Right, guys who want to be out there, and Sting definitely represents that.
Daniil delivered again for you guys yesterday. Yeah. He's a quiet guy, man. A few words, at least maybe he's more inside the locker room with you guys. And I saw the video. What does he bring to you guys leadership-wise, even though he doesn't maybe not be as vocal as others?
All right. Daniil doesn't say much, but he says a lot about how he plays. He's consistently around the quarterback, applying pressure. I think he's done a really nice job this year of just understanding the scheme, what we're asking him to do when it comes to setting edges in the run game. He's one of our better edge setters in the run game, not just a pass player, right? As people can, you can kind of just lean to think that he's just a pass player. But he does a good job in the run game. And overall, just as a leader, what I like about him is how the other guys look up to him. Like, especially in the defensive line room. Like, those guys are constantly talking. He talks to those guys. He might not talk to us much, but he talks to the guys in the D-line room, and they are all feeding off of each other. And he's like an additional coach in the room, along with Frank and Rod. You have Daniil in there with the wisdom that he has, and a guy who's, of course, he's gotten over 100 sacks in his career. It takes a special player to do that. So we have a special guy that our guys can lean on, seek advice from, and he's there to share that wisdom.
There's reports you guys have traded Cam Robinson. Is there anything you can offer on that right now?
We traded Cam to the Browns today. It gives Cam an opportunity to go play. Cam wants to play, so it gives him an opportunity to do that, and we wish Cam nothing but the best. He's handled himself the right way since he's been here. He's done everything the right way, everything that we asked him to do. So we wanted to do right by him and give him the opportunity.
What does that say about Ursa? That able to hold off a veteran like Cam and kind of solidify his spot?
Yeah, for Ursery, I think he's done a really good job. Still has a ways to go. Still has room to grow, room to get better, and those are separate from each other, and that has nothing to do with Cam. But Tay has done a really nice job.
You've talked about what Woody has done here, but you all were really high on him in the draft process. What was it that you liked about him in that pre-draft process?
Well, for Woody, what I really liked about his film, what he's done in college, he was a productive player in college, right? Going back to Mississippi State, he was a guy who was productive. As we saw on Sunday, he was productive in the passing game and the running game. So guys don't change, right? He's done it in college, and he's doing it here on this level as well. So you saw it on tape at Mississippi State, at USC. You saw what he was capable of doing, and I'm just proud of him for just stepping in. And he's getting more opportunities, and he's really taking advantage of those opportunities and making the plays to really impact our team.
Back to the injuries. So Joe Mixon not close to returning?
Yeah, for the PUP guys that are returning, it'll be Autry and Jay Reed.
When you look at EJ's speed, rep count kind of went up yesterday. What have you noticed of him in practice to where he's kind of fought his way into having a little bit more of a sand defense?
Yeah, EJ's done a really good job with the reps he's gotten. Like he goes out, he tackles well, he flies around on the field, making plays. So just wanted to get him some more opportunities, and I thought he did a really nice job with the more opportunities that he was given.
And CJ brought up him the Higgins touchdown. How beneficial is it for this offense to have a quarterback who has the wherewithal and the confidence to check into something like that on a third down situation?
CJ played his best game so far this year. Just for him, just the timing, the decision making in this game was really good, right? And it goes to when we had different alerts in the run game and the passing game, so he did a really good job of making the proper communication, going to the right spot with the football, but also in our run game, getting us in the right, I would say the perfect, but the best run for what we saw from their defense. So not just on that one play, but it was multiple plays in the game where CJ did a good job of communicating, and he made great decisions with the football. Right, protected the football well. Things weren't there. He was able to get out of the pocket on a couple to save some plays and gain some yards. So I really am pleased with his decision making on yesterday.
Meek, I know I'll know more hear from you more during the course of the week, but initial thoughts just on the Ravens, what you're seeing so far out of them.
Yeah, initial thoughts with the Ravens are, the rushing attack is first and foremost. Right, we have to do a really great job defensively of stopping their run game. We know Henry, Hill, Lamar, all the guys are great runners. So we have to do a really great job stopping the run. And offensively, we have to lean on the run game more. Right, we ran the ball well this past week versus Tennessee. We have to do an even better job this week versus the Ravens of running the football. That's been a formula for us. I feel like it'll be in sustained drives by running the football, and we can stop some drives defensively by putting them in third and long situations. Right, we'll be in a good spot.
It seems like there's been a league-wide overemphasis on kind of investing and leaning more on the run game. I guess obviously a lot of split safety looks, things of that nature, where teams are kind of sitting in that shell look. How more valuable has the run game from your perspective just become in past recent years, including this year, and things of that nature?
I always feel like the run game has always been an important part of football. Like maybe people have gotten away from it in years past, but the run game is always what allows you to win games. You want to win games, you have to run the football, right? And that's how you control the game and ultimately win the game. So if you don't have a great run defense, you want to drop your quarterback back 40, 50 times, it's just not sustainable based on how the pass rushers are now in the NFL. Like the guys are too good, and at some point the well will break. So you have to be able to help the quarterbacks by running the football more, and I think that's just what you're seeing. All right, thank you guys.
There you go, head coach DeMeco Ryans talking on a Monday. A little bit of an update when it comes to the men who were on IR or PUP, the two that he gave us an update on, Denico Autry, Jay Reed, that is Jalen Reed, the safety. Those guys seemingly will be back this week. As it regards the other guys, including someone like Joe Mixon or Jimmy Ward, who else? Tank Dell, obviously Elijah Huzzie. Yeah. Those are the other guys who are possible and eligible return. Those guys will remain where they are. And interestingly enough, I don't know, did you see this? I know that we have other things to talk about, but did you see that on the broadcast, Ross Tucker made mention of the idea that they've seen Tank Dell running at the facility?
Yeah, I didn't need to hear that. I didn't need to hear that.
Oh, you getting excited in there?
Yeah, well, because your mind starts wandering. Still don't expect him. Obviously, the Joe Mixon thing, he could come off this week, right now.
He's not.
He's not?
He will not. And we didn't even get – although I think the way that DeMeco handled it, he didn't say that anybody was close or not close. He's just like, here are the guys that'll be here.
The two that are coming out are not Joe Mixon and not Jimmy Ward and not Tank Dell. The other thing that's the big takeaway, from here, and this to me is like a lot of levels, a lot of different angles on this game. The story is C.J. Stroud. I mean, the story is C.J. Stroud, and is this the moment? Was that the moment? The second and 37-yard completion to Nico Collins, where everything started to change. From that moment, he was damn near perfect. So it changed for yesterday's game in that moment. And I think the thing that I want to keep coming back to, because I think it's important, C.J. Stroud trusting his instincts. The adjustments he made at the line of scrimmage, the calls he made, changing the run game. You just heard DeMeco Ryans talk about that, making some calls to get into the right runs.
He said alerts in the run game.
Alerts in the run game. And Jaden Hins, that was a call at the line of scrimmage. I have a hunch that the play to Nico Collins was a change at the line of scrimmage as well. So this was the C.J. Stroud game, man. It's what we've been waiting for. And if it continues, good things are going to happen.
Yeah, we'll dive more into that. There's so much to evaluate and talk about on a Victory Reaction Monday, coming off of a 26-0 shutout of the Tennessee Titans. And we will continue to do that here. Coming up next, though, let's get into what's popping. There's a number of things that happened this weekend generally and that we want to talk about, and we will do that next on Sports Radio 6.
Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get to what's popping here in the Loop on a Reaction Monday. Again, salute to the Houston Texans getting a 26-0 shutout of the Tennessee Titans. The first time that's happened since 2010, in a game in which you faced Tennessee Titans got thrown out. Why, you ask? You should remember that.
Oh, yeah, you remember that.
Because he made Cortland Finnegan his daddy. All right, he made himself Cortland Finnegan's daddy. There we go. Eventually, I got there. But shout out to the Texans managing to get a shutout, even though it required a couple of missed field goals. We don't have to talk about that.
Hey, shutout's a shutout.
They got off the field a whole bunch. We'll talk about that more as we go. But I was actually very pleased by the way that the defense went about their business. What I was not pleased about this weekend, John Lopez, even though I was already in the place where I don't think I was going to be all that excited about the opportunities that would arise if October baseball returned to Houston once again, but it's not. Now it's officially not, and I still wasn't happy about it. Thanks to the Guardians and the Tigers managing to win the games that were necessary down the stretch. The Astros win 2 out of 3 against the Angels, but finished with 87 wins, which is one shy of what they needed to get into the postseason. So for the first time since 2016, the Astros will not be playing postseason baseball.
Yeah. Were you disappointed?
I mean, just in the nature of seeing them get out there and play. Also, the Friday game that really put them in the lurch, right? The game 1 of the Angel series, you had the lead, and then Mike Trout goes and, hits a homer to officially make it a 4-3 loss. That's when you started looking at the Guardians and the Tigers very intently to see if they could help you out.
And then it happened like that.
And then on Saturday, before you even got a chance to play any baseball, both of them get victories. So you're done, right? I think it was just the way that it happened. It seemed like there was just a little bit of life and that the Astros were fighting to try and make it in. And maybe it was just you hate seeing your team get out there to make it happen, but they couldn't overcome the 159 games that had come prior to that and the injuries and all the other trials and tribulations that they had endured. And so now you will not have postseason baseball.
Yeah, and make no mistake, it was tough. It was sad to know that they weren't going to make the playoffs finally after the huge stretch that they had of just being the most dominant team in baseball. But I can't say that I was necessarily disappointed.
Oh, we know.
Sean was giving me a hard time.
We know.
Giving me a hard time.
We hear it.
It was just we knew what was coming. It just happened sooner than the playoffs. I mean, it's tough. The interesting thing to me is some of the decisions that clearly are going to have to be made in the offseason.
100%. Right.
That is it. This is an aging team that is also very flawed. And there are some very big decisions and people are starting to speculate almost immediately as soon as they were eliminated. From Joe Espada, what his status is to the roster, and I think there are going to be some. I think there should be some big names that they need to cut bait on if they're going to retool quicker rather than later.
I think more interesting for me, and you would not be surprised by this, but especially because of one word that I use here, I think they need to evaluate some of their processes, some of the ways that they go about things.
Sure.
Obviously, return to baseball is one that comes up. Free agent acquisition is one that also needs to be acknowledged. Christian Walker, man, this was a bad season for him. And you can go back with some other acquisitions that they've had. In the heart of this team being really good, free agents were more finishing pieces and they absolutely did. It doesn't feel like that's been the case over the last little bit. So that's going to be something that they need to kind of evaluate, make sure that their processes are all right. Brian McTaggart, MLB.com, sent out and just pointed to a few of the MLB or the offensive numbers and rankings rather for the Astros this season as they ended. 21st in runs scored, 17th in home runs, which is right about average. 26th in walks, which I'm sure is something that Joe Espada somewhere felt a pain in his side because of. 23rd with runners in scoring position, 18th in slugging. These are things that it's going to be hard for any baseball team to make the playoffs if you have those kind of offensive numbers.
And one of the biggest flaws of this team, even if you can take, and I know you can't, but even if you can take away, just the games lost with injuries, et cetera, is how they played the game. You just touched on some things there. They were swinging. They went into spring training saying we have to be more selective. We have to be better at the plate, more disciplined. Only the Rockies, I repeat, only the Rockies.
Are they good at baseball?
Swang and missed at more pitches out of the zone than the Astros. Is that a Joe Espada thing? Is that an organizational thing? The pitching, of course, has been pieced together, but you still need to make some decisions. Should Lance McCullers be back? Flat out.
He had a good final game of the season, funny enough.
Should he be back?
That is a question that I have a strong feeling I know what people's answers to will be, but these are all things that they're going to need to evaluate. Real quick before we go, did you have, because again, the Guardians getting their win, because they finished out their game later than the Tigers who had won their game on Saturday. It ends with a walk
you a conspiracy theorist?
against the Rangers. I'm trying to find out if you are, John Lopez.
Well, you know I love a good conspiracy.
The Rangers load the base. Bruce Bochy, the manager of the Rangers, decides to load up the bases. And then they, again, it's tied 2-2 in the bottom of the ninth. And then they throw and they hit the batter, and that walks in the run that ultimately then, has the Guardians through, makes the postseason, and of course keeps the Astros out. Do you believe that this is intentional, John Lopez?
I'm a big conspiracy theorist guy, as you all know. I can't believe this one. It just seems too... It goes against everything that the old state, especially a Bruce Bochy type, baseball guy kind of stands for and all that. Or what would you put as a percentage of maybe it happened?
I would put it at about, and this seems high for me, 20%. I think it's an 80-20.
Yeah.
I think that this was Bochy trying to get them the best opportunity. However, the funny thing is the way that the pitcher on the mound, as soon as he lets it go, he's just really demonstrative in his like he just throws his arms down like, dang it.
It got away from me.
Which felt performative. Especially because one thing I know about, and maybe it's because it's damn near the end of the season and so this doesn't matter. One thing I know hearing from major league pitchers is even if you hit a guy, you kind of want to keep your poker face on because even if you just don't have your control, they don't know that.
You don't want to know that.
They don't know. You don't know what they know, and they might now have fear and trepidation at the plate, and you want to use that to your advantage. Now, the game is over. It's game 161. Maybe it doesn't benefit him there to keep his motions, but typically I anticipate you're that demonstrative. I do wonder if you're just trying to sell it.
I'll go with you at 20%, but regardless, it seemed inevitable. It was, and the Astros have some. We'll get into this as the week progresses, no doubt.
We will. A few things I wanted to mention here. It's Rockets Media Day. We're that close to basketball being back again. A few notable things that I have seen from reporters out getting some insight into the Rockets. General Manager Rafael Stone declined to speak on the status of extension talks with Kevin Durant. There's been reporting. I know Jake Fisher mentioned that they will get an extension done this year for Kevin Durant, but no update on how far that is. Jabari Smith Jr. said that Ime Udoka has, and this is per Danielle Lerner, Ime Udoka hasn't talked with Jabari about whether or not he'll start, but Jabari added that he feels that he deserves to start and plans to show it. So, I mean, the confidence that Jabari is bringing to the table this year seems to be of a magnitude that is right, and it feels like he should be the starter, right?
It feels like he should, but nobody's going to tell him that, especially Ime Udoka.
Right. Go and get it out the mud.
You're good. Coach. You're good. No, that is not gonna happen.
Speaking of Ime, again, this is Danielle Lerner of the Chronicle saying that Ime, talking about how the Rockets will fill the point guard, responded as follows: "Quote, a committee." All of the above when talking about, he mentioned Amen and Reed were already going to handle the ball more just generally. But, quote, that will get expedited a little bit. Rockets will also rely on Şengün and Durant to initiate offense. So this is going to be really a true committee effort to try and see how they initiate offense. What's your confidence in that with having a benefit of seeing any preseason?
Well, obviously it's not as high as it would have been, obviously with Fred VanVleet, but I'm starting to lean in a little more to, I think this is how they're going to play it. Just because, we think trade, well, no real trades can happen until December 15th. We think, how are they going to make adjustments, Aaron Holiday, all that stuff. Nah, I think they're going to go with this and see how it plays out. And, good thing that Şengün has become such an initiator as well, because I think that's going to be a big part of it.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it all come together, because finding the right balance is going to be huge, and knowing who to go to in the right moments now places even more of a responsibility on the guys on the floor, but I think also Ime in coaching. Like, this is where you earn your money. I think we all believe in Ime to a certain degree to be able to do that, so that's going to be very interesting to see. Some other things that are popping. You were very much in on the Ryder Cup, except I don't think it turned out the way that you wanted if you're rooting for the good old US of A.
No, it was an embarrassment on a number of levels. Foremost, the Americans, wet the bed, Friday and Saturday, tried to make a comeback, ended up short. But then there's the envelope rule, which we talked about during the bad rules. I'm not going to get into that again, but just rest assured it was dumb, and it cost the Americans on Sunday. But the other thing, and we talked about this, playing the Ryder Cup in New York was going to lead to some antics from golf fans.
That is definitely one way to describe what happened this week.
It was way too much, man. This was an embarrassment for our country.
Did you see?
That's a lot.
Did you see
They
the
threw
Rory?
a beer at Rory McIlroy.
Yeah, and he's not.
At his
he's
wife.
Yeah,
he's over the ball, and they're just,
they're heckling him, and he's
then-
like, "I'm not going to putt until they shut up."
He's like, guys, shut the.
Yeah. Look, maybe it's a little dramatic saying this is an embarrassment for our country.
Just a little bit. Yeah.
But it's a huge embarrassment, and it's got to be better than that, man. It's got to be better than that.
I think
it was
so.
ridiculous.
Yeah, it's funny because Waste Management, the Phoenix Open, they do this every
On the
year.
16th hole.
Right, but they have like the controlled chaos where it feels fun, but it's also not. This was chaotic.
Yeah.
It seemed like also the Americans, when they had any opportunity to talk to the media, were real combative. I imagine some of that was circumstance, some of that was the people out there. But yeah, just not a really good experience for the Americans all the way around in the Ryder Cup. So,
Dang it, I was mad.
Yeah, I bet you were.
Yeah.
One more thing, I did want to talk about what's popping because it's the news. One of the news items of the day for your Houston Texans: Cam Robinson, free agent acquisition this offseason. Who was signed to a 1-year deal, just kind of an insurance policy before you even got to the draft to make sure that you had somebody that you felt confident to play that left tackle spot that was vacated when you traded Laramie Tunsil, where he has also been traded now. He will go and play for the Cleveland Browns. DeMeco Ryans, really offering plaudits to him, just obviously talking
Wishing
about how
him the best.
he was a professional and wish him the best. This very much seemed like as soon as they decided, well, we're going with Ariante Ursary, this had to be in the works because that's a free agent. He's in a contract year, not sitting back and being a backup, not playing football. We talked about it. It seemed like something that was not going to be a real decision that he would enjoy. Work together as an organization to make sure that he could get somewhere he could go play football.
Yeah, I think, realistically, as soon as the writing was on the wall, Cam Robinson or his agent said, trade me, and the Texans obliged, which is fine. It's good. But the other thing that's in play here is, hey, we can talk about, good draft picks with Woody Marks and Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel and all that. Nick Caserio's still having a very bad year. He's having a bad year. That's $12 million.
It seems like you're in. I'll need to go back and check in with the man himself, Texans cap, to see where he slated the initial kind of cap breakdown of this. I believe that you're going to end up with $2.4 million dead cap this year, $7 million in dead cap next year. Those are the ramifications of that. But also, look at the depth chart. Your next man up playing left tackle might be Titus Howard sliding him over there. Or is it Blake Fisher as your swing tackle? And I imagine now that you have 2 open roster spots, one of those might be vacated by one of these guys that's returning. The practice window is open. We'll see how quickly they get up to speed. Do you see a Trent Brown make his elevation?
That would be the one that
practice
I'm
squad?
looking at. That would be the one I'm looking at. Another veteran, another guy that Nick Caserio brought in with the, his connections and all that. Because right now, you're looking at the depth chart, heaven forbid, but anything bad happens.
You got 3 guys that play tackle.
Whew.
You got 3 guys that play tackle.
And one of them is Blake Fisher.
Why'd you say it like that?
Blake Fisher.
Elaborate.
I'm just saying.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on Action Monday here in the loop. All right, coming up next, you want to talk about who hoop? There's a lot of dudes who played incredibly well in this victory, and I want to salute all of them. And I feel like there's going to be some rookies that pop up here. So 713-572-4610. Tell us who you believe played well. We'll get to that next.
The Texans needed a win over the Titans.
free.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Woody, left side 15, 10, 5, dives into the end zone. His second touchdown of the day.
I will see your 2 sacks, and I'll raise you 2 touchdowns. Take that, Vandermeer.
Yeah.
Why was there violence?
Yeah, Mark.
Why did Andre choose violence on that?
I don't know. You had to listen to the whole broadcast, which obviously you can always hear on Sports Radio 610. You heard a 26-0 victory. No need to make it more difficult than it was for your Texans over the Titans. And in that's Woody Marks scoring 2 touchdowns, catching the football, running the football, monstrous blocks happening. I feel like he is absolutely the man that we start this segment with. Let's talk about who hooped. Who are the people that you want to salute, that you want to talk about having a great game or having a good game in that victory? 713-572-4610. But you got to start with Woody Marks.
You start with Woody Marks because you described it perfectly. It wasn't just, a couple of big runs. It was good runs even when it was 4 yards. It was the blocking. The one block, of course, got a lot of run and is going to continue to get a lot of run when he just absolutely plastered a dude. You got to start there. Woody Marks, we keep notes, passing thoughts, all that stuff as the game progresses. I made several on Woody Marks. The last one I put down, I'm looking at it right now, it just said, oh, my.
Oh, dear.
Oh, my.
He clutched his pearls as if he was grandma walking out of Sunday service watching some
it was that good.
Yeah, no, he was fantastic.
Was that good.
He was incredible. In fact, you talked about – that's crazy. It's like one of the biggest plays that he had was not inherently – the couple of touchdown runs. It wasn't inherently the screen pass that he went and he just seemed to run through bodies, found a little hole to break out on a 10+ yard third down pickup. It was him just getting a pancake block as a running back. And this was the postgame show. Shout out to Clint and Sean. This was Clint asking Woody about that pancake pass pro rep.
Hey, Woody, I didn't know. I knew you could pass protect. We all have seen that, and we've been ranting and raving about that since the preseason. But that right there was a little different level. That's one that I would imagine DeMeco is going to say, hey, everybody in the room, this is what we're looking for. Just take us through kind of what you saw, and then really I want to get to the point when you knew he was on his back and you was trying to put him in a hole or something. Talk me through that.
So he was talking all game. We kind of knew he was pressed. I'll say the O-line coach and the offensive coordinator and the offensive coaches, when they press, they coming. So I knew he was coming. The linebacker wasn't coming. I kind of sat inside, and then when he came, I really just struck my helmet right in his chest, and he just went down. He was talking on the ground. I was like, I'm not letting you get up. So I heard the referee. I was like, I'm going to let you get up.
Now you can get up.
What was he saying on the ground? What could you possibly say with you having just put him on his butt?
Yeah, he was like, you ain't nothing. You a rookie. I'm like, bro, I just put you on your back.
I actually was listening to this leaving the stadium. Shout out to traffic. But I was actually, it made me think of the old Monty Python. Oh, it's a flesh wound. I mean,
his butt is flesh wound.
The guys
just up at the flesh wound.
Just a little flesh wound. Like he chopped one arm off, chopped the other arm off, chopped his legs off, and the guy's still talking lying on his back.
But for me, it's less about what old boy was talking about. It's about Woody, Woody with that nastiness from a dude that you think about as, or maybe erroneously think about as, like a scat back or just kind of a guy on the backfield. He toted the ball with physicality. He blocked. He did all the things that you anticipate of a running back that holds the status as RB1. And it feels like he absolutely needs to be that because you can see the difference. And no disrespect to a man who ran the ball solidly in Nick Chubb, but there is a visible difference when Woody Marks has it and when Nick Chubb has it in his hand.
Yeah, and there was a moment in the first half when the Texans were struggling, and we've covered that. I mean, they went into the third quarter and they were struggling, and I turned to you. I said, man, if you had to pick an MVP for the season right now, it might be Kaimi Fairbairn. And then
I remember that. Yeah.
and that's sad, but then it changed overnight. Someone else who hooped that I think is quietly putting together.
Real quick before you move on from that, I did want to make mention of, you heard DeMeco Ryans when he was praising Woody Marks say that, basically I'm excited to see how much more he can handle. That almost seems like an acknowledgement from coaching that
Oh, he's going to handle more.
The only question I have is how much of what you saw yesterday was the Titans, and this was a clearly concerted effort from the offensive game planning to hit the edges. That Titans team is terrible on the edges, run stopping wise. I wonder how much of the Woody Marks production was because of the defense. But I don't want to do any of that. I don't say any of that to try and knock him down. I just wonder how effective is it to the point of like making him RB1, considering that you have a little bit more of a bruiser and they had maybe run more inside prior to this.
I'm glad you brought that up because I was thinking about this as well. Yes, the Titans were rough on the edges, so to speak,
literally.
But keep in mind, Woody Marks runs inside a lot and outside. And then this is the thing that I think is most important. And this is going to, I think, 16 to 20 touches a game and should. He doesn't just run the ball, man. I mean, he does not just run the ball. He had 4 catches for 50 yards, 17 carries for 69 yards. That's a lot. That's balance. That's to be able to get 50 receiving, 69 rushing.
Nice.
That and block, that keeps you on the field.
It threatens the defense.
Yeah.
There was a number of things that I'll give. In fact, do you want to put any of the offensive staff, like as a group, into this as hooping? Like, it felt like they had a better approach. I don't want to necessarily jump out the gym, especially without watching all of the All-22. Felt like they had a better approach. They definitely attacked the edges, as we mentioned. They did some things that created some conflict in the defense, which is something we were asking for, right? I think I could pick out some RPO in there if my not advanced football brain actually was correct, which that is inherently causing a linebacker to stop and go, ooh, do I need to guard this guy or do I need to step up into this hole? And I think that gave them some opportunities. So salute to the offense and salute to CJ Stroud, probably, who we probably need to get to in having – really operating the offense with his brain in this game, getting the ball where it needed to be, taking what was there, and then when the opportunities arose, throwing it over top for big yardage, except for that one time that he missed.
Look, C.J. Stroud absolutely hooped. I think that's almost a given at this point. But you mentioned the coaches. Absolutely. And I'm not going to say necessarily with the game plan per se, but with the week that was. They connected, they convinced C.J. Stroud to trust his instincts, to make the calls at the line of scrimmage, to be, very determined and deliberate with them and trust them. So whether that was DeMeco Ryans during the talks he had that he talked about during the week, or Nick Caley, or Gerard Johnson, or whomever it might have been, the way that they connected and got C.J. Stroud to sort of buy in and trust his instincts, yes, they absolutely hooped. The one I was going to mention.
Yes, sir.
And I think this is an important one. I was talking about the MVP discussion we had. The MVP of the game yesterday was C.J. Stroud, and then I would say Woody Marks. Number 3 for me is not even Nico Collins. Danielle Hunter.
Let's talk about it. Katie boy, what's up?
Man, I'm telling you, there was a play, and the reason I mentioned that first half when they were struggling, there was a couple of back-to-back plays in the first half where if they go the other way, we might be having a different discussion today. So the Titans tried to do a little quarterback throwback to Cam Ward.
Yep.
Danielle Hunter read it immediately, got into coverage, covered him up. Plastered him. If that doesn't happen, who knows what happens on that play. And then the very next play, or might have been 2 plays later, Danielle Hunter sack. I mean, he turned the first half in the Texans' favor, quickly, and then was a stud the whole game.
2 sacks in this game.
Yeah.
You mentioned that. I think DeMeco rightfully pointed out something that we should give Danielle his flowers for, which is not only does he go and apply consistent pressure, as does Will Anderson on the other side, he's been pretty good about keeping run lanes. In fact, there's a play in which he's opposite side of the play. The play goes and it starts going downfield. His motor is still going. He is tracking back, and he ultimately 10 yards down the field, whereas a lesser man stops running and goes, well, the play's away from me. What can I do?
Yeah.
He's still in that play. He is a heart and soul type player, and we are so lucky to have him because you see it. You see how he is. And, I mean, DeMeco talking about not only does he do that on the field, he is a resource to these other guys. Shout out to Danielle Hunter, who is only 1 sack back of the league in the NFL right now. And it feels like I don't know that stops the way that this, both. I mean, and Will didn't get his sack. He was on a sack a game pace, but today was Danielle's day. I mean, not only sacks, tackles for loss, pressures, all of those show up for Danielle in this game.
And obviously the other one for me would be Nico Collins. I mentioned him. Just be able to make that play, be the guy that he is. But there were a few sort of, I guess we can call them low key type. They hooped.
Yeah,
they hooped guys. EJ Speed.
Let's talk. I'm so glad because I had this name written down.
EJ Speed. We may need to have a discussion again about Christian Harris, but let's not necessarily do that right now. But EJ Speed is getting some opportunities that he got because of his special teams play.
Yes.
And is now thriving.
And I'm glad you mentioned him because one of the things that because remember, I went back and watched the entirety of last year during when we were heading into the training camp time. And one of the things that pops out watching this defense of last year is those linebackers, when they see something, they go. And it was kind of frustrating thus far in the season not seeing that same trigger getting downhill. You know who shows that?
EJ Speed.
EJ Speed. Yeah. And I was like, okay, I'm here, seeing the physicality that obviously he brings. And it feels like you might have an opportunity. And I know they'll rotate these guys in, but I think he needs to get some more snaps. Maybe those are Henry getting significantly less. Even Christian Harris, I think you mentioned him. Yeah. He shows up at times as you're watching the game, but also
I think he had 8 snaps.
EJ Speed.
Yeah.
EJ Speed definitely needs to get more involved because he looks to be playing the type of ball that typically when the DeMeco Ryans defense, when it looks good, that's the type of ball that you're playing. So absolutely EJ Speed deserves some love.
I stand corrected. He had 8% of the snaps. Christian Harris had 4 snaps. That's something to monitor right there. But while we're talking about who hooped, the left guard argument is over.
I think so. I was this morning I was watching a few of the run plays, and I still see the physicality in certain run schemes with Lakin where he can go up and use that bigger body. But Juice has been really good when he's had the opportunity.
It's over.
All relative.
It's over.
It feels like Juice should probably get a lion's share, if not just hold down that position as of right now.
I don't like them rotating to begin with. Juice has done more than enough, to earn the job. First of all, he hooped. But let's just end this. Let's end this nonsense. Juice Scruggs is your starting left guard. One more for me. I don't even think this one's that low key, but Dalton Schultz. Let's give it to him because he was a very integral. The biggest weapons on the field were Nico, Woody Marks, Jalen Noel, certainly in special teams, if nothing else, and Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, we probably should salute Jaden Higgins as well for doing the thing that it feels like he's done well thus far. And just beating a dude off the route, Also, he had a fantastic block. That sweep that I was talking about out to the left side.
He had another one.
He's coming down crack blocking.
Yeah.
And not only does he crack block, he locks up, he gets locked up with him, and he stays there and seals that block up. Hey, man, getting wide receivers blocking is one of those things that we've had some trepidation about at times. He uses his big frame, and I guess maybe even tall frame, because I don't even know how large he is as a dude. You stand next to him, you're like, all right, he's tall, but he doesn't necessarily give you super stout. But he was willing to get in there and mix it up. Salute to him. But yes, you're right. I think Dalton Schultz, he is slid into, and slid maybe isn't the right word, but he's kind of found himself as like tight end blanket, like safety blanket. Like and
they need him.
They do, right? It's just like, hey, let's get 6 yards. Just sit down in that space in the zone, and boom, here we get the ball to. And that's not nothing, especially when you've seen early on in the season, receivers not quite sitting down in the place, or maybe sitting down where C.J. Stroud is expecting to continue forward. I think we saw one of the few incompletions that C.J. had yesterday being one of those types, I think with Xavier Hutchinson, if memory serves. But yeah, I do think that there is some benefit to that. That would definitely, I'd keep it more low-key there because there's obviously more to be desired with Dalton, especially with the contract. But that is worthwhile, and I do think you need to give him his credit for that. Shout out to Tommy Togiai.
Yeah, nice little tip there,
great
too.
Game. He had a great game.
Yeah.
Tipped the ball, had a sack, and he was inactive for the first two. Consistent in ways that DeMeco Ryans called him one of the most, if not the most consistent player on his team, that it almost makes you go, so why didn't you have him active those
there's
first
a few
2 weeks?
players like that.
And I think that some of the answer is they were like, we trust Foley Fatukasi, and it feels like that is that trust has not necessarily been reciprocated in the way that Tommy's has.
Told you has a great story.
Yeah.
Much less just a great game yesterday. I mean, he has fought his way into that mix.
Right. So he has a hand up, bats a ball down, sack. Like, you have to give him his credit there. Is there anybody else that we should give a level of love here? And maybe we should just as simple as shout out to Daniil Hunter for being, or sorry, not Daniil Hunter, Derek Stingley for being out there on the field.
Yeah.
and breaking what had become kind of the common thought process, which was you don't practice it all during the week. We do not anticipate
But
you
that
playing.
was interesting.
He was limited on Friday.
We got some. I shouldn't say it was bad reporting because they were reporting what they saw, but it was incomplete.
Well, yeah,
because when the reporters were out there, they said, we don't see Derek Stingley. If Derek Stingley didn't practice, if you don't practice on Friday, 99.9% of the time you're not going to play on Sunday. But we found out later that he, when they closed practice to the reporting, that he actually was limited in practice. So that kind of changed the math there.
And he ended up getting an interception. Played pretty solid on Calvin Ridley.
What if it was a road game? Would that have hindered the chances?
I'm sure travel adding in there. I imagine that would have made it a little more difficult. But he was out there. He was not a liability. You couldn't attack him. And so salute to Danielle Hunter. Or again, I keep saying Danielle Hunter. Derek Stingley toughing it out and helping a shutout victory for the Texans, 26-0. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do our lunchtime confessions as we often do, and we will do those next.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. We raised $53,586 for the Barbara Bush Houston Literacy Foundation. That's over 1,700 underprivileged Houston kids who'll be getting a library of new books to call their own. You always step up, and we appreciate you. Thanks for helping us help Houston kids.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, everybody listen to this.
What?
I mean, you should always listen.
Oh, you thought we weren't going to? So you thought
when were you not listening?
People turned on Sports Radio 610 wherever they may be listening, and we're like, you know what I'm going to do? Not hear it.
Yeah, listen.
Okay.
Here's where I am. I think it's important to note, and I hope Adam Spillane is listening. I think we all owe Adam Spillane an apology.
Wait, hold on. Let me get on my phone so I can record that.
He was right from the jump.
I think. Listen, let's think about this. I think we all owe him an apology. He was crushed. I was one of the ones crushing him.
You sure did. I remember that.
I know this because I was one of the ones crushing him. I mean, he took a lot of grief. If you don't know what I'm talking about, training camp, spring training, into the late portions of it, right up to the season starting for the Astros, he was no way. They're not going to bring Cam Smith up. It would be a mistake. He had sourcing of people, and Dana Brown was on the record saying, yeah, no, I don't think we're going to do it. But yet somehow they got swept up in, like we all did, in what Cam Smith was doing in spring training, decided to bring him up to start the season, made a big spectacle, flying in his mom and family to announce it in the clubhouse and all that.
I forgot about that.
I mean, it was kind of silly, but that's fine, whatever they want to do. I think you could easily argue today they should have left him down. They should have left him down. First of all, you lost a year of control.
Oh, well, look at this.
You lost a year of control. He finished with a 236 average, 671 OPS, showed a lot of wear toward the end of the season. Shout out, salute to Adam Spillane.
Yeah, I mean, it was going to be difficult for him to play at the highest level. I think that even at the time, it was clear the reasoning and it was fair, his assessment. I'm still good with him being at the major league level this year, but it looks a lot less fun when you lay out obviously the way that the results came out for him. Also, like the clear issue that he had, facing what was it? Was it lefties that he faced? He had a problem facing off against. Like those things definitely showed up, and you wonder if he's able to develop those a little bit cleaner at the AAA level even. But I think that he was going to have to figure out the fatigue of a full season regardless, right? And he ended up, especially in a year where you had so many injuries, he ended up being a valuable part of spanning the gap for a little portion of it. He also had some issues sometimes where he was one of the guys that was dragging you a little bit.
Yeah.
But he had a valuable part in one part of the season where he was one of those bright spots. So I do think that it was valuable, but no. I think
over the course of the year,
if you were trying to hit Spo over the head with that, you definitely need to go back around and apologize to that man, because clearly the issues that were obvious to be seen reared themselves.
I think part of it was, for me, that at least you can say, well, he did get some major league experience. I mean, sometimes that can work in the opposite, so we'll see.
Yeah, but the way that he continued to battle through the season, do you think that, and obviously, again, fatigue factored in, did you see a guy that looked like he was broken by any means?
Fatigued and not broken, but at the same time, and I'm not Mr. Contracts and all that, but I think given the fact that they didn't make the playoffs, they didn't mention that. It didn't team. They kind of would like to have that year back, I think.
Quite possibly.
Yeah.
No, that's quite possible.
Yeah.
I'm just not going to weep too much for the lost year of service time. I get the reason why, but I'm good with that. And, I mean, he had a May and a June both where he was above average offensively, with June being an 849 OPS. Like, I think that there was that was necessary. And there is an argument to be made that eventually he'd have been up regardless with the number of injuries.
Well, yes and no, because the outfield got a little cluttered with Jose Altuve not knowing where to put him and all that. So it was a little dicey, even in the outfield.
These are my confessions.
I watching this game yesterday, I gotta admit, I was actually kind of happy to see Blake Fisher in the game, and I'll explain why. Blake Fisher was not in as a starting tackle or as a tackle at any point. They brought him in as an eligible lineman. And I was actually happy because these are the type of plays that obviously last year, but even early on this season, that they would have two tight ends in for to try and add what you would ostensibly believe is beef. But in all reality, never worked out that way. Even with Cade Stover early on, you could tell, I think, in watching the video, watching back tape, that he was somewhat hampered eventually with that foot that we found out he had an injury in. Harrison Bryant, who he also gets hurt in this game, not that big type of guy. Like, with all the injuries that you've had tight end wise, I think you were forced to get to this place. But I'm like, hey, if you want beef, just bring in a dude who's beefy.
No, I'm actually good with that too.
Like, I was happy.
I mean, I don't want him to take 60 snaps at right tackle.
No,
but for that particular role,
8 to 10 snaps where, hey, we know we want to run the football. They probably know as well.
Practices blocking.
Bringing in this additional tight end who, maybe we'll put him out in the route. I don't know how effective that's actually been in causing a little bit of a, discord with the defense. So go ahead and just put a dude who will be able to at least get a weight advantage on the dude that's blocking.
No, I'm actually good with your confession there.
These are my confessions.
I got so excited for the first virtual measurement. Like,
you really did.
I was like, ooh, virtual measurement. Let's go. Do you not love it? It took a little longer than I think it will eventually. This first one, it was almost like they could have brought out the chains and gotten the same thing, but it wouldn't have been exact.
I think it was just kind of a first-time thing, especially at NRG.
8 inches.
Did they do it?
What are you talking about right now?
Did they stop? Did they do it in the preseason at NRG, or was that another?
They did it in the preseason, but not a Texans game.
It was not a Texans game. Okay.
Right.
I don't recall. I think the Texans might have had a measurement, but it was on the road.
Maybe. But yeah, I was like, this is so cool. And then they put it on the big screen at the stadium, and then it shows you it's just 8 inches. You're short.
It makes it more tempting to go for it.
Yeah. That was talked about in the press box. Yeah, I think Seth was talking to me. He's like, when you see it like that, it might tempt the coach more to say, dude,
we should be able to pick up.
If we can't pick up 8 inches.
I'm trying to be. I do think, though, you said it's more accurate. It's not. Like, they're still spotting the ball by hand. It's just now we take
the measurement.
The measurement. Yeah. And again, it's slower than the chains or whatever.
I think that'll pick up.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe so.
Mm-hmm.
I still think that it's just one of those things that we're doing just to say that we can. Mm-hmm. Like, it's the, hey, I have Chat GPT, so I'm going to ask it a simple question that I could have just Googled. I think that's what's happening a little bit with the electronic measurement. But salute to you enjoying it. At least I appreciate it because you gained more enjoyment than you would have if there was a couple of old dudes who ran out there with some sticks and chains that determined it.
I wonder if it's going to be as exciting as the ABS system implemented next year in baseball. I wonder if there's going to be much excitement like that.
Oh, I think so. Yeah.
From the 8-3-2, it's still dumb that the refs spot the ball. I hear you. There's not a better option. I know there's a lot of people like, put a chip in the ball. I'm like, that. You're still ignoring that spotting the ball is not just GPS location. It's also timing, right? Like, at what point does the knee or the forearm or
That's
the
the
shin
problem.
hit?
Yeah.
And what happens if all of that is happening? Because again, there's cameras involved. What happens if all of that is happening in a mass of bodies? Now, of course, the guys spotting it by eye also are trying to do that by a mass of bodies, but I don't think the chip is inherently going to be all that much better at what we're doing here. We'll see, though. It feels like that's eventually where the NFL will push
fuddy-duddy,
to.
you're just an old fuddy-duddy.
That's right. 7-13. That's an 8. That's 8 hard inches to pick up. By the way, thank you for that.
I see what they did.
Oh yeah. I'm honestly, you should feel lucky that I even read that. And with that, I will exit this segment. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us, getting some lunchtime confessions in. Coming up next, who are the winners and losers of the weekend? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about some winners and losers on the weekend next.
How big was the Texans' 26-0 win over? It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Victory Reaction Monday to you. That's John Lopez, Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig is out, but we got Cullen Neal holding it down in his Sam Houston State Bearcats hat. I could have said something mean that I don't want to do.
You could have mentioned that we got paid $1.5 million by Texas to make Arch look good.
There you go. Look at him turning that into a positive. That's the type of Monday it is.
And then he's stepping over you.
Happy Monday.
Hey, going EKR for the first time, that was pretty cool.
There you go.
That was pretty cool.
More positives.
I got to be right next to Bevo, which I would
be careful.
Yeah, I don't want to get next to those horns.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. All right, let's get into some winners and losers of the weekend. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Who were some winners or losers on the weekend? And I feel like I have to make this man a winner because he avoided what probably could have been an issue. I mean, a week later than I think the storyline was there, but Azeez Al-Shaair, hey, buddy, I love the physicality with which you play. That hit on Cam Ward, just a little late.
He gave him the 1-2. It was 2 hits. It was the left hand and the right hand. He did the old pop, just kind of getting him lucky.
Is he going to get fined? You think so?
He might get fined.
That's probably where it comes in. I could see him getting a little bit of a fine, especially with the with all of the narrative that has happened around him, especially last year. And look, there's people even around these parts that are like, yeah, man, there he goes Azeez again. And I don't agree with that. Getting the opportunity to talk with the man, hearing him after the game, I thought he's always insightful, always so thoughtful. But the way that he plays is right on that borderline, don't he? He plays right on that borderline, and it showed up early on in this game with the hit on Cam Ward. Luckily for the Texans, luckily for him, no flag, no nothing to speak of, at least on the field.
I totally get what you're saying. Had it been called, we'd be singing an entirely different tune. It's back and forth, man. I mean, you're very, very happy that he is that guy, the leader, the professional, says all the right things, acts all the right ways. Then he gets on the field and in certain moments it just like it comes out, and sometimes usually it's very, very good. Sometimes it can be very, very bad. And they got lucky. Let's just be honest, they got lucky.
100%.
Yeah.
I will not disagree in any way, shape, or form. Like they got lucky, and he ends up being a winner in that regard. But also, like, he's the signal caller on this defense.
Sure.
And shout out to the defense. Obviously, you had some missed field goals, some really bad missed field goals from Joey Sly that kept the Titans off the board entirely. But pitching a shutout here is pretty big, especially in the week after. Not necessarily that this is inherently a 1-to-1 causation relationship, but C.J. Gardner-Johnson goes, one of 2 free agent acquisitions over the season that are no longer with the Texans, interestingly enough. But the defense did not seem to have, outside of one Cam Ward throwback back to the middle field, didn't seem to have like big busts of plays in this game.
Yes, and I'm going to go ahead and refine it just a little bit, because it's kind of like the offensive linemen. If you don't say their name, they probably did pretty dang well. Let's make MJ Stewart a winner.
Number 29.
Let's make MJ Stewart a winner, because what has been their Achilles heel? It's the big bust. Now, whether it was CJ, I have my doubts on.
What are you laughing about?
The big bust.
Okay, I thought I was like, I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page. We are just children today on a Monday. I apologize.
We deserve to be. It's a victory Monday.
That's right.
Exactly.
It's a victory reaction Monday.
Yeah. But whether it was CJ Stroud, CJ Gardner-Johnson or not, I have my doubts that it was all just hit cost Texans in the first 3 games. Regardless, MJ Stewart did not have any big busts. And it was clear that he was in the right spot, and it helped everybody.
Yeah. I think that's absolutely fair, and that was to be expected. We'll see how far that carries along also when you face off against a team that is significantly more capable of attacking weak spots in a defense in the Baltimore Ravens next week. But for this one, shout out to MJ Stewart doing his job. How about this? I think this is a loser on the weekend, and his name is Jalen Ramsey. Jalen Ramsey in the first quarter of their matchup, and I can't remember who the this was the game that they were playing overseas, was it not? With the Steelers.
Oh yeah.
He gets a pick 6, scores a touchdown, and did one of my favorite celebrations although I don't love it for the reason I'm about to describe. He did a hamstring, like he faked a hamstring injury and then started dancing.
You like that?
There's like a particular women's soccer player that did one of those where she was like faking an injury and then she started twerking. And I was like, that's hilarious. Jalen Ramsey did something similar, but he is a loser not because he did that, but then in the third quarter of the game, he pulls up in trail position, trailing down a wide receiver who's running booty butt naked open with a hamstring injury in that same exact left hamstring that he had been faking the injury for the celebration. It's bad luck.
That's why you don't do it.
It's a real bad look.
It's karma, man. It's bad juju. I've never been a big fan. I was like, never been a fan.
No, I'm sure it sucks for like the training staff who's immediately like, oh no, what do I have to go do? And it's like, oh no, he's dancing everything right. Was that actually a thing? Was it not?
Yeah.
I'm sure that nobody
Who started that.
I don't know who started it.
Well, he did the gritty afterwards, so it was the gritty that he did. So I thought he was like doing like a Justin Jefferson kind of deal.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think I've
Justin
seen
Jefferson started.
I don't think I've seen Justin Jefferson do the fake injury thing. Maybe he has.
It did start in soccer.
Yeah, because I remember a women's soccer player. I don't remember if she was the one who started it, but that's a little bit of a karmic, I guess, revenge somewhat that you had to deal with there, Jalen Ramsey. But how about this? Another loser, and I don't even think it's his fault, or I don't know if it's his fault, John Lopez. Are you familiar with former K-State quarterback and now Steelers backup, Skylar Thompson?
Yeah, I am very familiar, and I know what you're going to talk about.
So Skylar Thompson, obviously, along with the rest of his team in Ireland, where the Dublin game was had, which I will have to admit, actually completely forgot about it. Like, I found out about this game when it was already over. I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. They were playing the Vikings in Dublin. Well, apparently the Dublin trip did not go nearly as well for Skylar as everybody else on the team because they got out there and he was out on a Friday night in Dublin and he suffered minor injuries after getting jumped and robbed.
Got mugged.
Out in Dublin, Ireland. According to the statement that the NFL media released was, we are aware of the situation involving Skylar Thompson on Friday night in Dublin. We will have no further comment at this time as we are working with NFL security to gather more information. And I bet the NFL's got to be livid because I bet in their minds they were like, oh, Dublin, it's not like we're going to Brazil.
Hey, name a city.
They got their streets.
They got their streets. It doesn't matter what you could be in suburban Connecticut. Okay, maybe not there, but most cities there's going to be some issues. We know that. I think it's a black eye, no pun intended. That just came out. I didn't mean it like that. I think it's a black eye for a lot of people. The NFL obviously doesn't like this to happen. I think NFL players always have access to security, especially on road trips like this, where they can say, hey, I'm going out with the fellas. We're going to grab, a couple of pints or whatever, and they could go with you. So it just makes everybody look bad.
Rob on the YouTube. See, you're not seeing heaven. I don't know how many of us are indeed. Rob's on the YouTube said, I heard the muggers were overheard saying, reach for the Skylar. You didn't have to do that. And I didn't have to read it. But yeah, like it's crazy because the thing I immediately thought of, and I mentioned this, like when they went to Brazil the first time last year, remember players were talking about all of the information and conversations they were had about, oh, don't wear these certain colors because of all the danger.
Right.
Lo and behold, Ireland is where y'all had that heat, where somebody came up and mugged a player. But yeah, this sucks, particularly for the NFL, because I don't know how much this will slow down the show, but they want to continue to grow internationally.
Slow down. They're expanding.
Right. That's what I'm saying. But, like, does this at all give people trepidation or whatever? I don't think it actually does, but I bet NFL media is like, damn, or NFL generally is like, damn, we don't want to have to deal with this as we're continue to try and make this a big deal going forward in a good way. So salute to Skylar Thompson. Hope he's doing well, but that does suck to get robbed, man. Not just robbed and beat up. Pick one.
So
you can do one. If you want to beat me up, leave me my stuff. If you want to take my stuff, leave me alone.
You mentioned the international, growing. The Minnesota actually is staying.
They are,
because they play in London next week.
That's gotta suck for them. They just gotta stay. I bet that the protocols change. Like, hey, y'all gotta stay inside. Y'all don't get to go outside no more.
See, that's the problem. And we talk about expanding now. 16 games in overseas is what Roger Goodell's floating out there.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, per year.
Yeah,
it's a lot.
Everybody plays overseas once a year.
I really don't know where I stand on that. Oh,
it's a dicey one. It really is.
I get growing the game, but like it kind of gets it becomes kind of watered down. Like,
well, it's not even that. It's like that's a lot. That's a lot. Everybody going overseas. We're all going over there.
Well, I mean, it's just further stretching the travel and all the issues with that makes it really tough. And I would like to conclude it, funny enough, with something that is on the television screen at
I was
going to
be mad at you if you didn't mention this.
A winner.
Yeah.
Big man everywhere.
Dude.
Shout out to Caden Proctor.
Yeah.
Just another instance of the big man touchdown, something that I absolutely love.
The best.
It was the best. They lined him up in the slot. They motioned another man out there, and you're like, oh, he's going to get out there blocking. No.
Yeah.
The Alabama Crimson Tide, on their way to beating the Kirby Smart-led Georgia Bulldogs again, throw a screen pass to Caden Proctor, and that man was ready for his moment. Caught it clean, turned upfield, and just started bulldozing fools.
Dude.
First down and more. Almost got the I thought he's going
to line. He was doing it all. What it was, like 13 yards, almost damn near scored a touchdown. That was a hell of a run. I don't care. I mean, look, size mattered. The size mattered.
Right.
And people were making business decisions when they were trying to tackle him. But he knew what he was doing. I mean, they put him there for a reason.
Sure,
Probably,
sure.
One of the more athletic big guys out there, and had some good speed and put his head down, protecting. He had the nose of the ball covered, the whole 9 yards.
This was his moment.
Yeah.
This was his moment, right? And I do love just anytime we have an opportunity for a big man intentionally to do cool things. So shout out to Kalen DeBoer doing that, and shout out to him just in general. Another instance of defeating the University of Georgia. He is 2-0 against Kirby Smart since taking the Alabama job. Here's the issue. 5-5 against everybody else. You got the hard one handled, big dog. You're doing it. How about you figure out the other ones? That's what you need.
It's the first time since 2019 under the Kirby Smart era that Georgia never had a lead in the game.
Yeah. And what was it, 33-game win streak at home?
That's tough.
Yeah.
Hate to see it. So there you go. A little bit of winners and losers of the weekend here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Shout out to the Texans defense. The 972 team says number one defense in the NFL on points per game. So shout out to them. Jefferson did do a fake injury gritty once while scoring. It was on Netflix.
I thought he might have started
Thank
him.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you to the text line for pointing me there because I did not realize that. All right. Coming up next, let's return to this Texans game because, again, we talked about this possibly being a turning point game. Is this the single biggest turning point that you saw in that game? 713-572. We'll talk about it next.
All right.
scores, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, big voice man. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and it is indeed a victory reaction Monday. Texans with a 26-0 shutout of the Tennessee Titans. Mind you, not a scoregami, interestingly enough.
Good.
Why is that good? Why does that matter to you?
I don't think John's a big fan of
I'm not a big. Well, it's just you keep going back to it.
What a hater!
It's silly.
It's silly. There's a lot of things that's silly that we go back to.
Gonna need to have Figgy implement My Friends. That's a scoregami back in the intro.
Yeah, we might need to bring that back
just to spite OG.
Something that I'm sure, as before we get to the conversation that we will have, something I'm sure that John, you will not be upset about. It seems like the Ravens have already ruled somebody out for Sunday. We are 7 days away, and Marlon Humphrey, the best cornerback that the Ravens have on their roster, has been ruled out with a calf injury.
Well, Marlon Humphrey, their best cornerback, out, as you just mentioned.
Correct.
Roquan Smith, their best player on defense, probably.
He has those guys, the guys that you're about to name, except for Nnamdi Madubuike, who is the defensive tackle who they put on IR. He will also clearly not play, being on IR. But they do have a lot of knocks and nicks and bruises right now, that Ravens team, in addition to being bad defensively and bad at protecting
and Lamar Jackson.
And Lamar Jackson, obviously, you're
with a hamstring. I really don't expect him to play. I really don't.
We're way too far out to make that determination.
It is far out. I'm just saying me personally.
Yeah. But I just wanted to make that mention because legitimately, normally I would be like, okay, that's the note that we'll talk about a little later.
Yeah.
He has already been ruled out, which is bad for the Ravens just generally going forward. And this is one of those moments where I guess I don't have to, but I will raise my hand and saying, a few weeks ago, I thought this was the best team in all of football.
Yeah, I do recall that.
I did think that.
I do recall that.
Did you just now make that, or was it because for me it was after the season opener for them against?
I thought even with the season opener, like you're playing against a good team, maybe it's just one of those instances where a good team will make you look a little bit different than you actually are. After 2-3 weeks, it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
This is much different than what I had anticipated. So the NFL is good at that, right? Taking your expectations and turning them on their head. We had a few of those types of games this week as well. But, yeah, interestingly enough, Ravens beaten and bruised. We'll talk about that more as the week progresses. But still, we're reacting. We're reacting to a victory, and it felt like this could be a turning point for this team. But, some of the things that we talk about, look, the offensive play calling looked a little bit better, except for the first three quarters, it was a little dicey until you finally got in the red zone at the very end of the third quarter. And then in the fourth quarter, scoring touchdowns and everything feels a lot better. So maybe you go, okay, against a better team, can you wait three quarters? Fair question, right? Running the football looked a lot better, especially with Woody Marks on the edges. I think he stands to get an uptick from the 40 snaps that he got in week one. And maybe he could, but also there's an acknowledgement that the Titans, the edges that they have on their defensive line, not nearly as good. And so when you attack those, boom, here you go with some production. We'll see what that looks like as the the opposition is better down the stretch. There is one thing, though, that I think we both agree on that feels like you can put this and mark it in stone. This is clear turning point that I don't think you can step away from, and that's who, John Lopez.
That would be C.J. Stroud. This was a remarkable turn of events, and it happened in the blink of an eye. You mentioned it. First 2.5 quarters, if not more, you're thinking this is going to be a miserable week. This is going to be an absolute – and this team is going to be in miserable shape as an organization. Forget, the X's and O's and on the field. And then all of a sudden, C.J. Stroud, I believe, makes an on the line of scrimmage adjustment to make the throw to Nico Collins. He acknowledged, and so did DeMeco Ryans, they did do that at the line of scrimmage for the Higgins catch and touchdown. So for him to be able to have the patience for 3.5 quarters, the crowd is crickets. The offense is zilch outside of 2 field goals, and realize I'm doing it. I'm doing it the right way. I'm doing what we've talked about all week. I'm sorry for the cliche. We're taking what's given. We're running the ball. We're not making mistakes. We're not making negative plays. But sooner or later, they're going to blink. They're going to make a mistake, and I'm going to take advantage. And the validation that he must have today the good feeling he has about being patient, about understanding the game, about trusting his instincts is probably it's 10 times more important than actually making the play in that game, because now I think he's getting that validation and he feels it and he's moving forward. I think that was a huge C.J. Stroud game.
100%, right? And even though we didn't see the fruits of the labor until the fourth quarter and seeing the points go up on the board in a big way and actually, helping the defense and putting the game away, first quarter, C.J. Stroud was 5 of 6 for 50 yards, 101 rating. For the first half of the entirety of the first half, 10 of 14, 82 yards, a 86 rating. And, of course, we know that got even better as things went along. But I take you to C.J. Stroud and his response to a question. This is actually the first question that he was asked in his presser, where he was asked about why they were able to see success in this game. And I kind of want to ask you about his response.
The way teams are playing us and, the way our offense is kind of built is just death by 1,000 cuts, taking what the defense gives me, and then finally I think after you hit a big play or like a big play comes is when everything kind of opens up. So I feel like that's what happened.
Do you like that?
I'm not a fan of the death by 1,000 cuts philosophy, because we all know, DeMeco Ryans says it all the time. The NFL is designed to play close. The margins are small. I think for the Texans, because there are still some talent shortcomings, offensive line and such, as much as they played clean yesterday and did the job, I think it's fair to say there are some talent shortcomings on this team. As much as that's the case, the margins are even smaller for the Texans. They're small for everyone. I think they're even smaller for the Texans. So not only do you have to be like, let's not make any mistakes, let's not have any negative plays, et cetera, et cetera. Not only that, C.J. Stroud has to be damn near perfect and be patient like this and pick his spots and pick it right and execute.
Right. And so we've talked about it, 125.1 passer rating. Probably, I believe the metric was third best in his career. Not this year, not of the last couple years of his career to this point, third best performance that way. But you're right, 78, almost 79% completion percentage. Looked like he really did fully commit to this, but you had to be that good with only minimal kind of misses for it to look like that against the bad team. And so I do think that there is a comfort and a confidence that, one, as you mentioned, like he's buying into this kind of this feeling of it. Not that buy-in might not be the right word, because I don't think that it was I wasn't there and confident in what happened. But validation in that, probably. Thank you. And I think that he's capable of doing that. I just wonder, again, does it feel like you're asking a lot for, it's like, hey, death by obviously not exactly that number, but each of those 1,000 cuts, you have to make the right decision every damn time in order for you. And also, while, seeing some pressure, while also, teams are able to sit down on what you're doing. And unless you make the right checks, big plays are not necessarily given to you in the run of the scheme of the offense. I do have some concerns there on that side of it that still remain, as I'm not going to be like everything is happy and rainbows on a Victory Monday. But I am happy to see that this is proof, right? There were people coming for C.J. Stroud's neck.
Absolutely.
We were talking about it.
Yeah.
I want to know how those people that were coming for his neck feel today. And this isn't some gotcha, what do you got to say now? It's legitimately, I wonder, does this make you more confident seeing that he can give you all that, the deep shots, the touch on those deep shots, while we were looking at, is he going to be that accurate guy? He was accurate, feathering things in. He was making the right decisions. He was making checks. This felt like everything that they have asked of him, and a lot of the things that I think we on the outside have asked of him as well.
No, I think it's true that he's found something. He got the validation, all that. But I think it's also true that is a big ask, because you're not going to be facing, and this is where it does come into play. You're not going to be facing the Titans every week. You're going to have to be patient when you're down 10 points in the third quarter. You're going to have, and that's hard. That's even harder. You're going to have to, face, a defense where you get sacked 3 or 4 times, even though you're still trying to get rid of the ball and make the right decisions as he did yesterday. So I think he's going to thrive, and he's going to have some confidence coming off of this game. But at the same time, and the Ravens may not be that best, but you're going to be facing.
What a wild world we live in. Wait, can you say that one more time for me?
The Ravens defensively, I should say, well, maybe even offense, but anyway, defensively are not going to be that big a test for them, as big. But it's a big ask. But you know what? This is what DeMeco wants. DeMeco wants to rely on his defense. Let's be conservative and safe on our offense and pick our spots. It worked like a champ yesterday. It worked like a champ. Damn near right at the start of the fourth quarter, everything starts to click. He scored 3 touchdowns on 3 straight drives, which is as many as you had in 38 drives going into the game. So it worked like a champ. It's validation for DeMeco, but it is still tiny, tiny margins in the NFL.
Yeah, and you talk about those tiny margins. Even still, like, you gave C.J. Stroud moderate protection, 28% presser rating, which was good for 18th on when it comes to this season to this point. We still got Monday Night Football coming for you tonight. So it was fine, but you gave him just enough, and he was able to have a platform. Although this does remind me when I start talking about protection, what the actual bleep happened?
Oh,
where we saw the single fastest sack that I've seen ever. Like, I don't know that I've seen a sack happen. Was that a run play? Did he get sacked on a run play?
Well, they called it a sack, and I looked at it a couple of times trying to determine, and I couldn't determine whether it was a sack or not. It was unbelievable. I've never seen anybody go down that quickly, on a sack. But I will say this. I think it was as simple as snap count and strike.
I don't know. Like, you had everybody on the offensive line there going, what was it?
He swam the center.
He slammed the center, but that's because Ed Ingram as a right guard is supposed to be blocking down left as well. He runs into Titus Howard going right.
Well, I was talking to Seth about this. I think he had responsibility to jab to the right in case whomever that tackle was or that end.
Maybe so, but then how do you end up running into? I don't know that there's any blocking schemes that are designed.
I mean,
to
he
have
jabbed to the right and ran into him. Because the guy was coming that direction.
Well, maybe they're trying to open up that side of that B gap on the right
side.
Maybe.
But there's a lot of maybes.
I agree with you, though. I thought it was just a great play by Simmons. He just guessed it correctly, and he just made the jump. Even if Ingram would have gotten there and made the right decision, I personally don't think he would have.
He would have blocked him up entirely, but at least you maybe hit him on the side and not allow him. Jeffrey Simmons, and this is Next Gen Stats that has this. He crossed the line of scrimmage in 0.32 seconds.
It's pretty quick.
That's literally the fastest get-off time by any defensive tackle this season.
He's a dog, man.
And then on top of that, the sack, and I'm talking about through the completion of the sack, 2.09 seconds. There was a lot of people when we were still in the midst of 6-0 and we were lamenting the way that this game was going, watching the CBS broadcast as DeMeco walks off and he says, well, we just got to get the ball out quicker, and we're like, 2.09 seconds?
Quicker than 0.3 seconds.
How are we supposed to do that?
What was the initial reaction in the press box after that? What was the
initial? It was, oh, my God.
It was good God. Like, it was everybody else's.
Oh, my God.
It was like,
how did that happen?
How did that happen?
I do think he guessed perfectly, and Ingram, and I'm just trusting Seth on this because he saw him with his right foot step first, so I'm guessing he had to chip, and then he's like, whoops, probably should have gone in that direction. Probably should have gone over there.
Probably shouldn't. But it does feel like C.J. Stroud showed us that, look, there's positive happening with this offense, but this was literally the baseline. Like, again, this was the baseline against the Tennessee Titans. If it's just this, it's a problem. There needs to be continued growth. But at the very least, in week 4, considering where we've been, I can honestly say I'm happy to have seen that little bit of that proof of concept, that game from C.J. Stroud yesterday. Because, I mean, imagine if he is just okay in this game.
Yeah, no, look.
What does it look like?
I think it looks a lot different. I think we're talking about a lot of things differently.
Yeah, and they have to stay on. They have to stay on schedule. Apparently.
It is dicey, and we'll get there because we'll probably see a game where they are relatively clean and still lose. Because the margins are so small, and the opponent was good enough to take advantage of those. So I'm still not. Are you wholly comfortable with this idea? You asked me.
No.
Yeah.
No. You know me. You started talking about margins. That's exactly where I live. Yeah. The whole idea, I think, of a team is to widen the margins in which you can win, right? Yeah. Give yourself, because again, every football player, every coach, every executive will tell you, well, they get paid and you got pros on the other side. And so what are you trying to do? Going up against another team, you're just trying to give yourself the most opportunity to be as successful as possible. And right now, it feels like the offense has margin for error in what they do, especially with the way that they go about things. And it's a lot on CJ's shoulders. It felt like he answered the call.
You kind of have to be perfect.
Game. Yeah. Kind of have to be.
because you had a great Woody Marks game. You stayed on track a lot with this game. You didn't find yourself behind the sticks a ton. And thankfully, you had some big plays to help you get out of that. Obviously, the Nico Collins went down the left side, but also don't forget that Woody Marks screenplay.
Big time.
Good God, Woody Marks. Like that one.
That's when I wrote, oh my.
Yeah. That one, because, I mean, he gets the ball and he's able
and the move and the.
Not just the move, but then he also, he finds a soft spot. He knows he's going to take a hit and finds a way to remain balanced with that contact balance and get himself beyond that, keep getting yards. Shout out to the Texans offense getting some things done. Appreciate the baseline as being established, but there's more to be done for this team. All right, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with a juicy Week 5 matchup between these Houston Texans and the Baltimore Ravens. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, coming up next, we get to Figgy's mixtape. Figgy out once more. I will handle it again. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a halftime performer. Let's talk about that and who it could have been next.
The Texans needed a win over the Titans. $3,586 for the Barbara Bush Houston Literacy Foundation. 700 underprivileged Houston kids who will be getting a library of new books to call their own. You always step up, and we appreciate you. Thanks for helping us help Houston kids.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed. It is the mixtape here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Figgy Fig got another day off. So, all right, Reginald Atatula, I'm taking up the duty to just try and hold it down until our boy gets back, I believe, tomorrow for the show. But another shout out to the Texans, of course, getting their victory 26-0, shutting out the Tennessee Titans for the first time since 2010. And when the last time was that they shut out the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah.
Both on the field, and then also they shut them out, which was Cortland Finnegan. Shout out to Andre Johnson, the man, the myth, the legend, the Hall of Famer for your Houston Texans. And I bring up Andre Johnson, one, just because anytime you have an opportunity to think about him whooping Cortland Finnegan's ass, you do that. But also because the legend showed up in a different sports context this weekend in Houston. I don't know how many of you were out there. Let me know if you were. 713-572-4610. At Dyken Park on Friday. It wasn't the Astros. They finished their season on the road in Anaheim. It was the Savannah Bananas.
How about that?
To town,
was it
man.
pinch running?
Here you go. This is what it sounded like during this game when Andre Johnson got to do a little Savannah banana ball this weekend.
Now coming to pinch run, a 7-time Pro Bowler and Hall of Famer from your Houston Texans. Please welcome Andre Johnson!
As you can tell,
popular.
Yeah, kind of popular in the building. Andre Johnson was a pinch runner. Unfortunately, it didn't last very long. Very quickly thereafter, there was the ball was put in play. You actually have the audio of it here, Colin?
I can continue it if you want.
If you don't mind. This is the audio of very, very quickly after Andre takes his position at first base as a pinch runner. This is how it goes.
One of the greatest wide receivers of our generation, a Pro Football Hall of Famer, and a Houston sports legend. Andre Johnson is going to run here for the Savannah Bananas.
Electrified the Houston folks when he played on the gridiron. And now he is off and running as Ty Jackson hits this over to short. As soon as Andre is brought onto the bases, Hussein picking up a trick play.
I'm sorry, Andre.
Yeah, he's sorry to Andre because legitimately he's forced out at second in a double play. That wasn't just a regular double play. They got a trick play off. I'd be personally a little upset.
Why are they doing that?
I got trick played off at second.
This big introduction.
I wish he would have gotten that bad. I mean,
like, why are we doing this?
Well, I mean, you got him out there. Is there another Houston sports legend or just Houston athlete that you would like to see in a context kind of like that?
The Bananas context?
Savannah Bananas.
Roger Clemens has been out there with the Bananas.
Oh, I haven't seen
I
that.
think either last year or year before, he was out there. Well, it's got to be Şengün, right?
Ooh.
That'd be good.
Get gangly-ass Şengün out there.
What do you have him doing? You have him pinch running too?
Playing center field or something?
Okay, all right.
I don't know. I don't
want to get hurt. I don't want to get hurt.
Oh, so yeah, because anybody who's active, you end up in a real bad place with them out there. But yeah, I was a little disappointed. Not in Andre, but I was like, damn, put him at. I was like,
you blink and you miss it.
Yeah, it happened real quick, and not like you were expecting Andre to really go like 100%, because I think that I don't know if he could have beaten that out. It was a ball directly to shortstop, which, I mean, is always going to be hard to beat out at second. But you could tell Andre was like, I'm not pulling nothing for this.
I'm already embarrassed. I'm not going to be more embarrassed by that.
Somebody said it was cool seeing 50 Cent perform, and somebody else said that they were next to 50 Cent's suite. Because, yes, 50 Cent also performed on the field in this one. Like, shout out to Savannah Bananas, man. They're doing – it looked packed in there.
It was.
They had a lot of fun out there. And then I got real benefit because, the Savannah Bananas, they have 4 teams. It's like a little bit of a league. It's like the Harlem Globetrotters, but competitive is basically the way that they try and do it baseball-wise. And one of their teams is called the Texas Tailgaters, and they lived up to their name because they were out there with the tailgate maroon line.
How about that?
It was a blast. They are so fun, man. Yeah. Also, there was like a hometown boy, I believe is Trey Jones, if memory serves. Shout out to Trey because we were out there. They got out there, immediately started line dancing, having fun, eating barbecue, having just chatting up, throwing the football around with kids.
Yeah.
Like, those dudes were a blast. So shout out to the Savannah Bananas coming to town.
And they're just they were just here a few months ago, right?
I thought they were at the Constellation Field.
That was last year, but I thought they did one already. But that's how popular they are.
They are popular. So one thing I will say, it seems like a lot of people who were out there enjoyed it. If they're back around, definitely take a look at it. Some names that are coming in, athletes that you'd like to see doing Savannah Banana type things. Carl Lewis.
Ooh.
How fast do you think Carl Lewis still is?
He's my age.
I bet he's still pretty fast. Like, obviously he's not hitting top
5
speed.
in a 40.
Ooh, because we're talking acceleration at that point if we're just going 40, not talking top speed.
That'd be tough, wouldn't it? Maybe
he looks pretty good.
Oh, he's in great shape.
He looks pretty good.
Yeah.
I think that I'm gonna believe in Carl Lewis, and I might be wrong for thinking that, but I think that he probably right in that space, be able to get in that 5s, like
right in that neighborhood.
What we're talking about is like, can you run as fast as an NFL lineman in their prime? Which I think that feels about right.
Yeah.
Put Yao in there.
A lot of people are saying Yao. That would be great.
The word on the street is, by the way, is that's the best baseball that Dyken Park has seen.
All right. Okay.
That's what the streets are saying?
Did you have to do that? I feel it necessary to do that, Colin. That's Colin Neal, by the way. I didn't do that. Where are you putting Yao?
First base.
You put him at first base.
First base.
If Yao can get the stretch down, you are getting out at first every time.
You can throw it anywhere.
You are good.
You can throw it. Just throw it in that direction anywhere.
I actually quite like this as Houston sports athlete in a Savannah Bananas context. Simone Biles in center field.
Oh yeah. She can do the flips.
Yes.
And they do a lot of that.
They do a lot of flips. They do. I feel bad because I start thinking about like Kyler Murray, how you see his legs really moving real fast. Like, I just imagine her moving across the outfield, just legs churning real fast. But shout out to the Savannah Bananas for what seemed like a really fantastic weekend, and then also coming back through with the tailgate and the Texas Tailgaters. That was really fun.
Yeah.
It's a mixtape here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And if you're watching Sunday Night Football, you were treated to a real up and down game. No defense. Don't worry about that. 40-40 tie. That was indeed a scoregami. John Lopez loves all of the portions of that.
Nope.
Okay. All right. But what you also saw was Apple Music making an announcement of who we will see in the Super Bowl come February. And it is Benito himself, Bad Bunny, is going to headline the Super Bowl halftime show. John Lopez, noted Spanish speaker. Are you a Bad Bunny fan, or are you familiar with any of the music at all?
Familiar, not necessarily. I wouldn't call myself a fan. Just familiar, obviously, because as big as he is. But very, very, very cool. Latino, Hispanic, featured at the Super Bowl halftime. So that's just me personally. Not a huge fan. I mean, like I said, I know and I've heard.
Yeah, but you'd be lying to say, like,
I
listen to
he's top of my playlist.
Right.
No, he's not. But it's just cool. It's absolutely cool. So here's the funny thing.
Okay.
So we're watching the game, and I'm already in my gym shorts and T-shirt and barefoot, and,
At the stadium?
No, at home.
Oh.
Watching the game, and, we're ready. We're kind of ready to wrap it up for the night and all that. And we're like, well, we got to stay up and watch, see who, I ended up staying watching the rest of the game, but she was going to bed.
Which I'm sure was a problem for you, because that game finished at like 11.
I was so pissed.
11,
I was
10,
so mad.
11:25.
That's what made me the maddest about the tie.
Same here.
But she's in her robe and then slippers, and she's like, "Well, I got to stay up to see who the halftime show is." Like, sure, yeah. And when they said Bad Bunny, we kind of looked at each other and like, cool.
I'm glad that you mentioned that though, because I do wonder.
Yeah.
It's a question I've been asking myself. I might have asked this when they announced Kendrick Lamar last year. Who is this for?
Yeah.
Right? Because as much as, look, I think there's a lot of NFL fans that are Bad Bunny fans. I'm sure that they are going to have an absolute blast.
I do wonder, though, what the Venn diagram is. And if I had to guess, John Lopez, I would imagine that some of the NFL's attempted benefit from this is internationally probably the biggest superstar musically that you have.
That's the answer.
Does this actually work getting people in? Like, I don't know that there's a right answer, and my answer might just be, actually, yeah. And I'd be like, cool. But do people go, I'm a money concert, and be like, well, the second half of the Super Bowl's got me, actually. I think I'm a football fan.
No, I see what you're saying. It creates the extension from the halftime, which is always the most viewed, to the actual game. I don't think it does that. What I think it does is this is a league that wants to play every team internationally every year eventually.
Right.
Here's a Puerto Rican superstar. Here's a Hispanic guy. You're talking about reach out. You're talking about Latin America. You're talking about international. I think it's just sort of the footprint. They're always about the footprint, whether it was Taylor Swift or whomever. They don't care how you get there so long as you're there, you know?
Yeah, but I'm also, somebody said, who the hell is Bad Bunny? If he's standing on my feet, I still wouldn't know who he was. He's a reggaeton and Latin trap, kind of those types of things, musician. Literally one of the biggest in the world. I'm going to be entirely honest. And there's people that are coming in that are like, Super Bowl is going to be trash or whatever. That's also part of this when I say, who is this for? Because it's not just the NFL. Remember, they do this essentially for free, the artists that do this. So what are you gaining from the NFL? And I do wonder with Bad Bunny how much of it's like, I am gaining new fans through the Super Bowl context from NFL fans, as he is, again, one of the biggest artists in the world already. That's one of the things where I'm like, why did he decide to do that? I don't know.
Yeah.
But according to a little bit of reporting, and this is the interesting thing, and I'm intrigued to see how many people who feel this way about Bad Bunny would feel, how they would feel about this news. Apparently, Taylor Swift was a reporter in the NFL, and the reporting from the Daily Mail seems to say that, unfortunately, it didn't happen in part because she didn't want to do it for free.
I don't believe it.
Okay.
She's got more money than God. She's a true billionaire in the industry. She is tied now to the NFL. Clearly, there was some breakdown in negotiations because even Roger Goodell, I think on CBS or in one of the morning shows, Today Show or something, said, yeah, it's a possibility or whatever. He was not shooting it down not too long ago. So I think there was some sort of breakdown. I don't think it's because she wanted to get paid. Like, she doesn't need to get paid.
Yeah, because I also feel like that's so fundamental to the way this goes. I feel like that would have happened early on in the conversation, and we wouldn't have gone near.
Yeah, you're there already.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just reading off what the reporting is, but I can only imagine if it was just, hey, we got Bad Bunny or Taylor Swift. How, especially with the way that NFL fans have reacted to the romance of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. I bet there's a lot of people that are like, you know what, Bad Bunny, I'm with it. I don't understand Spanish, but you know what? I can rock with the vibes, which honestly I do think people will enjoy the vibes.
Oh yeah,
a decent amount, even if you don't understand understand the music. But yeah, somebody said not familiar with Bad Bunny, but his music at least. Did see him in Narcos.
He's been in a bunch of stuff.
He was in Bullet Train for like a couple
that's the one.
He was good in Bullet Train.
That's the one I was.
If you like wrestle, he did a good amount of wrestle. Like, and he was good in it. Like, he was good when he went to WWE and started wrestling.
I wonder what Sean Pendergast when it comes to wrestling.
When it comes to the wrestle, yeah, we should check in. I will make it a point to find out what Sean thinks about how he plays when it comes to the wrestle. Somebody said as long as Jay-Z picks, you'll lose over half the audience. I think that he's in charge. I don't know exactly if he's inherently picking.
It's more than one production company. It's not just his. Yeah.
But this is also a thing, is that you need giant stars in order to make this happen. And I do wonder if a lot of the people that we're talking to with football are not necessarily the people that are that are in touch with who are the biggest stars of the day in the music world. Interesting thought for a process for me when it comes to Super Bowl. Real quick. One final thing here in the mixtape before we keep this thing moving, and that is actually bringing it back to the Texans. Shout out to Woody Marks. Shout out to Jaden Higgins going ahead and getting their first NFL touchdowns in this game versus the Titans yesterday. And shout out to one more Houston Texan making sure that rookie Woody Marks getting his touchdown actually got one of both of the 2 touchdown balls that he ultimately was able to hold on to. This is Woody Marks in the locker room talking about the excitement and the feeling of scoring his first touchdown.
Oh, it's amazing. Just going out there scoring, then turning around, see all the guys happy. Actually dropped the ball, and Nico was the first person to give it back to me. So just shout out to Nico.
And I think ultimately he got both of them, right?
He did get both of them.
Yeah.
He confirmed that on the postgame show with Seth, or rather Sean and Clint. But yeah, shout out to Nico Collins. Like that's
excited. Like legitimately, even in the moment, you could tell. You know,
I've seen a lot of times a player in their first, I guess home run is not one of those instances, but like first hit or first touchdown, not considering the moment, what's happening with the baseball or with the
drop
football.
it, whatever.
I always love seeing who are the people that are that's been there enough
you gotta get that.
to get the football. In this instance, shout out to Nico Collins being that guy. Yeah. Good guy Nico, beating up on L'Jarius Sneed and making sure that Woody Marks gets his football. Shout out to 12 for doing that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. The mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. Tomorrow with 100% more Figgy Fig here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things to the fellas of the drive. But the OG had a whole bunch of passing thoughts that we haven't gone through. What are some of the other passing thoughts that you had, OG? Let's get to those next.
Monday Night Football is on. wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's Passing Thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
Yeah, in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive, kind of talking through all of the things that we could in a 4-hour span about the 26-0 victory for your Texans over the hated Tennessee Titans. Let's finish it out with some OG. What else we got?
Yeah,
from,
we hit
the game.
We hit a lot of the big stuff that are in my notes that I keep watching these games. But let's get into some of the. I'm not going to say smaller stuff because some of it is we wouldn't be mentioning it if it wasn't worth talking about. Although I may have one or two that you could argue that.
We'll see. I got to hang out with Antonio Smith. How about that? Deal with that.
How about that? That would have been a passing thought if I bothered to get out there with you guys, but I didn't.
By the way, people out there, they noticed. They're like, where the hell is John at?
He'll be here.
Will he?
Right up there.
Oh, yeah.
right up there.
Right up there in the press box.
That's actually a passing thought that I'm having right now. I really miss getting out there.
You did.
I really miss getting out there.
You missed, but you missed. I had some brisket Buddha. Shout out to, the Daughters and Sons tailgate. I believe that is the name. Apologies if I don't get that exactly right. Maroon Lot comes through strong.
What did I tell you?
Yeah, you were right. Man, but that tailgate in particular, they had a Thor's hammer out there, cooked to perfection. They had brisket boudin.
Now we're talking.
Cooked to perfection. They had tamales, which I didn't get any, and I was sad that I didn't. Man, they had, I think they had deer
venison
sausage.
Yeah.
Real good.
Man.
Real good food.
That's
real good
stuff.
eats.
I love going out to the tailgates. People know that I've been doing it for as long as I've been here. Even when I was riding, I would always walk through the parking lot, just kind of hang out, get a good feel for things. I missed that. I missed that. But another couple things, again, maybe not the banner headlines, but worth noting. On the field, something that really stood out to me, DeMeco Ryans was aggressive.
He was.
Aggressive. Was it 3 or 4 times on 4th and short that he went for it?
It was a number of them, and early.
Yeah.
As if, and I personally took that to mean, look, no messing around, right? Like, we just need to go and we need to establish some level of tone or tenor in this. We can't just lean entirely on our defense. Offense needs to get out here. And it was a challenge of sorts, and they largely answered the call. They were pretty good on 3rd down in this game.
Yeah. And Colin's telling me it was 3, but that I think it reflected something bigger. I think they looked at themselves, man. They said it. Let's just believe them. That they were going to have these long talks and fix the little things. And I think part of that was DeMeco Ryans looking at himself and saying, "What can I do?" To maybe as a manager of the game, which, as we know and we've talked about, he gave up the defensive play calling. He talked about it a little bit, kind of sort of downplayed it in his press conference today, like, we still collaborate, but I don't think he was calling the defense so he could look at other things.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah.
The question I have, because you mentioned him talking about this in the presser that they had earlier today about 11:15. What he said was, because you're right, he did downplay it. Matt Burke has called plays before, and he did a good job, but we still had conversations about calls and whatever. Do you feel like this is a permanent change, or this was just a momentary thing so that he could stabilize the ship?
I think they're going to do it for another week, at least. Permanent can be a little bit flighty, but it worked. They felt good. I think I honestly don't. And this is a pass. When I saw that, to maybe even focus more on the offense, let's not go crazy here. He wasn't like game planning offense. He wasn't.
What do you mean? I saw him calling plays.
He wasn't.
He had the menu up. I'm joking. I'm joking. By the way, these are jokes.
He wasn't drawing up plays. He knows that he's got the right guys from the top down on the offensive side of the ball with, Nick Caley and the run game and the tight ends and Stroud with the pass game and obviously Shaplinski and all that. I think he was just more or less like overseeing, making sure they had everything they needed, making sure it was crisp, making sure that they got in and out of the huddle and to the line quick, all the things that he talked about,
Yeah, and to that point, it felt like all the details were a lot better, right? Literally, 6 penalties gets you 50 yards is in there, but
didn't feel like
there was as many procedural penalties. 3 for 3 on 4th down, 6 of 15, a good 40% on 3rd down. They did find a little bit more consistency, and again, yes, the caveat being the Tennessee Titans aren't that good, but the Texans needed to find and put it on paper that they could do this
point blank period, regardless of who was on the other side of them. And they put a game up there in the 2025 NFL season where they did that.
Yeah. Another one, and maybe we'll elaborate on this as we move forward this week, but that was about as good as I could feel about Dalton Schultz at playing tight end as maybe since he's been here. And it's been a while. Man,
really?
Was it the Jacksonville game last year, Tennessee, or 2 years ago, where he made a big play to win the game. But I thought for what you expect out of him, you got that and a little more. I thought he was very much part of the offense and the game plan. It didn't look, but with some misses there.
5 of 30. His long was 9 yards.
There was a wide open miss
where he gets over top in the slot on the left side where CJ just airmails it well over him. One of the few poor passes that CJ Stroud threw in this game.
Another one here, and this is more just environment. I think the Texans really needed that game because it could have been crickets in that stadium. The next home game, because it was not full. It was maybe 70%, 75% full.
I was going it felt like 60 because I mean the lower bowl, it's like, oh well, it's okay, and then you get to the upper bowl and you're like, oh yeah. They
were this close to bailing, like the ones that hadn't already bailed, because it was not full.
It was quiet. Yeah. Now, one question I have, again, 713-572-4610, the number to text. I actually do need your help here, listeners. If you were at the game and you maybe left a little bit early, no shame for me, at least on this instance. Where were you going? Because I did wonder, because people did start leaving right when we got to 19-0 with that Higgins score. I started seeing people going, and I was like, where are they going? Because this is a win, and typically I think the win allows you to stay in there with the vibes being all right. I was like, were people just trying to beat the traffic, or were people like, now I want to go outside on a nice day and really tailgate? Like, I did wonder if that was the motivation for people leaving. So if you saw some folks, or if you were out there, can you give me a little idea on that? Because I am curious as to whether that was the deciding factor on people heading out the building itself.
Yeah, but not showing up was the problem for me.
Well, yeah, sure, fair enough.
Not even getting into the building.
And then not getting hype. That was the thing is, and I can't blame folks. Give me something to get hype about, and I will get hype is something that very much comes into play here. I told you, I turned to B. Scott a couple times, and I was like, yo, they playing some bangers in here, and it is quiet. Like, people are not responding to the Kendrick, which felt like that was an easy button on getting people hype. Even the mariachi people early on.
Dude, the mariachis were on point.
They were on point.
Yeah, they were on
nobody
point.
else jumping up. I do love it. As soon as I said the word mariachi, as soon as those words left my lips, John Lopez's ears perked up. That's the happiest I've seen him all day.
Hey, Rochelle, you weren't there. I was singing in the press box.
He was.
I told they started the first couple of trumpet blares from La Negra. And I leaned over to Reggie. I said, I know every word of this song. He said, prove it. I said, all right.
Yeah.
And I started singing the whole song.
He did.
I said, all right, I'll prove it.
And I appreciate that.
I can't believe you doubted him.
I didn't doubt him. See, this is the thing. You think I was doubting him. I was just trying to get him to sing. That's all I wanted to see. As we, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing, we welcome in and join into the Reaction Monday party. The fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, how you living, man?
Man, good. Life is good, man. Life is good. Sam Pittman and them Hogs threw a wet blanket on my Hall of Honor weekend, but it was good.
They're cleaning house in mid-season.
That was a fire-year head coach performance.
But that's usually a post-season when they clear all the assistants.
Yeah. No. That was a fire-year head coach game, and the season has been a fire-year whole defensive staff type of season.
I don't disagree at all with that, but when you get a
all is right. Bobby got his job back.
That's what I was about to ask. Like, one, how's it feel to have Bobby back? But
Bobby
two,
got his job.
Appreciate. We are in the midst of a Hall of Famer.
Come on, dog.
How about that?
It's been a hell of a year for you, boy, man. April it was a State of Arkansas Hall of Fame, and then this weekend it was Hall of Honor at the University of Arkansas, and I was hoping for a big, what I thought was going to be a one-score game at least, and an entertaining evening, afternoon, morning, whatever the hell it was. It took and threw a wet blanket on it. I went down there. We were still in range with the football when I went down to the sideline before the ceremony at half, and I'm standing on the sideline, and in about 2 minutes, they scored 14 points, and it was 42-13. I went, golly, what the hell happened? And everybody, literally, I'm looking up in the stands before everybody's leaving.
It was friends and family night.
Fire Pittman. The chants were going, and then the second touchdown, everybody left. I said, well, hell, that was a hell of a deal there. I mean, damn, are you kidding me? But it's a good weekend, man. I took my whole family up there, had a bunch of not just my wife and my kids. My mom went. My sister-in-law went. had some of my in-laws there and a bunch of friends, and man, we had us a hell of a weekend, man. So it was good. It was all right. It was all right.
I can't keep up with how many Hall of Fames you in right now.
That's right.
Well, they come in. Look, when monkey see, monkey do. When one of them does it, the other one says, "Well, I guess we have to now."
No, we weren't going to, but
so
crap.
I fooled one group into giving me enough votes, and the other one said, "Well, damn, I guess we got to now."
Yeah.
So.
All right, so wait, Lopez, you in the Hall of Fame, right?
Yeah.
And so Ron, me and you, we gotta get on our P's and Q's because we gotta find some Hall of Fames to get into, man.
Hey, man, I'm just trying to keep a job. All I'm doing, baby, man. Let me just keep in. Maybe I get in that Blue Springs Hall of Fame here soon.
Okay.
Hey, I'm just trying to keep a paycheck coming and raise a couple babies.
That's
man.
right. That's right.
Gig, baby. That's it now. I feel like if you're in here long enough, maybe somebody will slip up and put you into something.
That's it. Just hang in there. Just hang in there. Somebody will say
that's all that happens.
Yeah,
he's
been around a long time.
Damn, he deserves something.
He's been around a long
Some
time.
kind of an award.
He hung in there.
That's right.
He ain't pissed off enough people yet.
Yeah. Got to be something going on with him.
I know, obviously, it's going to be Texans Reaction Monday.
Absolutely.
It's also a media day for the Rockets. Did you see Ime talk?
I think of football, it is to me the best overtime situation just because it feels more like a real game, and you put special teams in there and they're playing a real game. They just got to tweak some stuff. Yeah, the 10 minutes, boy, you look up.
It's over.
And it's 5 minutes left. You're like, damn, okay.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. The tie thing is weird.
I mean, there's got to be something. I agree with you guys. Extending the quarter to a regular quarter would make sense. They make it this year even more so where a touchdown doesn't end the game. You still,
no matter what the other.
I mean, they made it even more likely that
so
you're
that's
going to end.
time.
It takes time, and they made it even more likely that it could end in a tie. So you added a whole other scenario to the mix. So. Yeah, I mean, I just don't like the ending in tie. Do whatever you want with the period. I just don't. The fact that it can end in 40-40 is
silly.
See what I did there? What a Jay-Z's club in New York. Is it still a thing? Is it still a thing?
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I ain't kept up with that. However,
tremendous.
I don't know if this counts as ending as in a tie, but we are done for the day. But Reaction Monday rolls on with the fine fellas of the drive, Clint, Ron, T-Mill. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Figgy's back tomorrow. But right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live, and it's a Victory Monday. How about that? You got your victory T-shirt on, Tom?
Damn right, about time.
Hell yeah, a little Victory Monday in this.
How many of those you got, T?
I get a new one to start each season.
Okay. Do
you?
I do.
Okay.
I mean, you go with the same design, or is that different? I don't remember.
It's the only one I've come across. Same design.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
There we go.
Did you do it?
No. The fine folks of Homage.
Okay.
Boy, did this city and Tyler need it.
Oh, you ain't lying.
That'd be a pretty good weekend for you. I see A&M get a dub at the crib as well, and a tight one against Arkansas, against
Auburn.
Against Auburn, and then our two teams. Disappointing efforts, but that's all right.
Don't do Kansas like that. Don't put them in the same category.
Number 6 in the nation, baby.
It was ridiculous. It's 40 plus. Got to do it. Got to be able to score 40 plus at home and win.
Basketball will be here soon.
Got to be able to pull that off.
Start destroying everybody.
Got to be able to do that. Quarterback throws for 450 and 4 touchdowns. Got to be able to pull that one out. But no, the Texans, huge game, and we will get into that. Your thoughts. By the way, 3:00. It's becoming a thing here on Mondays. We will hear from the people at 3:00. All right, we don't want to just hear from you when they lose. We want to hear from you when they win as well. So be ready at 3:00. Tyler will open up those phone lines, and we will hear from the Drive family about the first win of the season for the Houston Texans. Before we get into this game, it was announced, Tom Pelissero, I saw ahead at first, amongst others, that the Texans are trading offensive tackle Cam Robinson to the Cleveland Browns. Boy, they seem to do a lot of deals with the Cleveland Browns. But to the Cleveland Browns, according to Tom Pelissero and Ian Rappaport, it's a 6th or 7th round pick swap in 2027. So Cam Robinson, the big free agent move, and I think you could argue their biggest move to address the offensive line, as they gave him $12 million guaranteed, $14 million on a 1-year deal, has been traded to the Cleveland Browns. DeMeco Ryans did speak about this a bit. Here is DeMeco on reports of them moving on from Cam Robinson.
We traded Cam to the Browns today. It gives Cam an opportunity to go play it, and we wish Cam nothing but the best. He's handled himself the right way since he's been here. He's done everything the right way, everything that we asked him to do. So we wanted to do right by him and give him the opportunity.
All right, they wanted to do it for Cam. Good for them. Did it for Cam. Probably also he couldn't get on the field here. Clint, your thoughts here. Cam Robinson, not a real surprise. We started hearing rumblings of this when they made the final depth chart. We started hearing the thought of they may move on from one of these tackles, and we thought, well, Cam is the one that makes sense. Blake Fisher is a 2nd-round draft pick you got 2 years ago. They would probably try to continue to see if there's some growth there with him. But they move on from Cam Robinson. Your thoughts on the move from the Texans today?
Well, this is two pronged here. One, I love the way that Nick and DeMeco, their approach to moving on quickly from mistakes that they make. Look, I'm not sure if Ariante Ursary is a better left tackle right now than Cam Robinson. And so I don't know if it's Ariante Ursary that allowed them to cut Cam Robinson or trade Cam Robinson. I'm sorry. I don't know if Cam's, I'm a veteran, I'm going to chill through camp and, maybe, kind of different approach to, the game and practicing and playing and then maybe they're looking for in this particular offensive line room. I don't know if Cam not being a great fit was part of it. But either way, it doesn't matter. I mean, Dawn in such a quick manner for me is I just love them doing business like that. Number two is, I mean, we can't have a Cam Robinson conversation without having a conversation about how bad Nick and DeMeco have been in the O-line arena. I mean, whether it's drafting guys or signing guys. I mean, you look at right now, their top 2 veteran free agent signs or acquisitions in the offseason. Laken Tomlinson is splitting time with Juice Scruggs, who wasn't good enough to get on the field when guard was a problem.
And Clint, he may be done splitting.
Yeah, and he may be benched. And Cam Robinson is traded to the Cleveland Browns, right? So, I mean, just another I think flashing red light, if you will, on the dashboard of Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans' offensive line issues. This is not a good look in from that, in that department. So glad they can move on from mistakes, but damn, how many O-line mistakes can we make?
Yeah, I was kind of in the same thought of I'm glad, like overall, Clint, I'm glad that they didn't try to make this potential problem worse. And we've seen it. Like there are some organizations, and I'll be honest, I think we've watched it from this one a little bit. I think they tried to force Kenyon Green to work. I think they tried to force Shaq Mason to work at times last year, and it was clear like you got to do something else. And everything you said is on the money. This is a blunder, right? Like I was going back and forth with somebody earlier today on Twitter. Like he was not an insurance policy. There was no. It was not the plan to give him $14 million, 12 guaranteed, to sit down on the bench and then trade him for pick swaps with the Browns. 4 weeks in. No, the plan was for him to take left tackle, and for Titus to be a guard. And hey, let's see who is better with our second round picks from the last 2 years, Ursary and Fisher, and that will be the line.
Seemed like that was it.
That was the plan, and then he had that injury, and it was like, yeah, Ursary is playing well, but this guy also can't go. Hell, they saw it week 1. We saw they tried to get him on the field against the Rams, and that clearly didn't work before he had to come out. So, yes, it was a blunder, but, Clint, it could have been made worse if they tried to force, all right, we're going to force this thing, and we're going to make Titus the guard because that was what our plan was, and we're going to have Ursary as the right tackle and him as the left tackle, when that they'd be worse than they are right now, right? I think Josh Hines-Allen would have done a number on him too if they left him in there, and then your right tackle spot probably would have been weaker without Titus over there. So I will give them some small amount of credit, Clint, with that they didn't make this a worse situation, but yeah, someone probably. Now I don't think Trip Brown really has a lot to do with this decision.
No, I think they paid him and valued him as a starting tackle, and it didn't turn out that was the best case scenario for the Texans. Again, whether it was he's not a good fit or they don't believe he has the ability, and Tay Ursary is just a better option. Either way it goes, it's clear. Like moving on from him is it's get some money off the books. I am curious to know like what from a payment perspective, like how much did they get off the books and what's that look like? I'm sure we'll see with social media today. We it's pretty quick before we find out what all that looks like. But yeah, I'm with you. I think we're all going to make mistakes. They're all going to make mistakes. They're going to miss on draft picks. They're going to miss on free agent acquisitions. They're going to miss on trades. The only thing I could ask and we could ask, I think that's fair, is, hey, when you make a mistake, man, let's move.
Yeah.
Let's move on from it. I hate to be patient and you look up 3 years later, the guy's still the same player you thought he was. Right? I mean, I love DeMeco's willingness to go, nope, that was a bad move. Let's get the hell up out of here. And this is one of those, I believe.
Yep. All right, so that is the latest move there. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking it off with the juicy Week 5 matchup between the Houston Texans and Baltimore Ravens. Visit Paramount+NFL to get started today. All right, Clint, a much-needed victory for the Texans. I guess we'll get to CJ here and his grades coming up in a bit, but your takeaways from what was a must-win game for them to still have life on their goals of getting to the playoffs. Your takeaway from yesterday's game.
Well, look, I think number one, I don't want to oversell this. It in no way, shape, yesterday's game in no way, shape, or form moved the needle for me in a sense of what I think of this offense, or is this offense going to be able to compete at a playoff level, or is, I still have major concerns for this offense versus an average opponent. I mean, that team we watched yesterday. I mean, hell, the only worst display was my Arkansas Razorbacks. I mean, that team we watched yesterday, Callahan's going to get fired. He just might make it to middle of the season.
Well, Cam set their ass.
Well, he's already given up play calling. He's trying, but he's already given up play calling duties. And when the head coach starts that and starts shuffling the deck, man, good luck with that. So that was a pissy poor football team. But I think number one, it just big picture does not move the needle for me in terms of what this offense can do against, the top half of the NFL. But I do think there are some positives to take from the game, and I think the first and the big one is, hearing DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud postgame last night talking about, CJ getting out of a bad play and into a good play. One of them being a touchdown to Higgins on a big throw over the top. I think that is, whether it's at practice or it's in a game versus a poor opponent or it's in a big game, any way it goes, those are reps that you can't duplicate. And so I think for me, Ron, hearing that on multiple fronts throughout the game, mostly in the fourth quarter, obviously, but, that part of it is something that you can't manufacture. It has to happen in a game. CJ has to call it, see it, communicate it, and have success with it.
And by God, the Titans almost looked shocked that anybody that they would run routes past. I mean, he had Dalton open that he missed early in the game.
Yep.
And then, I mean, that was easy for him. He was several steps with no help. You got to at least put some fear in people's thought that you will do that.
Yeah.
To back things off.
Yeah, so I think that number one, just him communicating and him changing plays and him having success and him taking shots and hitting those shots. Hell, I heard J-Lo double and triple down on the fact that the Nico Collins go ball that kind of swung the momentum in the game and started the offense to scoring some points.
You're looking at 2nd and 33 right now.
Yeah, now I don't know what the hell. I mean, that's a fire the defensive coordinator moment in a heartbeat. 2nd and 33, and you leave a corner on an island with Nico Collins. I don't care who it is, with no deep help and bump and run. Yeah, your ass is fired in the locker room. You might not make the trip. We might put you on Southwest. The reality of it is that was an awful defense, awful play call. But if CJ did communicate that and go to it, that is a big step in the right direction. I don't care who the defense is. In a game-like situation or a game situation, not a game-like, game situation.
God, how football horny did he get when he looked out there and saw,
No, I know. I used to do it with Anthony Lucas. Like, golly, y'all scouted all week long and y'all decided to man him up in a critical situation? What an idiot. Yeah, no, that right there. And then I think, Ron, this offense needs weapons beyond Nico Collins. And for Woody Marks to step up the way he did and be the Woody Marks that I remember seeing at Mississippi State. You know what I mean? He had 119 all-purpose yards, damn near half of them through the air, half of them on the ground. He made guys miss. He has the ability to run inside and outside. True dual threat at the running back position. I don't know what took a month of football to get them to figure out that this is the guy to get a good bulk of the carries to, and that him and Nick Chubb are the two guys that need to be rotating, not four guys. Not sure how they got here, what took so long to get here, but I love where they've landed with Woody Marks getting run and producing in a big way. I think those two things right there can't be minimized about this game.
The screen on, 3rd and 17 that he just was patient. I mean, it was Le'Veon Bell level patience to set up those blocks and then get it. And then that cut he made on the rushing touchdown, I think number 18 is still at the 12-yard line. And NRG, he's standing sideways. So, yeah, that was huge. And we talked about it last week. He was my stock up last week, and I thought the numbers didn't show it against Jacksonville, but there were plays there for him, and it looked like they made a concerted effort. There were two things that had to happen. They had to win, no matter what, against this outfit. And to me, there had to be some space in which we saw clear separation between those two teams. Now, it took a while. It took the fourth quarter, but 26-0, there is clear that the Texans and the Titans are on two different levels, and that had to happen. If that sucker stayed 6-0, 12-0, you need them to get the win, but you feel a little different. It was clear by the end of the game, 26-0. Okay, these two teams are not, and they needed to have that happen.
Yeah, I agree, Ron. With Jacksonville and Indy both ahead of you early in the season, for what it's worth, you needed to know, where do we land, right? Do we land closer to Jacksonville and Indianapolis, or are we really falling down here and going to win 6-0 at home against the lowly Tennessee Titans? So it was a fourth quarter explosion of points that was desperately needed. And so, yeah, I agree with you. I think leaving this game 26-zip, Ron, it was important to feel like you're closer to the top of this conference than you are the lowly bottom of this division, with the Titans being obviously in the cellar. So
I don't care. You beat somebody 26-0.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, I mean, Denver, they had a dogfight with Tennessee. So, I mean, it doesn't matter. All right, coming up, C.J. Stroud. We do it every Monday. What was his grade? 713-572-4610. CJ, 22 of 28, 233, 2 touchdowns, no pick. His best quarterback rating since game against the Cleveland Browns. What was his grade? We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, I don't get to watch much football. They're absolute game changers. They're as delicious as any homemade dip as you're going to find. They're made.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Here's the snap. CJ looking, firing deep downfield, right side end zone. Higgins with the catch. Jaden Higgins, touchdown, Houston. A bullet from Stroud to the rookie.
That was the second touchdown pass for C.J. Stroud in that fourth quarter. There's Mark Vandermeer with the call there. At that point, you knew it was over, especially the way Tennessee was rolling. They weren't going to score anything at that point. Their kicker couldn't make regular field goals. They couldn't do anything at that point. I'd like to see Cam stop with the sidearm throw so much. That was interesting. But anyway, we do this at this time. C.J. Stroud's great. We got our Hall of Fame quarterback here. The hair was on point during the speech. I saw it. It was flowing there. Yeah, I saw what you were trying to put together there.
Some body, doesn't it? Stuff's thick, brother.
It's healthy, isn't it? But text in your thoughts. I see somebody said rookie season C.J. Stroud showed up on Sunday. What was your grade? Again, C.J. Stroud, 28 of 23, 233, 2 touchdowns, no turnovers, no interceptions, quarterback rating of 120. That's his best rating since the Cleveland Brown playoff game his rookie year. 4 carries, 11 yards rushing. Clint, how would you grade C.J. Stroud?
I gave C.J. Stroud an A.
Yeah.
Not an A minus, not an A plus. I gave C.J. Stroud an A. Look, that was a game that it was fairly obvious, fairly early, that if you just played a mistake-free game, you were going to win that game one way or another. And as you said in the last segment, you had to win that sucker.
Yeah.
Even if it was 6 or 12-0, you got to win that football game somehow, some way, and get away from this losing streak, right? So I think C.J. Stroud's play probably was dictated by the kind of game that it was very quickly obvious that it was going to be. And 22 of 28 for 233 and 2 touchdowns is exactly what you want from C.J. Stroud. I don't recall the ball being put in harm's way one time. All right. I think 2 of 3 shots that he took were on the money. The go ball down the sideline, which shifted the whole game to Nico Collins, and the check that he threw to Higgins for a touchdown. You mentioned the other one. He missed Dalton Schultz, or who he threw it in between the outside receiver and Dalton Schultz. I'm not real sure whose fault it was, but you just flat out can't miss those. I think if he hits that, this game goes totally different. By the way, I think they run him up out of there pretty quick. That was a painful miss, but I think that was his only in the entire game, right? I mean, he was unbelievably patient. He mentioned the death by 1,000 cuts is the style of offense that they want to play, and that's what it looked like he bought in for 1 week. And he bought in. It was boring. It was simple, stupid. And then when he had the opportunity to hit him where it hurts, he hit him. I thought he used Dalton Schultz in the underneath game, 6 targets, 5 catches. I thought he used the running backs, but really Woody Marks again underneath on some catches and was extremely patient and then just dropped dimes when he had the opportunity, with the exception of one. So I don't think C.J. Stroud, given what was presented to him, I don't know that he could have handled this situation or played any better than he did. Again, with the exception of the Dalton Schultz miss in the first half, man, that was about as clean a game as you're going to get from C.J. Stroud. And I know people don't want to hear this, Ron. We talked about it last night in the postgame. That is now you'd like to do it against a better opponent, but ideally that's what this offense is going to look like. This offense they're going to be okay with not making, when they know that the other team's offense can't score, they're not going to be overly aggressive,
which will be the majority of the games they play.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, yeah. I mean that's how they're going to be very comfortable in a 6-0, 12-0 game against anybody and everybody out there, with minimizing the risk with the ball, with not taking sacks, not getting behind the chains. They're going to be that is what what the Nick is designed to look like is what we watch. Now, again, it needs to happen against better opponents, and it hasn't. But ideally, that's what you want it to look like is, hey, CJ, be Tom Brady for 95% of the game, and then show us that ball placement specialist in the mid-range to deep game 3 or 4 times. And that's how they're going to win games. And so that's – I gave him an A, Ron.
I thought he was really, really good in a lot of spaces. I know when you look at his numbers, it wasn't, 300 yards. It wasn't, 3 touchdowns. It wasn't, that. There wasn't a lot of, big play. Really, they erupted in the fourth quarter. Not a lot of big plays around. But listen, I'm in the A range as well. He took a lot of shots and got right back up. He was able to work through some of the deficiencies on his team, and he was mature enough to take the throws, and you could almost see it. He wanted to go downfield. You could almost see it in him. He wanted to go downfield, but he took them, and he used Dalton Schultz in a way that Dalton Schultz can be used, and is right there as an outlet. And Dalton Schultz several times 4 to 8 yards. He was getting, and it was easy, and he was decisive on his throws. Woody Marks as well, Nick Chubb as well. They were able to get 1-2 yard dump offs that they turned into to plays where it's 2nd and 8 or it's a first down. And then, as you've said, he took the shots when he needed to and when they were available. And that is the way they got to play. And as you said, now he's got to be consistent with it, but that's the way they got to play. And he did. He looked like he knew the game plan and was able to kind of go with what the plan was.
Well, Ron, he's the one that's got to buy into it, because I'll be honest with you, and I don't have any inside source, obviously, but Nick Caley looks at that game and goes, he doesn't go, man, it was the Titans. He goes, man, that's what I want it to look like. That's what I want it to look like. Stay ahead of the chains, stay in 3rd and 4th and short. Now they had to go convert 3 4th and shorts. I'd rather you not do it. Let's go ahead and get our conversions on 3rd down up, which they did by the end of the game, but it was sketchy early. Yeah. Let's take care of some of that stuff. But that's exactly what Nick Caley wants this thing to look like, man. And look, CJ's got to buy in. CJ's got to buy in this week. I know you're playing a Baltimore team that's got some injuries.
What do they?
The approach has to be somewhat the same. Defensively, you got to feel like with Lamar Jackson out that you can hold them down, and you got to minimize the risk on the offensive side of the football and just slowly kind of step away from them. That's got to be the plan. Now we'll see what unfolds, but that's got to be the plan. And CJ's got to commit week in, week out the way he did this week.
Text line coming in, A-. He got sloppy with the snap count and almost got killed. Text line B- didn't get going until the second half. Missed 2 wide open targets, 1 for potential touchdown. Bill texting in. CJ missing wide open Dalton Schultz for a touchdown. I mean, you're going to miss some, right?
What other miss did he have? Oh, he only missed 6 throws.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe they're referencing some people that were open. He didn't pull the trigger on. I'm sure. The Dalton one is the one that stands out. I think Ross Tucker may have said another one in the call somewhere. I rewatched it again this morning. He may have said something in the call. The Dalton Schultz one is the one that really jumps out. But no, I mean, listen, you're going to miss some throws. And yes, when you're playing better opponents, damn it, you need those. But I thought he managed the game and what the game was really well.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he did too. I thought he did a hell of a job. But look, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, the margin for error with C.J. Stroud is larger than most, right? I mean, the right now this defense is going to play tremendous. And when I say margin of error, I mean, if you miss one throw, if you come back and hit the next 2 shots on a go ball down the sideline and a seam route for a touchdown, I'll take that 2 of 3. I'll take that 66% all day on balls that are thrown over 25 yards down the field, right? C.J. Stroud needs to hit the first one, no doubt about it. He's better than that, right? That's on him. That's not about heat. That's not about training camp. It's not about lack of options. He's got to hit that throw. But 2 of 3 shots is damn good. I mean, that is good. Yeah, I'll give him an A on that. Thanks, Bill.
All right. Shout out to you, Bill.
Big Bill.
Thanks, Bill. All right, coming up, a change that was made in the game plan, which hell, I didn't know it was coming. I didn't know, and I honestly I don't know how I necessarily feel about it. We'll talk about it and listen to the head coach speak about this change that occurred in the game on Sunday. That's next.
All right, y'all. I hope y'all got by Jiffy Lube. The Jiffy Lube, not any location, but the one.
Check it out online at Zadok.com.
H-Town, I'm back.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Clint, we'll have all week to talk more about this, but it is a Reaction Monday, and I'll be damned, a Victory Monday as well here as the Texans get their first win at home, much-needed win against the Tennessee Titans. But you brought it up. They'll be playing what feels to be a wounded Baltimore Ravens team in Baltimore, the team that they have struggled to deal with. I would say they have been the worst matchup. And they've played them all, played them multiple times. They've played the Chiefs multiple times. They've played Baltimore multiple times. Buffalo, they've played all those top teams in the AFC. They played Cincinnati with Burrow. I think clearly Baltimore has been the worst matchup for them. But, Clint, they will be without Marlon Humphrey. And the calf injury, he left the game early Sunday against the Chiefs, and he is out. Clint, they have announced that Nnamdi Madubuike is out for the season with the neck injury. The former Aggie, he was by far their best guy in the middle and gave the Texans hell several times when they played him. And Roquan Smith, they're all Pro Bowl level linebacker, at least before this year. He is going to miss multiple weeks with a grade 2 hamstring. And then the Lamar Jackson news is Lamar Jackson and his hamstring injury, according to John Harbaugh, they will, the way they know Lamar, if he could have gone in the game, he would have. He is going to miss some. He missed the rest of the game because he was unable to go back in. They will see how he progresses through the week. So there's a chance Lamar Jackson. It'd be Cooper Rush time in this game coming up, but they are down a lot. Hell, their whole defensive line, right? Kyle Van Noy, who went to the Pro Bowl for him last year, who had a hamstring, he's been out. Their best run stoppers have been out. Ronnie Stanley, their left tackle, left the game with an ankle injury yesterday. Their best corner, Wiggins, left the game on a cart with an elbow issue. So this is going to be a wounded Ravens team that the Texans are going to be running to. Obviously, we'll talk more about it this week, but that is the latest with their injury situation.
Yeah, and it's much needed. Sitting at 1-3, you need to get to 2-3. The Baltimore Ravens team going into the season looked like especially the way the Texans started, looked like a for sure loss and one that was just kind of chalked up and moved beyond. But right now, the Texans played a little better this week. The Baltimore Ravens are beat to hell. You got an outside shot for that to be a more competitive game than I think a lot of people thought it would be a week ago. And so, yeah, I mean, you got to feel like things are starting to turn with how you played yesterday. You got to feel like maybe your luck's starting to turn a little bit with what's going on in Baltimore from an injury perspective. So, that's all big, man. Facing a half-cocked Baltimore Ravens football team is much needed, no doubt.
Hey, you got to get the wins when you can.
Got to. And you got a hole to dig out of now.
Yeah. So that is the latest there with the Ravens. All right, Clint. Apparently, we found out that DeMeco Ryans, and we talked to Matt Burke Thursday on the drive here last week, but apparently he gave play calling duties to Matt Burke so he could concentrate on the overall. Here was DeMeco today talking about that portion of things, that decision about giving Matt Burke the defensive calls.
Burke called plays on Sunday, and for me, Burke has called plays before as well. We all collectively put the game plan together and work it well. He did a good job of calling it on Sunday.
All right, and he went on to talk more about them working together in terms of running the defense.
I wouldn't say it's just easier. I mean, we were still talking through what plays we're running, calling, so we work well in tandem doing that, and just Burke did a really nice job. Just overall, everybody, just our sideline, our entire operation worked really well.
All right, Drive family, you can jump in on this as well. How you feel about DeMeco giving up play calling duties the way he did Sunday, potentially maybe moving forward? How you feel about that?
I'm good with it, man. In fact, I like it. I mean, given, I wouldn't like it if you just threw it out there and said, "Hey, guess what? DeMeco's not going to call plays anymore." Right? I mean, I don't like that at all. But the method to the madness, if you will, there's a reason why he's doing it, and I think there's a dire need for the Texans organization to get their offense rolling, and DeMeco Ryans is not going to sit over on the defensive side of the football and do defense 80% of the time and let Nick Caley and Nick Caserio and Ben McDaniel, all these other guys, handle his offense. He is going to be hands-on. We've seen him obviously overseeing the offense in training camp, just watching what they're doing and getting a good idea how things are going. This seems like it's, again, given how the season started, I totally understand. This seems like it's even a step further, Ron, of I can't even call plays anymore because this offensive situation is so rough. I've got to get this thing right. I've got to help them figure this out. If my third season as a Texans head coach, if my record is going to backslide, it's going to backslide with me doing everything I can to help this offense get right. So I love it given it's DeMeco showing how important it is to him to get this offense right. I would rather not be in the situation where the head coach needs to relinquish play calling duties. I would rather that not be the case. But the reality of it is if it doesn't take anybody with any level of awareness to understand that I think this offensive staff may be in a little bit over their head. They may need a little bit of direction from the head coach, and I like DeMeco, showing that energy.
I'll be honest. I understand why he has to do it and why the reasoning why he feels like this is the move to make. I don't love it, though, just because, and I think we're getting in the same thing, is he is an elite play caller. Great not just coordinator, he's a great defensive play caller, right? He seems to push the right buttons when it's time to blitz. He seems to push the right buttons when it's the certain coverages to play. And that's since he's been here, and that's since he's been even with the Niners when he was a defensive coordinator. And to me, it's very similar to like, God, if I'm a Rams fan, no, I do not want Sean McVay to give up play calling. I want them to be able to figure that thing out. No, I do not want Kyle Shanahan to give up play calling to be able to look at the rest because they're so elite at it. I understand it, and we'll see, and hopefully there's no drop-off of hell. They didn't give up any points in this game, Joey Sly. But they didn't give up any points in this game, so you feel good about it. But, boy, I love elite guys doing things that they're elite at. And him calling plays, they've won the division 2 years in a row, won playoff games. With him doing this, I hope this means the rest of the guys get it together. But it is dire enough what has been happening on the other side of the ball that you can understand the head coach saying, I got to give more energy to that.
Well, and you got to believe that DeMeco on game day is still involved in a lot of the adjustments or a lot of the, hey, we're going to play coverage here, we're going to pressure him here, or hey, we're going to shadow this receiver to take him out of the game, or hey, we need to run this kind of coverage to show problems to stop the run, whatever it may be. I got to believe it's easy for DeMeco to interject himself into a conversation or a situation and make sure that they're doing what he wants. But man, I think this just shows like
the importance,
the reality. Yeah, man. This is a he needs to do it now type of deal. This isn't we're going to be patient and let this work. They need to get this offense right now, and I think DeMeco's actions show that.
Back to work here on the coaches program.
Derwin says this on the text line: if he's going to be seen as a legit coach, his development of Burke is key. That makes the shout out huge, Derwin. I don't know.
Well, it'd be a lot easier if he just hire an experienced offensive coordinator that you know has got something to him versus trying to mold these guys and giving everybody their first opportunity. But the situation he's in,
yeah, I get what you're saying, Derwin. I will just say nobody in L.A. last year was saying, boy, if he can get the development of Nick Caley going, that's going to make Sean McVay feel like a legitimate head coach. Like I don't think that was the case, but as you said, he is letting us know by the way what he is doing, the severity of from training camp. Clearly saw a shift, as you mentioned, to now even more attention over there. All right, coming up, we are going to hear from you. All right, 713-572-4610. Tyler will get you in. Your thoughts. Do you still believe in the Texans after Sunday's game? We'll talk about that with you coming up next.
All right.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back on a Reaction Monday and a Victory Monday, the first one of the year. The Houston Texans, in a game they had to have, they win 26-0. A shutout of the Tennessee Titans and a fourth quarter in which they dominated 20-0 in the fourth quarter to really blow that thing open. 26-0. A shutout is hard in this league, as DeMeco said yesterday. Not many times has that happened. Not many times has it happened in Houston, but they shut out the Titans. And we want to hear from you. 713-572-4610. Tyler has opened up the phone lines for you to jump in and give us your thoughts. With this, do you still believe in the Texans after Sunday's win? Was that enough for you to believe in the Texans after Sunday's win? 713-572-4610. And Clint, I think a lot of the belief for people comes with what got them there in the first place. One, there is C.J. Stroud, and how you believe in him and how you believe he can match up against the other quarterbacks in the league. And then, Clint, Nick Caley, who we've been talking about a lot. I think that's a lot of space and where that starts up in the belief. And Sunday's game, did you walk away with those saying, all right, I can see the potential in this with these two guys?
No, I didn't. I mean, I think it was a good day for both guys. I think they did some positive things. But the end game here is not to rebuild this organization.
Yeah.
And last year you won 3 or 4 games. You won 10 regular season games. You went to the second round of the playoffs. The expectations for everybody involved is playoffs and be competitive in the playoffs. And going out and having one good game, or let's be honest, one really good quarter against the lowly Tennessee Titans isn't going to move the needle for me in a sense of how confident I am about this offense. Now, 2 things can be true. That's the way I feel about the big picture offense and how it fits into playoff caliber football. Now, I can also step into it and say it was a good day for the offense. There were some really good things that they showed, and if they can do it against better competition, then the conversation changes. So we'll see. I mean, Saturday did nothing for me. You shut out a really, really, really bad football team.
Did Sunday do something for you?
What'd I say?
Saturday.
Saturday did
Damn,
not.
Arkansas,
Yeah,
they
Notre
got
Dame,
you.
you beat up Arkansas. You did nothing for me. Right? Sunday, the Texans beat up on the Titans. Did absolutely nothing for me. Now, if you'd have went out there and just blew the doors off of them from start to finish, shut them out defensively and offensively, put up 40, then we could be talking. But to struggle for 3 quarters and then get something going in a fourth, there's good there, but it doesn't move the needle for me from a confidence standpoint.
Tyler, you do you feel different than you did Friday, Saturday, Sunday morning going to that game after they 26-0 shutout?
Yeah, I mean, to some degree, absolutely feel different. Now, I think there's still plenty to talk about, plenty of work to be done, especially on the offensive side of the ball. But, yeah, absolutely moving in the right direction feelings-wise up top in the mentals.
That's the biggest ass-kicking they got all season.
Yeah.
The Titans, they're 0-4. Biggest ass-kicking they got, all season. Text line coming in. Hell no. Shutting out the Titans is like shutting out the Astros. We will get to them. That is not fair. I believe in C.J. Stroud and the Texans as far as I can throw show. Not far at all.
I would say more specifically the fourth quarter combined with the shutout makes me feel a lot better.
Oh, I was just going to tell that person to kiss my ass.
Let him know.
I wanted to make sure that person was clear on it. All right, phone lines are open, 713-572-4610. Let's go to Carl first. Carl, are you feeling any different after Sunday's game than you did before it started?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
All right.
I think we played a lesser opponent, and I strongly think Nick Caley needs to go to the booth so he can see the field a lot better. He's on the sidelines, and he keeps, running plays where like he can impose. We had a best showing only because we had a lesser opponent, but he could feel a lot better if he was up top, and he would see what the rest of everybody else sees, and we wouldn't have that problem, and I'll listen.
All right, I don't know if the problems will be solved if he went up top. I mean, they've got issues that they've had to deal with coming into the game. Whether let's be honest, 3 quarters they had issues with things whether he set up top or he stood on the sideline. I can see if you're not there with Nick Caley. I'm not. Again, when I pose the question, I'm not trying to say that you should or not. I legit want to get people's thoughts. This was, I would say, the offense, you could tell at least he got in a rhythm calling plays and seemed to be going in the route that he wanted to go in. And I can also say the opponent probably had something to do with him feeling pretty good about a rhythm. Although Jeffrey Simmons was whooping ass up front and causing issues, but they still, especially in that fourth quarter, got around it. So.
Well, the thing is the quarterback play, guys. The quarterback play was different. The quarterback play, the approach. I haven't watched the film. I don't get dropped till tomorrow, and I'll check tonight. But the reality of it is, man, I'd be willing to bet you a good amount of money. What was he sacked twice?
Yeah.
I'll bet you a good amount of money that he avoided 5+ sacks by getting the ball out of it.
Yeah, he was sacked twice. He was drilled.
Yeah.
Several times.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't just quarterback, takes care of your offensive line by getting the ball out. When he doesn't hold it, he doesn't give them those opportunities. He just completely takes it out of the defense's hands. And when you can do that, it changes the dynamic of the entire game. Now, you may not have as many explosive plays, right? But you don't have as many like just drive killing plays. You can go for it 3 times on 4th down and get it. You can do things like that. You bait them down, you bore them to death, and then all of a sudden the throws over the top are throws in the ocean. So, it's
No, listen, listen, if you have, like someone texted in, Clint, hell yes, I believe progress. Got to praise the progress. Listen, I'm not going to fault you how you feel, and then maybe you saw enough. But I also think if you're the other way and you're a little skeptical, I can understand.
Praise the progress? Is that what it was?
Yeah, someone said, hell yes, I believe progress. Got to praise progress.
Praise progress.
Like that, huh?
I mean, can we acknowledge it?
So you ain't got to praise, just acknowledge
No,
it.
we'll praise it at the end of the year if it ends up being Super Bowl worthy or improvement upon the year worthy. Going out, I don't believe in praising. This team,
progress
the way it's built,
and who it was against also, I think, does matter. If they did this against the Eagles, you would feel different about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you have a fourth quarter explosion where you put up 20 on the Eagles or the Rams, now we're talking, wow,
it's a different conversation.
This team is capable of putting up 20 in one quarter. That's wild. That team, not so much.
Text line continue to roll through as well. I feel very positive about the rookies and them finally using them. Yeah, Woody Marks clearly was a difference maker.
Yep.
And is a difference maker and has to be looked at more. All right, Eddie, you go on in here next. Eddie, you're in on the drive. Do you believe you feel different after the game Sunday? Eddie.
Different about Woody Marks.
Okay, you feel different about Woody Marks? Go ahead.
Yeah, he looks like he could absolutely be something special. The offensive line, though, still looks like they got communication issues. But I am happy it seems like they're cutting down on their unforced penalties. I'm actually enthused about that. But this coming game up against Baltimore, they're statistically one of the worst defenses in football. But now it's going to be on the road, and you got to win on the road. So if you can go on the road to that stadium against that team and their horrible defense and you can do something, then I'm going to believe more. But doing it against the Titans, I'm still waiting to be seen.
All right, that's fair, Eddie.
That's a good point, Eddie, right there at the end. Not that all the others weren't good points, but that was a good one. I mean, you're right. Statistically, the Titans and the Ravens are two of the worst 3 or 4 defenses in football. They're both. I think last I checked, they were both giving up 30+ points a game. The Ravens may be the worst in the league, right? You go look at their damn schedule. They've given up 37+ in damn near every game, right? So I say that to say, if you go to Baltimore and you're able to score points throughout the game, maybe not 40, but you're able to score points throughout the game, what you've accomplished is you went and scored points on a statistically bad defense, but you did it in their ballpark versus an organization that is a very, very, very healthy organization. Well, we just
motivated too. They're going to be motivated. Like they're 1-3-2.
They're well coached. They're missing some of their star players, but they're well coached. They expect to win. It's a different level environment. It's just a playoff caliber organization, any way you slice it, that expects to have success. That group we beat up on yesterday was a dysfunctional group that they don't know their ass from the hole in the ground.
Their quarterback's calling them ass.
Right. Good point. That was which I love. I love that post game, by the way.
He said ass.
So yeah, I do think even though that this is not a good defense in Baltimore, you're playing a much better, I think, overall team, a healthier organization. And so going and scoring some points on these boys would definitely be a step in the right direction as well.
Yeah. Sandy, let's let you jump in here. If I can get – there you go, Sandy. Sandy, your thoughts. Do you feel better about this team after the game on Sunday?
Oh, I feel better, but I totally agree with Clint. This Nick Haley, we need a experienced offensive coordinator, somebody who's been there, and these new guys, it's ridiculous.
All right. I hear you, Sandy. I appreciate the call. If that's going to happen, you're going to have to wait because, I think he is, at least the near future, he is going to be the guy, and I don't think you're going to find anybody. I mean, Bill Lazor's the only one in the organization who's had a history of calling plays, and I don't think that's where
me and Sandy are definitely on the same page of preferring that. No doubt about it. I'm with you, Ron. I mean, obviously, Nick Caley's going to be the guy. I just greatly appreciate again the thought that DeMeco Ryans is just going to be. He is going to be hands-on with Nick Caley to make sure this stuff gets fixed. And so I love that part of it. Unfortunately, we can't go back and rehire an offensive coordinator. We're knee-deep in this thing.
Text line coming through. I'm going to wait until Sunday when they play Seattle. I'm going to wait till after that to see how they perform. Text line also coming in. Not going to play many guys better than Simmons and had some success in the run game. That's that's a positive. They've got to clean some of those things up. Obviously, there are a lot of things they got to clean up. But yeah, man, I don't think you should walk away with problem solved, baby. They put up 20 in the fourth quarter and they won 26-0. No, I don't think so, and I think we'll need to see more, and more of that, and see them put this together more. Like next week is another step. Next week, like 26 is their high water mark. Judging, and I understand they've gotten their ass handed to them defensively at home too. Judging what teams have done to the Ravens, this should be one of their better offensive performances of the year. And I know that doesn't scream a lot with what they've done at times, but you would expect that this should be one of their better offensive performance against that team that's going to be missing. We know for a fact their best guy on their front four, their best guy in the second level of their linebacker, and their best corner. And maybe both their best corners. Maybe their other, because Wiggins was carted off holding his arm, and he may be out there. So they should have their best one of their best days.
Well, look, I don't want to let this go by the wayside either. I mean, the teams that have scored 41, 38, and 37 on the Baltimore Ravens defense were Buffalo, Detroit, and Kansas City. And so you make of that what you will. Cleveland put up 17 points on this defense. So, we'll see what we're looking at. I don't want to look at Baltimore's defense and just say, yeah, they're going to give up 40 every weekend. They've had one hell of a schedule. And by the way, it doesn't slow down. I mean, you got Houston this week, but then you got the Rams right after that. So the first 6 weeks of their season, boy, is woo.
They're 1-3. They'll be desperate, but they'll be desperate with some guys that are closes out. Kelvin, you feel different about the Texans after the game?
Not at all. I believe in the defense, and I feel like a star was born. I feel like we just need to don't push the panic button. Let the guys cook. With this defense, I believe that CJ will have us in every game, just as he's showed us the past 4 games. Just relax. Let them cook.
All right, appreciate you. See, that's where I believe there is some steps. Like, we believe in the defense. And as he said, Woody Marks showed himself not just to be, all right, he had a good game. You can clearly see, Clint, that is something that's not just, a 1 week lucky thing, right? That dude, he's got juice, he's got wiggle, he can move. He's already playing, older than a rookie appears to play. He's got poise. There's something there. You just added a second big weapon. And now that Joe Mixon's eligible to come back now this week, you could have Joe and Woody Marks and Nick Chubb. With Joe Mixon eligible to come back. I know DeMeco spoke today, Tyler, and I listened. I did not see any words about Joe Mixon. It's that.
He got asked about it at one point, but then he just said the 2 names he had already said were coming off the PUP list this week.
Damn. All right. Let's give our players of the game. There are a lot of those guys out there. I do not believe, Tyler, the towel people or the people with seats where the swimming pool was in Jacksonville, anything like that. There is an actual players, persons that Tyler will go to. You can let us know yours as well. Our Man Eye Institute players of the game coming up next.
All right, if you're selling your home, you want to lock arms with Orchard. They got a fast track offers program going on right now.
We appreciate you. Thanks for helping us help Houston kids.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
They were playing that song about you swag and surf, and I looked around, I was like, this is pretty sweet.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive on a Reaction Monday. The reaction will continue following our show. It is a Monday, which means the Coach's Show comes on at 5 o'clock right behind us. So we're out a little early on Monday. DeMeco Ryans will have the Coach's Show coming up behind us, so you don't want to miss the head coach. First time this year after a win on the Coach's Show. As they, I'm sure, touch on yesterday's game against the Titans, and then also start to move and turn the page as the Texans have to the Baltimore Ravens. What looked to be arguably their toughest game on their schedule, road game at Baltimore. Maybe it feels more winnable at this point when you look at the injury situation. But they will be a desperate team. Two surprising 1-3 teams facing off on Sunday in Baltimore. So DeMeco Ryans, Coach's Show, coming up behind us. Let's do what we do each and every Monday. You can text yours in. There are several candidates for our player of the game, and not just our player of the game, but our Man Eye Institute player of the game. And Clint, we will start with you. Who is your Man Eye Institute player of the game? Man Eye Institute, see life better.
Yeah, My man, C.J. Stroud, Ron. It's look, there were several options this week, but C.J. Stroud, 22 of 28, 200-plus yards, couple of touchdowns. I think he was 2 of 3 on big-time throws, balls that traveled over 20 yards in the air. Got to hit the first one, but, hey, getting 2 of 3 is in that kind of game is absolutely huge. Did not put the ball in harm's way at all that I recall. Also, there's obviously some reports out there from C.J. Stroud in the postgame presser and DeMeco Ryans in the postgame presser talking about how he communicated and changed plays and got them out of bad plays and into better plays, I think, multiple times. And so, for me, man, I just don't think C.J. could have played any better with the exception of that one throw that he missed. I thought he understood what kind of game it was going to be. I thought he committed to the underneath stuff and taking the pressure off of his offensive line, which in turn he used his tight end and his running backs in quick game and check down game. And I just thought that C.J. Stroud really did a good job of managing that game, understanding the situation, understanding what needed to happen. And so I don't think anybody was more instrumental in that game than C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I think I agree with a texter from earlier. This was probably the closest thing that we saw from year one CJ. To me, it seemed like he was A-okay with just taking the stuff the defense was giving him, taking the easy 8, the easy 7, some of the easy 8, easy 7, easy 5 turned into more because one broken tackle, got them more yards. And then you saw he was able, for the most part, as you just pointed out, to take advantage of the bigger stuff down the field once that opened up. So C.J. Stroud, like I said, his best quarterback rating since the Cleveland Browns playoff game a couple of years back. So big-time performance from C.J. Stroud. Tyler, who is your Man I Institute player of the game?
I am rolling with, and thankfully, an actual Houston Texan player this week. It pains me whenever I have to give out awards to the people on the sideline in the pool in Jacksonville and stuff like that. That pains me. I don't want to do it.
You do it pretty easily. I mean, it comes off it may pain you, but it comes off like you really are nailing it.
That's just how damn good I am, man.
That's fair. That's fair.
But for real, I love being able to do a real Texan, an actual player. I'm going with the rookie running back, Woody Marks. He had 17 carries for 69 yards for 4.1 a carry. And he carried one into the touchdown, and 4 receptions, 50 yards for the rookie running back, and a receiving touchdown as well. Not to mention the block I heard Clint talking about on the post game, all hot and heavy. That thing kind of made me horny. So Woody Marks is my player of the game.
No, it should be. We talked about it a bit, man. That he is a game changer, potentially, of anybody else we saw. Now I know it was one game against the Titans, but you could see the element. The reason why it's a game changer, you just don't have that many elements like that on the offense. You just don't have many big play potential, big chunk play elements on your team. And he ran it in between the tackles. And, I mean, the ease of which he took that screen 17 yards, the ease of which he took that long touchdown run in, that was special. And I don't know that they have a lot of that on their offense. So that's why I agree. Woody Marks, big time.
Woody Marks is a good one, T. Boy, it's going to be fun to watch him if they can keep that thing rolling.
Yeah.
What's yours, Ron?
My Man I Institute player of the game is Danielle Hunter. As we said, there are a lot of places you could go. Danielle Hunter had 2 sacks in the game, 3 tackles. He was killing. I think it's Dan Moore over there. He was killing that guy, anybody he wanted to line up against. And he came up with big pressures, not just the sacks, big pressures. And then I really enjoyed how he snuffed out. I don't know why the Tennessee offensive coordinator and play caller continued to just go trick play after they had done some good things and gotten some first downs. But he tried to go trick play and the throwback to Cam Ward. And I mean, it was as if Danielle Hunter was in the huddle. He never even came off the line of scrimmage to rush the passer. He wouldn't stood right next to Cam Ward, and that guy just had to eat it and lose 4 yards, which for the Titans, if you watch that, they're kind of rolling the way the Texans were. You start to lose 4 or 5 yards on first down, it's really all she wrote. They're all so. Danielle Hunter, who was off to a really good start this year, he's got 4 sacks, I believe, on the season, and he had 2 more yesterday. So Danielle Hunter is my Man Eye Institute player of the game.
Yeah, man. Look, Hunter's got 4, and Will's got 3.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a deadly combo coming off the edges for DeMeco's defense. There's no doubt.
Text line coming in saying, I know many people aren't talking about it, but I like what EJ Speed brought. Yeah, EJ Speed did jump out. He jumped off on the end, and his snaps jumped up too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was really good yesterday. Henry To'oTo'o took a step back. I think I saw Christian Harris play 4 or 5 snaps, and EJ Speed's numbers started to go up, and you could see it. He is moving like his last name says it, and looked good.
Look, I mean, you got to get that guy. To me, you got to get that guy rolling.
You've been saying that from the jump. Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, it's at a position where you just need to have some really quality depth with the physicality of that position. The fact that it is a position where you've got multiple. Sometimes you got 3 on the field. Sometimes you got 2 on the field. You need to have guys that you can trust in there. And I just think Speed is one of those guys that. Again, I can't believe that he came in so cheap. I can't believe that he didn't have chances elsewhere to go start. It just leads me to believe that there's a bigger role for him here. I don't know the details behind why he played more and To'oTo'o didn't and all of that, but I do understand that bigger, longer frame that is faster. Whether you're playing, it's better coverage. I'm not saying he's a damn corner. I'm just saying that is a presence in the middle of the field. And obviously he plays the run well. He tackles well. He had a good one as well.
Yeah. All right. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays on the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with a really juicy Week 5 matchup between the Houston Texans and the Baltimore Ravens. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Coming up, we do this on Mondays, weekends best, weekends worst. There was a lot to happen all over the weekend. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all. End of the month. Good time to get down and get you a new rig. It's a great time to get down and get you a new rig. And
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line said, don't leave out Kamari Lassiter. Yeah, Kamari Lassiter played well.
Did he?
Made some plays. There was a big catch. He got his hands in maybe a downfield throw. Looked like it was going to be caught. Got his hands in there and knocked it out. Yeah, and shout out to Derek Stingley, too. A little toughness that he showed as well.
That's right.
Got a pick also in that game. As he didn't practice all week with the oblique situation, hopefully he is healing in better shape and will be able to play closer to his 100% level coming up as the season continues. On a Reaction Monday, again, not only is the coaches show coming on after us, I believe courtesy of Westwood Monday Night Football, 2 games tonight. The Jets and Dolphins, everybody is dying. Are both those teams 0-3? I know damn sure the Jets are. I'm certain the Dolphins are. I'm certain the Dolphins have not won any games. But somebody's got to be very similar to the Texans and Titans game. Somebody has got to win. Well, I guess somebody don't have to. The Cowboys and the Packers tied last night. So the potential that somebody will put a win on the board tonight, as well as the Broncos and the Bengals. That one obviously feels different with Joe Burrow out, but still a matchup. Bengals 2-1, and the Broncos have a lot of expectations. You'll be able to listen to that after us, courtesy of Westwood One, or after the coaches show coming up behind that. All right, Clint, it is Monday. Let's do our weekend's best, weekend's worst. I'll start. My weekend's best, Clint, is, I know this may not be popular to some around here, but the performance of Dak Prescott Sunday night was ridiculous. I think for some fair reasons, he is criticized for not coming through in moments, and then I think sometimes he is overly criticized in a way that people just aren't comfortable with giving him the credit or status that he deserves. He's a top 10 quarterback. He has been for a long time. The last time he was healthy, he was second in MVP. No CeeDee Lamb. His defense is shot to hell. And George Pickens is a good, talented receiver, but he has issues with catching the football at times, had a couple of drops. And he was facing Micah Parsons. He lost a couple of offensive linemen in the game as well. He was 31 of 40, 319, 3 touchdowns, no picks, quarterback rating of 120-25. Also added a rushing touchdown in there, and they tied the game, and they ended up in a tie. At least they didn't lose in a game in which a lot of people thought the Packers may go in there and blow their doors off, especially the way that the Bears did them the week before. So for me, Dak Prescott, he was sensational last night in that game.
Yeah, look, he was tremendous. He is as good a regular season quarterback as you're going to find. I mean, he has put up some numbers, and it is impressive to watch. It's fun to watch. You look at even Dallas last night, the game plan they had to minimize Micah Parsons' effect on the game was tremendous, and they executed it flawlessly. And Dak was, I mean, he was money at all levels of the field. He was money with his legs as well once again. So that old version of Dak Prescott, that Mississippi State Bulldog version, put his head down and went and got a touchdown run. Yeah, Ron, you're right. I mean, he is, if he can just win in the playoffs, he will no doubt about it get the respect that he's due. Right now, that's the only excuse folks have of not giving him the credit that he deserves. He is as good as anybody in the regular season and has been when he's healthy over the last handful of years.
A lot of people have to have everything around him to be good. In this game, he lost his number one receiver, lost second. I know Guyton wasn't in the game at the end. His left tackle had to replace the left tackle there. I think one of his backs went out. Miles Sanders went out. And they still put up 40 on, before yesterday, what was thought to be a good defense and the Packers. So Dak Prescott, hell of a performance this week.
I agree. Weekend's best for me is my Arkansas Razorbacks.
That's your best?
Firing their head coach, Sam Pittman. I love Sam Pittman. In fact, I wish Sam and his bride the best moving forward. Change is good. Change needed to happen. You know, Ron, when you watch a struggling team, it's one thing to be a struggling team that's just not very talented, or they're beat up with injuries, or you know, it just they play in a tough conference. They got a tough ass schedule like Arkansas does, but you can clearly tell when a team just flat out quits on the coach. You can clearly tell when a coach has lost his team, does not have the ability to motivate, to coach, to change, to move the needle at all with his team. And I think Sam Pittman did that on Saturday. Ron, it was 42-13 at halftime.
Yeah, I was seeing that score, and I thought, "Ooh, that ain't looking good for Sam."
Well, as bad as that is, the only thing that would make it worse is if they said, "Hey, we're going to go through this bye week, and then we're going to go to Tennessee," or I can't remember if we're there, if they're here. I can't remember where Tennessee. We're going to win games, sit through the season, and kind of. So my weekend's best is Arkansas, my Razorbacks. Going ahead and just nipping the bud there and firing the head coach, giving Bobby Petrino the head coach duties, and allowing him to make some defensive changes. He's already fired, 3 of the defensive coaches, the defense coordinator.
He's already go ahead.
Yeah, the defensive coordinator, the co-coordinator, which is more of a consultant, but he was a co-coordinator, highly paid, and I think the D-line coach. He let them go as well. So. The only thing that could have made that worse is if I had to sit through one more game of the same old status quo with Arkansas. So they're going to get my weekend's best. Not the game, the decision to move on from Sam and get this thing, try to get this thing at least getting cleaned up. While you still got a little time left here.
Yeah, I wonder when Sam knew it was over.
I think Sam's known for a minute.
You think so?
Yeah.
But I mean, Sam at some point in that game knew he was fired.
When I'm standing on the sideline with him at 42-13 as they were trotting in at halftime,
he knew it was over.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I've never been. I was, bro.
Not eventually, but I'm talking about that day.
Ron, it's the worst game I've ever seen in person, and I've seen some bad ones. Hell, I've been a part of some bad ones. I was embarrassed that I had my family, that we flew all the way up there and went through all the energies and efforts to be at that game and watch it. I was embarrassed.
Yeah.
I was ready to get the crew out of there at halftime. Let's go.
Let's go.
If I didn't have duties, I'd have got my ass up out of there.
Weekends best. Let's go. And I want to preface this by, I hope this is not any kind of any illness or anything, but that cold sore that Jerry Jones had on his lip.
Well, you can see that joint in the camera angle from outside the booth, couldn't you?
And Clint, it was bad because you knew this was a night he was going to have all kinds of camera time.
No question.
Hell, they kicked it off with an interview with him sitting at the desk on Football in America, and you knew. And you ain't lying. They could have set the camera up on the opposite sideline. You could still see that sucker. Then after the game, he had it. What a bad time to get a cold sore. Yeah. That was an aggressive one.
That's like getting one right before you got a speaking engagement, right? Jerry's got one right before the Micah Parsons return to Dallas.
I wonder how bad it looked.
You get one. What about right before a date?
Oh, yeah, that's over. You just got to cancel it. Yeah, he could walk.
Sorry, baby. I've been thinking about this date for a week. I've been thinking about that outfit you got on, but I have zero chance right now.
I would have considered a Band-Aid or something. That's a hard Band-Aid area, but I would have considered something. That sucker. I could not stop looking at it. All right, your weekend's worst.
Well, I got to go with the Ryder Cup. I haven't even had time to check into all the details, but the fact that Rory McIlroy felt the need. I like Rory. I know some people don't. I like Rory McIlroy. The fact that he felt the need to voice some level of concern for, the fans, the crowd, how they were treating the European Ryder Cup team. And let's be honest, the way that our team started on day one was a joke as well. So I just think overall, U.S. here, we didn't show up on the golf course, and then our fans obviously were clowns and got way outside of golf etiquette and So I think that's probably the weekend's
So
work.
they took it up a notch. The Ryder Cup is
throwing beers and yelling and chirping and I mean I saw some of it. I didn't see all of it yet. I didn't see the part where Rory had to stop and.
Oh yeah, I saw that. He was pissed. You could see it in his eyes. I mean, he approached it and then had to step off. And the commentators, you could see the crowd. They're getting to it. The noise is getting to him. They say, and I don't know. They say it is the truth. You almost want to go now. That Ryder Cup is different. The emotion is different. It's almost, to me, it's like the version of, the World Baseball Classic in the Dominican. You know how the game emotion-wise is different than how Major League Baseball games are. That's what it feels like. People talk about with the Ryder Cup. Yeah, that was who was it? Watson was out there apologizing for. Yeah,
well, you got guys apologizing. You got guys issuing statements. So clearly it was way out of bounds. And look, I think golf is one sport that is going to be threatened with this new era of fan, right? It's just more accepted in today's world overall is the lack of respect, whether it's for people or for the game and the rules and regulations that come along with the game. People just don't respect each other or the game the way that they used to, just generally in our world today. And so I think golf is going to have a hard time abiding by or expecting fans to abide by the traditions of the game. And I think this was just an unfortunate, set of circumstances that we'll see which direction it goes after this.
What you got coming up?
Well, Reaction Monday, and I don't want to oversell a win over the Titans, but there are a handful of things. I got 3 things that we as fans can take from the Texans-Titans game that I think are real. I think they transition to the next week and the next week and the next week. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about them cold Coors Light, baby. I do it every day, and I absolutely love it. It's my favorite time of the day. I get to tell y'all about them Coors Light, them Silver Bullets, them old Wolf Killers, the Coors Latte, the cold beer that has the utmost respect for all of you beer drinkers out there, all of us.
Classes start October 15th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We're working with Clint here.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the shoe boots that I don't, but you want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yes, sir, and it's a reaction Monday, baby. Texans 26, Titans 0. We got a busy day now. The Astros, they are in Cancun, if they so choose to be. They'll be watching the playoffs this year. Rockets, they had their media day today. KD in a Rockets uniform, I believe, for the first time. That is going to be a ton of fun to watch, with or without Fred VanVleet. No disrespect. I don't want to minimize it. Fred's a big part of it. But I'm going to be honest with you. Amen Thompson, Alperen Şengün, Kevin Durant, yeah, man, I'm in for that right there. So the Rockets had their media day, which usually I don't know exactly what their schedule looks like, but that usually is what kicks off the new season. And so basketball season is here, and it's going to be a ton of fun this year. But like I said, we've got a reaction Monday, and it's a victorious reaction Monday. Texans 26, Titans 0, which, by the way, it's worth noting, it's the first shutout for the Texans since the Andre Johnson, Cortland Finnegan get-down game in 2018. Tyler, was that 2018, right? Was that long ago? Cortland Finnegan and Andre Johnson fighting on the field.
It may have been even before that, but somewhere around there.
I think that was it. I wasn't. No, was Andre playing in 2018?
That's why I was hesitant. I thought maybe
it was 2010. Maybe I got my year wrong. Maybe it was like 2010. Put out a long time. It was ugly early, but the Texans absolutely exploded in the fourth quarter for 20 pints. 20 pints in the fourth quarter to stretch that thing out, 26-0. And there are, look, I don't want to sugarcoat this thing. That was as dysfunctional an organization as you're going to find in the NFL. They have to do their damnedest. Like the Titans organization has to start making decisions around, do we want to allow this group to ruin Cam Ward, or do we want to make some moves and start getting this thing moving in the right direction, at least internally, so that one day on the field we can get this thing moving in the right direction. So bottom line is, Ron, I don't want to make too much out of this win because it didn't move the needle for me at all when it comes to my confidence level moving forward with this Texans offense or the team as a whole. I think it showed exactly who they were. But there are three things. Do you have a year on that, Tyler? Did you have a year on that?
2010.
Yeah, 2010. They say if Andre Johnson was playing in 2018, hell, that was right before I started here. I knew that wasn't right. 2010. But there's three things, Ron, that I believe are very real that we can take from this game moving forward, and I think they transition to better opponents, better defenses. All right? The fact that C.J. Stroud's 2 for 3 in what I would call shot plays, balls that travel 20, 25 yards down the field, big plays, explosive plays. He had 3 opportunities, I believe, and he hit 2 of them. That can't be minimized in itself. But I think the bigger part of it, Ron, is I heard C.J. Stroud talking in the postgame about the touchdown to Higgins, which was more of a seam route to the right of the quarterback. And I thought, that's a good play, good throw. But when I found out that C.J. Stroud audibled into that play and then executed the play for a touchdown to a rookie that you need, I thought that is a moment that you can't create. You can create it in practice if you want to, but even when you hit it, it's not that big of a deal, right? The whole scenario of where, hey, we recognize what's going on. I've got my big-bodied rookie in the slot right here. I can throw a go route. I can check to this route right here, and we can take a shot, and then you hit that shot. That is absolutely worth its weight in gold. Here's C.J. Stroud talking about the touchdown throw to Higgins and what he saw.
Yeah, they were in man, and on film they show like this man where they go help, the best player, the best receiver. So I felt 50 was about to go help Neek, and so I just signaled in a route concept that I thought would work, and so yeah, we executed it very well. They did a good job of executing the route plan, but I just seen something and I called it and it worked. So it's gonna go that way sometimes it's gonna go the other way, but it's all about, and I think that was that big thing there, and we were right that time and made them pay. So
the other part of that makes it special, Ron, is we've talked about this a lot about like Nico Collins needs some help. So if CJ Stroud comes to the line of scrimmage, instead of talking about in the post game how they took Nico Collins out of the game by shading the safety over or kicking a linebacker out, do something about it, right? And this was CJ Stroud recognizing that and doing something about it and hitting it, striking down the field and hitting it and get points on the board. Ron, that right there to me cannot be minimized in this game as it relates to the offense taking a step forward.
Well, we got to see what it's like with CJ having some control at the line of scrimmage.
Yep.
And being able to make decisions that I know in the offseason you talked about this will be something that will be a good thing for him. And a lot of people saw excitement in that the first 3 weeks of the season. I think we've seen him have more control and been a bit disappointed how it's worked out in protection. But I don't know if last year that is something that he has the ability to check to. And they got a big play out of it. And hopefully he is able to continue to check in to plays that make sense.
Well, it's just such a beautiful thing, Ron, because now you're dictating, right? You want to help on Nico? Okay, you're going to press my 6'4" receiver in the slot right here. Watch this. Let me take this high percentage shot over the top. High percentage because I get the matchup I want. I have no deep help. And now I got you in press man. It's exactly what I want. And in the moment out there, and all of a sudden you gain a huge advantage, right? It's that easy. That's why it's plumb-ass silly to not have that kind of ability within an offense. And so CJ doing that cannot be minimized, y'all. Lopez also, I heard him twice, 2 or 3 times on In the Loop today, doubling and tripling down on the Nico go ball that really started the momentum rolling for the Texans in the late third quarter. That apparently Lopez, I don't know if he's got an inside source or not, but apparently Lopez believes strongly that was also an audible of some sort to get Nico the go ball on 2nd and 33. Take advantage of a dumbass call by the defense, and CJ may or may not, according to Lopez, did that as well. So that kind of control, that kind of communication, having the guts to make the call, and then executing it as flawlessly as they did is something that will bode well for them moving forward versus better defenses. Number 2, talking about the takeaways from the Titans game that I think do transition to better opponents and moving forward in this season. CJ checking and having success at the line of scrimmage in the pass game, huge. Number 2, the rookies. We've mentioned this multiple times in the show. I think Woody Marks and Higgins, look, let's just take it from this perspective, Ron. This offense lacks weapons, right? Yeah. Nico Collins is obviously a weapon. Everybody else has been an other. I don't care. Name them. They've all been others. There's been Nico and then a bunch of others at this point in time.
No fear. Nico's the only one.
None at all. No threat, no nothing. They desperately needed someone to step up. It happened to come in the form. Woody Marks, it starts there, Ron. He was Tyler's MVP of the game. Woody Marks was absolutely special. 119 total yards, 1 touchdown on the ground, 1 touchdown in the air. The wiggle and the ability to get physical in the pass protection game, to me, is what really, really, really stood out. But when you look at it, Nick Caley's ability to use him the way that the late, great Mike Leach used him in the run game and in the pass game was special. Higgins, the big-bodied rookie, up the seam on a go route, big target. That's how you want to use those 2 rookies in Woody Marks and Jaden Higgins. Those 2 guys, those 2 weapons emerging were I think something that'll bode well moving forward for this offense.
Yeah, I was listening to Andre and Mark Vandermeer and our guy
John
Harris. And John said the rest of the way in this game is in the second half. They need to use 12 and 27. Those are the 2 guys that are showing that they can give problems. Those are the 2 guys that you're gaining an advantage with. Now, Andre said, I want to mix in a little 86 too, but 12 and 27, and to that point, John Harris and obviously, if you've listened to Andre, where you could tell he's been a fan of Woody Marks since he saw him at USC and had him in a game at USC. But clearly, those guys are there on the field watching this team and understanding, hey, Woody Marks is this, as you said, another, or a complimentary piece or something like that. Like Nick Chubb did good yesterday. Woody Marks jumped off the page. Yep. I mean, I think even over Nico, he was the best weapon on the field for any team.
No question about it. And look, when the game is a game like we like the Titans offense was never going to score. They were never going to overcome a double-digit deficit at any point in time if you could ever get up double digits, right? And so in those kinds of games, when you know the opponent's offense is not going to have a chance in hell of scoring and scoring quick, then the Woody Marks, Nick Chubb, Dalton Schultz, Nico Collins, like that combination in a controlled manner becomes unbelievably valuable. And look, to Nick Caley's, to his, he did a good job. Yeah, to his credit, he did a good job yesterday. Now, so we're talking things to take away from the Titans' win yesterday that really transition moving forward, right? CJ checking and having success. Woody Marks and Higgins, those two offensive weapons emerging late in the fourth quarter. The third one for me, Ron, is Dalton Schultz. The usage, and he's a willing blocker. I think there was multiple times in that game. I know on the Woody Marks touchdown run, Dalton Schultz was in there mixing it up in a way that I don't recall him doing much of in the last year and a half. So his willingness to block right there, I think this team needs it desperately. But really overall with Dalton Schultz, the usage of Dalton Schultz, 5 catches, 6 targets. I think CJ, I said this a month, needs to commit to finding Dalton Schultz early and often throughout games to draw the defense down, to make the defense respect Dalton Schultz, and then all of a sudden you start hitting that mid-range game or those seams up the seam, those shots up the seam, you start hitting those, and those become more wide open than trying to force them down the field when the defense is sagging. I thought Dalton Schultz, I thought the overall usage of Dalton Schultz in the underneath pass game was spot on. I thought it was effective. And again, if we're looking at counter punches to Nico Collins, if we're looking at counter punches to Woody Marks in that run game, a tight end that can do what we saw Dalton Schultz do yesterday is big time. So I think number 3 for me in the things that transition versus better opponents is Dalton Schultz. Overall usage yesterday was spot on.
He looks like he's there and open as a safety valve, as a quick, easy 5 to 8.
And Ron, it's been there. It's been there all year. It's been there last year. It's been like, I don't know. I said this last year. I don't know how Dalton Schultz. Well, I guess because he was so piss poor in pass protection, he probably couldn't complain much. But if I were Dalton Schultz, a veteran tight end that was expected to produce, I mean, there were times last year when I'd have grabbed C.J. Stroud by the face mask and said, "Hey man, throw me the damn ball. Look for me. I'm wide open. They ain't even respecting me." Right? Well, it looked like Sunday that they have at least addressed that, and Dalton Schultz was used in an effective manner. So again, the 3 things that the Texans can take away from a win that really doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot, it was a piss poor Titans team, is CJ's control and communication at the line of scrimmage. At least 1 shot throw touchdowns, if not 2 of the big shot explosive plays that we saw. That cannot be minimized. Woody Marks and Higgins, those weapons emerging, and then the usage of Dalton Schultz. I think all of those things bode well moving forward and play on the road against somebody like the Ravens. So we'll see if they can keep that thing going. I'm Clint Stoerner alongside Ron the Show Hughley. T Mills behind the glass. You listen to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. Tyler, did you hear your boy Elko talking?
I haven't got to hear it yet, but I think I know where you're going. I saw some quotes put out there on Twitter a little while ago.
I have not heard the audio. I read the transcript, so I don't know how serious. I hope he's serious with a heart attack. So apparently A&M has got some, one obviously they're having a good year, but one issue they're having is a penalty problem. Right? He's having a little bit of a penalty problem with his squad, and he was asked about it, and he said, I got a fix. He said the fix is from now on, guys, that that have penalties called on them, they're going to start donating to the Coaches Cabo Fund. Wouldn't that be a hell of a deal? In a day and age where players are getting paid, they may end up paying for the A&M Coaches Cabo Fund when it's all said and done.
Hell yeah,
that's one way to clean up. That's one way to clean up penalties.
Oh, for sure. And the penalty problem was more evident than ever.
Now, I need to get an explanation on how this goes. Does this mean every single penalty, or do you have to be a repeat offender? Because now if this is every single penalty, explain these kids.
Well, he might be.
All right, here, man. I need 10 penalties. All right, there you go, $100.
Yeah, you're making money. I got to get this fund up so we can really enjoy Cabo and stay in a 5-star, not one of them old 2-star VRBOs or whatever it's called. He's trying to get them digs up. You know what I mean?
Now again, Mike, as Tyler has told us about that maroon money, we know your ass ain't getting paid no salary where you got to be staying no 2-star. Damn it!
Ain't nobody got no money like Texas A&M.
No, we know. We know you got it.
They're flying private and staying in a 5-star, no doubt. Whether them kids pay. Maybe this is how Lady lets the coaches stay out. Maybe they stay an extra day on the players. I think that'd be a good idea.
On the players,
that is great. That is rich. Elko, that's solid. I hope it works out for you, man.
Yeah, that's not a violation or anything, is it?
Well, I mean, look,
I think he's joking, right? Is it a violation?
Well, I think violations are probably viewed a little differently in today's college football world than they used to be. I think they'll probably overlook the fining of players right now, considering how much these guys are making.
Yeah. All right, coming up, yes, it is a reaction Monday, and we are looking at a victory Monday as the Texans win. But the Astros season has come to an end, and they will not be in the postseason for the first time since 2016. And we've heard from the general manager, and words are circling around the manager. Should Joe Espada's job be in jeopardy? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, let's talk about your hair, y'all. Look, fellas, if you're losing it and you desire to have it back, then Advanced Hair Restoration has the guaranteed solution. You heard me, guaranteed solution.
to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Thank you, listeners. With your $3,586 for the Barbara Bush Houston Literacy Foundation, that's over 1,700 underprivileged Houston kids who'll be getting a library of new books to call their own. You always step up, and we appreciate you. Thanks for helping us help Houston kids.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Say goodnight to the Astros.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Monday Night Football. I see Mike McDaniel walking into the Dolphins game as they face the Jets. By the way, you see them uniforms they're going to wear tonight?
Which
the
one?
Dolphins, the all black joints.
Are they clean?
Yeah.
Well, they need something.
They need something to get it going in there. Yeah. That you can hear a little Monday Night Football coming up after the Coaches Show. Remember, we are done at 5 o'clock today. The Coaches Show with DeMeco Ryans. We are done 5 o'clock, so stay tuned for that. Then after that, courtesy of Westwood One, Monday Night Football as well comes up after that. All right. It is a Reaction Monday, but we also have to react to the season coming to an end with the Astros. You weren't there Thursday, but Framber took them dreads out his hair.
I did see it.
I mean, he goes 7 innings, 10 strikeouts, 1 earned. I mean, it was just insane.
I think I may have tweeted Tyler. Tyler called it. There's other people taking credit for it. I think Tyler called it.
That was all me.
It almost ended the whole show for us. I mean, we had to rip up the rundown damn near, and then we all called. It was like, this dude's he's gonna have a hell of a game. Watch. Of course he did. I thought that was gonna be the move to really influence the rest of the team, and then they played the next day. But
maybe should have taken him out like a month or two ago.
Yeah, maybe should have. Maybe should have. Maybe his month wouldn't have been so horrible in September, but. The season's over. This is the first time, which is really foreign around here, first time that the postseason is going to be without the Houston Astros in almost a decade, Clint. And General Manager Dana Brown on their flagship said manager Joe Espada is under contract for next season, but Brown said we're going to take a complete look at all of our operations, but credited Espada for doing a, quote, good job and, quote, pressing a lot of right buttons with all the injuries Houston endured. So there are reports out that obviously it is not 100% sure that Joe Espada would return, and we're already seeing Rocco Baldelli got let go with the Twins. We're already seeing some managers. The Giants fired their manager. We're seeing some managers get moved on from in a different direction. Listen, Joe got him to the playoffs last year in his first year. This year, they were leading the entire way, it seemed like, until the last 2 weeks. Do you think his job should be in jeopardy? And I know how you have felt about him. You think his job should be in jeopardy?
Yeah, in jeopardy? Yeah. I mean, look, I think you look at year one, you dug an embarrassingly deep hole, and somehow with the Mariners collapsing, you dug yourself out and you made the playoffs. This year, you played really well early on, and then I don't care who was playing and who was healthy and who wasn't healthy down the stretch. That was awful. Late in the season, and so. Do I think he should lose his job? I can't get there, but do I think he should be part of an internal audit and figure out if they do want to move on? Here's where I'm at with Joe Espada is he hasn't done enough to be untouchable. That's for damn sure. And he hasn't been terrible to be get him the hell up out of here. For me, if the Astros have a manager that is someone that they've wanted, someone that they've looked at, someone that's an obvious upgrade and like, hey, man, we've been wanting this guy for 2-3 years, like the Texans waited on DeMeco Ryans type deal, then I think it's a no-brainer. You make the move and you never look in the rearview mirror. If that's not out there, then I think you got a tough decision. It's already tough with Joe Espada because there were a lot of pressing the right buttons.
Yeah, because if I just dropped you in, Clint, and you look at his 2 years,
yeah,
like you would think it's crazy to even think that the Jimmy's saying, yeah, we're going to look at all the upgrades, including him, right? Well, I mean, listen, the injuries they had clearly was a big reason why they're not playing anymore.
Yep, no doubt.
A big reason. And then, as you said, 2 years. And obviously, I think the players love him.
Yep.
Right? I don't think he's at odds with any important players or whatever. But would I be shocked to think that Dana Brown has been wanting a job where he's running a team and he's been in there in Atlanta and he's had a guy? Wouldn't be shocked at all. And even though if you look at it, you're saying, well, it wouldn't be fair to fire that guy after everything.
Right.
First off, we all know sports isn't fair. Marty Schottenheimer got fired after going 14-2 once in the NFL, which is insane. So it's not unprecedented that somebody who's had a great record gets fired. On the surface, it looks unfair, but you would understand, and I don't think very many people here would be like, damn, what's Dana doing now? Someone just texted in and said, hell, Dana needs to be needs to be looked at as well.
Yeah, I think I don't think it's a fire situation. I think it's if you've got a replacement that you really want, you really like, that is a slam dunk, then I can see it happen. Fire and then just go have a coach search.
Yeah.
Like I think he deserves to be retained if it's you don't have an upgrade that you, I mean, immediate baseball notice and lets everybody know, hey, the Astros aren't done. But fire, no, yeah. I can't get there. I agree with you that the injuries have been a major part, really both years. The injuries have been a major part of the situation, and you were, I mean, down to the wire this year, you were a playoff team that was leading the division. So fire, no. Replaced, yeah, I could see that happen.
Yeah, because I don't know, man, fellas. I look at what happens in the Astros, and listen, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't think he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. Excuse me,
spiced bread.
Spiced bread as well too. You can catch. I don't know where you can get that. Probably HEB. But yeah, and I've said it. I thought they took a real step down. I don't think it's anything crazy. Hall of Fame manager and Dusty Baker, and they took a step down to Joe Espada. But this isn't a situation like you said, man. All right, man, we got to get rid of him. Like, it is clear what happened this year was they were at such a disadvantage when it came to manager. Like, when I get to disadvantage at manager decisions, there's about 5 or 6 things that probably land in front of it that don't have any, that I don't think have a lot to do with Joe. The injuries, the people who handled the injuries, the amount of pitchers that went down, Christian Walker. He didn't sign Christian Walker. Like, there are a lot of things I think that jump in front before you get to him. Like, people are texting in, what about A.J. Hinch? I know the Tigers are for him extension. I don't know if that's available. I wouldn't think that's the direction. Maybe. I think it'd be pretty hard to get him out of Detroit. But, if it's somebody that you're like, all right, clearly it's an improvement. I don't know if they're going to say we're running down Bud Black. I don't know how I feel about that. We're running down Rocco Baldelli, although he's done all right at Minnesota. But I don't know. I think Joe has not been as bad as many people want to say he is. I think Joe is a real scapegoat at times for people within the fan base. But you look at this thing, man. Joe, we got to a point there where it's like, Joe, you need to work some miracles, right? Like,
I'm trying to do the best I can.
Up here, people are talking about, hey, man, Joe needs to sit Framber. For who? For who? Like, I don't know, man. That was a tough situation he was in. All right, coming up as we continue, big news actually today, not just that the Texans got a dub, but they made a move with one of their most expensive players, a trade with the Texans. We'll get you more of that and let you hear DeMeco talk about the moving of Cam Robinson. We'll do that, as well as a big thing also DeMeco did yesterday. He gave up play calling duties. How we feel about that moving forward. All of that as we continue live on The Drive.
Hey, y'all, I'm in the middle of renovating an entire house, all of the interior of the house. And
Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Irwin said A.J. Hinch is the only replacement he'd be excited about. Outside of that, just bring him back.
Yeah, look, I would think if everybody in the building would be okay with bringing back A.J. Hinch, I think the city would go nuts. I think it would be an upgrade. Obviously, I think just depends on what kind of terms he left on with the Cranes, right? Yeah. I mean that ultimately is the deal here. I mean, I'm pretty sure he still lives up in the Woodlands, and so I would imagine it would be a pretty easy sell. I don't look. I mean, I think it's probably a bit of a pipe dream, but I'm here for it.
Yeah, that is. We'll see what happens. I would expect that he comes back, but we'll see. We'll see what happens moving forward as the offseason has started here for your Houston Astros. All right, DeMeco Ryans spoke with the media today, and he addressed the news of the day for the Texans. Not real surprising. We'll discuss it here in a bit. Cam Robinson, their big free agent offseason move to the offensive line. Cam Robinson, who they brought over, $12 million guaranteed, $14 million contract on a one-year deal. He was not starting. He was a backup here, and they've traded him to the Cleveland Browns for sixth or seventh round pick swap in 2027. Here's DeMeco Ryans addressing the trade of Cam Robinson.
We traded Cam to the Browns today. It gives Cam an opportunity to go play. Cam wants to play, so it gives him an opportunity to do that, and we wish Cam nothing but the best. He's handled himself the right way since he's been here. He's done everything the right way, everything that we asked him to do. So we wanted to do right by him and give him the opportunity.
All right, not a surprising move, Clint, that they were able to move Cam Robinson. We heard the thoughts of this early on when the roster was completed coming out of training camp, and we saw that Ursery had won the job at left tackle. He was a backup. We started to hear thoughts that he may be on the move, and clearly it's finally happened. The injury that the Browns suffered and their offensive line opens up the door for Cam Robinson, and not a surprise, but they make the move.
Yeah, not a surprise. Clearly he's a guy that expected to start and play, and I'm sure the Texans expected him to be the best option at left tackle. And look, I don't know if Ariante Ursery, the second-round pick in this year's draft, is playing well enough, and all that comes with the rookie. They've just determined that that's the better option, and it's led by how good and how confident and how much trust they have in Ariante Ursery, or is this a Cam Robinson wasn't what they expected? He didn't fit in that new O-line room. How well did he try to fight through camp with the injuries, or was he a vet and kind of taking it easy through those times? And so I don't know why. Really doesn't matter, to be completely honest with you, why. But the beautiful thing is Nick and DeMeco, once again, they see something, they see a problem, they see a mistake that they made, and they quickly get beyond it. They don't drag it out. They don't waste a bunch of money. They don't allow it to fester. They just move on from it. And so I think first and foremost, I just greatly appreciate, Ron, how quickly they admit they made a mistake and are willing to move on.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. They could have made this worse by. Oh,
it's on its way down because it's on its way off.
Aaron. Andy, we broke another one.
Got old Mike that's hanging by the last thread.
We broke it. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Those are on YouTube and Twitch. There it is.
If somebody wants $1 million idea, the radio industry, for some reason, they can't make these little arms, these little hinges on the arms for these mic stands. They can't seem to make them out of thicker material that lasts a little longer, and they constantly break. So there's your idea.
Yeah, listen, and Andy, if you're listening, you do not have to drive in from wherever you are to get in here and fix this as soon as possible.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Pendergast, he'll show up in the morning and his mic be messed up, man. It'd be hot. It'd be hot.
That's right. I forgot about that. Yeah. Well, Sean, good luck. Hopefully there's
I'm going to leave it laying right here.
Yeah, there's a request in there. Hold that thing. I'd like to see Sean hold that piece of steel right there the whole
Not
time.
good, Sean.
Not good at all. But no, as I was saying there, like, they could have made this worse and tried to force him into the lineup.
Yeah.
Not just to make the move, but we know it appears their original plan, Clint, was clearly to have him as their left tackle. Right? Yeah. They traded away Laramie Tunsil, and no, I don't think they thought he was going to be as good or as talented as Laramie Tunsil, but a solid left tackle that maybe could be a little bit more physical and bring more of what they wanted, and then move Titus inside, and then Ursery and Fisher battle it out on the right side. But a combination of Ursery during his injury, and then it was never really great from him. He never lived up to it. And then when he played the first game in the Rams, I mean, we weren't the only ones to see, oh, he's in trouble. Like, you came away from it and said he's got to sit down the rest of the way. Unless he's hurt or something, he's got to get healthy and he's got to sit down. I'm glad they didn't do like they did with Kenyon Green. I think they forced the issue last year, starting Kenyon Green, and hell, not even just starting, but not really even given a viable competition right there at that spot. They didn't force it here. They said, all right, man, this ain't it.
Yeah, look, they didn't force it. I greatly appreciate them moving on quickly from it and not forcing it and not making an obvious mistake into a two-year trial, right? I appreciate that. Now, the other side of that is, how bad has Nick and DeMeco been with the offensive line?
Yeah.
I mean offensive line.
Nick by himself at first, and now DeMeco and Nick together.
Ooh, man, I mean, you look at Blake Fisher, you look at Juice Scruggs, you look at Kenyon Green, now you look at Laken Tomlinson possibly losing his job to Juice Scruggs, who wasn't even good enough to start with an interior offensive line injury.
You were avoiding everything you could not to get him on the field.
And now Cam Robinson is up out of here. I mean, I guess the saving grace here for Nick and DeMeco is the fact that it is a draft pick at left tackle that allowed you to trade Cam Robinson. It is a draft pick in Juice Scruggs that's allowing you to potentially bench Laken Tomlinson. I guess that's the saving grace, but boy, it just seems like it's miss after miss after miss, whether it's draft, free agent, trade. I mean, they have been
Shaq Mason.
Man, they have been really bad. And you look at the misses on the offensive line, along with however you want to couch the instability at offensive coordinator and the inexperience at offensive coordinator. Man, it's a wonder they were able to win 10 games 2 straight years and overcome that. Because I would argue that the two most important things, other than quarterback, the two most important things if you're going to be a competitive team at a playoff level is offensive play caller and offensive line. I mean, and they haven't seemed to hit stride on either one of them, Ron. So it's crazy the level of success that they've been able to have without having that part of it figured out.
Yeah, hopefully things get more positive. But Cam Robinson traded to the Cleveland Browns for a 6th or 7th round swap in 2027. Coming up behind us, again, the Coaches Show. That's going to be in about 10 minutes. The Coaches Show with DeMeco Ryans. They're going from 5 to 7. Texans All Access will take over after the Coaches Show. And then, courtesy of Westwood One, thank goodness, Bengals Broncos, you got the good game. The O against O, that is not the fun one. No Dolphins. Jets, you will get the Broncos and the Bengals coming up after the Coaches Show. All right, T-Mill, let's start off the week pretty well here. Got a little Monday Night Football. All right, we got baseball playoffs coming up. Should be a good week. What's T-Mill's best bets today?
Yeah, we'll start the week's best bets with some picks on this doubleheader we got in Monday Night Football. By the way, I've been saying it. This is our wheelhouse.
Football's been banging it, huh?
Yes. Thursday Night Football last week, we went 4 for 5, damn near perfection. Let's try to do perfect tonight. 5 of them, all within these 2 games, Dolphins, Jets, and Bengals, Broncos. First, I got the Dolphins money line. Got it at about -145 as they are hosting the Jets. In that same game, I'm on the over. Jets at Dolphins over 44 this evening. The other game, Denver. I got the Denver Broncos -6 points at -145 odds. They are hosting the Bengals. And then 2 player props for you to finish things off on a Monday. I got Devon Achane over 40.5 receiving yards. That's within that Dolphins game. He is a Miami Dolphin. Achane over 40.5 receiving yards. And lastly, Jamar Chase.
Guarantee.
Over 5.5 receptions. They better be going to him early and often. Those are your best bets.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's Joe Burrow, if it's Jake Browning or John Browning, who I called him last week. He going to get them 6 catches. I'll be damned if Zach Taylor don't find a way to go get his 6.
You got room for me?
I do.
Let me get 100 on that Jamar Chase.
Remember them 18 targets he got?
That was my favorite bet tonight, too.
It should be. It should be. I like the Dolphins. The Dolphins too. At home in these jerseys, especially if they come out inspired the way they did. I like them as well. And I like the Broncos. The Broncos, I saw it at 6.5. You got it at 6. The Broncos, I mean, they should. Look, I mean, they got the doors blown off of them. The Bengals last week in Minnesota, and the Broncos may have the best front 7 in the game to get after Browning. So they should. If they are what people think they are, I can't even look at you. If they are what people think they are, they should go ahead and take care of business. All right, somebody get in here and fix this damn mic before Sean comes in. DeMeco Ryans, the coach's show coming up next. Clint, great job until the end.
Thanks, Bob.
The reverse of the Texans yesterday. And Tyler, great job as well. I am Ron, the show, as always, Houston. We love you, baby.
When someone else instead of me.
Take the drive.
All right, thanks, Tyler. Let's roll.
How big was the Texans' 26-0 win over the Titans, Coach?
I think it's really important for guys just to go out, win a
Take the Metro part?
Drew cost Penn State against Notre Dame in the college football playoff and then threw the game away against Oregon on Saturday. Aller's been the starter at Penn State for 3 years now, and it's clear he's overrated and is nowhere close to being a big game quarterback. I'm Zach Geld.
Whatever you're facing, whatever you're struggling with, the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline can help. Trained counselors are available 24/7 to provide confidential support at no cost to you. If you or someone you know is having a mental health crisis, call or text 988. Or to chat, visit texas988.org. With 988, you're not alone in the Lone Star State.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder and scam on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HoldTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
At MD Anderson Cancer Center, we're raising the standard in cancer care. Our world-renowned researchers and subspecialized physicians work together to turn discoveries into life-saving treatments faster. Through the world's largest cancer clinical trials program, we bring the most innovative treatment options directly to our patients when they need it most. Because at MD Anderson, we know cancer inside and out. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 8701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
All right, gentlemen. This is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable. And one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 25 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shields Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 or in Mississippi.
Getting a beautiful lawn and garden is Home Garden Pro.
Good morning, Sherry.
I got an email from you about your peas turning yellow.
Yes.
Sherry's here to help.
They are not liking the heat.
We believe gardening should be fun.
They're just like, I don't like 90+ degree temperatures, so I don't want to live anymore.
Home Show Garden Pros. Saturday morning, 7 till 9.
Thank you.
On Sports Radio 610.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sir.
The DeMeco Ryans Show.
Communicate. Over-communicate.
Brought to you by Amegy Bank.
Hello, Texans. Welcome to the DeMeco Ryans program following the Texans' victory over the Tennessee Titans 26-0 and in advance of the game against the Baltimore Ravens Sunday. The Texans facing the task of beating the Ravens in Baltimore for the first time ever and beating Lamar Jackson for the first time ever. Jackson left yesterday's game against the Chiefs with a hamstring injury, but you know and I know he'll likely play in this one, unless he can't go, in which case it'll be Cooper Rush, who you saw last year when he played for the Cowboys. Monday Night Football, that big Texans victory. All right, let's get to it here. The Texans, winners over the Titans with 3 fourth-quarter touchdowns. C.J. Stroud threw 2 TD passes and put up his highest quarterback rating in well over a year. Here's C.J. on the success they had against the Titans.
The way teams are playing us and, the way our offense is kind of built is just death by 1,000 cuts, taking what the defense gives me, and then finally I think after you hit a big play or like a big play comes is when everything kind of opens up. So I feel like that's what happened.
Well, what happened was a 37-yard pass to Nico Collins on 2nd down and 33. It was a long way to go, but the Texans got it all in one chunk play to number 12.
Titus came to me and was like, "Be happy, bro. That was a big play." And then the sideline was turned up, that stuff brings energy, big plays like that. And Nico did a great job, a lot of respect for Snook Corn in this league, one of the best. And I thought him and Nick battled, and he got over the top and just try to give him a shot. But, yeah, big plays like that definitely give us energy that we need, going forward.
Yeah, more on that, how one drive, one play can really get the team ignited.
Sometimes it's that one play that, kicks it off to, get everything rolling. We kind of had that in my rookie year. I think I want to say, week 3 against the Jazz, I hit, Tank on a post, and after that it seemed like we were just rolling. And so sometimes it just takes that one play, that one drive, that one point of emphasis to finally hit, to finally get the things rolling that we know that we can do. So I think that's kind of the cool thing about playing football is it's different every year. It's different every game, and you just got to find the niche. And I think hopefully I did that, but we got to just go back to practice and continue to get better.
And what about the contribution of the running attack? Woody Marks had a rushing touchdown and a receiving touchdown. Nick Chubb ran the ball well as well.
Yeah, it's huge, especially in this style of offense. Running the ball is huge. Anything positive on first down helps. And I think, Woody and Chubb did a great job. Even in the past game, they did a really good job. But, yeah, that's what it's going to take to win, is having a balanced game. And I thought Kels did a good job of keeping it balanced. And it's just, trusting me in some areas to get us in the right looks and checks and things like that. So I thought, that every game that's in this league, I thought Chubb and Woody, they complement each other really well. And our O-line did it amazing, both run blocking and pass blocking. And then also our tight ends stepped in there and did their job, and receivers as well in the run game.
All right, there's the starting quarterback, and he's going back to the site of his first ever start at Baltimore. It was week 1 in 2023. We'll talk more about the Ravens as the show progresses, and of course, as the week progresses. Later on in this show, we're going to have Woody Marks on during the Texans postgame show with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner. Great conversation with the rookie running back. And Johnny Harris catches up with Derek Stingley Jr. and more with DeMeco Ryans from the podium. But right now, our visit with Coach Ryans in studio, brought to you by Amagi Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans. Coach, congratulations on the victory, and talk about putting it all together, and can you use this as a springboard to get something really rolling here?
Thank you, man. Happy to be here with you guys. Really, I hope it's a springboard, Mark. You have to get that first one, and that was the main thing for us, is getting that first win. I think it was important for our guys just to get that belief and that confidence. You go on a 3-game losing streak, and it gets difficult. It's like, oh, who are we? Where are we? But we just stuck to the process, right? And guys did what we asked them to do, right? We played complementary football. Most important thing being taking care of the football offensively, right? Not turning the ball over. It gives you a huge chance of winning a football game. So we did that, and defensively we were able to take it away. Stingley back getting a pick. So just overall thought ball off really well. They had a really good returner that stifled that program for them a little bit, and Tommy gave us a couple ops there with some backed up punts. So just complementary football, all 3 phases working together. I hope that formula, we continue to lean on that. Hopefully that springboards us into another one this week.
Coach, I don't know if you guys were just on the sidelines. and realized, hey, there's a shutout up there, or you just kept playing play after play and it resulted in the shutout? But were you guys aware, was the defense aware of, hey, man, we got a shutout on the board. We got to keep that goose egg up there. Were they cognizant of it? Were you cognizant of it, or were you just, let's go to the next play?
I was cognizant of it, but I think a little superstitious kind of plays in. It's like, nope, you don't talk about it. So it was. It came up like later in the game, though, and I'm talking to the coaches like, oh, get all the starters out. We're good. And then they're hearing me on the headset. Just they're hearing me think out loud. Yeah. I'm like, wait a minute, we can't get all the guys out. We just one more series. And so I told the guys, like, we got some guys out of the game, but and then I did want to preserve that for the guys because, it's very hard, right? Yeah. And it's rare for that to happen, right? It's only the third time in team history that's happened. So I wanted our guys to really have something that they can, hold on to, hold something dear to them that they got a shutout in the NFL, which doesn't happen much.
So does that mean free donuts for everybody in the locker room this week?
Of course, on you.
Hell, me. Yeah. Lad won't approve it, but, it'll be on me.
We've got other free stuff to talk. Coach, defensively, you have so many different playmakers. EJ Speed, we caught up with him. He's one of them. What has he meant to your defense coming in, providing some speed, pardon the pun, and some other things as well?
Yeah, that's the thing that stands out. EJ is, he's long, tall, athletic guy, and he can fly sideline to sideline, and he shows up in a physical manner. Like, he has a lot of big hits, and I just thought, what he's done on special teams. He showed up on the kickoff team a lot, making a lot of plays, making a lot of tackles for us. Just thought he's earned the right to get a few more opportunities on defense just for us to evaluate it, see how it looks. And I thought he did a really nice job with the opportunity that he was given. He stood up. He made some plays for us there defensively as well. So I want to continue to lean in on that and give him some more.
Coach, has Tommy Togiai fallen into that as well? The first two games of the year he's inactive, but he just kept working at it, and now the last couple of games he's been on the field and he's making some plays. Well, those guys you can kind of hold up and say, look, guys, if you haven't been playing early in the year, take a look at these guys. They just kept fighting, they kept plugging, they kept doing what they needed to do, and now they're getting some opportunities. Does Tommy kind of fall into that category too?
Tommy is definitely the guy at the top of the list. Yeah. Like, every day in practice, like, Tommy does it the right way. And he gets in the game. It's not flashy. Right. He's not the big name guy, which that doesn't matter. It just proves when you go out and you do the things that your coach should do, you will make the plays you're supposed to make. But Tommy, he plays with outstanding awareness. You cannot run a screen if Tommy is in there. You're not fooling him. Like, he runs to the ball there on fourth down. Like, our guys are gassed. We were able to sub out our defensive line. Tommy is the guy in there who gets his hands up at the opportune time, bats the ball down. Hey, we're off the field defensively. That's like another turnover for us, getting a stop on fourth down. And Tommy is, I keep saying he's one of our most consistent guys. He's going to do it right every single time. And those are the guys I want in the game. Guys that are trustworthy, guys do it the right way, guys play with relentless effort.
What we saw on Sunday against the Titans, is that the offensive identity you're looking for? Closer to that anyway?
Very close to what we want to do offensively. I think that's where you see CJ was able to get the ball out quicker. I think that's where he operates best. When the ball is out, it's on time. Receivers, just get the ball in their hands and let's see them create in space. Right? And those are the plays I think we have to lean into more. Run the ball, get the ball out quicker. I think that's a formula for us playing winning football as a team. Like, let's play good defense. Offense, let's sustain drives by getting completions, running the football, wearing teams out, like getting into some tempo. That worked well for us as well. We got in a couple tempo plays. We were able to convert, get 5 yards here on a pass, get a 3rd and 1 conversion. It's because we kind of wore the team out. And I think if we continue to lean in on that, the thing also that showed up is CJ made great decisions all day, right? Whether it was run alerts, pass alerts, he made great decisions, went to the right spot with the football a lot of times for him. And he still has room to grow and get better. But from what we saw on Sunday, I think that's a good launch point for where we can continue to move forward.
Coach, you mentioned after the game on the touchdown to Jaden that CJ made a change, and you could see CJ being really, really excited afterwards. And Mark and I talked about it. I feel like in this sport that we play like, and you have this too, where you go tackle player, you play so physical, it's all this. But I feel like players, when they make a cerebral decision like that and it pays off, they're almost more excited about that than they are if they made a tackle or just threw a touchdown. Did you experience that as a player where you changed to something and you guys came up with a turnover or a pick and you just felt that much more validated that you made a cerebral decision as opposed to a physical decision, which everybody almost looks at more so than anything else in football?
Yeah, I think the guys are more fired up about the cerebral decisions. It goes back even to last week when Jalen Petrie gets the pick versus Arizona versus Jacksonville. Sorry. Aziz is up. We're in actually a blitz look, and Aziz, he sees that their offense is checking. He checks us out of the blitz, and Jalen gets the pick. Aziz is as fired up as anyone because, man, I was able to get the check that we talked about all week, and we were able to take the ball away. The same, CJ. Man, I see his man coverage. I see we have a really good look here with our guy one-on-one. Man, I see the look. I make the check. And we completed for a touchdown, there's no better feeling, right, as a football player. That's better than a big hit or any big block or anything. When you decision to put your team in a position to make game-changing plays, those are the ones that you really lean in on and you celebrate the most.
You talked about getting the ball in the hands of the playmakers on offense, right? Higgins is averaging over 17 yards per catch. So if you just throw it to him every time, you get 17. It doesn't work that way, I know. So how tough is it, though, to pick who you want to get the football at key times, Coach?
Yeah, it's really tough when you have so many guys who are capable, right? And it's a good problem to have. But I think, like, we can lean in on getting Higgins the ball more, see if we can get some more of those big completions, because I think what he provides, him and Nico opposite each other, I think we can really start to stress defenses a little bit more with Higgins and what he's shown. He's very capable in the passing game. He had another play where he was open down our sideline as well that I thought we could have hit him. So he's done a really nice job in the passing game. And what I'm most proud of Higgins on, really challenged him on his blocking in the run game. Right? And he's really took a huge step this week of really getting in there, playing physical, covering his safeties or corners up, doing a really good job of blocking, right? You block, you get the rock. So, so he did a really good job of blocking. Proud of him for that, and just want to see him get more opportunities.
He got on Draymond Jones on that sweep to the left on Woody. It was like, who's making that block? I thought it was Nico at first. And that's how 81. I thought, that's a really nice block. Speaking of run game, Coach, Woody, 21 touches. I don't know what Nick was, 13, 14 carries, I think. It felt like, just watching it, pretty good mix between the two guys. Did you kind of Nick yesterday with the touches, add in the receptions as well?
Yeah, really love the mix. I love both of those guys being able to complement each other. And I always think the key is you can get over 25 runs. You get 30 runs in a game, you're controlling that game. So that was where we wanted to get to. Like, that was the mark. Like, if we get to over 30 runs, feel like we'll be in a good spot. And both of those guys handled it really well. I think Woody has some exciting runs. Chubb has nice runs. One that got called back, probably his best run, got called back due to penalty. But overall, really like the way Coach Barrett subbed those guys out. They did a really nice job.
So he helps you out with that, with the subbing, and maybe Nick needs a rest or Woody does or whatever the case is.
Yeah, Coach DB, his eyes are on the running backs, the entire time. And so he said, hey, Woody may need one here or Chubb needs one. So he does a really good job of managing the game from the running back position and making sure we have the freshest guys we can, have the freshest guy in.
Coach, from that standpoint, you being the head coach, if there's some point where you're like, hey, I want such and such in the game. I mean, I know that you don't always do that, or you would ever do that, but do you do that from time to time? Like, run the ball, catch him. Hey, this guy needs to be in the game, guys. You remind them that he's on the roster.
I do a lot of reminding. I do a lot of reminding. Gentle reminding.
Gentle reminding.
I want
like
this
a little
guy
yellow post-it you slide over during the game?
That's it. Nice and gentle.
Well, along those lines, Coach, being able to oversee the whole thing and certain elements of the game, how is that for you as you've evolved as a head coach from year one to now?
It's been really good, man. Just the process of evolving, and I talked about it a lot during training camp and off season, just of delegating more, giving guys more opportunity, relinquishing more trust to guys, and Burke was able to call a defense. this game. And just for me, just having more eyes open, being able to talk to the offense more, talking to everybody more. It just felt like I could manage the game better. I really liked how everybody handled themselves, thought we were in a really good spot. Just being able to just talk about offensive plays, talk about defensive plays, make those corrections, and still having the mindset to be there, defense, hey, what do we like here in this situation, and be able to talk about calls, get corrections. So it felt really good to be in that spot just to manage the team in a much better way throughout the entire week, not just on the game, but throughout the week, being able to pop into meetings with the offense, quarterbacks, special teams, defense, just felt much better.
And still offer up gentle reminders. Coach, defensively, how did you feel about the operation, missed assignments, mental errors, those kind of things? I mean, they're always going to happen, but how did you feel on Sunday, how the guys played? Because obviously you put a donut up on a board. You feel like, oh, everything was perfect, but I'm sure there might have been one or two. But just overall, what did you think of the operation defensively?
Yeah, operation was the best it's been this season. We didn't have bust in the back end. Like, guys were where they were supposed to be. Yeah, guys made plays, but overall, collectively where they were supposed to be, and that allowed us to play good football. We kept the ball in front of us for the most part. I think Cam got out on the one pass earlier in the game and threw it back across the field. It's probably the one, big one that got out on us. But Jalen was able to go get the guy down and gave us a chance to stop him there, and they missed the field goal. So I'm really proud of just how clean the guys played, how they communicated on the sideline, on the field, just really clean operation.
Back to the running backs and pass protection, that aspect of it, Coach. How difficult is it to teach those guys that? I know Danny obviously does that. Some guys get it better than others, though, and it's really important so you can prove you belong out there and can contribute.
Yeah, playing running back is difficult when it comes to how do you pick up the blitzes, how do you pick up the pressures, because sometimes you may think it's just a linebacker or a nickel that you're blocking, but sometimes you're stuck on a defensive lineman depending on the look, and we get a lot of different looks, a lot of different blitz looks, and we'll continue to get those, right, until we show that we can stuff those looks. So the backs, they have a huge responsibility. They can't just get out in the passing route all the time. They have to check for blitzers, check for safeties, nickels. So they have to be very cerebral, and they have to understand, the pressure pickups and be on it. And the thing, when you are picking it up, back, you don't have to go and just crush the guy. A lot of times backs get caught in a position where they're lunging and their head goes down, and they end up not being able to sustain a block. So you have to be able to absorb it, move your feet, keep your head up. This Ty's doing a really better job. Chubb has done a really nice job of picking up some protections, and Woody is improving upon that as well.
Yeah, Woody introduced himself to Quandre Diggs. He left a gentle reminder yesterday. Coach, one thing, whenever Nick's in here, I always ask him about the rookies in the draft. That's just under my contract. So I think a new clause in my contract is to ask you each week about tackling. Because I remember when I asked you, we lost the game, hey, what bothered you? And I just remember seeing it look like tackling. How'd you feel like the tackling was yesterday?
Much better.
Yeah.
Much better yesterday.
Yeah.
It was just one play. Their longest run that got out on us was a 21-yard run that was due to some missed tackles. But for the most part, thought our guys were there. We played, when I say body on body.
Yeah.
We stepped on the guys' toes. We were there to secure the tackles. But it was much better improvement. Still can get a little bit better, but I'm happy with where we are at this point.
Coach, the Ravens, I don't mean to alter the mood here, but the Ravens, they're up next on the road. And it's interesting because they have a lot of injuries. But when you go into a game where the other team has a lot of injuries, you just assume everybody's playing, right? It's the best way to prepare.
That's the only way to prepare in my mind, Mark, because you go assuming, oh, this guy's out, that guy's out. You don't know until game day, right? The ball is kicked off, who's going to be out there. So my preparation through this week would be whoever is up. If they're not on IR and we know they're out, we're assuming that they're playing. Specifically, Lamar Jackson, I'm assuming that he is playing because he is the X factor for their team. He's been the guy at the hand at quarterback that he changes the game for them, right, for their entire team. And so when he's on the field, it's a completely different set of problems, right? Because he can gut you in multiple ways. Throwing the football, he's improved as a passer, and then everyone knows his capability as a runner, right? When the things aren't there, whether it's zone read plays or it's just scramble plays, right? He's an outstanding player. He's been the MVP in this league for should have been multiple times, but he's that guy for a reason. So we have our hands full this week, and you can't talk about Lamar without the other two backs. You got Derrick Henry and Hill. So we got to do an outstanding job of stopping the run. That's going to be our emphasis, I know, this week. And then on offense, we got to do an outstanding job of running the ball versus their defense.
Absolutely. Coach, a guy that we didn't know was going to play this week was Derek Stingley Jr.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Mark and I talked about it, and we're like, I don't know if Sting's going to play. And then we see on Sunday he's active, so we're like, okay, if he's active, he's going to play. Yeah. And I don't want to say we're surprised, but just to see him out on the field, what kind of boost that give to the defense to have him out there? Because you could tell he wasn't quite 100%, but he was out there gutting it out. And I talked to him after the game, and he was like, you're going to have to rip me off that field. What are your thoughts about seeing Sting kind of fight through that injury that he's dealing with to play on Sunday?
Oh, man, I love the toughness that he showed throughout this entire week. I saw him earlier in the week. He's walking into the weight room with some of our trainers, and I was like, hey, how you doing? He's, I'm getting ready to get out there. Yeah. So I kind of knew that looked like I'm not missing this game, right? And he just had to continue to give himself more time to heal up. And he wasn't 100%, but he fought through the pain and be out there. That's what this game is about. Sometimes it's not always going to go your way. You're not always going to feel 100%. But some stuff you have to just gut it out. You have to go through it, and he did that, and I'm proud of him for doing that. And he shows up and makes a huge play for us, being able to intercept the football. At a crucial time in the game, we needed it. We needed to take the ball away. He did that for us. So he's a true example for all of our guys of what it looks like to, be relentless. That's what it looks like. I'm dealing with a little hurt, a little pain. I can push through it. I'm going to do whatever it takes to help our team win.
And he's not just a gym rat, he's a mental gym rat, right? Johnny, I'm going to set you up for this next one because he told you, Johnny, about a recall that he had before the pick, was it?
So when I asked him, I said, hey, take me through the pick, and he goes, well, the Titans had this concept last year. I was like, wait, did I just hear him talk about it last year? He was like, yeah, they had this concept last year, and he said, I clocked that and then saw what was happening in front of me and kind of just aware on the ball, but his recall. And I remember we've talked to players, coaches over the years, and one of the things they always bring up is the recall. We've talked to many people about Tom Brady. Tom Brady can remember what position you were in, where they played all those years on a particular set. The recall is amazing. To remember, they did that to me last year. And then he ends up with an interception this year. It's amazing.
That's amazing, man. And it's just goes to show the amount of some things as players, coach, you never forget. You see maybe a difficult concept, or it may be, hey, they only have done this out of this formation with this particular player in this spot, and it just it sparks a reminder hey, I remember they did this last year and they tried the same thing. Or also for offenses, they go back to successful plays that they had against your defense, and you go back and you look at the games that you played against them, and you remember those things. And you have to make sure if you gave it up last year, you'll probably see it again. And so you have to be on the details of fixing whatever issue that was.
Okay, the Amity Bank Ask Coach question of the week, and I'm blending Texans partners here because, Coach, I don't know if you're aware, but because the Texans won, on the day after, Pizza Hut gives you 50% off pizza.
Oh, really?
Right? Now, if you're watching this in Kansas and you're a Texans fan, it doesn't matter to you. It's a Houston area thing for participating Pizza Huts. But, Coach, I'm going to allow you to name your MVP topping and also one you would cut. One you're going to put on waivers and give me an MVP topping for you on your pizza.
MVP topping. Oh, man. I guess we got to go pepperoni.
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 And what would you cut?
Chicken. What gets cut? Olives.
Okay. No, good plan. I'm with you all the way.
Pineapple.
Pineapple is long. Going to go for another half hour on pineapple pizza. My goodness. Plenty more coming up with Coach DeMeco Ryans as we'll hit the podium. How did that visit go with the media today? And Johnny Harris catches up with the head coach right after the game. Derek Stingley Jr. in the locker room, and a visit with Woody Marks on Pendergast and Clint Stoerner. It's all on the way here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
My name is Paula Mendoza, and I'm the CEO of Possible Missions. I needed a bank that would communicate with me. You have to be able to pick up the phone and trust that they can help you. Trust that they know your business well enough that they know what you need. That's one of the reasons I'm with Amegy now. I can email about the smallest of things, and I get a response. I absolutely have all the trust in the world that Amegy will be there for me for my next steps.
Amegy Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation N.A., member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems, like snoring, aches and pains, hot sleep, or even an old saggy mattress that can keep you up at night. And our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now get a king bed for a queen price, plus a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
When you partner with CDW, you get more from your devices with solutions purpose-built for your toughest tasks. CDW experts are creating seamless workplaces using HP's suite of PCs, printers, and peripherals, so remote teams can work flexibly and designers can display their brilliance, all while keeping your customer data safe. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/HP.
There is a Stroud, Will Anderson Jr. and the rest of your Houston Texans on game day than in a luxury suite. From hassle-free VIP parking to James Beard award-winning, chef-curated food selection served by your own private suite attendant. Texans Luxe is unparalleled. But hurry, suites are going fast and already sold out for select games this season. Call 832-667-2299 or visit HoustonTexansLuxe.com to reserve your private suite today.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
You need facilities designed to perform under pressure. From refineries and petrochemical plants to terminals and pipelines, Burns & McDonnell delivers fit-for-purpose solutions on time, on budget, and with a steadfast commitment to safety. Our still-growing team has been in Houston for nearly 30 years and draws on the full integrated EPC services of one of the nation's top design firms. Learn more about the opportunities that are waiting for you at Burns & McDonnell. Find your fit at burnsmcd.com/Texans. Burns & McDonnell is an equal opportunity employer.
Ever feel like the road is out to... Thankfully, Hyundai is always working to ensure it doesn't, with over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Now for a limited time, get 1.99% APR on the Hyundai Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end September 30th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
When the Houston Texans take to the gridiron this season, Reliant will be. That's because Reliant is the only energy provider the Texans trust to power every electric moment, every punt, pass, and kick, every touchdown or takeaway. Reliant will be there, powering every game day. And when you have Reliant and Vivint, they're smarter together, giving you the power to manage your electricity and your smart home all in one place. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of the Houston Texans.
PUCT number 10007.
The Texans took down the Titans for their first win of the year.
Stroud in the gun. Fakes to give. Dumps it off. Marks across the 5. Marks to the end zone. Touchdown, Houston.
Sometimes it just takes that one play, that one drive to finally, get the things rolling that, we know that we can do. It's different every game, and you just got to find the niche.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Back to Texans Radio, the DeMeco Ryans Show.
Right back to work here on the coaches program, the DeMeco Ryans Show, and more from the head coach coming up with Johnny Harris, visiting with him in the locker room right after the game. That's always a special conversation to hear a rewind of. And also this, Texans postgame, they have a player every postgame show, Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner. And Woody Marks made his coming out party very special. Week 4, 2 touchdowns, the first 2 of his career, 1 receiving, 1 rushing, and a guest shot with Sean and Clint.
Woody, congratulations on the win first and foremost. I know that's the most important thing, but also congratulations on a big day here in week 4 of your rookie season.
Yeah, thank you.
So take us through the touchdown that got you guys You were on the board already with the field goals, but the first touchdown of the game, the pass from CJ to you there. Take us through that play.
I would say we've been going over it. We had it in last week. We've been going over it in practice. It looked good. We kind of knew they was going to go with the motion, so just slip out. We actually had a miscue about it this last practice. Then it came out, it was perfection. So we scored.
Yeah. Could you feel it opening up right there, too? Like, do you feel it right from the get-go, from the snap? You feel like this is going to work?
I knew I was going to be open.
Yeah. And how about the run to close things out for you guys? Take us through that.
I'll say the O-line, the receivers, that left side and the back side cutting people off. I'll say the tight end got up and the left tackle and the left guard got up and sealed their man. I had one man to beat to get to the touchdown.
And you beat him.
Yeah.
Yep, it's good stuff.
Hey, what about just your expanded role? I mean, I know you don't sit around and go, boy, I hope I get 60% of snaps. And I know it's not the case, but being a rookie and getting here, man, and within the first month of the season, being one of the workhorses in this backfield is I mean, that's some pretty serious movement pretty quick for you, man. Just what's on your mind about getting more run, the team trusting you more, and then obviously the success you're having?
Just keep leaning on the running back group. I'll say DB does a great job. I'm still learning right now, but I'm not all the way just there yet. But just learning from Chubb, Dare, them guys in the running back room, and we just go out to practice and just rotate. We're gonna keep going pound to pound. That's what we want this. I think Chubb made a great point last week. We're gonna run the ball, make sure put everybody on our back. That's gonna feed off it. I think we did that good today.
Do you feel like this fourth quarter was kind of a breakthrough for you guys here offensively? Like this is something you can build on going into Baltimore next week?
Yeah, I'll say that's all we've been saying. All we need is one. All we need is one. We're gonna keep that train rolling.
All right, now everybody's gonna look at the box score and tell you had a good game, 119 total yards, couple of touchdowns, one through the air, one on the ground. But you and I both know what's going to be talked about in that film room.
Oh, yeah.
That pass protection when you caught old boy up underneath his chin.
Yeah.
You got to walk me through that one.
They were talking about it on the broadcast on TV, just so you know, also. They were replaying that on TV. Yeah.
Hey, Woody, I didn't know you had that in you, boy. I knew you could pass protect. We all have seen that, and we've been ranting and raving about that since the preseason. But that right there was a little different level. That's one that I would imagine DeMeco is going to say, hey, everybody in the room, this is what we're looking for. Just take us through kind of what you saw, and then really I want to get to the point when you knew he was on his back and you was trying to put him in a hole or something. Talk me through that.
So he was talking all game. We kind of knew he was pressed. I'll say the O-line coach and our the offensive coordinator and the offensive coaches, when they press, they coming. So I knew he was coming. The linebacker wasn't coming. I kind of sat inside. And then when he came, I really just struck my helmet right in his chest, and he just went down. He was talking on the ground. I was like, I'm not letting you get up. So I heard the referee. I was like, I'm gonna let you get up.
Now you
say on the ground. What could you possibly say with you having just put him on his butt?
Yeah, he was like, you ain't nothing. You a rookie. I'm like, bro, I just put you on your back.
I'm on top of you. What are you talking about? Oh my God, that's amazing. Woody Marks joining us here on Texans Postgame Show. I feel like you're in a room. You just rattled off the names there. You know, Nick Chubb. I mean, an accomplished guy in the league. You know, Dare Gumbawale, been in the league for almost a decade. Damian Pierce has been around for a little while. I almost feel like for you, it's a little like it's been for Will Anderson the last couple of years, where he's the one young guy in a room full of late 20s, early 30s guys. It's a little bit the same for you. Can you take us through as a rookie what it's like having that kind of experience in the running back room, especially when it's so collaborative and cooperative like you guys are?
Just leaning on them. I was saying in the run game, leaning on Chubb. I asked him a lot of questions. What did you see in practice? What I can do better? And then in the passing game, leaning on Dare. Ask him if I need to break a guy off, stemming this person, how should I do this? And then just collective as a group with the pass blocking, I'll say really just leaning on them and leaning on the O-line, helping me out with the pick stunts. I think that's a big part that I need to work on with the pick stunts.
How close do you think you are to being able to handle the whole load? I'm not saying it's never going to happen. I mean, there's a rotation. I get it. I understand the room. But just as a rookie, it takes time to learn the whole playbook. It takes time for the coaching staff to say, yeah, man, you can throw any protection at him, you can throw any formation at him, you can throw any route combo at him, and he's got it. Just how are you doing as a rookie in terms of being able to retain Payne all play?
I'll say I've been retaining it good. It's a part of just hearing it. Me listening and getting in the huddle and actually hearing the play. So I'll say that's what I need to really focus on a lot, getting all the way inside the huddle so I can hear everything, every word from the play call.
Woody Marks joining us here. Before we get you out of here, just take us in the locker room, especially for you. This is the first victorious locker room in a regular season game that you've been a part of. These first three, the messaging's very different when Coach Ryans gets to come in there now and hand out a bunch of game balls and things. Did you get a game ball, by the way?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Okay, good. Where's that going?
I'm going to put it in a little bin with my jersey.
Okay.
I actually got the 2 touchdowns ball. So
you got them both also. Okay, good. Yeah. So what was that like? I mean, just being able to kind of experience that as opposed to how it's been the first 3 weeks of the season.
Just seeing everybody happy, seeing a smile on their face, not coming in, feeling down, saying we gotta go to work for next week. We didn't get this one, the mistakes. I know we made mistakes, but we didn't make as many mistakes as we did the previous weeks. I say that was a plus, and we did what was the message for pregame. Just finish. No matter what, finish. And haven't had a shutout here in a long time, and we did it.
I had hair the last time that we had a shutout here. Yeah. So that's
Hey, Woody, he's serious. He's serious.
Yeah. No, I am dead serious. Yeah, I had hair. Woody Marks, Texans running back. Hey, Woody, congrats on the great day individually. More than anything else, congrats on the win. And we mean this times 10. Go get them in Baltimore next weekend.
Sure.
All right. Good stuff.
All right. There's Woody Marks with Sean Pendergast, Texas Postgame. Now, Andy Kalu joins us every Monday, and we wanted to talk to him about the offense to start. Has the offense really started to develop the identity it's working on? We asked the coach about this. Let's ask DeMeco Ryans' former teammate, Andy Kalu.
Absolutely. How can you not feel better about the offense, feel better about them kind of setting the tone, whether it's Woody Marks as your primary back and Nick Chubb as the complement back, which sounds crazy, and it's just one game. I tend to have a positive knee-jerk reaction after a good game. But with what he did running the ball, and I'm talking about Woody Marks, as a pass catcher out of the backfield and pass protection, I don't know if y'all had a chance to see it, but he even showed that he was valuable in pass protection. Yeah, this is the start of what could be that game. In 8 or 9 weeks, we point back and say, you know what? It's that Tennessee game where things started to gel, things started to click. And more specifically in the fourth quarter when you talk about the offense of that Tennessee game.
Andy, we talked about that during preseason broadcasts about the fact that rookie running backs are kept off the field because, they run the ball well. That's what running backs are supposed to do. But they mess up pass protection. They don't know to block. And then sometimes they know to block, and then they get bowled over. That is not Woody Marks. He sets a tone when he is pass protecting, and Quandre Diggs found out all about that. That aspect of his game is obviously something that you and I pointed out during the preseason, but I think it's maybe even a bigger part of what they want the identity of this team. So damn physical when he hits a blitzer, whether it's a safety or a linebacker.
I'm glad you said the name because obviously I know the exact play you're talking about, and that's why I brought up pass protection. I didn't know it was Diggs, but I didn't realize it was Diggs. So, that was the play. And, of course, this is probably why my sons don't like watching football with me because I'm always trying to point things out. But that was the play, John, where I said that's going to go down to me as his best play. Not so much the runs, not so much the catch, but that right there. And for the time, I didn't realize it was Diggs. But that's huge. That's a big deal. If he can do that consistently, then Kaylee and DeMeco, they're more comfortable letting him get more snaps. And I have no problem with Nick Chubb, being the guy to get 10, 15 carries if Woody Marks is going to be your bell cow.
Yeah, and we saw C.J. Stroud. He was sacked twice, but he's 8-2 in his last 10 when he's sacked less than 3 times. Think about that. If you're sacked 3 times or 2 times or less, 8-2 in his last 10. So obviously a huge factor right there, Andy, in keeping him upright and protecting him and his caliber of play in those situations.
No, he's a good quarterback, and when you keep a good quarterback on his feet, good things are going to happen, and we saw that especially in the fourth quarter. And I didn't realize that stat line, Mark, that if he only gets sacked twice or less, that he goes 8-2. So more the reason to really make sure that you're protecting him and keeping that clean pocket.
Andy, I just actually drew a blank. What I was going to say? Oh, yeah, I know, a blank. That's exactly why I drew a blank.
A big donut, a
for
bagel.
The first time since the Texans shut a team out? A, your thoughts on defensive performance. B, and maybe answer this one first, how much more does it matter to a defense when you shut a team out, especially in the NFL?
People don't realize that it's huge. That's a big, big deal, especially in the NFL, because, look, without me even looking at the other scores from yesterday, I'm pretty sure if I was a betting man, I'd bet that there was not another goose egg, on the scoreboard yesterday.
That's
and
correct.
In the NFL, it's especially tough because at some point, the other team, they know the game's over, but they're playing for pride as well, and they get paid too. So they just want to put something on the board. We had the 2 missed field goals. We know about that. But even late in the game, I'm watching the game with more intensity than I was watching early in the game because I wanted to see the Texans defense, uphold those 0 points on the board. And it's tough because at some point, the Titans are saying in the huddle, hey, man, we got to score. It's not even we got to get back and win this game. It's, hey, man, we got to score. And for the Texans to stay as stout as they did and to hold on to that 0, that's a big, big deal. Like, it gets to the point also, John, as you know, if you're winning a game like the Texans are beating the Tennessee Titans 26-0 and you're getting into the fourth quarter, if you somehow give up 3 points or you give up a touchdown and you still win the game, the defense feels like, God, dog. Like, there's a part of the defense that feels like they lost a little bit because you lose that 0 because it's so hard to get that goose egg. So, yes, there is some extra celebration in that one. That's when you see a big, fat goose egg in the NFL. That's a big, big deal.
We were in our first production meeting for preseason games this year. We were trying to decide how we were going to do the open, and so Dave says to me, okay, you handle the offense. We'll talk about CJ.
Dave is the producer.
Dave Keeney's the producer. And we got to defense, and we're like, okay, Indy, who do you want to highlight? And he goes, EJ Speed. And I was like, ooh, that's a good one because I think EJ will play in this game. This would be, good. Yeah. Indy, it's probably no surprise to you of anybody that EJ Speed ends up getting more snaps yesterday at linebacker than any other linebacker. I know you saw it back in the preseason. I know that yesterday you could see that speed showing up in a number of different roles. But I know it's not surprising to you that EJ Speed has really kind of stepped up and taken on the responsibility and then played really well with it yesterday. What are your thoughts about EJ Speed stepping up and giving the defense maybe a little different look because basically of his speed?
I appreciate you bringing that up because I was actually more surprised when EJ Speed signed with the Texans. And overall, people were just kind of ho-hum about it. And I'm like, this is EJ Speed, the guy that had over 100 tackles with the Colts the last couple of years, the guy that's been very consistent. He's been on the field. He's a playmaker. I was more surprised that he was actually available, John, to sign a 1-year deal.
All right, there's some thoughts from N.D. Kalu, our Monday visit with the former Texan, 12-year NFL veteran, and DeMeco Ryans' former teammate here in Houston. Coming up, Derek Stingley Jr. and more with the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, here on Texans Radio.
Radio is on the way.
Texans fans, when it's time to step up, you make the play. You take the moment. You take the drive. And like your Houston Texans, Ford starting lineup is made for every moment. It's Coach DeMeco Ryans here. With the strength of the F-150, the versatility of the Explorer, and the toughness of the Bronco family, Ford brings the power, style, and control to take on every drive. So visit your Best in Texas Ford dealer, official truck and SUV of the Houston Texans.
Ford is the best in Texas.
Throughout time, man has expressed himself through dance. The Charleston, the two-step, and yes, even the Macarena. But few dances have captured the imagination like the victory dance. It says, I'm a winner. In your face, world. With Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery, it's time to start working on your victory dance. You could have lots to celebrate with top prizes of $100,000, plus enter for a chance to win VIP Texans experiences. So, dust off your victory dance and play today. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Your health is personal, which is why your Houston Methodist primary care team takes the time to get to know you and your unique goals, offering personalized health care at more than 40 locations throughout Greater Houston, with same-day clinics when you're sick and expert specialists when you need them. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
The Texans took down the Titans for their first win of the year.
firing deep downfield, right side end zone. Higgins with the catch. Touchdown, Houston.
We go out and execute and play the right way. That's what it can look like. It's just about us playing clean football. We did that today, and that's what we expect when we do things the right way.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans radio coming up in a moment.
What a matchup we've got, folks. Just nonstop action. The energy is electric and the fans are all in. An intense game like this calls for a Coca-Cola. Ah, crisp and refreshing. That's a game changer. Yeah, that taste scores every time. And just like that, they're back at it. Passionate fans and an ice-cold Coca-Cola. Now that's a winning combo. No matter the team, no matter the sport, everyone knows fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola.
Okay, quiz fans, what's one word to describe Whataburger's new Prickly Pear Raspberry Whata-Fresher? Is the best word refreshing? Or does the real raspberry make you say tangy? Or perhaps the sweet prickly pear fruit is simply delicious? Actually, the only word to describe it is quenchy, tangy, sweet, shalicious. And that may sound like 4 words, but we used hyphens. Introducing new Whata-Freshers from Whataburger. Whataburger. Available for a limited time.
Gearing up for game day? Look no further than King Ranch Ag and Turf, your local John Deere experts. Whether you're a farmer, landscaper, contractor, or homeowner, King Ranch Ag and Turf has you coverage locations to serve you. Right now, score big savings during our exclusive season kickoff sale. Get unbeatable deals on mowers, tractors, construction equipment, and so much more. Let us help you prepare to tackle your next project like the pros. Visit online at KingRanchAgAndTurf.com or stop by one of our stores where Texans gear up for success.
Hi, Lady Texans fans. Want to take your fandom to the next level? Join the Battle Red Ladies, presented by Ashley, for free and enjoy endless, exciting opportunities. Together, Lady Texans fans chat about football at in-person events, enjoy exclusive contests, have the chance to be the Battle Red Lady of the Month for additional prizes, and so much more. Let's get together. Join now at HoustonTexans.com/fans.
Now, more Texans radio, the DeMeco Ryans Show.
Final segment on the DeMeco Ryans program tonight. We always like to do this, especially after a win. Johnny Harris catching up with the head coach right outside the locker room right after the victory. Let's hear that.
All right, Coach, heck of a win, but I know down deep, defense really tugs at your heartstrings. So putting that donut up on the scoreboard, how big was that for you and the guys today?
It was huge. It was something that doesn't happen much. Yeah. Right? I haven't been a part of many, and to do it at this level, man, it means a lot. Right? There's a lot that goes into it, but really proud of the way the guys just play clean, fundamental football. Right? And it just shows the message and what we've been teaching, what we've been preaching. Like it right way. So it's credit to all the guys. We covered really well. We attacked the football, Stingley and our D-line. They rushed, right, versus a very difficult quarterbacks, athletic, moving around the pocket, that our D-line rushed really well.
You held them to 175 yards, and really they got that on maybe 2 or 3 plays. So overall, the consistency was really there. You mentioned a few of the keys. Was that kind of the biggest key? Just look, we keep them from big plays, and we'll be just fine. And then you kept them from really no plays in the second half.
Yeah, that was the real key. It started with how do we disrupt this rookie quarterback? And we start that by stopping the run. Yeah. So we did that early on and forced him to have to throw the ball. And when he threw it, guys were there competing on the football, making plays on the ball, right? And we got after him all day, right? And that's what allowed us to play great football. Third down, we got off. When it was our time to get off on third down, we got off. So they did an outstanding job, man. It was one to remember.
Yeah, most definitely. Was the defense later in the game feeding off what the offense was doing, like seeing the offense score and getting some confidence? Was the defense kind of feeding off of that as well? Like, hey, all right, cool, look at them. They're putting the ball in the end zone. The young guys are scoring. Was the defense kind of feeding off of that too?
Yeah, I think not only the defense feeding off it, I think our fans, our offense, our entire team, everybody on the sideline felt that. We've been close so much of getting there, and we stall out in the red zone. Right. But to see us finally get in the end zone multiple times, see the young guys making plays, that's an energy lifter for our entire team, our entire fan base. our coach just build that confidence in who we are.
I know there's a lot of talk about the rookies and love what they did, but your quarterback took a few shots early on, held in there. Numbers were unbelievable. Didn't turn the ball over. I know you talked about that in your presser. Play clean. This is what we can do. But 7 was really good today. Your thoughts?
Yeah, that's it. Challenge 7 to let's get the ball out quicker, right? Let's get the ball out, get the ball into our playmakers' hands. We wanted our guys, when you touch the ball, we wanted you to create in space. And we made those plays. Guys were able to keep drives moving. There weren't a lot of negative plays. And then I'm most proud of him for actually taking a shot, right, getting hit, toughing it out, getting up again, and continuing to finish, continuing to battle, right? That's what a quarterback has to do. He has to show that toughness, that grittiness from a leadership perspective. When your team sees that, everybody gets behind you. So proud of him for pushing through.
And the touchdown to Higgins, was that a play that CJ, I thought I heard you say in the press conference, is that a play that he changed, he audible to?
Yeah, he saw the coverage, so he knew what coverage they were in, so he was able to audible, check into it, like made a great decision. That's another thing. He made great decisions with the football, protected the ball, got us in